Yep, absolutely. So Auer is at the carousel. So I'm sort of waiting patiently for him to come around to the end of this lap, and we'll get an idea, although in the sector times we can already take a bit of a look at how he's comparing to the cars behind. Similar, really, very comparable pace to the likes of Nicky Team. So it's the gap between Stoltz and Team that I'm interested in, and I think it's hovering around 2.5 minutes still. So there wasn't a massive gain actually for Valkenhorst by pitting that lap earlier. They gained a bit, but I think perhaps because of the code 60s that we had at that point, they weren't able to maximise actually that extra lap, that undercut I suppose as you'd call it in Formula 1 terms, as effectively as they could have done.
No, exactly. But I just going back to the two Mercedes, I think working as a team is going to pay off well in the traffic. You know, it's always nice to have a car in front to kind of create that hole in the traffic, and you can just follow through. It's less stressful than trying to battle each other and manage the slower traffic as well. And as we see ahead, we've got a course vehicle moving slowly, heading down off the little jump here towards the section where Max had what he described as a small moment.
Yeah, just here, wasn't it? The front of the car lifted and just didn't come down, and that could have been, well, that could have been race ending. I think another couple of inches to the right, and that would have been race ending, and now here they are leading the race. But as heart-stopping a moment as that was, what I'm really enjoying actually about watching the onboard footage from the number 3 car consistently is there are heart-stopping moments every lap. You catch a back marker at the wrong point, and like there, for example, into the mini carousel, it's every lap there are moments that make me sit up and take note, and it really is why I think this is perhaps the toughest of the big 24-hour races, because the level of competition in this race these days is as high as in any other race. Spa, Le Mans, anything like that. But you're doing it at a circuit that tests you more, I think, and tests the car more than any other. And it's those little moments that happen lap after lap after lap after lap that make it honestly remarkable that any of them get to the end of the race without battle scars, as we're seeing here in the pit lane. Plenty of them already carrying a few flesh wounds, but certainly in these lower classes, the team's desperate just to get the car to the finish. It's a huge achievement to get to the end of this race in any manner, isn't it, Rory?
Oh, absolutely. You know, especially when some of the entries are not run by professional teams. You know, the cars are built in a garage or a shed, and they really are just doing this as a hobby on a small budget. So huge respect to go out in an event like this in front of so many people and have drivers who are under huge amount of pressure barreling past. It's really difficult, not just for the SB9 drivers who are, you know, having to take risk to make judgments on where the slower cars are going to be when they overtake, but also being in a slower car is really difficult because you're often having to drive offline to give up space for these quicker cars. You know, you're on the dirty side of the track, you've got pickup on your tyres, you've got these menacing GT3 cars or SP9 cars that are flashing at you constantly. Meanwhile, you were convinced to do this race for a bit of fun.
Yeah, that's the word people keep using, Roy. I'm not convinced I'm buying that. I'm sure it is fun when you sit back afterwards and realise what you've achieved, but in the moment, I mean, this looks pretty hair-raising to me. Oh,
100%. And as you mentioned, this is so different to any other GT race around the world. Where else would you have, all right, potentially the Bathurst 12 hours, you would have so many different classes and so many different types of cars and levels of, and experience levels of drivers. So it's it's pretty random, but that's why we love it. That's why we're sitting here. That's why we're glued to the screen.
Yes, still, after now nearly 7 hours of racing, we can't take our eyes off it, and I suggest that you, watching at home, don't either, because I think there's going to be a lot more to play out in this one. We are not even close to halfway through the Nürburgring 24 hours. We've got 2 cars at the front of the field separated by just 0.6 of a second in the shape of cars 3 and 80, the 2 Mercedes. And we've also got Nicky Thiem in an Aston Martin in 3rd position, hunting them down, and that alone should be reason to stick around and see what happens, because Nicky Thiem, when he gets the bit between his teeth, is not normally an easy man to keep behind. His last lap, by the way, Nicky Thiem in 3rd position, an 8:59, so the first driver for a long time, first driver since the rain really, to get into the 8 minutes, I would say. That Vulcan-horsed Aston Martin is looking strong, having got that extra lap on the wet tyres. Oh, the wet tyres, on the slick tyres. They were a lap too late going onto the wets. That's what cost them a lot of time, but they are certainly making amends for that now. In the pit lane there, the KTM Crossbow, that's running 2nd in SPX, the class that's led by the currently Jens Klingmann-driven BMW 81. And Lucas Auer is in this code 60 zone, which is at Arenberg. I think the cars, Rory, that went off there a while ago have been cleared for quite some time, but there's a lot of gravel. As you mentioned, it was more closely resembling a beach, I think, than a turn on a racetrack, and you can see there, even at low speed, the track is absolutely covered, and I think Race Control will want to do something about that before they get rid of that code 60.
Yeah, that's it. You know, you could argue the traffic could clear that gravel on their own, but what they might want to do is take like what we call like a flying carpet. It's you connect it to the back of a vehicle, and it picks up the gravel at quite a quick pace. So they're just in these darker conditions, just taking every precaution. But even with the code 60, we're still seeing sub 9-minute laps from the fastest drivers. Nicky Thiem 8:59. We got Klingsman in the M3 Touring, again 8:58. And Schuring in the Porsche 911 on a 8:59.
Yes, and they're actually part of a pretty tasty battle for 4th place at the moment. We've got the 99 BMW of Max Hesse, which I think came out of the pit lane immediately ahead of Jens Klingmann's BMW, and they've got the 44 not far behind them, in fact only a second or so back. That's that Vulcan Motorsport car, which at the moment has Maurice Schuring at the wheel. Maurice, who raced in DTM last year, was a podium finisher. Only in his 3rd Nürburgring 24-hour start is Schuring, but holding up pretty well here, lapping similar times to Klingmann, and they've closed right in on Max Hesse, so that's a scrap worth noting for what is at the moment 4th position. The Rover BMW holding that spot for now, and yeah, that's a pretty close group of cars, and actually and then a couple of minutes back is the 24 car of Van Thor, which is battling with the 48 Lush Motorsport Porsche for a position towards the back end of the top 10. Pro-Am led by that 48 car, which is being driven now by Tobias Müller, so that I think might have been a change from when I was last in here. They are leading Pro-Am by quite some way. The 65 Hout Racing Team Ford Mustang is 2nd in that class, by about 4 seconds over the 86, which is the high-class racing Porsche. So Pro-Am worth keeping an eye on as well, because actually we realised, Rory, whilst we were prepping for this event, there is some real talent even in the Pro-Am field. I mean, the clue's in the name. Yes, you've got some Am drivers, but they all have a pro at least in the car, and there's some serious talent back there getting involved in a battle for a class win that is just as important for those teams as those competing for outright honours. Well, yeah, you know, you can see just from the standings right now, we've got, you know, Pro-Am car in P8 overall, and also on the cusp of a top 10 in P13 and 14. And this race isn't all about having necessarily all factory drivers, because it's about being consistent, you know, staying out of the pits, making sensible decisions on strategy, and that's where actually you can be relatively pretty competitive in a Pro-Am lineup. And when you put someone behind the wheel like Harry King, he's these guys who are the pros in these lineups are just as quick as the men leading the race. So we've got Lucas Auer
in the number 3 Mercedes, leading the race overall, heading down into Brunchen, where we saw Kevin Estre hit the barrier after an oil spill earlier in the race.
Yeah, and Argent Miney, of course, as well. That was a calamitous corner, wasn't it, earlier on in the race, but thankfully that's been cleared. We've got a code 60 on the Grand Prix circuit at the moment, heading up into the quick chicane that takes them towards the Nordschleife, so there are still things happening out there. They've got rid of the code 60 at Arenberg now, though, so the track more or less clear. Rory, you're going to go and get a much-needed rest, so we'll speak to you again very shortly. Good work in the box. We'll have a quick untangling of the cables and get Neil Jarni back in position, who has been resting himself, and we'll get the thoughts of the Formula One winner in a moment or two. A rundown then as we took into actually another hour. 7 hours of the Nürburgring 24 hours completed, and Lucas Auer leads by 0.2 of a second. Remarkable over Lukas Stolz. Nicky Thiem is third for Volkenhorst Motorsport, with Max Hesse in the Rover Racing BMW right ahead of Jens Klingmann in the 81. That's a fantastic battle for fourth position. Jens Klingmann, the SPX class BMW, sitting in a incredibly strong fifth place overall, with Maurice Schüring in the 44 car also part of that scrap in sixth. Seventh position for the 24 machine. That is the Line Speed GP Porsche of Laurens Vanthoor. He's got the 48 car, not a million miles behind him. That is the Lurch Motorsport Pro-Am leading Porsche. And then to complete the top 10, ninth position, Mirko Bortolotti in the 84 car. Remember that? That's the car that started on pole, and it's back into the top 10 now. Don't count them out at all. Top 10 completed by the second of the Rover BMW. So we've got both Rover cars now, Neil, back into the top 10, which is a conversation we were having a couple of hours ago. This is Rover racing time, isn't it? The sun's gone down and the BMWs are starting to find some pace.
Yeah, hello again. Yeah, you know, now it's the time to make up time.
Yep.
I think that's the night. We had incredibly difficult conditions. Track is starting to get grippy again, some parts, and if it doesn't drizzle, it will dry up quickly now with so many cars. And yeah, it's the time to make up.
Yeah, some teams doing that better than others, but interesting watching the timing of the pit stops over the last stint or so. We've got a challenge here. Is this for the lead? I think it was on the picture.
Yep,
so
Stolz just went for it.
Yeah, so Lukas Stolz then to the lead. I missed that whilst we were doing the rundown. So Lukas Stolz then to the lead. That's interesting, Neil, because for the last hour or so, those two cars have been running in formation, and that time around, Luca decided to go for the lead.
Yeah, they're teammates, you know, same team, Winward, running both cars, and I'm sure they're discussing a bit and saying, okay, let him go, or, you know, trying to coordinate a bit. And most probably, as we know from Formula One very well, I'm quicker, let me pass. Maybe there was a bit of talking going on. I mean, they're sitting quite comfortably 1 and 2, so you would try and coordinate a bit and not get tangled up in unnecessary fights.
It's interesting though, because whilst Auer was ahead, the gap was never more than a second. Immediately, Lukas Stolz is 1.5 seconds ahead of him, so maybe Luca did have some more pace in that car, and he's decided it's time to unleash it. But I don't think Lucas will be panicking just yet. Still running strong lap times in the low 9 minutes.
Yeah, but he just got in traffic jammed there a bit up. As we saw here down Hatzenbach. A good view from Lucas there, but yeah, looks like Stolz is putting up the pace now. But this helps Auer as well, you know, because he sees the grip, he sees where Stolz is pulling away, and this way, can help him.
Yeah, that's
Flugplatz. There you can see just the speed you take into the different corners. Yeah, the ideal line here is completely dry, as you can see. Obviously tricky with traffic. When going offline, trying to overtake, clear traffic, you don't want to go offline. look at here. Yeah, you stay on line, it's good, but as soon as you put a wheel half a meter off, you're in the wet. And that is tricky in the wet. Down here, Foxhole, look how much he caught up here now in the code 60.
Yes, it is a code 60. Is it certainly yellow flag? Yes, there's a Porsche Cayman that's needing recovery.
And this is wet here now again.
Yeah.
There's not really a, half dry line, but I mean, this will take out a lot of people here. If you're on a slick already, which would be the correct tire if you hadn't to go offline. But since you have to go offline, I think, you have to, it's a bit of a gamble. Is it now the Inter? Is it which tire you want to go?
Well, from what we've seen, Neil, everyone's gone for slicks. All of the SP9 cars we saw pit, they've all gone to slick tyres because it's the quicker tyre. But as you're saying, that's risky because you can't just stick to the racing line. And the whole track doesn't necessarily dry up at the same rate, does it?
Exactly, and where the trees are covering the track, it just takes longer naturally to dry up. But there we can see how
comes down to next to nothing again as they head downhill into the hairpin. Huge crowds in the campsite to the right-hand side there.
And I'm sure, you get some places and you think it's fog that kicks in, but actually it's the barbecue from the fans having some good steaks and whatever they're cooking on there. It's actually one thing which is always special. I mean, I haven't really experienced it on the 24 hours of Nürburgring, but at Le Mans, entering the Porsche corners, you always smell the barbecue.
Oh, really?
You know that they're grilling chicken. You know it at night, and around this track is the same thing. 48 liters. Someone put up the fuel, filled up. We don't see the Euro. They covered that up. It looks like.
I think they'd rather not think about
feed,
that. That's one of the Toyota Supras, not a GT4 Supra, that's one of the more production-based cars, which for most drivers, that's their entry into the Nürburgring 24 Hours. We touched upon this before the race started, but you can't just jump straight into a GT3 car, so we get a lot of people dipping their toe in the water in a production-based car, still quick, but not quite a full-blooded GT car, and they will earn their stripes, to use an American term, and prove that they're capable to jump into the quicker cars. So a lot of people out there, we talk about veterans of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, but for some drivers this will be their first start in the race, and they've had the full Nürburgring experience, haven't they, for this race so far. 7 hours in, we've had sunshine, rain, we've had huge drama obviously across all of the classes, but this
oil, lots of oil,
gravel all over the place. So if you're learning a lot quite quickly.
Yeah, I'm sure there were some drivers which were saying like, what am I doing here?
Yes.
You always have those moments. Every driver has those moments, at night or at some stage when it gets really tricky, but then quickly goes away. At night, when you get into a rhythm with the light, with the traffic, and just getting that speed going, it's like a rush, and you drift off. You're so focused, you're like so in the zone, it's just like a flow. And once you get out of the car, you realize like, whoa, you enter back into this world. I've always had that feeling, especially in Sebring.
Oh, really?
Which was a very bumpy track, and very dark as well. And in a prototype car, it's super quick, and that feeling at night, it's always a special feeling. And obviously here, the Nordschleife on the quick part is also super dark. We see some fireworks going there.
Yeah. That'll catch your attention.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't, because as we said, I think at 320 kph or 300 kph, you do like 90 to 100 meters a second.
Yeah.
And just imagine you're 2/10 distracted.
Yes, when you're only perhaps 2 tenths behind the race-leading car, that could be disastrous, couldn't it? Can you remember your first experience racing at night? Where was it? Did you take to it quite quickly?
Yeah, I think, you know, when you're young, like in your early 20s, it's you learn a lot of things quickly in racing. You adapt quickly, you're very flexible, and you don't question a lot of things. And I do think the older you get in racing, the more things you question, the more moments you do question, and you're like, okay, does that make sense? Does that not make sense? In your early ages, you don't ask yourself that, and especially not at night. And that's why I'm actually super impressed by a guy like Frank Stippler in the Ford. You know, he's well into his 50s, he's an absolute pro on the Nordschleife. And yeah, he's an absolute pro on the Nordschleife, and he's right up there still. And yeah, it's impressive how he copes with the whole thing. But at night is definitely something. The older you get, the more harder it gets, just because of sight as well.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But and some drivers just never really enjoy it. I guess there are others who sort of become specialists at this, and teams will know this within their lineup, who the strongest driver is at night. And because so much of the race happens under darkness as well at this time of year, you've really got to plan your strategy around that. You need people in the car now who are going to get the most out of the car in these tricky conditions.
No doubt. Oh, that's an international feed. There was some overtaking going on. Yeah, it is. You know, there's really some drivers, they get really good along at night. I always liked the night, but there's some drivers, I won't mention now the name, they were in big factory teams and fighting for Le Mans wins. At night it just didn't work for them.
Wow.
But they were incredibly quick during the day. But it has to do something with sight, and I think also with how you drive. Because while during the day you don't necessarily have to work, or you can work with markers, but at night, if you just work with markers, sometimes you see them too late, you don't see them, it gets difficult. It depends how you drive on each corner, if it's a feeling how you drive.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to get the driver's eye view on that, and just to speak to those that do enjoy the night and figure out what it is that really makes them tick. So yeah, interesting to watch how the race changes. I'm fairly certain when we get to dawn in a handful of hours' time, or quite a few hours' time, we'll have a different complexion on the race, because some teams will come into their own overnight, and yeah, going to be really interesting to see who those drivers are, who can maximise the car now in the hours of darkness, and who can stay out of trouble as well, because there will definitely be a few cars that don't make it through the other side, and hopefully that won't affect any of our leading contenders. Race led by car 80, and Lucas Stoltz, having got the lead, is starting to stretch away slightly. We've been riding on board, of course, with the Lucas Auer car in second position, but car number 80 is getting a bit further ahead. It's now in the hands of Lucas Stoltz, but Fabian Schiller, the 28-year-old German class champion in GT World Challenge Europe a year or two ago, is out of the car now, and he, I believe, is catching up in the pit lane with Haley.
That's correct. He's with me down here in the garage. I mean, there was an extremely impressive stint there, Fabio. Take us through it now.
Yeah, it was pretty straightforward. We had good strategy, good tyre choices, and that obviously made the driving bit a little bit easier for us drivers. And yeah, it was fun out there. With both our cars, P1, P2, and yeah.
It's been so impressive because you've worked your way up from 25th, that's where you started on the grid, and now you're leading.
Yeah, it's obviously, it shows that we have a strong car, that's for sure. We made the right calls at the right time, and my teammates have done a great job as well, and yeah, we could move our way forward, which obviously is great, but the race is very long. As we can see, the weather's crazy all week long, and yeah, who knows what's still in front of us during the race now.
It wasn't an easy stint for you because you were confronted with mixed conditions, but how did you manage that? And incidentally, when I first spoke to you, you said it was fun out there. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, with the conditions on the Nordschleife are always challenging, you know, because it takes 8 minutes or 9 minutes in these conditions until you come back to the spot that you, or to come back to the corner, or coming back to the corner that you're going towards is usually there's 10 minutes in between the 2 laps, so it's always a little bit of a guessing game coming up to a corner and then checking the conditions and trying to create a feel for it. But if you have the right tires, it's fun, it's nice, the car feels great, and it gave me a lot of confidence, and that way it was not too stressful out there.
And what are you going to do now?
I have about 5-6 hours rest, trying to just relax a little bit, maybe sleep a little bit, which is always difficult in 24-hour races, but obviously it's important to also calm ourselves down. Don't try to follow the race too much, because if you follow the race the whole time, you will not be able to switch off, which is then obviously very difficult to take rest, you know. So yeah, trying to close the eyes for a bit and then come back later or later tonight, early tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, have a good rest.
Thank you very much.
Fabian Schiller then, who was a podium finisher at the Daytona 24 Hours a couple of years ago in an LMP2 car, and very much focusing nowadays, it seems, on his GT racing, but he had a really good stint, and he'll be very pleased to see his car now slowly starting to extend its lead ahead of the car we ride on board with now, heading through the right-hander towards the carousel, and yeah, this is a good situation for both of the Windward cars. They're also gapping Nicky Thiem again now, Neil.
Exactly,
he was within about 2 minutes a few laps ago. That's 2 minutes 22 now.
It's impressive if you actually follow the number 80, how it came up through the field since the start. I think Maxime Martin did a great job there, and then obviously Kling. Yeah, it's impressive how they got themselves up there. So, yeah, let's see what happens now during the night. I think these two are definitely chasing each other. Lap times tumbling slowly back to 8 minutes 40 now. So still losing a bit, but there's still one code 60 in there, which cost them quite a bit down the Fuchsröhre. So lap times are, yeah, the pace is high.
Yes, there's also another code 60 on the Grand Prix circuit. That's been there for a while on the uphill chicane at the end of the Grand Prix circuit. So there are 2 slower zones, which are certainly going to be costing you, I would say, 20 or more seconds. So they're not far away now from the fastest laps of the race. The very quickest were somewhere around the 8 minute 10, 8 minute 11 mark very early on in the race. And it'll be interesting to see overnight now, cooler temperatures. That tends to lead to more efficient running of engines and maybe higher grip levels on the track to some extent. So we should start to really see those lap times tumbling now if the rain stays away. Bit of activity there down in the pit lane, but we're probably not that far away from seeing our race leaders pitting within the next couple of laps or so. We're pretty much everyone now back in sync as far as pit stop times because of the changeable conditions. Obviously that brought most people into the pit lane at about the same time, so we expect to see quite a lot of the teams pitting at around about the same time. Is it worth at this stage, Neil, getting yourself back out of sync again? Because we saw teams do that right at the start of the race, but now it's all equalised again.
Yeah, that's a bit the question. I was just trying to calculate now. Obviously they all came in at the same time. Just some had to put longer fuel because they were out of sync compared to others. So now the question really is, well, I guess they will look at the weather. If you want to really go out of sync and try something. I mean, the gap from P3 to P6 is quite close. It's just 30 seconds. In there is a lot to be played. The first 2 are gone, so I think the 2 Mercedes will not try anything crazy, I would say. The rest can try something.
Yes, still 2.5 minutes or so between the top 2. and Nicky Thiem's third-placed Aston Martin. And if you're one of those cars in the middle of the top 10 then, Neil, and you're in this really close battle for third place, the leaders are 2.5 minutes ahead, have you already mentally adjusted now your mindset, your target? Do you sort of forget about the Winward Mercedes now and sort of accept that you're not going to catch them unless something happens, or are you actively trying to figure out a way to gain time on them?
I think you don't think about the position. I think if they focus too much on position, they forget their own race. Right now, it's really about optimizing your own pace and looking at the weather, and they know the only way they catch 2 minutes, 3 minutes, it's not by pure pace, because those two cars up front, the two Mercedes, they have the speed. So it's by anticipating a pit stop nicely, a tire change to wet weather or dry or anything. But looking up to the sky here, it looks there's some clear spots, so it doesn't look that dark now there. Yeah. Right now you just try to get the rhythm, no mistakes, stay in there, and you never know what happens then. Who knows, the fog might still hit.
Yes.
And then the safety car does come suddenly and puts everyone back together.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually there are some teams now thinking that that might not be a bad thing for their race strategy. One of those teams is the 84, the Red Bull Team Apt car, which I mentioned a while ago, is back in the top 10. They're actually in 8th position now. Mirko Bortolotti is setting some really good times, and he is now chasing down Laurens Vanthoor, but there's nearly a minute between them. But that car, at long last now, is back into the top 10, and they would have lost, I guess, a couple of minutes, maybe more than a couple of minutes with that early puncture, and they are 3.5 minutes off the lead now, so they've largely kept pace with the leaders. Had it not been for the puncture, they would have been right up there, but they're keeping themselves in contention. There was a moment 40 minutes or so ago, Neil, where 84 was nearly off the lead lap, and now they are solidly inside the top 10, so they're going to keep on digging, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm just checking actually. The top 20 are, well, actually not even the top 20. I would say the top 18 are most probably still in the lead lap. Let's see when they all cross the line. But many in the SP9 class are already a lap down.
Wow.
It's actually impressive. The pace up front is just super high right now, and I think that little rain shower when coming to the pits, obviously the Ford, by putting interzone very early, shot themselves a bit in the foot and got themselves off the lead there.
Yes, and they're now 10th and 3 minutes 40 off the lead, so that car is
big strategical miss happened. That cost them an incredible amount of time.
Yeah, that was a shame for the Hout Racing team, although they will have a little bit of something to smile about, because they're leading Pro-Am now with Hubert Hout, the man himself, in the number 65 car. So there are two of those Ford Mustangs still going, and one of them leads its class in Pro-Am. So that's a bit of good news for the Hout Racing team. They lead that class by around about 20 seconds over the 86 car. That is the high-class racing Porsche of Anders Fjordbach. And he is only 3 seconds actually ahead of Jemo Hertling in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm car, which won the Gedlick Racing GT Winter Series over the off-season. And Jemo, he's been in the gravel trap an hour or so ago, but he's running nicely in third and catching actually Fjordbach for second. So let's not lose sight of Pro-Am, because there's some fierce competition there as well.
Definitely, and I'm just looking, top 7 just crossed the line. And you can see the two Mercedes up front are running 8:36, 8:38, and then the rest is in the 8:50s. It's like 20 seconds off. So they're 20 seconds quicker than the rest of the field right now. It's an incredible pace they're putting up there.
That's odd, because we haven't got a new code 60 that's popped up anywhere that I can see on the tracker. That's normally where that sort of time would disappear, but unless there.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice.
So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch.
I gotta make a call.
I'll be in my office.
Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator.
A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty schedule.
since no one seems to care.
You guys built a performance
I just created a
manager.
goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage contact?
Is the SOC 2
I
compliant?
want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de español.
An inter-office dating app. For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
We've had that at Le Mans, for example. We call it their slow zones. And in the worst times, we've lost up to 2 minutes on a 3-minute lap. Just because you get unlucky and other ones get lucky in the same category. So let's keep an eye on those lap times, because obviously everyone behind it's like 20-second gap.
Yes, there is a yellow flag zone again at Schwedenkreuz. We've got the code 60 through the foxhole, but there's actually a yellow flag leading all the way through Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg. I wonder if that came out after the leaders had gone through on the last lap. That's the only thing I can think of that would lead to such a disparity in lap time. We'll monitor the situation over the next couple of laps. Quite a few cars in lower classes being given penalties as well for yellow flag infringements, and in fact the 81 BMW and the 99 Rover racing cars, they picked up penalties a stint and a half ago for that, and that, especially in the darkness, must be even easier to fall foul of, right? You know that there will be yellow flags, but spotting them in the dark, we have the LED panels now, yes, but it's no surprise to me that in the night time we're seeing more and more penalties. Graphic on the screen, and that confirms a rumour that we heard about 10 minutes or so ago, courtesy of Haley down in the pit lane. We expect Max Verstappen back in the car at 11 p.m. give or take, which is in 35 minutes time. It might be a little sooner than that. Certainly I think they time it to the nearest hour, not necessarily exactly when the stint will end. So we expect Max Verstappen in next. Now, we were talking off mic whilst we were hearing from Fabian Schiller down in the pit lane, Neil. That's interesting, because if you cast your mind back 7.5 hours ago, the race was started in the number 3 car by Danny Juncadella. He did a 1-hour stint, a single stint. Then Max Verstappen did a double. Then we had a double for Jules Gounon, which is when the rain was coming in. A double now for Lucas Auer. Logic would tell us, Neil, that Danny Juncadella would be getting in next, but that's not the plan.
Well, apparently not. Let's wait and see what happens when Auer is back in the pits to see. But yeah, that would mean they would have changed the driving order. There we got the up Lamborghini in the pits, the pole sitter.
Yes, they're massively out of sync because they gambled on slick tyres considerably earlier, several laps earlier than the rest. What are those things that they're sticking into the back of the car, Neil?
That is a good question. 2 Red Bull cans, as we saw. At least they were covered like that.
They say it gives you wings, and maybe they're pulling out all the stops to help this car, clearly. Cooling it down, I presume.
Is it a cooling? It's a good question. I just saw it at the end. Maybe we'll get a better look at it.
Yeah, I can't think.
Well, it's Red Bull cans, obviously.
Yes. Good promotion for the brand, I'm sure. But
it's on the exhaust. It was on the exhaust.
Okay. Interesting.
But why would they do that? Good question.
It's a question for Haley maybe next time she speaks to the team down in the pit lane. But yeah, something I haven't seen before. And anyway, they send the car back on its way. We know that, as I said, that car's out of sequence with everyone else. How that will play out in the final hour of the race, we'll have to wait and see. But right now, it means that they're pitting a handful of laps earlier than the cars in their class. As Lucas Auer heads up through the Schumacher S's. We no longer have a code 60 on the Grand Prix circuit, so whatever the drama was there, the recovery crews have cleared, and Auer 2.7 seconds back from Stolz. So he lost that time initially. It's stabilised.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a accordion effect with traffic, I do think. But they did again in 8:37, both of them. They're within 3/10 last lap. now let's keep an eye on the guys behind. Obviously, we'll have to wait 2.5 minutes until they cross the line. But it'll give us an indication, because on the map, yeah, I can't see any yellow zones. No, there's no code 60s anymore. Is there still
small
one?
one there, I think, at the
Oh yeah, but then everyone would have had it now this
course.
lap,
Yeah.
and they still did an 8:37,
Yeah,
so they would have had it.
definitely. Yeah, that's been there for a while, hasn't it, with the Cayman that's being cleared up. Nicky team should be through soon, I would imagine. 2.5 minutes back, and the leader is at Hatzenbach. So we would anticipate the Volkenhorst Aston Martin to come in, or to come through fairly soon. That's when we'll get an idea of the gap, or lap time difference, I should say. 8:37s, yes. So we're now within just over 30 seconds away from the fastest laps of the race. And there we go. It's 37.2 for Nicky team. So the top 3 cars last time around on an 8.5-minute lap were within 0.3 of a second of each other. So not much to choose.
Impressive.
Very. So I'll tell you what else is impressing me, Neil, is the car in 4th place, that BMW M3 Touring. They're a genuine podium
they're still
contender.
there.
Yeah, I know. They're not the only ones.
You're right,
surprised.
they're still there. I think we're just getting now on the onboard of Lucas Auer to the code 60.
Yes, we are.
Or is it code 60 or 120?
Good question. It's 60. Yeah.
It is 60.
Yeah.
So yeah, but they've had that already since some time.
Yes, you can see
the car is still there.
I think they had to send the recovery truck. There was a recovery truck I saw on the tracker doing the whole run through Hatzenbach onwards.
It's a short one. It's a very short one.
It's not costing them a lot.
There's yeah, there is still a rescue car, recovery car going on with the lights on.
And that's just something you don't expect to see. I mean, on the Nürburgring you have to, but
It's
in any
part of the show.
Yeah, exactly.
It's part of the excitement at night.
And the drivers of those course cars, there are certain rules they have to stick to, aren't there? I think they have to stay over to the right-hand side, and obviously the lights are flashing to help, but that must be a
shows
tricky
you how
job.
focused you need to be as a driver. It's so easy to misjudge something. And you know, the approaching speed is so quick, so you just need to keep your eyes completely open.
We do. We've just had a yellow flag pop up at Klostertal, which is not a nice place to go off if something's happened up there. We'll monitor that, see if it turns into a code 60. Quite a lengthy yellow flag zone. Could be a recovery vehicle.
Yeah, there you go now. The P3 team ensuring our 8:37, 8:38, basically within 1 second. So maybe they did get lucky before with the code 60. Just got them 20 seconds.
Often the way, isn't it, that when you're performing well, you get the look as well, and that's extra frustrating for
the chasers.
For the chasers, yeah. 81 has pitted, by the way, so the M3 Touring out of 4th place now for its scheduled stop. So we're working into this pit cycle now, and as we heard earlier on, we are expecting Max Verstappen to get back into car number 3 at the next pit stop. As and when that comes, hopefully, we expect in the next 20 minutes or so.
There's 2-3 laps for Auer and Stolz to go. They're pitting at the same time, always, the 2 Mercedes. There's another code 60 now.
Yes, so this is the run towards Klostertal. This is what I've just spotted. Green flags there. What I didn't see, I'll be honest.
Very short, yeah.
Yeah, maybe debris rather than a...
Very short one.
Okay. But it has closed the leaders back up, I think, so just brings them back together. Yes, 0.8 of a second, so...
Yeah, I think Stolz has GT3 in front of him. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my word, and that was close. So...
Well, you can't hesitate, huh? It's like... you don't go for it, you don't go for it. There's a portion between the two now.
There is. Code 60 we've been referring to. there's a graphic explaining what it is, but it's essentially because we don't have safety cars. We don't use safety cars here at the Nürburgring as we would in a more traditional sort of race, because the track's so long it would be completely impractical. So race control have the option to neutralise specific zones on the track, usually from Marshall's Post X to Marshall's Post Y, and all cars have to slow down to 60 kilometres an hour by a certain point, and then they're permitted to accelerate again from a certain point. Differs from a yellow flag. A yellow flag zone, that's exactly the same as it would be in any other race, where you just have to slow down to a safer pace, but you can close up on the cars ahead of you, and that's where you can actually, if you're a bit sneaky, gain a little bit of time. But a code 60, that's a set point that you have to slow down on, and so that's why we often see cars crawling around, and race control will always err on the side of caution. If the incident is at Marshall's Post 127, they'll often have code 60 for 2 or 3 Marshall's Post either side, just to make sure that it's as safe a situation as possible for the Marshals, who we must give a shout out for. There will be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Marshals dotted around the circuit. They're on post for an awfully long time, all weekend long, and they never quite know what they're going to have to deal with.
They're volunteers. I think
All
that's one thing to mention. It's not like they get big money or being paid to do that. They're volunteers, and they do it for the love of the sport and to be there. So it's a big shout out to them. Actually, motorsports can be only done thanks to still volunteers. Even in Formula 1, they're volunteers. So yeah, it's a special thing. We just see Lucas Auer being blocked by a Porsche. By the Porsche. I don't know which one that is exactly, but oh, there's a misjudgment nearly a bit from the Porsche, but he helps Stolz to pull away because he just has that GT3 in the way. Not sure which one that is, but now on Döttinger Höhe he can get into the slipstream and hopefully pass him, lap him. This must be the Fjordbach. Must be Fjordbach.
86, yes, I think
must
right.
be 86 Fjordbach.
Yeah, you're right. We're about to see. No, it is the Dunlop car, 17.
17.
So Nico Menzel, who is off the lead lap then. That's interesting. So the Dunlop car is off the lead lap. I think we're down to about 13 cars, maybe. Not sure whether the SR Motorsport Mercedes is still lead lap or not. But yeah, that's just held up the second place car a little bit. But through they come. What's the gap going to be? It's 3 seconds. 3 seconds from Stolz to Auer as a result of that.
Yeah, they're back to the 850s now.
Yeah.
Lap time. So that extra slow zone cost them about 60.
And we've got more, I'm afraid, because there's now a yellow flag zone at Bergwerk, which is about halfway around the lap. That's code 120 then, all the way for about 4 or 5 Marshall's posts.
So now in the international feed, on the bottom, we just see the onboard of Nico Menzel following, or we saw it, they changed unfortunately, but following Lucas Auer in the number 3. Can't see that anymore. That was actually a good shot. We had it from the front and from the back there at the same stage.
Yep, we're keeping you covered with the world feed in the picture-in-picture and our dedicated onboard camera, which every time I look at the onboard with Lucas Auer,
there's so many close calls just per lap.
Yeah, at some point I'll stop getting excited about them, but it's just incredible, the closing speed. I guess that's the real challenge of the traffic, right? Because it's not just GT3 versus GT4.
Exactly.
The closing speed between the different classes, it leads to these heart-stopping moments almost on a lap-by-lap basis.
Yep, no doubt. And I don't think you would want to be the person that insures those cars. You'll be having a heart attack watching onboards for this race.
So, as the leading cars head back out onto the Nordschleife.
They are behind the Mercedes now again, the famous good-looking Mercedes. But yeah, the new you can say when the GT3 passes the 80s, 90s look Mercedes, it passes it like it's an old car. It's a big speed difference there.
It is, but they're a great addition to the grid,
Great,
Mercedes.
yeah.
Speaking of Mercedes, Haley, earlier on, I believe, was catching up with someone quite important within the Mercedes AMG Motorsports ranks, Christoph Sagermüller, who's the head of Mercedes AMG Motorsports, and he caught up with Haley a little bit earlier on.
I'm joined here by Christoph Sagermüller, head of Mercedes AMG Motorsport. Firstly, thank you very much for being with me for this interview. Now, we're here in the garage in the midst of it. You have this year 2 Mercedes AMG Motorsports performance teams, Ravenel and Verstappen Racing. How do you manage the relationship between those 2 teams, factory-supported entries that are also competing against each other?
I mean, this is also the beauty of customer racing. You always have like different teams from different customers racing against each other, also in a similar environment. But we always try to keep it very fair and close between the teams. We are sharing information, data, because together we can learn even more about the track, the conditions. So we always really try to be very transparent among the teams.
How do you assess the car's performance so far?
So far it's going really well. Even the conditions are really difficult, to be very fair, because we have changing conditions all the time. So we're really trying to be on the safe side, not risking too much. But so far it feels like both cars are doing really well. The drivers are doing really well, managing the pace, which is really good.
You have a 4 times Formula One world champion driving in one of your cars. What does that mean to you?
Of course, it means a lot. I mean, I would say for the sport in general, it's a really big thing. Having a Max here and really seeing his dedication and passion for the sport, he really brings in here. I mean, he's fully committed. It's really good to see. And as I said, for the sport, I think it's the best thing that can happen. And of course, I'm really happy and proud that Max is racing with us.
When you just saw his first phenomenal stint and he was able to kind of extend the lead as well when he pitted, what does that mean to you in terms of performance of the car? You know, you're showing how performant the car is in such tough conditions here on Nordschleife.
100%. I mean, it was an impressive stint, or 2 stints from Max, that's for sure. And I think there is still a bit left, but he really pushed it quite a lot, so we could see what's possible. But yeah, in the end it's a 24-hour race, so we really need to manage and trying to get through the night. But he's fully aware of it, and he's really capable of judging how far he can go and what's the risk he can take. So there's the full trust from our end, and yeah, so far he's doing really good.
They were developed here on the Nordschleife, so I mean, in terms of adapting to conditions, we can see that it's really proof to how much they've been worked and constructed here.
Yes, of course. I mean, we are testing the cars like around the globe on every single racetrack, but for sure the Nordschleife is one of the most demanding tracks, which is also developing.
Markets change quickly. Stay in control with the right tools. Trade. Make smarter decisions.
Ability for Mercedes AMG as well, but also kind of for the Nordschleife for this race and beyond on your other championships that you take part in as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as said, like there is so much momentum in the sport in general, in racing in general, and for GT sports, it's I think the best thing that could happen. And yeah, I mean, Verstappen Racing is also attending in another racing series, the GT World Challenge Endurance and Sprint, which is also really nice to extend this partnership somehow in other racing series as well.
Thank you very much.
Interesting stuff there. And Haley, by the way, top work in the pit lane. Haley has been roaming the pit lane for quite a number of hours now, getting us some fantastic insider scoops and being our eyes and ears on the ground as well, reporting back little nuggets that she's finding. So keep up the good work, Haley. We look forward to hearing from you again, hopefully at some point. But as we move into the night, I'm sure she'll be keen to do what some of the teams are doing and put her feet up and get a bit of a rest. But for now, soaking up the atmosphere in the pit lane, which I think is about to become a hive of activity in the next couple of laps because we're approaching another hour.
Pit window.
Pit window, I think, will be opening soon, Neil.
Yep, pit window will opening soon, and then I guess driver changes will happen, and afterwards some of the people will put themselves a bit to sleep, because then the next pit windows will open around midnight to 1 a.m. know when driver changes would be again. But normally I would guess now most teams will go for double stints, just so that also their teammates have a bit of a rest. There's VC on board, yeah. Yeah, 6 seconds now. I just was looking if I can see Stolz still up front, but yeah, it's just to get a rest and recover.
How easy is it, or difficult is it perhaps, to switch off? Because I know, just, and I'm only commentating on the race, I'm going to struggle to switch off overnight, even if I have a couple of hours off, because I'm so intently focused on the race, and I'm not even competing in it. So if you're a driver and you're getting out of the car, you're not expected back in the car for another 6 hours, perhaps. How easy did you used to find it to switch off, and do you think all drivers struggle with that to some extent?
I think it's a very individual question. For me, it was never an issue. I was always the guy who likes to sleep. 2-3 hours, just it has a big difference, makes a big difference for me. To be the full night on awake is, yeah, you need to be able to switch off, empty your brain, just that mental load. I mean, if you guys are following, yeah, if you follow just the onboard, you see, you know, to process the speed, the left, right, and the light, the track, the traffic, it does get you tired. So it's definitely, there it is, Juncadella.
Yes, so Danny Juncadella, we've just had word that he is getting in for the next stint, not Max. So Max wanted a bit more beauty sleep maybe before he gets into the car. Juncadella then, who's not been in the car now since the opening hour of the race, is finally going to get another go.
Yeah, I would have been surprised if they jumped him in the order. I think he will do now a double stint. So that would mean, yeah, depending on the pace they have. National feed, we saw some action there.
That was Marcello.
Yeah, into number 1 Rove.
Yeah, that was a fair hit against the older generation of BMW GT3 car, one of the 2 Z4s, which are making a welcome return to the Nordschleife. But Raffaele Marcello in 5th position. A little bit of contact, could that have damaged the front of the BMW?
Well, it always depends the angle and exactly where. It's a bit of a lucky punch, no? How you damage something. I mean, we just saw it lap 1 when Juncadella touched the leading the pole-sitting Lamborghini. It was nearly nothing, but I guess just one of the flicks on the front just cut the tire and it popped it. It's just unlucky. If you planned it to do, it would never work. That's the thing. Yeah, so I do think now, yeah, Juncadella in for 2 hours, which means around 11-ish to 1 a.m. So I guess Max is in for the most hard stint. I always thought it's around between 1 to 5 o'clock in the morning. It's the time I never like to drive.
Why not?
Because it's that time my body and my mind is just tired, whatever happens, between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m.
Have you avoided the 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. slot in the box? Now, I think you'll be here for some of that, won't you?
Yeah, I'm in trouble tonight. But I didn't like it in driving. I'll find out in commentating today if I like that, if it's better timing. But yeah, in driving, I always try to avoid it. And the hardest one, not sure why, was during the 24 hours of Daytona. There I always found it the hardest to do the 3 a.m. stint, despite the fact that actually, if I was staying on European time zone, like Central European time zone, it would be 9 a.m. So it's not really. No. It's just a question of, yeah, I guess adapting and with the time change zone and yeah, it has its effect, and that's actually also something you have to consider. Some of the drivers here, they fly in from different countries, America, wherever, and they can actually sometimes just stay on their time zone, and then they will race at that time. I have a great example for that one. I was sharing car at Le Mans with Marco Andretti and Nicolas Prost. And Marco flew in from America, obviously, and he just stayed on the time zone of the States and ended up doing the 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. stint, which goes for him, that's obviously just the evening stint until like 6 to 10 o'clock at evening. So it was interesting to do that, but I'm sure there's some teams in here which do the same, obviously not in the top 10, top 20, I don't think anyone does that. But that's also a strategy, how you can try and use the drivers at the best possible time.
And difficult for the drivers, the pros particularly, who are, they're jetting off from one country to another, sometimes on back-to-back weekends. You think back to the start of the season where you've got normally the big three races, Dubai 24 hours, Daytona 24, Bathurst 12 hours, in different corners of the world, and it's the same group of professional drivers very often who are competing in all three, so that must be a challenge as well. I'm sure you've been through similar situations in the past where your body doesn't really know what time zone it's supposed to be on, and then you're thrown into the car at 3 in the morning, and that's an extra complication.
Yeah, I'll have it next week. I'm doing this here. Next week I'm living on the Montreal time zone for the F1 Grand Prix. So it will be interesting. But yeah, look at Kevin Estre. He was, I think, last weekend racing in Laguna. Was the race in Laguna Seca? Yeah, IMSA. Yep. Which is a 9-hour time difference, California. Others were with WEC in Spa, others are I don't know where. It has changed a bit because a lot of the GT3 drivers nowadays, they also race in hypercar but some even in Formula E if it doesn't clash, or in IMSA, in LMP2, or in GT in IMSA. So there's a lot of flying around going on.
Yes, and especially with endurance racing where you're going to get tired anyway, that's got to be a challenge. We're focusing here on Lucas Hauer on full screen. On the international feed, I've just seen Raffaele Marcello's BMW come into the pit lane, so even if we don't see it on our stream, I'm going to keep an eye on this because I want to see if he escaped damage on the front of that Rover Racing BMW from the skirmish with the Z4, which I think was on this in-lap to the pit lane. So I'll report back if we see anything. The team, I can tell you, are giving some attention to the front end of the BMW, but to my untrained eye, Neil, it looks more or less okay.
It was to the front right, no?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
Looks okay.
Yeah, so I think...
The flick is even still on. You can see the flick down there.
Yes.
So I think it's okay.
Good,
but the manufacturers, when they're building those cars, they're also thinking of the weak spots. So they're thinking, okay, if there is contact, where do we have mostly the contact? Front, rear, sides, wheel arches, and you try to avoid having problems there. Looks like they're working on the cooling.
I think it was more central, the hit, actually. I think it's the grille they're looking at, maybe taping something.
Maybe there is, or the splitter.
Or the splitter, yes, which is crucial, of course. So we can't see. We are seeing it now in the picture-in-picture. We can't actually see because the mechanics are very inconveniently sitting in the way, working on the front of the car. There is potential for the repairs to be going on to the front of the Rover Racing car. So the BMW crew go to work, and hopefully not too much damage done to the front of the Rover car. So that means we really are now getting into the business end of this pit window. We've had all of the early stoppers in, and I wonder whether we'll see this car in this time. I think we might do. Stoltz and Auer, the top two cars. We're riding on board with Auer into or through Tiergarten, and has to negotiate a BMW first. Does he bear right? Yes, and there was a lot of traffic between him and the pit lane.
Yep.
Yeah, that was close though. And look at the time gained on Stoltz just coming into the pit lane.
Just into the pit lane, yep.
Wow.
But that was close with the traffic now.
Very. He was on the wrong side of the road, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he's in, and so is Stolz. We expect driver changes for... driver change certainly for the 3. Was that Stolz's first stint?
No, it's... I do think they're off cycle with
the drivers.
with the number 3.
Because of Junkadea's short first stint.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're right. So possibly Lucas Stolz will stay in.
Yeah, they're not changing.
Okay, but we know that out gets Lucas Auer, in gets Danny Juncadea for his second go in the car.
So that's an advantage now for the number 80 because Stolz is still in, is dialed in into the night. So it will be interesting now the first few laps if Juncadea can keep up the pace, because it's not easy when you jump in to the car at night the first time. You just have to get like your eye into it. And the very first few moments, just getting those distances and the speed right, takes a bit of time.
Even at this level then, there's still a slight advantage to having been in the car for a stint.
Yes, obviously he'll get that advantage back on his second stint when Stolz in the number 80 will get exchanged with whoever is coming into that car then.
Interesting.
So it will equal out, but at least for me it was always like the first 5, 6, 7, 8 corners, you're like, whoa, okay, feels quick. Because at night everything feels a lot quicker because vision changes. And I'm sure, most have that experience. And on the Nordschleife it's a whole different level of experience. But let's see, it'll be interesting to see.
Very much so. Well, we'll keep an eye on that over the first few minutes of the stint. We are almost at 11 p.m. local time. And so Danny Juncadea will take this car through the midnight hour and into the early morning. And wonder whether he will be content to sit behind the number 80 car, or will he want to try and re-establish dominance at the front of the field. We didn't really see exactly what he was capable of in that first stint. He was quick, he was in the leading group, but now presented with a chance maybe to go on and take the lead of the race at this stage. I wonder just how aggressive he'll be willing to be with 16 hours of the Nürburgring 24 hours still to go.
Yeah, we saw it before with Jules Gounod when the rain started hitting. Just not taking too much risk, but playing it smart and safe. And you can see where they are, while the others went off at Brünchen, or renamed YouTube Corner. So, yeah. It is... Oh, yeah, he's in the pits there.
Yeah, so there's more damage than we thought.
Yeah, in the center.
Oh, dear. So
he's put into the pits, so that means they lose a big chunk of time now.
Well, a lap. They would have gone a lap down there, but they will now be a lap down to the Mercedes, which are leaving the pit lane. So that's big for Rover. So they're
basically in trouble for this race.
They've still got the 99. The 99 car is still up there. In fact, there it is in the pit lane, right on cue. But it's just not quite clicked into place yet, has it, for Rover this year?
It's so far not gone smooth, yeah. Whatever happens, there's always something in between happening, which just, chips away time a little bit here and there, and costs them. But hey, how many double winners were there? They won one year and they won the previous year.
Ooh, that's a good question. Do you know, this is an excellent time for me to hand over to Bryn Lucas, I think, who's...
and push him on his statistics.
I saw the bus and I shoved him in front of it. I'm sure he's been ingesting our notes over the last couple of hours. That'll teach you for what you said at the start of my stint, Mr. Lucas. Right, I'm going to step aside. Been a pleasure, Neil. I'll speak to you a bit later on. Meanwhile, talk us through the pit stop here for the 7 Lamborghini.
Yeah, it's everyone coming in, obviously now. As you can see, most cars are on the same strategy again due to the wet weather, stopping at the same time. Now it'll be interesting to see Danny behind Stolz, how easy he can stay behind, just getting his eye dialed in. So joining now, getting into the Nordschleife, the Nord Loop, and with starting on the Hudson Bach. So, good evening, Bryn.
Good evening.
Welcome back.
Great to be back.
Yeah, we were just discussing before, you know, it will be interesting to see Danny obviously jumping in now for his first stint at night, while Stolz is obviously already dialed into the night, and how quickly he will get his eye in. I predicted that he will lose time now in the beginning.
Yeah.
First few, maybe for sector 1 of the Nordschleife, and then slowly be back. But yeah, let's see. It will be interesting to see.
Yeah, because he snuck through, didn't he, Stolz, on Auer, didn't he? Snuck through it a bit earlier on, and the gap remained. It seemed to be just as they went into the pits, as we were watching it, was the slower cars slightly in the way, and that allowed the 3 car to really close up the gap, because it was not looking quite so tight at that point.
Exactly, yeah. Seeing him online, on board, into Schwedenkreuz. Now going down to the Fuchsröhre, which is now, yeah, it's clearly dried out. Well, has a dry line. Before that was not a full dry line.
Yeah.
Obviously, you still don't want to go offline here because it's completely wet, and you can see they're just waiting here with traffic. Whoa, that was...
Is your TikTok stream too quiet? Start using Tickfinity, the #1 streaming tool for TikTok Live. Let your viewers control the show. Unlock text-to-speech, custom sounds, and viral overlays to skyrocket your engagement and earn more from every stream. It's easy to set up and totally customizable. Level up your stream today. Stream smarter, earn bigger. Try Tickfinity today.
No.
That answer for you, it was the 904, it was the Molnar Motorsport powered by H&R car.
Okay.
So it's, yeah, Porsche car. Closing speeds, that's a big talking point, and something that all the drivers in the GT3s, the SP9s, have to deal with. And there are some extreme closing speeds. We saw earlier on, in fact, that I think it was Lucas Auer, actually, we watched on board, and he went into a left-hander and a right-hander. I can't tell you where it was on track, but it almost collided with a much, much slower class car who almost got caught out. And all it would have taken would be, really would be that car doing something unpredictable, maybe taking the racing line, and that would be the game over for Lucas Auer. So at this stage, it gets a bit nervy, doesn't it, with the lights so bad. And these SP9s go so much quicker than some of those lower class cars.
Exactly, and when you jump in the car first time at night while the others are already warmed up, it's just, you know, judging the speed, closing speed, and reading them. It just takes you a few corners to get in there, and look at that, it's 9 seconds now, the gap to Stolz from Juncadella.
Yeah, that's right.
So, and that's what I predicted. It would have, everything else would have surprised me, and I know from my own experience that these are always the hardest moments. It's the first lap at night, to be right there fully on it, to not give up too much lap time.
And the pressure for not giving up too much lap time and then over pushing, can that be the issue there?
Yep.
Yeah. There was a question whether it was going to be Max Verstappen getting in the car, and
I would have been surprised if they jumped him, because it didn't make sense from the order point.
Exactly, he puts the order back on as it should. Juncadella only did a one stint, didn't he, earlier on, whereas the others have double stinted the whole way through.
Maybe they tried to trick other teams.
I mean, the way they
writing it on the wall.
I know the way they would trick it is by literally writing max 11 p.m. on the board, and then releasing that image somehow to for everyone to see.
Can be, no?
It can be that simple, can't it? Yeah.
Because when you find information too easy, you have to question it.
Yeah, yeah, especially at this level. It's been good to hear all the interviews. Haley's been doing a fantastic job down there in the pit lane, getting lots of lovely sound bites and interviews with lots of the teams, drivers, etc. And we'll be continuing to update. As on the world feed, they seem to have a bit of a summary, a compilation summary of all the incidents, shall we call them. And there have been quite a number, and it all really centred around when the rain came, prior to that too. And there was an area of track where some oil was dropped, and clearly when the rain came down, Neil, that oil and the oil that was still left on the track.
It could have been just everything which combined. It was just like the perfect storm. And you could see that the oil was a bit offline, and you saw that the cars which went off, including the Grello, was just a little bit offline, not fully on the curb on the inside. And if you're then not precisely on the line, you just get caught out on oil.
That's
and
right.
when you hit a patch of oil mixed with water, it's getting super slippery.
And that now seems like such a long time ago, as we're riding still on board with Daniel Juncadella, but it seemed like such a long time ago, but it was catching so many people out, and now it's settled a fair bit. And I haven't seen a weather update. I'm scared to look for a weather update, because every time I looked at the weather, it looked like there was going to be impending doom, and that impending doom hasn't really...
not as bad as we expected.
No, exactly. And so...
Right up quickly now,
yeah,
despite the cold weather.
I wonder if there was a nice little cross breeze or something that was drying the track as it was going. A lot of traffic out on the track as well, I suppose that helps it. But that would also make drivers nervous about doing a driver change. And but I can't remember who it was that went into the pits. Somebody went into the pits, did a refuel tyre change, and stayed in for a double stint because I think it was because they were pretty happy with what was going on track. You wouldn't want to stick a new driver in with such tricky conditions so early on.
That's for sure one thing, you know. If you have like half conditions, you'd normally want to keep the same driver in until it's constant conditions, because until he has himself dialed in, it just takes time.
Yeah.
You can see now with Danny, just, you know, at night, first stint at night, it takes time, and now he keeps the 9 seconds. He had his moment in the beginning, but now he keeps the 9 seconds for the last sector, which is 1 minute 50 long. So yeah, if you have changing conditions, always plan to keep the driver in.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, we're on board with Daniel Juncadella in the number 3, the Verstappen Racing car, and it was Lucas Auer that was in that seat until very recently, and Haley caught up with him just a few moments ago.
Luca, you've just come in from your stint on the Nordschleife. You lost the lead to the car number 80, or the Dottinger Hölle. What happened exactly?
He overtook me, but as far as I know, we gained 3 minutes on competition, so I think it was a good stint, especially the mixed conditions, and for the rest, still a long race.
Of course, and tell us a bit about tyre management and how that's going, especially now the rain has dried up a bit, the conditions are a bit drier, but also because the temperature has dropped as well, I imagine.
Yes, first stint was tricky with tyre management as we had intermediate, so we had to manage as it got drier and drier, but this worked out well. And second stint with slick tyres was a bit more difficult, as it always is at night with a lot of traffic. It's a challenge.
And what about traffic out there?
It's quite mad. It's quite mad out there and quite crazy, but it's the game, name of the game.
Absolutely. And the night shift, of course, is always a hard one. How did you manage it?
Now I go to sleep. This is how I manage, get some sleep in, and then just push again. Anyway, from tomorrow onwards, in the morning especially, it's a survival as everybody is tired, but it's also the nice challenge on it.
You just handed over the car to Danny Juncadella. Any words to him before he took her away?
Yeah, I told him some tricky corners, as we had quite a lot of dirt and oil on some corners. So I said him that, and the rest is fine.
Have a good rest.
Thank you.
You know, you really dislike someone. You used to like them, but then you dislike them because they're saying they're going to have a sleep. You know, and he's sort of, I'm going to have a little bit of rest.
He was very relaxed today.
He was too relaxed.
I think he was happy with his stint.
Yeah.
As he said correctly, I mean, Haley challenged him a little bit with the question that he got overtaken by Stolz and so on. But I think he was very cool how he answered, as he said, you know what, no stress, I stayed with him.
Yeah.
And why fight and be crazy? It's a long race. The rest we'll see later. But, and that's the amazing thing, both of them, they gained a lot of lap time on their competition. They opened up the gap, the two Mercedes, and they went in formation and opened up the gap.
They opened up the gap. I mean, they're likely to work together in inverted commas. You know, they're going to have, we heard earlier on, you know, that the likelihood that they will be not trying to cause each other any problems out here, because it's a long race. A lot can change in this race, as we know. So they've got to be on it. I think that maybe, if anything, Lucas Hauer did get a little bit lucky with the traffic at the end of that stint that did close the gap up, and I think it was down to, you know, a second or two when they actually got into the pits, but it was an extended gap, so he got a bit lucky there. But at this stage, still with what, 16 hours, just under 16 hours still to go, a couple of seconds
10
here or there
is no gap.
Yeah, exactly. It's not going to make
There's
much
no
of a
gap.
difference, is it?
It's like, and we saw, you know, with traffic, you lose it so quickly, so easy. Yeah, 10 seconds, no gap. Oh, is there a new code 60? You're at the carousel.
Just before, isn't it?
Yeah, I think at the carousel.
Oh, it is. Yeah, you're right. Just leads into. It's a very short area, but posts 146 to 148 was a code 60, so it's as small as you can get, really.
Yeah, we'll see what that is then. Yeah, now Juncadella sees 7 seconds. Slowly, he's dialed in now into the night, has his eye, has the judging of the speed, and he's stabilizing now. Oh, there, look at in the world feed. Is that the row number 1 still? I think.
It's got.
Yeah, it's the number 1 row.
It is, yeah. Wow. Okay, they've had a.
What are they doing?
They've had a tough time. Yeah, they started it. Started kind of out of position down in P12 or so, and they didn't really climb up the order all that much. So they'll be.
Yeah, I don't think that that car is definitely out of contention of anything.
Sure is.
It's clear. There we are in the code 60 now from Danny. Let's see if we can see why that is on. Track fully dry here, not even on the left or right side. So there is something on the left side. Huh?
Yeah, here it is. There's a car.
Yeah.
There, stricken car. Interesting. I mean, you were sitting in the chair when the interview came about with the. Whoa! That was,
whatever that happened there.
Yeah, that was. Did he go too quickly?
It's
because.
But you see, you know, it's so easy to get caught out. They got out of the code 60, and I don't know, the other guy, I think he pushed the wrong button, the car. That can happen, actually. There's
another one here.
One car being pulled.
Yeah.
Let's hope with no oil losing.
Just talk us through this button. Is it so when you get a code 60, you hit it to keep the car at that?
Yeah, it's 60, like you have a pit limiter, or I guess
like
you have
cruise control.
cruise control.
Yeah.
But I do think maybe I'm not sure if they have different speeds, and an 80 and a 60 or whatever. And it can be you hit the wrong button or hit it and it didn't unlatch or something, because that looked like that. It was odd. Because you can't miss a gear anymore with the sequential gearboxes with shifting up. So otherwise in the old days we'd have said, oh, he missed the gear. Or something, but no. So yeah, it could be on the button. Getting late, you know, tired drivers, you never know.
Well, he's only just really got back in the seat, isn't he? So, I mean, tired, mentally tired, but he should be relatively fresh.
Yeah.
For this stint. There's a couple of slower zones around here. There's a 120 and a 60 as well. partners in the pits. We have a look.
Yeah, we'll slow down the pace a lot now.
Yeah,
it was 11 minutes 30 last laps.
That's the BMW engineering speed, the HWA engineering speed car, by the way, you're looking at there, the 63. Another one of these SPX cars. Pretty bonkers, aren't they? We do like them a lot. HWA Evo R, track evolution resto mod inspired by those 90s DTM iconic cars. Iconic is used way too often, but in that case I think it's allowed.
If you look at the lap times now, it's quite interesting, you know. On lap 51, obviously the top two Mercedes, they did an 11:30.
Yeah.
While
8:55.
Or was that the outlap of the?
Yeah, it was the out.
I think it was still the outlap. Yeah.
But into 8:55s, and we've got team doing it at 8:20. So it's a bit of traffic. There's that code 60
that
area
code 60.
as well.
Now the question is if they all get it the same amount of times or not.
Yeah.
That's the thing, you know, where you can just lose 30, 40 seconds.
Doesn't
like
clear
that.
as you approach it.
Yeah, it
exactly.
just clears. It doesn't clear because race control can't check really for everyone. So we've had that before, where it was 20 seconds, I think, in a lap where we thought was probably the two Mercedes got lucky, and who knows, could be same thing here now.
Yeah, they lost a bit of a little tiny bit of it.
But look at that. Junquedella is on Stolz, full on him. 7/10, caught up the 10 seconds.
Through the traffic and through this stage here, and I wonder whether at this stage,
lap alone,
effective teammates, right? When would prepare the cars, they're sharing data. That was said in the interview earlier on that we heard from the team boss there at AMG Mercedes, that they're sharing data, they're learning the track together, and at this point here, you can effectively work together here, can't you? Say, look, I'm not going to attack and defend. We're not going to keep doing that to each other. We're going to just sit in, get through, because there's nothing to lose by doing this. If you start trying to trip each other up and attack each other all the time, all you're going to do is allow the team in third place in the Aston Martin to close that gap up, where they are clearly some way back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they will talk to each other.
Yeah.
And they will see, but yeah, it was a big catch-up. I didn't quite. Yeah, I guess with traffic,
see when it
with
was,
everything else together.
Then
Then the yellow being caught up.
But
there you can see the 10 seconds, sorry, the 10-second gap. It just is like so quickly on and off.
Yeah. Kelvin van der Linde, who was so ecstatic last year, will be the exact opposite of that this time out. It looks to me, and I have no knowledge of this one, but it looks to me like that is a terminal issue. It doesn't look like they're even really working on it. In the background, you saw a couple of the mechanics just patting each other on the arms. They're like, this is their job is done for that car, which is a real shame. Was that the one that took damage to the fronts?
Yeah.
It was.
Yep.
I wonder if it was
with the GT4, with the Z4. Sorry.
Yeah.
The Z4.
Yeah. Who was in the car at the time? Can you remember?
I think it was Marcello.
It was Marcello. You're right. It was Marcello. I wonder what the damage would be to that, because it didn't look like it was. I mean, it looked a few nibbles away. It didn't look too hefty on the blows to the car. So
let's see what is happening there with between Danny and Stolz. I think it's a close fight now. He's trying to put the pressure on there.
Yeah. So me saying, work together and stop attacking, it's not worked. And actually, in this stage here, if as a team together, the 80 and the 3, if they look at the data and go, look, that Danny Junquedella is clearly quicker at this stage, let him past, would that sort of instruction happen? I know that they are still running as rivals, but they are data sharing. Could they do that? Would they be likely to do that?
At this stage of the race, I think is possible.
Yeah.
I don't know if they will do it. Yeah, they're taking the Rowe out of the pits, back to the even back to the truck. So I guess that's a withdrawal. It's possible because
you, just you,
building your app on base 44. Describe it. And it's real. One thought leads to more thoughts. Layer by layer, taking shape. When you need your tools, bring them in. They just click. Okay, kick it up a notch. Create something smarter, something powerful. Style counts, so give it your touch. Big or small. Next idea hits at 2 a.m. Of course it does. Keep building. Ask yourself, wait, I built this? Damn right. Base 44. Build it your way.
Yeah, I think either way, yeah, for sure he's following, but they're up there, you know. They have a gap of what, 1 minute 50 to P3. He has the pace of P1. Yeah, he just follows. We'll see how things play out, and I'm sure the team will discuss then internally what to do, but I think it's a question of traffic as well. On the onboard you hear well now when he leaves the carousel, the hit the car gets, you really hear.
It's hefty, isn't it?
Yeah, but it does look like Danny now got more pace. He definitely has a bit more pace.
We had the Rover team on the screen, that picture-in-picture a few moments ago. Their afternoon or their evening, their adventure isn't over yet. They still have the 99 Rover car with Dan Harper, Max Hesse. We have Sheldon van der Linde and Dries van Door also in that car. Currently it's Hesse at the moment, and so they've still got a lot to play for. If you look at the gaps here, there's some pretty big gaps, but we know they can come down quite quickly. As 36 laps in, Dupre Motorsports going to work on theirs, as we are on with the lead cars 52 laps into this one, with some 15 hours and 40 minutes of this 24-hour still to go.
So how many? So we said 162. 62.
Yeah, in 2023.
So after 8 hours,
81.
Yeah.
8 hours, not 81. My maths, that's terrible.
No.
Maths.
8 hours is 3 o'clock.
Is a third.
11 o'clock.
Yeah, is a third. We want to do a third of that one.
There means they're behind that pace.
54, yeah.
They're behind, because if they're only 52 laps so far, and we're over the 8 hour mark, they're behind on that average. So that means quite a bit slower race, because, well, due to the rain, I guess.
Due to the rain, we had that quite long 6K.
Yep, exactly.
Earlier on that slow zone, so I'm guessing I can't remember the finer details of 2023 when that record was set, but I'm guessing it must.
Ferrari.
Yeah, it was the Fricadelli Ferrari, but it must have been a relatively clean race when it came down to Code 60s. The weather must have been behaving all the way through.
Now let's see if he's slipstreaming here. He'll get into the slipstream. Once he has a certain distance, you will see the sucking effect will be huge. Yeah, it's getting close there, but I think the thing is that it's just ending the straight line now.
Could set himself up for a first turn in the Grand Prix circuit though.
You can see when the car bottoms out, the sparks coming.
Yeah, traffic up ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, this is coming into him, isn't it? The traffic's really holding them up now, and threading the needle round the outside to the inside for turn 1.
3 wide.
That is beautiful.
3 or 4 wide.
Yeah, that's been absolutely textbook. If you wanted to write this and ask for this situation, well, Daniel Nürburgring, well, he's just got it all the way down that line there. The traffic came at exactly the right point for him. Late on the brakes.
Very late on the brakes. Car was moving.
Made it through, but that all came to him, didn't it? All that traffic, and that's what you've been saying, that if it happens at the right time, it's an amazing thing for you. You can gain quite a few seconds, but moves up to P1 then, the number 3. That's the Verstappen car, company driven by Daniel Nürburgring, is effective teammate, the 80. With Lukas Stoltz in it, is now down to P2, and it's Nicky Thiem in P3 in the 34 in the Aston Martin. And they had a real problem with tyres earlier on. They went onto the wet tyres, didn't they? And they I think they slashed some slicks to make effective inters, but they didn't quite work out for them because the rain didn't hit anywhere near as much as they thought it would. And they ran for, I think, 3 laps on the wrong tyre, which didn't help out.
Yeah. Now it will be interesting to see if Juncadella can get a gap to number 80, to Stoltz. That will be interesting now.
And I almost said he's got a clean run.
Play out.
He doesn't have a clean run for long, look.
No. You never have a clean run.
No, you certainly don't. You might get a moment. And it's where you hit the traffic, isn't it, really? If you get in the traffic and it's nice, simple passes, it's great, but... Oh, squeezing that. Nice.
They're in the international feed. We're just seeing the GT4 from a Swiss team. Arn, we saw the name on there. It's actually my neighbor in Switzerland,
really?
more or less. Yeah.
Okay.
Not live far,
nice.
More or less.
Nice.
Didn't quite see the helmet, if it was his helmet going in. It's a team from Basel.
Okay.
Which in Switzerland, and actually he owns an IT company. Does it for fun. Very first time, was super nervous. He said, super nervous with everything. And there we see them on the international feed on the bottom picture. Yes, for him, obviously one of the biggest excitements going into a weekend like that, and racing with the big boys on one track.
Yeah, absolutely. What a challenge! What a load of excitement coming his way. Now, our intrepid explorer down there in the pits has been up and down talking to loads of different people. Hayley has been doing her finest work over the last few hours, and we've continued to put her to work, and she's been catching up with the big boss at BMW Motorsport. Let's hear what he had to say.
I'm joined here by Andreas Roos, head of BMW Motorsport. Andreas, it's never a good sight to see your car being pulled out the pits and away from the competition. But tell us exactly what you know about the mechanical issue with car number 1.
Yeah, for sure it's a shame. The number 1, I mean the winner from last year, we had to retire the car now as we have an issue with the refueling. We don't know exactly what is the problem now, but we had already in an earlier pit stop a problem that we didn't get the fuel properly in the car, and we lost a lot of time there. And now it happened again, and we couldn't fix the problem. We don't know what really the problem is at the moment. And to make sure we can do a proper analysis, we have to take the car back now and check what is really the issue.
Could this be a problem following any contact or anything?
No, it has nothing to do with the contact. The car actually ran more or less trouble-free until then. We have to see what really the problem is. We never had this before on the car, and the car ran already now for several years, very successful, also in endurance racing. So it's a shame, but we still have some quick cars in the game, and so we hope we will still have a good race.
But for, BMW Motorsport, for example, it's also the objective to really push the cars to the limits, and especially at a track like this during 24 hours, because I know that you're constantly developing and testing. And sometimes, you get great results like you did last year, and sometimes there are downtimes like we've just seen.
Yeah, especially for us, the Nürburgring Nordschleife is very important, because all our road cars, also the M models, they are tested and developed here on the Nordschleife. So we have a special relationship, let's say. It's a bit of our home turf, and we have the most overall victories. We are fighting for the 22nd, and so yes, we push here the cars to the limit, but that's also what we want to do. We want to be in the competition, in the hardest competition, to really showcase what our products and our cars can do. And here at the 24 Nürburgring, we always say it's one of the hardest races you can race, and so it's the perfect proving ground for us.
You also have some other cars, as you say, still in the mix here on the Nordschleife. How are you with regards to their pace? Are you impressed with how things are going for them?
Yeah, for sure. It's hard. We maybe had some difficulties when there was the changing conditions, and we lost a bit of time there. But it's still a very long race to go. And I said to the guys, when we survive, when the sunset is coming or the sunrise is coming, and then we are looking forward to be still in the game and have something to fight for. So looking forward. Also, our touring is still in the game, the special project. So it's nice to see.
So you're confident, and it's great to see. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Thank you.
Well, whatever the problem is with the number one car, we clearly weren't going to hear from from the head of BMW what that issue was. They'll, I'm sure, have a clear indication of that.
Well, look,
even not now, but yeah, exactly. It's they sometimes don't want to reveal what it is because they have to get on top of it themselves. They don't want to reveal it to a world feed or a chat like this. They need to go back and get through it as Daniel Juncadella gets held up a little bit once again. The gap at the moment is around 2 seconds between him and Lukas Stolz, so there is a minute, minuscule gap emerging between them, but it really is that small gap, and it can be closed up within a blink of an eye, really, around this place. Currently sitting in first place and out there on his own in the dark.
Yeah, they have the pace up front in the Mercedes. Now we're just seeing we're getting into a code 60.
Yeah, and there's the reason the car on the right-hand side there.
What was that car?
Didn't see what it was. Look again. I'm not sure we're going to get to see it actually, but
maybe we can see the car stand still on the GPS. The number.
Let's have a look down here.
It's on the first part. Is it there?
40.
It's hard to judge.
Was it Koopman Racing? I think it is.
Well, it looked like a GT3 car there.
We have a 040 on the map just there, and it's standing still, and that is the SP9. That is the Koopman Racing BMW Z4.
Maybe.
So look at the timing screen as well, because that will give us some indication if we can scroll far enough down and find it. But you are right, definitely looked like a SP9.
Yeah, it looked like an SP9 car. So coming back on Carrera now with Juncadella. Let's see the pace on.
Way down the line, yeah. It was the number 40. It's the AM SP9 AM.
Okay.
Car.
Yeah, Stolz is 3/10 behind. It would be good to have a rear view camera now on Juncadella, just to see where the other car is. It's good to see, just, you know, listen to the sound of the engine, the driving, hear how the car bottoms out on board, especially on the Nordschleife, on the Nord Loop, on the various spots. And you can actually hear how hard one lap on the car is then.
Yeah.
Because you do hear how it bottoms out, gets the bumps on the curves, the engine, WOT, which means wide open throttle. It's like an engineering term. How much percentage on the lap they have a wide open throttle? There we go. Lukas Stolz on board on the international feed,
really see,
which
can't
we don't see. Yeah, now we have it.
And you can see the gap. There is the gap just there. That's the race lead there.
In the small picture, yeah. You can
see. Yeah.
Following.
Keeping the lines nice and tight, but very much a dry track. No issues out there whatsoever. Track condition wise.
Yeah.
A few sparks flying there.
Yeah, but they're on the limit, huh? Both of them.
Yeah, and you were saying actually, it was a couple of days ago, in fact, yesterday you were saying about how they're so focused on lap time averages, average lap times, that they have to be metronomically hitting these lap times. What is the tolerance around here? Do they go, okay, there's traffic in this, but you're aiming for a set lap time? They got a window of parameters of where they think you need to be lapping to be in contention at the end? Do they say somewhere between 8:10 and 8:15?
Yeah, I think always a bit stuck on traffic there. I think it's hard to say it here because you got so much code 60 and one lap you have it, one lap not. I think it's more a bit just to see the gaps to the others, how they play out. But you can see, in traffic, I mean, they can't take prisoners. Yeah, it's like they go for it. Because it's so easy, lost 1-2 seconds. And with each traffic you have, that was a touch. I think he pulled in.
Yeah, it did.
Lukas Stolz, obviously. He pulled in on the Porsche and he had a little whip on the rear there.
But the gap, these two here, this is first and second, we're on board with second place at the moment, Lukas Stolz, but the gap back there is 2 minutes 14. Are they, I think they're out of sequence with stops as well.
2
Stolz to team.
Yeah, not that much. I mean, 7 pit stops all. The only one with 6 pit stops is Heinrich in P6, which will obviously lose even more lap time on track once he would pit.
I wonder when the last 34 team pit stop was. I know that we're on the same number of pit stops.
How many laps in
Are they slightly? Yeah, I wonder if they're slightly out of sequence on that one. Unfortunately, we don't have that on our timing screens. That's
Well, it's great to see now. We have the onboard of Danny on the front, and we have the onboard in the small picture from Stolz following Danny.
Yeah.
Just to see how they're chasing each other, and no doubt the two Mercedes are in a different world. Look, they're doing 840s. The team in P3 is doing the 850s, and the others are in 9 minutes.
Yeah. 15 seconds a lap. That's huge, isn't it?
Yeah, it adds up. Yeah. Just chasing each other there.
And yet, in these sorts of races, you can have a mechanical at any point. You can have a driver brain fart at any point, can't you? You can have a
so
moment.
Easy.
It's something you can have. It could either be your own driver that's got the issue, or it could be a slower class car where the driver has a complete moment and a momentary meltdown, and they go left and they're supposed to go right, or they turn into you, or anything like that. So,
easiest. And there's certain things out of your control. You can do everything correct, but then the lapped car does something you didn't predict, which no one predicted, and especially in their flying information like that, and we can really say they're flying information.
Luca Engstler in the 84, the Red Bull team at Lamborghini Huracan, up in P7. Relatively happy with a current P7 with all to play for, with such a long time still to go.
Schuring in the 44, P9 in the Porsche.
Got problems, is it? Yes.
Second best Porsche, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he is. Pulling over. What's he doing? Pulling over to the left-hand side, just trying to stay out of the way, clearly, but...
but he's driving a middle now. Where is he on the track? Do we see that? I mean, look at the speed difference.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
That's...
Oh, he's got a long, long way to limp back.
Far, huh?
Yeah.
Where is he?
Yeah, so this is going to be a tough limp for him all the way back, and well, they might have to retire this year.
They're
retiring the car just there.
Stopping the car.
Yeah, well out of the way. That's devastating for them, working as hard as they can. But over they go and running down the order. Now the number 44, the Falcon sports car
is gone.
Yeah, that's a real shame. Real shame. Well, as we were saying, it can get you at any time. It can get you at any time. Let's have a quick reminder of the weather then. Let's have a look here. 4 degrees, cloudy. The sunrise due to be at 5:43 a.m. That's a fair bit of time away from now. A bit of southwest wind too. Yeah, so 4 degrees, cloudy. No sign of the fog just yet, the infamous fog.
4 degrees, that's cold, yeah? Getting the tires up to temperature.
Not warm, that's for sure.
So we got the code 60 here also, where Junqueira is in now, in the Verstappen car.
There's a few...
There's a lot of traffic up front, so I think, let's see.
The number 5.
Clean that. Close call on the Porsche there.
Number 5 Piani car in the AM, which is the Black Falcon Porsche, has just got a penalty. We're seeing a few penalties coming up through on the screen now, so there's a bit of action coming from the stewards. They've obviously started getting a bit frustrated with people not quite obeying
with slow zones.
Yeah. We've got 2 code 60s out there between posts 73 and 76, and 167 to 172, which is actually quite a long stretch, that second one.
Yeah, Stolz stays on Junqueira, clearly, full on him.
That's around 2 kilometres, that slow zone at Flansgarten. Yeah, ensuring. Feel sorry for him there. Really, really devastated getting out the car. Just game over for him.
So finishing the lap, getting over the line. Let's see what the lap time soon is. What's the car in front of Junqueira on start finish? Car is quite quick. Well, he's making space now. Looks like a Mercedes. Start finish line.
Scanning the map.
112. Car 112.
Yeah, 112.
What's that?
Just search through our many numbers, and we'll see if we can find 112.
8:55 lap time. Stolz 6/10 behind. So pressure is still on. Junqueira full on.
Takes a while to scan through all these. It's the JS Competition BMW 325i, so it's in the
different car on.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe we looked at the wrong number.
They were quite close together, weren't they? Yeah. And so they continue to go. We still have those 2 code 60s on track, and that area there is, as I say, quite a significant portion of the 2 code 60s. So I've dropped the pace a little bit, but that one area around the Flansgarten region, that's 2k, 3k maybe, probably a 2k area.
Let's see the gap from the guys behind now.
Deller's heading through another slow area.
Now they're in Hatzenbach as well. He had to go slow. It's a lot of...
He's approaching another slow zone as well.
Yeah, there we go.
We're coming to a code 60 just round
the
bend here. And so the gap remains at just half a second between the race lead and second place, and 2 minutes and 19 back to the...
So you can't overtake now, obviously, this slow car.
Yeah. Lucas Stoltz will be eyeing this one up when they go past.
I saw the car on the left side there, whichever car that was.
You just wait until they go. When they go, and up the hill you can see the green lights, these new digital boards that have been put up.
Panels.
Yeah, the panels there. In fact, it's been actually...
Car in front just making space, said he'll move over.
Actually, it was a board. They put in, I think it's 28 of these digital panels around the circuit now to make a clear indication, as well as the marshal post. They have got the marshal posts too, but that gives you a good idea. You saw the digital panel just there, and it's slightly different.
Yeah,
it's much easier to see, isn't it, than the flag waving.
Yeah, now we got 2 onboards also in the international feed.
Oh, is that running wide? No.
Yeah, there's one car running wide. There up front is like a safety car again. I mean, only at the Nordschleife you can see that. I mean,
that's right, yeah.
He's passing it with 200 kph.
Yeah. Oof. Try and
went for the gap.
Oh, that was tight. That was tight.
Super yeah. And did you see the dirt, the stones outside?
Yeah.
And there we see Lukas Stoltz now in the back, pushing hard. Just on it, but that was close now. Yeah,
extremely close with an evasive manoeuvre just down for Lukas Stoltz as well, who's behind. If that sort of thing happens, the car that took that evasive manoeuvre could have got straight into his way.
They can have 2 in 1 hit.
Yeah, absolutely right.
That's the danger when obviously 2 teammate or sister cars follow each other.
Yeah, the danger of both being eliminated. Yeah, absolutely.
Especially how close they are.
So the number 4, the 34, has now gone into the pits. That's the Volkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. That was team in the car. He's now headed into the pits. I wonder if they'll be doing a driver change onto their 8th stop, which means Junkadella, Stoltz and Hesse are 1 behind on this particular stage, but keep an eye on that and see who's going to get in the car. It was about, well, it was 2 minutes and 14, 2 minutes and 19, something like that, when they went in to the pits, and that means that the 99 Rover car has moved their way up to P3. It's the Hesse car. That's the...
Yep, but it's 4 minutes down the road.
Yeah.
It's half a lap.
That was the Harper car that had the spin early on, wasn't it?
But if you look, well, the Ford is quick in the back, 8:45, but the rest, is a bit slower.
And still in the middle of all that is that number 81, the pesky BMW that's the April Fool's car.
Well,
and it's brilliant. It looks so cool out there. It's been a real thorn in their sides.
It's not far behind. Huh?
No, not at all. It's a cool looking thing.
Yep, in pit lane now.
So Jens Klingman in that car. It's in that SPX class, and the story is fantastic. And if you've got a few moments and you've got a different window you can do your searches on, just search that car itself, and you'll see the full story for yourself about how it came to be. Well, essentially it was an April Fool's. We've mentioned it a few times, I know, but an April Fool's joke. The fans loved so much. Yeah, the fans loved so much.
I didn't know that story.
They said, okay, well, right, we have to do it.
And it's nearly the best running BMW.
Yeah, exactly. And it's an M4 GT3 underneath, but it's got this M3 Touring body over it. But it's just a cool story, and it's been mixing it with the top 10 GT3s in all the NLS races.
So in the space to put a spare tire in the boot.
Yeah. Another of those.
Grazie, Alex. I think all BMW, because obviously he drove for BMW as well. Danny is again in a code 60 somewhere. Several popped up now again. Here we're coming to the incident. Maybe we can see on the right-hand side. It looks like something. Still the same car there.
Yeah.
Just struggling to get rid of that car.
There he is. About to come out of it.
This is 040, huh?
Yeah.
An intervention car 3 there, as we can see on the GPS.
And off he goes once again. Those big digital displays flashing away for them to see. Still, the gap is only half a second between the leader and the second place car, and 4 minutes and 20 back is the Rover, that second Rover BMW. That's the car. It's falling into a nice rhythm at this stage, isn't it? These two, they're gapping nicely. They're not really having any issues.
No, the two Mercedes up front charging away. It's clear, I think, now at least at night, that they have the most pace in the car. And most probably also drivers. But yeah, the Mercedes is looking strong now at night. There's no doubt about that.
What would be the contributing factors to that, to having a Mercedes being the strongest car in these conditions?
Well, you know, it's very cold, yeah. 4 degrees.
Yeah.
Can be to do with tires, getting the tires, keeping the tires in the window, and a combination with the BOP they got, weight. Yeah, just everything coming together.
Lucadella needs these two cars just to get out of his way ever so slightly. They're holding him up.
Yeah, but you
bit.
can see it's not that easy just to overtake. Yeah,
No,
he needs to still place himself. And there's the 67, which actually had a great fight for the lead in the beginning.
Yeah.
But with a few moves, they lost a lap now, because obviously Junqueira just went over the line. 67 is in the pits.
Reese is in the car. Is he staying in? Are they doing a driver swap, did we see? Didn't see any changeover just there, so double stinting.
A shot, yeah. It's their 8th pit stop, so they're a bit off, definitely a bit off sequence still. Definitely still a bit off sequence. So what's on the rear right there?
Yeah. A little bit of...
Looks like they forgot the blizzard in there, or whatever you call it in English. Something was in there stuck, you know?
Looked like it, they just left it. Who needs to fix that bit? As you see the team working hard, the camera person is slightly in the way, but don't have your wits about you in the pit lane. I tell you this, they're not the friendliest of places. I mean, the people who work in them are very friendly, but the actual environment, of course, you've got cars flying in at 50 kilometres per hour and then stopping on a dime, and then they spin them round and you can't get in the way. The team will push you out of the way, that's for sure.
Code 60 somewhere, yeah.
We have 4 code 60s currently.
Yeah, there's a big one into Hatzenbach just at the start. The car already in the air. It's a lot of things happening right now. A lot of crashes everywhere, a little bit. Huh?
A lot of, and it seems to be pockets of, as you say. Yeah. It's not one contained zone. It's all over the place. You know, Hatzenbach going on to the start of the loop, and then you have two. And you have actually 2 areas in that.
You know, it's so easy to like have an infringement by just braking too late, entering too quick such a zone. And look, he accelerated for like 200 meters, Junqueira, and is back into a code 60.
Yeah.
And it's so easy to have an infringement just being too quick into one of those zones.
And in fact, it looks like that one that he's just. Just see. Yeah, it looks like the one he's just come through. In fact, he's about to clear as well. So timing-wise, that's what you were saying. If he's now been impacted by that code 60, then gets cleared, the chasing car, although 4 minutes and 20 seconds or so down the road, the Rover car won't encounter that, so it gets a very short burst of full power compared to a 60 kilometre, 37 miles per hour.
Double yellow here again.
Yeah.
It's the next one.
Into the garage goes that Audi
No, but the next yellow already for code 60. Just going out on the GPS quickly so we can have a look.
It's up, yeah, it's up here.
Yeah, there's the other one, yeah.
This is up into Flugplatz.
They have a lot there. Hatzenbach, Flugplatz.
Yeah. Car parked up on the right-hand side, you just saw it, didn't you?
Seem to be a lot of hits, yeah.
But they're short. They're mostly short. There's a longer section round Brüchen and Landsgarten. It's slightly longer, but most of them are just 3 posts between them, 4 posts, something like that. So they're relatively short.
Mm-hmm.
We're down to just the 3 now. But it's hard to know what's causing them, but they look more like retirements than incidents, you know?
Yeah.
Their cars pulled over as opposed to debris strewn on the track or anything like that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like big accidents,
no,
obviously,
no.
but maybe they just hit the guardrail, but touched the guardrail, other issues. Ooh, that's close.
So into the pits, and they're doing some significant work on the Audi.
On the R8 there.
Yeah, that's the Jutta Racing Audi.
Yeah, well, Danny gets some free air here now.
Gap still very, very close. I mean, it's stretched a little bit, but we're talking 0.2 of a second a little bit, so it's really not much to write home about. And actually, through all of that, they've extended the lead further on the Rover BMW in P3. It's now up to 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, but we see in P4 and 5, which are car number 34.
Yeah, the Aston.
The Aston and 81 Verhagen in the SPX.
Yeah.
Well, let's see, he's back there, but Kronius is 8 pit stops already, so 1 more pit stop, but they're a lap down actually. Having the setup wheels on there on the R8, as you can see in the small window. Setup wheels, basically what they're doing is they're setting up the front axle geometry again. They can do the toe in, toe out, camber and so on. I guess they had a problem on the suspension and they're just trying to get the front geometry into a certain window again.
Can that be something like a curb strike? There's a heavy curb hit, something like that just knocked it out slightly.
Maybe he bent a turn, a toe link.
Yeah. It's a bit similar to your road car at home. You know, if you're driving along and your tracking's out, and as you're driving along down the motorway at 70, you get a vibration through the steering wheel, but could be much more severe in a car like this. But that's the kind of the sensation. So you need to get everything squared back off again and make sure everything's pointing in the right direction. And it doesn't help if you've got the wrong tyre on the wrong corner.
Definitely, yeah. It can be a bent toe link, then they had to change just the toe link because the steering wheel was crooked on the straight line, and it's never a nice feeling, you know, when you're on the straight line and you have your steering wheel is pointing to the left. You just don't know, so then it's always for safety, it's better to stop and have a look quickly, and it could be just as simple as that. But clearly, you know, as you can see with the curbs, it is easy to bend something with these curbs, especially on the Nordschleife, just these high-end, heavy curbs.
Would the driver be the one who dictates that? Would they say, look, I can drive through this issue, it's not perfect, but I can drive through it? Or would the team be saying, look, we're going to bring you in, on the next stop we're going to do X, Y, Z work because, well, it's going to take us an extra 4 minutes or 3 minutes or something?
Yeah, in the end, for safety, you would always come in. Because unless you're fighting for the lead, that's when you can maybe stick it out, but otherwise it's always risk versus reward. Especially on a track like the Nordschleife. It's not worth it risking the full car, and especially also there's so much time still to go in this race and you never know what happens, so yeah, you fix those issues.
Picture in picture, we see a McLaren, the 720S. We haven't actually we don't have many McLarens in this race series. They're very, very popular in the GT3s, in European and GT World Challenge Europe. In British GT in particular, the 720 is a real go-to car. Timo Glock sitting in this one. I mean, what a career.
Strange
Timo Glock.
design for a McLaren. No, that's why I guess you don't recognize it in the first moment.
Yeah. They have the 720S. Well, they'll be replaced at some point when the 750 takes over, but they'll still run the 720 for a fair bit longer. It's still, you know, a pretty impressive car. It's a 4-litre V8. Good all-rounder, really. That's a lot of the
drivers. Another Code 60 now where Danny's not overtaking in the carousel. 2 seems like. Or no, it's like just yellow. Or is it 120 kph maybe? There is free. Yeah, you need to, as you can see here, it's so hard to see for the drivers. Where is it 120 zone? Where is it 160 zone? And that's what I meant, you know, before. I think sometimes you can push the wrong button on the steering wheel. You have to diff the wrong speed in. It's getting late at night, and yeah, you run into trouble. It's back on the Döttinger Höhe, finishing another lap, and look at the gap. Oh, Stolz is just next to him.
Yeah, it's a 120 actually.
Stolz is just next to him. They were just drag racing down the straight line, as you can see also on the timing screen.
Yeah, there's nothing between.
And Stolz just took the lead now.
There you go.
Just was on the inside of him, side drafting through that last Code 60.
And they did that, Neil, just for you, because that's your last moments for another fantastic stints from the great man. He'll be back in a few hours. Gonna take some rest, or are you gonna just power on through?
I'm gonna have a little nap now.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
There you go. Thanks very much, that's Neil. We'll
see you later
again in a bit. And joining me for the next couple of hours, I'm delighted to welcome back into the relatively warm seat, the hot seat, the warm seat. I don't know what we should refer to it as, but Rory Butcher is about to take up his place once again. And we've seen these two drivers, Rory, leader, second place, not necessarily swapping over a lot in the last few moments, but they've been gapping, they've been keeping this gap, they've been keeping it tight. If you look back to P3, that Rover BMW is falling further back by maybe 3 seconds a lap, 4 seconds a lap. It's not a huge gap, but it's not shrinking, and that's the crucial thing.
Yes, exactly. You know, they seem to be in a little bit of a race of their own at the moment. You know what, Danny did a really good job of closing down the gap on Stolz when he came out of the pits. And, you know, we could hear Neil describe how difficult it is to exit the pit lane, having the last time you drove the car was in the daylight. And to enter into the Nordschleife pitch dark, it takes a little moment just to acclimatise to, you know, the circuit without any light. And but it didn't take him long to catch him up and make the pass for the lead. But Stolz has had a bit of a second wind, and look, it's so important for these guys to be the top dog. You know, what the race aside, these guys are all factory drivers, and they want to be the top dog. So this means a lot.
Maxime Martin, we have Fabien Gillet, and we have Lucas Stolz, all going to be wanting to get one over a 4-time world champion in Formula One in the sister car, in the other car on the other side of the garage, the Juncadella car that's been occupied by Daniel Juncadella anyway at this stage here. But you know, it makes you wonder, doesn't it, how much they're going to fight. If I suspect, and I don't know, but I suspect if it's tight, we'll see Max Verstappen in the last stint really going hell for leather to try and close it out. Just before you joined us, we got a glimpse of the only McLaren I think I can see in SB9, and I've been through the list quite a few times with Andy McEwen over the last few days, and I missed it off of our manufacturer car spec list up on the wall that we have here. We've got a little glimpse behind the curtain here. We don't just rely on our own brains. We do have notes dotted around the place, and I write down the engine size, the engine spec and things. But in the 720S, we saw the Timo Glock 720S in McLaren a little bit earlier on. It's a fair bit down the order, the number 69 car. It's got a decent lineup, a very nice lineup of Bender, Timo Glock, Marvin Kirchhofer and Timo Scheider. It's a pretty impressive lineup. We haven't really seen much of it. But when I talk to GT drivers in British GT and GT World Challenge Europe, the GT drivers, they seem to love the McLaren as a great all-rounder car. You know, why would you choose a McLaren? They're like, well, because it's just a really, really good all-round car. And yet, in this race, we've only got one in the SP9 class. So it seems to be the anomaly in my mind because of how highly people talk about it, as it does everything really well.
Yeah, I think from a driving standpoint, it's an incredibly balanced car. You know, that mid-engined rear-wheel drive, obviously all the SP9 cars are rear-wheel drive, but yeah, it really is a fun car to handle at speed. But you know, traditionally this event has always been more favoured towards the German manufacturers. Yeah. You know, the BMW, the Porsche, and Mercedes also have a couple of overall wins as well. And McLaren just haven't really, you know, got that so much experience around here. So yeah, it's great to see a McLaren competing, with a great lineup. But it's going to take time to. You really need force and numbers, don't you? Yeah, you look at the number of Porsches and Mercedes that are out there. It's difficult when you've got that much data and feedback from drivers to be super competitive. But yeah, in terms of drivability, the McLaren's hugely fun.
Well, when you look down the list of the most successful manufacturers, you're quite right. When you look at BMW, the 21 victories, Porsche's had 13, Audi was 7, and it goes a little bit skew-if in that regard, because then it goes to Ford, to Chrysler with 5 and 3 respectively. And Mercedes-Benz only 2 on their list, which is
a surprise.
Yeah, Ferrari had that one just a couple of years ago in 2023 with the Fricadelli 296.
And you know what, that was a real surprise.
Yeah.
I think people did not see that coming, especially the 296 was relatively new coming out, and you don't really put the Nürburgring 24 hours together with Ferrari. But you know, they did a mega job. They were the standout car that year, and yeah, have half the amount of victories that the Mercedes does, and you would really expect Mercedes to have more.
Certainly would. Most overall wins, by the way, if you're a bit of a stat nerd, is Pedro Lamy with 5. He's equal with Marcel Thiemann, with Timo Bernhard 2, and Mark Lieb, Romain Dumas, who I must talk to Neil about, because they were his teammates when he won Le Mans. So they've done pretty well here too. But it always goes down. But the active driver with the most wins is Kelvin van der Linde with 3, and he's, unfortunately for him, not going to come close to extending that number this time out. And I don't think we're going to get close to the record of 162 laps either from that Fricadelli car in 2023 from the Ferrari.
But you know, with Kelvin, he's got so many years ahead of him.
He does, yeah.
It's quite impressive to have 3 wins under his belt already. And yeah, this year obviously Lady Luck wasn't on his side, but he'll come back next year. I think he'll get a 4th.
He's got a lot going on in his diary, his calendar. It's you know, his PA's probably quite busy arranging his flights and getting him around the world, you know. And actually there was a conversation going on along earlier on, and I think you might have been just lying down on the inflatable bed at that moment, you know, just trying to get a bit of shut-eye. But Andy was talking about these drivers, and Neil was talking about these drivers, sometimes they stay in the same time zone as where they're from. So for example, if they're an American from a North American driver, for example, and then they're moving across into Europe, where they'll just stay in their own time zone and they'll drive through the night, because for them it's the late evening.
Wow.
And I suddenly thought, I know it happens in Formula One as well. You sometimes, if it's a night race, Singapore for example, the drivers stay in the European time zone because actually it's a night race. But if you do that, it's a early afternoon race if you stay in the European time zones. They certainly do that, and they work through that sort of system. But I suddenly thought it might be a bit easier to stay fresh if you're flying business everywhere.
Exactly.
And if you're if you're a Kelvin van der Linde or someone like that, or a Marcello or somebody like that, a very, very top factory driver, you can probably get away with a business class ticket a few times.
Or a top commentator like you, Brent. You need your beauty sleep.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
You got to relax. Be on your
Freedom
best, your A
economy
game.
is the best I could ever hope for. Thank you very much indeed.
Did they give you like a packet of nuts on the
I'd
plane?
bring my own just in case. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You can never be sure if you're going to get a bag of pretzels or a nuts, can you? So there you go. Bring your own snacks and then hope you get more. That's the way to go. It's my little trick. Yeah, sadly I don't get offered the business class tickets.
One day
when I make the big bucks.
That's right.
Anyway, looking at the code 60 code zeros, that would be terrible, wouldn't it? The code 60s, we've got 3 currently out on track, and most of them are very short. But there is still this one that's been going on, and it's been going on for quite some time, hasn't it, Rory? This one, and I'm pointing. I know you can't see what I'm doing in the viewership world, but I am pointing down to Fladsgarden, and there's been like this for quite some time.
I think there was some fluid put down there, wasn't there? So
come out of Brunchen, they go around there to the Fladsgarden, and it's when we come to it, I'll give you a little.
It looks like the guys are on the world feed. No, they're not. They've just exited that section.
Yeah,
so
they have,
I guess
timing is my forte, by the way.
Now it looks like Danny is retaking the lead there on the Doetinger hole. Got the slipstream side draft. Made a clean move and heading down towards the Grand Prix loop, back in the lead.
Yeah, he's really got the jump on, isn't he, actually, looking at that.
Really well matched, these two drivers.
But it's got the jump on him, but there's just very, very little.
Oh yeah, and look at that, he's made the move just before the pit stop.
And look at that car ahead as well. The car that gets a lot of love.
It does.
When you dive into the lead right before a pit stop, what's the main advantage? I mean, you should be guaranteed an exit ahead, shouldn't you?
Well, that's it. It's just gaining track position.
Yeah.
It doesn't really. I guess it doesn't really matter how. Obviously, a bigger gap is better, but just having that track position gives you clean air. You can kind of take on the traffic in the way you want to, and you don't need to sit behind the car to make those decisions. So Danny's obviously got his second stint now, his second hour in the car, but the number 80 will be making a driver change.
There was Lucas Stokes. He's going to be getting out the car, and across the bottom of your screens you see all the different class leaders. I won't read them all out to you because there are some 20 classes, something like that, and it would take some while, but you can see for yourself, and we've heard from quite a few of the drivers over the course of this race, and earlier on we actually heard from Johan Kristoffersen, and I'm really intrigued to see how he's done, because he's won this before in class, and he's in a Golf GTI that he knows pretty well. He races a Golf GTI in European rallycross now, but what was Worlds. So he knows the VW products extremely well with his KMS, with his Kristoffersen Motorsport team. But it'd be interesting to see how he's getting on. I'll have a look in a bit to see if we can actually find a leaderboard for that class.
Yeah, the last we saw of them when we heard from Haley was they had some sort of issue in the pit lane, but they did. I think they did get it going again. But that's one quick VW, I tell you.
It was the Max Cruz Racing Golf Club Sport 12-hour. So yeah, I'm going to see if I can find out on the timing screen, if I can even locate it on the timing screen. might take me some time. So Rory, just enjoy your own company for a second. I'll sit in the corner and rock for a bit while they find the results.
You do that. But yeah, we're just staring at the pit stop of the two leaders here. The two Mercedes AMG GT3s. Danny Juncadella in the number 3 Verstappen car, and Lucas Stoltz has just jumped out. And I wonder, is it going to be Maro Engel again? I think it might be who's going to jump back into the number 80. We'll find out when they leave the pit lane. They've just finished their mandatory pit stop and heading down towards the end of the pit lane. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see who comes out of the pit lane in the number 80. At the moment, the two Mercedes AMGs are the class of the field.
I've got the answer.
Engel.
I've got the answer, by the way, to my dangling question. They're currently sitting second in class, the Johan Kristoffersson car. I know you're desperate to find out the answer to that one. You're hanging on my every word there, so I had to get the answer for us. Yes, so currently second in class. And if you're at home sitting, well, what class is that? It is quite a long way down the list. It is the SP4T class. If you're a big fan of rallycross and you want to catch what Johan Kristoffersson's up to, that's the one to be looking out for. As the race lead, well, it's the number 3, and in the car is still Juncadella, and the second place car is
Maro Engel.
Still Maro Engel.
Yeah.
So took over.
So he's going to go through that same process Danny went through, jumping back in the car. Last time he was in the car was during the starting stint in daylight.
Yeah.
And now in pitch darkness, but I'm sure it'll be interesting to see if he can hang on to the coattails of Danny.
Current DTM Championship leader. He's won quite a few things in his time, including this particular race. Won it back in 2016, Maro Engel, and a very, if I say dependable driver, that sounds like I'm doing him a disservice. He's not. He's very, very fast, but he just, and I don't want to give him the curse of the commentator, but he doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah, he gets the job done.
Yeah, he's really, really on it every time. How long would you think it would take him to get up to speed, given that he's not raced in the dark here on this I'm event?
Looking at his second sector, and he's as quick as the number 3 car. So it looks like he, at least on the Grand Prix loop, he's picked up the pace immediately.
Yeah.
Different story when you're out on the Nordschleife, but yeah, let's just keep a close eye on those sector times. And but what amazes me is just the precision in these conditions. You know, the visibility isn't amazing, but you know, these guys are driving on the limit, and you know, they're clipping every apex within an inch.
Well, there's a stricken car here. It's the number 10. You can see it on the screen, and it's the 86 actually. Is it? It's the 86.
The 86.
It is the 86. The 10. The 86 is the high class racing Porsche 911. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah. Is that Harry King?
It's Harry King. Not in the car at the moment.
We're down to 15 now. It is, yeah, it's Harry King.
Okay.
Currently in the car there. So
right, wow.
Yeah, it looks like this. Well, it's not that they had a shot at this one because they're so far back, but for overall racing anyway. But that might be game, set, and match for them, unfortunately. Harry King, a British driver.
Yeah, newly awarded Porsche factory status. But yeah, this is a race that even catches out the best. We don't know exactly what's happened, but it looks like he's parked up. We had a view of where he was parked up.
And as they drive through this section here, you can see those they're kind of LED boards now, digital boards, just to give the drivers a bit more of a sight of them. And while we stay on board with Daniel Juncadella, who is driving a Mercedes AMG GT3. Let's have a little bit of tech talk with someone who knows this car and this AMG wing of the Mercedes very, very well. They're down there with Haley.
We're starting with a road car. In this case, it was a Mercedes AMG GTS car, which is the base model, which was born on the Nordschleife. So this is what we say is our DNA. And so we had a very good base to start with the engine in front, the gearbox in the rear, so transaxle concept. When you have a look on it, there's no so much left from the road car, because we had to do it quite extreme, you know, put some aero on. You see this massive rear ring, but also when we go a little bit to the front, you see also the front diffusers and the general wideness of the car, and we made it somehow lighter. So actually it's only the chassis left, which is based out of aluminium, and everything around is made from lightweight carbon fiber material. Also, you see the steering wheel and all those kind of fancy buttons there. So we reduced the functions to the max, so that the driver just have the necessary things around, and that he can work with it in day and nighttime, and that everything is very easy accessible.
The drivers have said that it's a good all-rounder car for this track in the Nordschleife. You said it was born here. What is it about this car that makes it so performant on this track?
I think it starts with the general concept of the car. Having the engine in the front and the gearbox in the rear, this makes a quite equalized weight balance. So from the front weight to the rear weight, we are somehow a little bit heavier on the rear. This is something what the drivers like, what the tire manufacturers like. And corresponding to this, we developed also the aerodynamic, which is somehow going aligned with an aerodynamic balance from the front downforce to the rear downforce. And so the drivers get provided a nice drivability, so it's not misbalanced. And so the car is well drivable on all kinds of conditions. We try to improve the lighting for the driver as our best. Our main headlights, which coming from the road car, and I think we have quite good lights from our road car. They are yellow painted edges. The regulation makes it mandatory for the fastest cars. So the Group SP9 cars need to be yellow to indicate though now the fast cars are coming to the slower ones. But on top of this, we have extra lights, especially looking into the corners. The track at Nürburgring has a lot of elevations and corners where you cannot look into it before. So it's very important to see also everything what's happening in an angle of whatever, so 40, 45 degrees. New for 2026 are those laser lights in the front next to the Mercedes star right and left, which are just shining straight light and are hopefully a pain in the ass for all drivers which get in. It was on a driver wish list from 25, so we said, okay, this we will do so for you.
The drivers spoke, you listened.
Exactly.
Interview, and fascinating as it was, myself and Rory were getting a little bit excited because it looked like, and it may not be, it looks like from the world feed, the bottom right hand side, and actually both screens, really, you can really see it here, it looks to me like there might be the early stages of a bit of fog. No, I'm putting it out there. Was that deceptive? Was that one part of the track? It's very wispy. It's not like there's a lot. It's the faint murmurings of fog there in the distance. But
yeah, I think
I feel like I'm seeing it, and I don't know
was almost
whether
like
I'm
some
imagining.
moisture was rising.
Yeah,
the surface. But let's.
It's humid there,
yeah,
and the temperature's dropping. It's around what last time we saw, I think, and I'm going to be told if I'm wrong, I'm sure, in my ear, but it was something like 80% humidity.
Yeah.
So that's significant.
And yeah, the temperature's just going to get
4
lower
or
and
5
lower.
degrees,
yeah.
that sort of thing. Yeah. Now I'm not particularly good at my understanding of weather systems and things like that, but as the temperature drops, when you've got humidity and then it gets warmer again, well, that's when you'll start getting the mist, won't it? Because it'll start to rise, so or the fog will
Yeah.
start to rise. I've probably got that completely wrong. I'll Google it in a minute, but
I think it's when the temperature drops. Yeah, you're going from a warmer period to like cooler. I think.
Yeah, when air near the ground cools to its dew point. There you go.
Yeah, I think the moisture can no longer stay inside the oxygen particles.
I mean, it's like listening to
look.
Oh yeah, we just got that saved you just there.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. There's some action. But yeah, look at that. Maro Engel again taking the lead. So yeah, the two Mercedes at the front are jostling for the lead.
Yeah.
Very well matched. But you know what? That's super impressive. It's almost like the guys who are getting in the car are after a break are coming in refreshed and are able to get up to the limit super quickly, just like Danny did on his stint. But yeah, look at Maro Engel.
I'm not surprised that Maro Engel is doing this because, you know, I've always been very, very impressed with Maro Engel. In GT World Challenge Europe, he's always more than a solid driver. I mean, it is an understatement. He's 40 years old, he's extremely experienced, but he's extremely quick. GT World Challenge Europe Endurance and Sprint champion. He's won Daytona 24 hours, he's won the Bathurst 12 hours. He's current DTM championship leader. You know, he's just got class written all over him, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been around a long time, and you know what? On a circuit like this, experience pays dividends. It's a completely different craft, racing around the Nordschleife to any other circuit, and especially at times like this in the night.
Well, that's the Scheffler team apt car, the Lambo Huracan, that got the 32-second penalty very early on for the jump starts. Nicky Katzberg in the car right now, and Katzberg, there's a 3-car lineup. Katzberg's a 38-year-old Dutchman. He's a Asian Le Mans Series GT and WEC GT Am champion. He's also won the Spa 24 hours and the Daytona 12 hours as well, and the Sebring 12 hours. So he's another one of those drivers that's CV's not too bad. You know, it's all right.
But yeah, I think Nicky, he won this race in 2023 in the Ferrari, alongside David Pittard.
That's right. Just keep on board here with Daniel Juncadella down there in P2. It's around about a second or so, the gap now between him and the lead car. That one just in the picture at the top there with Maro Engel in it. We just saw a graphic there. We expected Max Verstappen now to be getting in the car around about 1 AM, which is 35 minutes from now, the end of the next stint anyway, essentially the end of the next stint, as we're on lap 59 of this 24-hour race, and some 14 hours and 35 minutes still left to go. It's a long way to go. That's an understatement of the century. Oof, and that was close for comfort there from Juncadella. And we still have 3 of these Code 60s around, but they are very short. Each one is just punctuated with 2 now. We dropped down to 2, so this is kind of as clear as the track's been when it comes down to hazards. I mean, there are moving hazards on track, as we've seen a few out on track at the moment. You'll see a fair bit of these not slow zones, but wave flags to decrease your speed. But there are only 2 Code 60s out there.
Yeah, that'll be nice for the drivers to get into that rhythm. You know, they can start to build up that flow, get in the zone in this kind of night stint.
We're down to only 1 of these Code 60s now. There are quite a few, as I say, quite a few waved yellows slowing down, essentially waved yellows. We're coming across one right now as we have the stricken vehicles being put back on the flatbeds, and those flatbeds being driven off, and that's what those are for. And then they go through the green zone and off they go again. The green digital board is held up, 28 of them around the circuit now. Digital boards around here to help the drivers.
Yeah, so It's a real pleasure just to watch this on board.
We've heard a lot of AMG Mercedes engine note, haven't we, in this race?
We know every single gear change.
Yeah, every subtle nuance of a blip of throttle and an application of brake.
Here we go, slowest corner on the track, heading downhill.
Nürburgring is closing up slightly. Can't really get much closer. 7/10 or so is the gap between the two. It's really much, very much as it's been. And I actually thought that Engel might drive off into the distance a little bit because he was showing such pace. But credit to Daniel Juncadella. He's managed. He's kept on the back of him the whole time and not let him escape too far. Oof, that was deceptive. A slow moving car.
Yeah, that was a tricky. Had to think fast there. But yeah, now they're going from the lowest point on the track, heading up the hill. Super fast, flowing, heading up into top gear. Now in a slipstream.
The picture-in-picture, we just saw a team working really hard on a car in the garage there. Now that car clearly is out of contention for the race, right? It's for its own class, unless there's been some huge issues in that entire class. But at the very top of this broadcast, we were talking about finishing this. For some, oh, look at the diffuser on the back of that car all over the place. It's taken a big hit just there. But finishing this race is, for some, their goal. To say I've finished the Nürburgring 24-hour is as good as a victory. So they're working really hard in the garage just there, presumably so that they can say they have completed it, they've done it, you know?
Absolutely, and I guess that's the true spirit of this race. It is such a challenge that for most people, this, just to finish is a massive achievement, and try to finish at all cost. Whereas what you'll find is in the SP9 class, the manufacturer teams are really interested in one thing, and that's winning. So quite often you'll see a factory car have a shunt or an issue, and you'll just see the car getting pushed off into the truck, and that's game over. But yeah, it's great to see these smaller outfits and teams and pull together. Get the cable ties out. Let's get the tank tape, and we'll get to the end no matter what.
Yeah,
I think they'll push it over the line if they had to.
Yeah, stick it together with chewing gum if needs be.
Yeah, right.
To get it over there. Yeah, it's great to see that. And also you'll see similar teams, similar stature teams. They'll be borrowing parts as well. They'll be doing that kind of thing just to help each other get through it. That camaraderie happens in the lower classes, the more amateur classes. But in the GT3s, the SP9s and GT3s, if a car has an issue, that car has got to race again in another series in another week or two's time. So the team, all they really want to do is strip that car back down, get it back to the factory, get through what needs to be done, strip out the engine, rebuild the engine, whatever needs to be done to get that car put back together again for the next time it's going to be raced in Ango. Now, am I seeing fog? It could be my eyesight. My eyes aren't what they used to be, but
you have aged a lot in the last like 10, in the last 12 hours.
Since being around Andy McEwen for a number of days, that does it, unfortunately. Daniel Juncadella, let me give you some fun facts about Daniel Juncadella. What's the indicating to the right? Hang on.
So that he's telling Danny, I'm going to stay right. That's the rule at this track. When you indicate, it means you are positioning the car to a certain side of the track, and the faster driver goes to the other side.
So I was looking at. I thought it was Engel moving to one side, but there's a 10-second gap between. So that's why I was looking, putting my intelligent face on for you.
Okay.
I was like, why is Engel moving to the right-hand side? But it wasn't.
It wasn't, and Engel pulled a huge gap.
Yeah.
And it was through that slow section. It looked like Danny got stuck behind a slow-moving car and couldn't pass. And the result was over 10 seconds. So it's kind of opened things up.
And even though we get these slow sections, these code 60s, etc. You say it's a code 60, but some of the lower class teams, they don't have the sophisticated button that gets you down to 60k and keeps you at 60k. They're kind of the cruise control system, and so they're going to drive at 1k or 2k under that 60 to be sure they don't break any rules, and that's going to slow you up a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly, and it's probably more like 4 or 5k because you know, you're using your right foot to control that speed. If you go over by 1k, you're going to get a time penalty, so you're going to play it safe. And the more advanced cars in the higher up classes will have a speed limiter for 60k. Also, they'll have the same for 120k. So they can basically ride through those slow zones, probably half a kilometre, maybe 1 kilometre slower than the limit, and really kind of maximise those sections. But you know, you'll see some of these SP9 drivers get a little bit frustrated with the lower class cars, but hey, it's they're running their own race as well, and I don't envy them having to manage the speed with the right foot.
It's like when you're driving down the motorway, Rory, and you're driving at 70 miles per hour, obviously 70 miles per hour, and then you see the police van on the bridge, and you just ease off the throttle to 68 just to be sure, don't you? That's exactly what you do.
Exactly. That's a good analogy. Well done. Well done.
Thank you very much indeed.
Very accurate.
Let me go back to Daniel Nürburgring. Yeah, as you finish your pie that's balancing on the dashboard. No, of course not. Let me go back to Daniel Nürburgring for a second. He's a 34-year-old Spanish driver. I'm sure you know who he is, but the 2024 Spa 24-hour race winner, won Daytona in 2023 in the GTD Pro, one of 4 wins that year, which included the Petit Le Mans as well. He's raced in DTM from 2013 through to 2021, got a race win at Brands Hatch in 2018, but he's also the nephew, is that the word? Yes, nephew of Luis Perez Sala, who had 26 races in Formula One, finished second in the International F3000 in 1987, front runner of Spanish touring car. So he's got racing in his blood, albeit through his uncle.
Yeah, super quick.
Yeah.
I'm just watching his onboard as you're talking about him, and he's made up a little bit of ground on Maro, and on the Grand Prix loop, and yeah, he's not holding back now. I think losing those 10 seconds has kind of forced him to push a bit harder. So you're really seeing him on the limit as he passed one of the course cars that are moving slowly towards Arenberg.
Well, while we keep an eye on this and I do something to my eyesight to really recalibrate my fog detector, what we'll do is we'll have a look back at that Dacia Logan. It's always a fan favourite. We've seen a fair bit of it. Let's get a quick recap of just how majestic the Dacia is out around the Nürburgring. I have to say, and I've got a little bit of a soft spot for that Dacia, and I didn't coming into this. I do enjoy seeing it out there. It's a bit of a rascal.
We all like an underdog, don't we?
We do. I mean, there's underdogs and there's underdogs, right? But it's just a cool thing. And the story of it, check it out for yourself. The Honest Garage Racing Dacia Logan. The reason it exists anyway, it was a debut car, a debut back in 2021. It was it was created to fill that spiritual void left by the iconic, and used in the right word, Nürburgring underdog like the Foxtail, the Opel Manta, and it was built anyway. And then in 2023 there was a huge collision where he's smashed into by the dynamic GT Porsche, and it resulted in a complete write-off. They donated the car to a local fire department. They just they then rebuilt a new car entirely, and they shaved over 30 seconds off its previous baseline lap times, where they put a turbocharged powertrain in it. So they've done a fair bit of work, but it really is just a group of guys that seem to be passionate about it and want to race around the Nürburgring and have a lot of fun. And I know that Haley caught up with them earlier on, and they seem to be pretty much embracing the experience, as you'd expect.
So just looking down the order, some of the cars in the top 10 are running pretty quickly, despite the slow zones and code 60s. We've got Luca Engsler in the 84 Lamborghini Huracan. Looks to be the quickest guy on track at the moment.
Picture in picture, by the way, is another one of those HWA Evo Rs, the SPX class. There's 3 of those running, the 61, the 62 and the 63. They're pretty impressive. As into the garage, oh, it looks like a retirement there for the 480. It's gone right to the back, and they might get to work on it. The Dupre, the net car, the Audi S3.
There's a good squad of guys there.
Yeah,
guys and girls.
The driver isn't getting out the car. That's always a sign, isn't it? If the driver stays in the car, they're expecting to get back out on track. And as I say that, they open the door and out he gets. No, he's still sitting in there. So
yeah, it doesn't look like there's any damage as such.
No. The magic sponge, and it'll be okay. Hopefully they can get that up and running again.
Unless this is a scheduled kind of maybe a top up of the oil and check of the mechanicals.
Yeah.
However,
did maybe chuckle because they'd shown there was a whiteboard on the wall which had some tape stuck to it, like almost like a gaffer tape, a whiteboard to a wall earlier on with the number 3, the Verstappen racing car, and it said 11 p.m. max, and they said work to do on car, and it had refuel, clean window. And everyone was like, Max is getting in at 11 o'clock, and what happened? Well, he didn't get in at 11 o'clock because Juncadella got in at 11 o'clock, and now we're expecting Max to get in at 1 o'clock, and that's not because there's a whiteboard anywhere with Max's name written on at 1 o'clock, but it'll be the correct thing as the new front end goes on.
You think they were just toying with the competition?
I think they were just having a bit of fun to see who would take a bite on that particular bit of bait, and I think we all got a bit excited for a second. It's just, refuel, clean window.
Yes. Refuel. Okay.
Brush teeth.
Positive thinking.
That kind of thing. Yeah. Don't forget, clean behind the ears. That kind of thing. It was very funny.
So here we go. We've got a new gap.
16
at the front. Yeah, so it has
ended,
built, but it looks like it's not 100% clean cut. It looks like the two drivers are quicker in different sections of the track.
Although Engel seems to be net quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right.
By his gap, it's not a huge amount. It was 1 second, or less than, and then it gained to 10.5 seconds. It's jumped again to 16.5 seconds. So presumably it's partly Engel and his pace, and partly maybe Juncadella hitting traffic at exactly the wrong moment.
Yeah, exactly. You can meet the same car at different times, at different places, and have a completely different result. And there's easier places to pass. Obviously, the long straights is where you want to pass the traffic. You don't want to meet them in the really tight, twisty sections, that's where it gets a bit difficult. You need to be thinking well ahead of yourself.
Yeah.
But you can see even in Sector 1, Sector 2, the two drivers are matching each other.
Yeah, they really are.
Within a tenth of a second. So they're driving absolutely on the limit.
And it's the speed traps as well. As they go through the speed traps, they're pretty much identical as well. I mean, half a kilometre here, half a kilometre there, but it's pretty much the same, isn't it? I mean, Sector 2, and we're not getting too caught up in sectors here, but Sector 2, for example, they both ran a 24.04, 0.00.4, if that makes sense. So that's extremely tight. Speed traps are 219 kilometers per hour, so they are very, very closely matched, and that's sort of what you'd expect, I suppose. But then you hit a bit of traffic, and that's when the damage hits, when you're getting hammered.
Yeah, exactly. You can lose seconds.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's you know, a lot of clear track ahead of Danny at the moment. Powering down towards Sweden crowds. Coming up over the rise, got a slower car ahead. Has he seen him? Well, Danny doesn't care. He ends up the inside and then braking super late for the Arenberg hairpin. Hard on the gas, pulling the gears.
The 99, just having a quick look at the time score, sorry to butt in for a second, Rory, but that 99 Rover BMW that's got Sheldon van der Linde in at the moment, that was 4.5 minutes off. Now, they've had a driver change because they came into the pits, and I can't remember where that was, but they came into the pits. They've had a driver change. They're on 8 stops, same as everyone else. And so I think they've they've reduced the gap anyway from 4.5 minutes. It's come down to 1:17 from the car ahead. I don't know what the gap is from the 34 Aston to Juncadella at this stage, but
yeah, it's quite difficult to work out at the moment.
To keep an eye on this timing screen a little bit, because there's been some moving and shaking happening here. It's where the 34 is. It's not showing on our timing screens at this stage here. Okay, 2 minutes 50 is the gap now showing. So 2 minutes 50 for the 34 up to the P2, number 3 Verstappen Racing car. And the BMW, the 99 Rover BMW, is only 1:18 off the back of that 34, and it was 4 minutes or so, plus 4 minutes or so. So there's pit stops have been happening. I know that, and that's what's created a gap. But it's coming back. That feels like that Rover BMW is coming back into the picture.
Yeah, it does. It seems like it's not over yet.
No.
And I think for the Aston as well, you know, you can't discount those guys. It's got a super strong lineup. Christian Krohns.
Yeah, absolutely.
His whole career was built out of racing in the VLN, or as it's called, the NLS nowadays.
Yeah.
Actually, a race for Walkenhorst Motorsport. And Christian was in the GT3 car in the same team. Was, you know, one of the straight out of the box, was super quick.
Right.
And this is over 10 years ago, so he knows every bump, every undulation. So if there's anybody that can hold on to the Mercedes ahead, then it's him.
Unlock the potential around this place, yeah, you'd say somebody, and that, I guess that's, we've been saying this a fair bit earlier on. It's where experience of the Nordschleife, or experience of the Nürburgring, can put you in a serious advantage over somebody who might be a great racer but doesn't have the knowledge.
Yeah, massively. I think experience, knowledge, and just time on track is so important. But you know, we think about Max. He actually has very little experience around here. But one thing that we have nowadays as a tool for learning is a simulator, and we know how Max is a huge advocate for driving racing simulators. You know, they've become so, even the simulators that you can purchase for your home. You know, you don't have to spend a lot of money to get something that's quite realistic, and the software. You know, you pay a monthly subscription for something like iRacing, and you're getting, you know, a lifelike track model of the Nordschleife or all the best tracks in the world. They're all laser scanned now, so I can genuinely say that when you jump on the simulator and you drive the Nordschleife on iRacing or other platforms like that, it feels like the real thing.
And he would have probably, I mean, when you're racing, are there any tail lights on the car? When you're racing, when you're doing a sim race, it's heavily regulated and you have to have fixed rig sims, etc., etc. But Max Verstappen will have in his armory a real feedback sim that's got that moves underneath him, and so you can feel the bumps and the lumps and stuff like this. So he's not just learning the progression of the track, then when he goes out there he does it. What I found really interesting was something you said the other day, and you've said a few things that are interesting, so don't think it's only one thing. But the thing you said the other day was how you learned this track, or how you learned tracks back in the day when sims weren't a thing. You know, when the best game you got, really, it was a game, it wasn't a sim, it wasn't anything like that, when we called them games even before that sort of time. And you got tapes or you got clips.
Yeah, my first experience around the Nordschleife was back in 2011, and it was in what was called the Porsche World Cup. So we all the regional Porsche Carrera Cup championships came together. There was 100 cars that competed in this race to support the Nürburgring 24 hours. This was in 2011, and yeah, there were racing simulators around, but you didn't have one at home, and there certainly weren't any good track models. Probably something like Gran Turismo was the best version of the Nordschleife you could use. So what Porsche did, they handed out a DVD of Sasha Masson. So he was a Porsche factory driver, and what we got was an onboard lap of the Nordschleife, and that's how we learned the circuit. So over like a period of some time, I would watch the onboard, and I would just learn the first quarter of the track. I broke it down into 4 quarters. And I would watch the onboard, visualize it. Okay, move on to the next section. Okay, I've got that now, next section. And then finally, I would be able to hopefully visualize the whole track, try to learn all the corner names. And very different to nowadays, where, you know, Max is quite open about the fact that he's done thousands and thousands of laps around this virtually. He's done 24-hour races around the Nürburgring, and yeah, it just speeds up the learning curve, because but before and even you know, before my experience here, there weren't really onboards. YouTube, when I first started racing, wasn't really a thing, so you couldn't just go on there and find an onboard data. You know, an onboard footage within a race team was kind of just coming around,
and also people were being secretive. They would hold that information tight because it wasn't so open source. You know, no one would want to reveal their onboard laps, because that was revealing racing lines and what they could do. And if you're using a race logic box or something like that, it revealed data.
Well, there was no V-Box. I remember, you know, competing in my first ever seasons, and I think I might have had a lap timer, but that's all. There was no delta on the dash. There was no, like, say, onboard footage, no data for me to look at between sessions, no driver coach. You just drove by feel, and you had to think back to, you know, why was that lap time quicker? Well, it felt super good coming out of the hairpin. I had extra traction because I took a different line, or I slowed the car up a little bit more at the apex, and it was much more, you know, you had to really use your brain, and certain things like you would use the RPM as you exit a corner. Wow, it was a little bit higher on the exit of this corner, and that's how you gauged it. So things have moved on a lot since then.
It's that story of, you talk to a racing driver and you say, what speed are you going around X corner?
Yeah, that's a silly question.
Gear, and that's about it. Oh, it's third gear, right? Or
well,
that's the answer you get, because you don't actually care because that's not it's by feel and it's by gear and it's by this, that, and the other. Yeah, and if you start trying to find out what the actual speed is, you're going to get very, very short shrift. And but it's a thing, isn't it? You don't learn a track by speed. You learn a track by gearing, by throttle position, etc., etc.
Yeah, absolutely. It's by feel, by and definitely if you know what speed you're going through a corner, you're not going quick enough.
No,
because
exactly.
you should not have enough time to do that.
But I find it interesting to think that back in when you started out, before the days of these YouTube, before the days of Sims, when you're watching these tapes or DVDs or whatever, as we're just having a look at the timing, by the way, and Yuki Della is now 16.5 seconds off, that you were having to do this very old school system of what did I do last lap? Not as you go across that line, the information you're being given is from the previous lap. So that's old news to you. So how do you used to approach that? Because I can't even get my head around it.
Yeah,
because you're having to really, really delve back into the memory banks, but while you're still out there trying to put together another lap, a better lap.
Yeah, exactly. So, Bren, what you're referring to is when there weren't lap timers. I've had races or race weekends where I didn't have a lap timer when I first started racing.
Yeah.
And what you relied on was your dad. At the time, it was my dad would put the pit board out every lap. It would tell me my lap time, but that lap time didn't refer to this lap. It referred to the lap before,
previous lap. Yeah.
Because obviously, he's just doing it on the stopwatch. You just had to be really aware of what you were doing in the car, and if something felt good and that lap time was good, you had to think, a whole lap behind.
Yeah.
So, when I think back to that, it's quite cool.
It's very cool, but then you're not, and you can't, like you say, you can't then get out of the car, whatever it happens to be, and then analyse the onboard footage married up to all the data, and then go, okay, that's mapped out across the line. I've got these nice little tracer lines. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. There's no reference point. I think it's incredible to think that was a way that people used to work back when it was black and white.
Yes,
the black and white days,
and the good old days,
and the good old days. There you go.
You know what? Things were a bit more simple back then, and it was. We talk about black and white, but I started racing cars in 2005. So,
it wasn't that long ago, really.
It wasn't that long ago,
No.
but I think when I started racing, it was at club level. So I'm sure teams that were competing at an international level definitely had data and onboards at that time. But
Sure.
I look back on those days fondly.
I bet. Yuki Della is looking at the moment at the big flashing amber light of a rescue vehicle that's just being towing a stricken car that's out on track and going through this code 60 that's going to go on forever and ever and ever, but he's nearly through it, and you'll see another stricken car on the left hand side, in fact. And I was saying to Neil earlier on, you can see the green that just up ahead now. As soon as he gets to that, ready, boom, there you go. I was saying to Neil earlier on when we're looking at the cars out here. Actually, I'm going to move on, come back to it in a second, but Yuki Della has just got to get back into the zone straight away. Was he 8 seconds down? He's really closed up on that through that code 60. I think that may have been, certainly helped him out, hasn't it?
Yeah. It seems to have. Let's see as you go through the next sector if that changes back.
Yeah.
But I like listening to the onboard through the carousel when Danny or whoever's in this car, the number 3 car's in traffic. You can hear him back off a little bit and give the car in front a little bit of space, because they don't want to be right up against the back bumper. They need to create that space so they can get a little bit of a run on that car and create a fast exit to make the overtake. It's a bit like being on a country road. If you do need to overtake a tractor, don't sit right behind it.
Around.
Sure. And you need to build up a little bit of speed as well. So give it a bit of space, and that's what they're doing. And Danny made that incredible move earlier, a couple of hours ago, on Stoltz, leading onto the Grand Prix loop, and he did exactly the same thing. There was a bunch of slower cars ahead. Stoltz arrived on the tail. Danny held back.
Yeah.
Then he went. he gave himself that space so he could come out super quick, and he ended up making that move on Stoltz on the main straight.
I'm wondering if this is the area that enabled Juncadeli to close up the gap so much that Engel got through this, but was finding his way through, and that slowed him up so much that the gap was then essentially halved from a 16-second gap down to an 8-second gap, and that's what Juncadeli has just encountered.
Yeah,
would be likely, wouldn't it?
I think so. But you know, looking at the, have we got, how many slow zones have we got at the moment?
We've got a few, but we've only got one code 60. We've got two 120s, code 120s, going into that 60. Relatively short, but then we've got a few slow zones with yellow flags being waved, I'm guessing for safety vehicles that are just moving cars off track. Earlier on, we were seeing quite a lot of cars that weren't, it wasn't necessarily incidents that were causing these code 60s, code 120s and slow zones. It was down to cars pulling over and stopping, so cars that have encountered, you know, maybe a mechanical or something like that, as opposed to, because there was no debris on the track, there was no
running out of fuel, maybe.
Could even be that, yeah. And so when you see these cars parked up on the side, it's almost like they've been parked up on the side. There's no obvious signs of any damage or anything like that. So I'm wondering if we're getting a few retirements that way, and it's a war of attrition, and we're, well, not even halfway through this.
So our pole man is in the pit lane at the moment.
Yeah.
Currently, looks like he's gonna. Has he stayed in the car, or no? He's jumped out.
No,
so he's just put his teammate in.
Yeah.
Luca was driving a hot pace out there. Obviously, they had a bit of a rough start to the race, didn't they, Bryn?
They certainly did. Yeah, they had a rough start and had to essentially
pit straight puncture,
they had to pick straight away, but they were kind of fortunate where the puncture happened, because it was so near the start they could almost swing back round and go into the pits, and that was the useful thing for them. It wasn't, as they turn left and start going onto the Nordschleife, it was early on, so they could mitigate it somewhat. It put them back, a good couple of minutes, and that's what they've been fighting with ever since.
Yeah, I think I don't think Marco Bartolotti could see the positive side.
No,
when he got interviewed earlier by Haley. I think you know what, it's quite tough to take when you're going into a 24-hour race on in the first lap.
That's the first thing you encounter.
Yeah, exactly.
And as he said, it all happened because one car got a jump start, and so everyone was slightly out of position. That's what caused it, and so that's what caused that particular issue. And actually on the world feed right now, they're doing a bit of a highlights reel, and it all kicked off with that moment just there, followed by Dan Harper spinning his Rover BMW round. But we'll keep an eye on what Daniel Giuncadella is doing right now as he manages to scurry past a couple of the slower moving class cars, and the gap, well, it's still it's actually coming down. It's come down to 6 seconds. Giuncadella reeling him in. Now, is that reeling him in because of an uptick in pace, or is that because up ahead Engel is encountering traffic?
You know what, I just love to see, again, just the drivers really anticipate the traffic. You can hear Danny again just easing out the gas and just picking his moment to fire it past the slower cars. So difficult to make judgment on where they're going to be. Are they going to stay to the left? Are they going to go to the right? You don't know who's behind the wheel of the car in front, what experience they've got, what performance that car has. Fair play.
Just having a quick look at the track map to see Flugplatz is where Giuncadella just headed through, and just trying to see how far ahead physically on the track we are. So we have another code 60 just pop up on our screens. We've got two at the moment. The gap it's very, very small. If you keep your eye on Giuncadella here, you might just see in the distance You'll get a glimpse of 2 sets of tail lights, and it's the one ahead. In fact, scurrying away is that race leader there. That is
exactly who it is.
Yeah, that is the car that we need to be keeping an eye on, although it's going to be lost for a little while around here.
Yes, so currently in clean air, both cars.
Yeah.
Let's see what they've got.
Now the one there that we can see, the red brake lights just there, that is a slower moving car, and Engel's managed to leap ahead of that one. It's just a relentless throttle noise, isn't it? It's constant. The amount of abuse these engines, these clutches, they all take, it's just incredible that they even get through half a race, let alone a full 24-hour.
Yeah, that's just where we've got to with these cars, you know, that they can be driven on the limit. And, you know, we've seen, you know, in the daylight, you can see how bumpy the circuit is.
Yeah.
And is that closed? Is that gap closed even more?
No, it's actually stretched ever so slightly, but it's not by much.
Okay.
It really is ever so slightly.
But yeah, you can see how physical the track is on the drivers and the cars. Probably easier to see in the daylight.
There's only a couple of cars. Engel has leapt a couple of cars. There's 2, and Juncadela's just coming up to these 2 now. You can see both those cars ahead of Juncadela. They are both slower moving category cars, and so Engel's just about to enter
down to 3.9 seconds.
Yeah, Engel's just entering a code 120, going into a code 6.
Okay.
But there's a lot of traffic in that. I know it's all now neutralised, and there you go. But this is where Juncadella can now look up and see exactly where Engel is, and it's not far ahead at all. In fact, you can see him just there. And this will go on for a while. These moments, see, in my mind, this is a nice moment for a driver, because you get a bit of a breather in the anger of racing. You get a breather, but Neil was saying he'd rather not. I'm pretty sure you're saying you'd rather not. As you were saying, just stay racing. Don't get out the zone.
Yeah, they're completely necessary. Obviously, these slow zones for safety, but it's you genuinely. It takes you out of that that flow.
Yeah.
You start to hear little noises from the car, and Maro is
positioning himself perfectly, isn't he? The car ahead knows that Engel is about to jump him, and there you go, he's off. And Juncadella had to wait, and all he knows is he's got 2 slower cars that he's got to get past. So he's made light work of the first one. That's perfect for him.
And I think it helps that these 2 drivers are in a race together.
Yeah.
So when you're in those slow zones, okay, there is time to maybe overthink things and get out of the zone, but you're so focused on when you get to that green flag, you got to release the button and get back on full power and try and accelerate away as quickly as possible. But now Danny's tucked up behind this, looks like another GT3, but he's definitely being held up.
Yeah, it really is being held up. I'm just trying to get a glimpse of where the 99 is, because the 99 is showing as the race lead.
Okay.
Followed by the 81. Now that can't.
I think we need to refresh the screen.
I think it's a graphic. It's because of. Is it because of pit stops? 81's done 9 stops. There's been a graphic change, and we're now looking with Juncadella down in P4 with the 80 in P3. Now I can't imagine that's correct, because the BMW should be it was 2 minutes back in P4 not that long ago, and unless we've both fallen asleep for half an hour and woken up in a different universe, then bizarre has happened there. So it's probably a timing. It might be a transponder issue. It might be a timing issue. I'm sure they'll get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, myself and Rory,
we've lost our mind, haven't we?
We've collectively lost our one collective mind. Just double checking it, because it's a glitch in the matrix is what we're thinking, but don't adjust your sets, don't adjust your screens, and certainly don't turn the volume off. Well, maybe turn the volume off for a bit, and we'll get to the bottom of it.
We'll come back with
we'll come back
some updates. But look, you can even, on our screen we're seeing we can still see Engel and Juncadella. But look, there's a small gap between the two Mercedes. It's minimal. It's a 24-hour race.
4-second gap.
It means nothing at the moment. There's going to be a lot more action to come, and these 4 seconds I don't think will play too big a part.
And we had a prediction that Max Verstappen was going to be getting in that number 3 at 1 a.m. and we think it's probably going to be 2 more laps, so some 15 minutes or so, something like that. Maybe completing this lap plus 1, and we'll keep across that one.
Now I'm trying to work out the car that is directly in front of Danny Juncadella, because that is not the Mercedes. I think it looks like a Porsche.
Yeah.
So it's being lapped. He's going pretty quick, but not quick enough. So if I was Danny, I would be, here we go. He's got the run. He's making the move.
Yeah.
It's number 1, 2, 3 Porsche, who's currently P12 in the overall, 2nd in Pro-Am.
Yeah,
but there we go. He's made the move.
He's made the move. He's got one more slower moving car between him and his teammates. From what I can work out, anyway, from our GPS tracker, and there is that car up ahead. You can see that's his teammate just up there. So we're only 3-4 seconds is the gap, and it's going to probably stay. It's probably going to ebb and flow like this for a little bit, isn't it? Until they go into the pits in a couple of laps' time. And I'm not sure, is Engel on the same? They are on the same strategy, aren't they? They are. They're on the same exact same moment where they go and change. Refuel.
They are.
Yeah, because
they are. But I think Maro will stay out.
Yeah.
Because he'll stay out, and the reason being, he did a double stint.
Yeah.
And at the start of the race, whereas Danny Juncadella only did a single stint, and that's why they're out of sync.
And just to give you an update, the timing is now correct again. So the gremlins that got into the system have been booted out, and we can see that what we thought was 1 and 2, which is what we've been saying for ages, is correct. And that 99, that Rover BMW, is in P3 and is 5 minutes back. So that's reassuring, at least. Anyway, for I was going to book in with a doctor when I got home to have a scan.
Did you fall asleep?
Okay.
What happened?
I was talking. I put myself to sleep. It's not the first time that's happened.
It's been a long day, man.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day. Anyway, so
no,
it's actually Dries van Dort in that 99 Rover BMW. So I think they must have been in and out. Let's have a quick look. Maybe not. Oh, it's it's saying Van der Linde actually is in the car.
And the Ford Mustang.
Yeah.
These are the guys who earlier on made that call to go onto the wet tyres or the cut slicks.
Yeah.
And they ended up losing about 20 to 25 seconds per lap. It was a roll of the dice moment.
Yeah, it really was. And we were saying, we were kind of referring to them as inters, and they don't have inters in this. It's either it's slicks or it's wet. But these cut slicks effectively become a kind of an inter.
Yeah.
It gives them that best of both. How do they actually do it?
Yeah, there's like a special tool to carve out the grooves.
Yeah. Do you know what depth they do them to?
It's above my pay grade.
Just kind of have those on the car.
I've seen it being done before. It's quite impressive.
So actually creating your own inters by ruining a set of lovely slicks, but that's it's all relative.
So
really
look, they're
cool shot.
super close now. We've got the two Mercedes are
very cool shot of this of the pit straight and the start line just there with no cars on it. You get a sense of the calm before the storm as these headlights approach, and Daniel Juncadella is maintaining this 4-second gap now to Maro Engel.
Actually, I think visually it's a lot smaller.
Yeah, it is actually,
On the timing screen it says 4 seconds, but it's come down. But I remember having a bit of a party on top of the pit building back in 2011. Porsche put on quite a party.
Did they?
For all the drivers. So
if you can remember it, you weren't there.
I can't remember much, to be honest.
There you go.
In fact, there was a lot of vodka Red Bull.
Was it?
Yeah.
Good choice. Drink responsibly, kids. Obviously. So
back when I was younger.
Back when you were young, you wouldn't do that sort of thing now, would you?
No, man. Too sensible now.
Yeah, of course. Quite right. So a 5-second gap, a 5-minute gap is what is really where the next team is in P3. Then you've got to go back another 1:10 for that 81 with the SPS car, and then we go back to the 67, the one that we were talking about earlier on with those cut slicks that make them essentially inter tyres. They rolled the dice. They thought it was going to rain a lot, and it didn't rain very much, and then it did rain, and that's the reason.
So I think that's like X-Mueller corner maybe, or is that Bergwerk? I think it's Bergwerk.
Bergwerk, yeah, it is.
So, you know what, this race has changed so much.
And they're back into another.
And we're missing some of the top, top competitors that probably would have put up a bit of a fight against these two Mercedes.
Yeah, I mean Kevin Estre.
Yeah,
that was the big one, wasn't it? Really, the man-type.
Yeah.
Racing Porsche,
and
Estre
the Audi of Christopher Haas. He wasn't at the wheel at the time, but we obviously he's been well documented. The door-to-door racing he's had with Max on the NLS races, on the build-up, the qualifying races.
Yeah,
it's a shame not to have those guys in the race.
I blame probably yourself and Andy McEwen and Neil, because that was
that's
talking point.
Convenient.
Yeah. It's a talking point in the pre-show, and if anybody watches it back, you'll notice very clearly I added nothing to the conversation, so it can't be me.
Okay.
So
it's very smart of you.
You identified those cars as the
commentators, cars,
the contenders. Yeah, exactly that, and scuppered them with the witchcraft.
I think. So. The 99 Rover BMW has again taken the virtual lead, but it's I think it's an issue with the timing.
I think it's, if you're watching if you've got the world feed on as well, it's a trick of the mind. It is 1:15 here in Central Europe. So if you're watching it, you might be thinking that you're losing your mind. How can a 5-minute gap suddenly become a race lead? But that's just it is certainly it's a glitch in the system. The race leads are the ones we're on right now. This is Daniel Juncadella chasing down the race leader Maro Engel in the car that's there, the back that you're looking at. Changed. It's such a swift change of direction as well. These Mercedes, and they. Front engine balance of the car is different to these mid-engine we see out there, and yet they seem to be so responsive to these swift changes, especially somewhere around here. You get to see it when you're on this onboard.
Yeah, I think what the Mercedes AMG offers is just drivability. It's very well known that it's a car that you can kind of get to the limit and hold on the limit. Easier than some of the other cars on the grid. I don't think Max really would have had any issue with finding a limit on even the hardest of the SP9 cars to drive. But yeah, this is what the AMG is really well known for. So, the beauty of SP9 class or GT3 racing is amateur drivers can also, you know, compete at the highest level in the Pro-Am or the Am categories. And so these cars are actually kind of designed to suit the Am drivers. And I know the Mercedes is definitely a favourite of amateur drivers because of that reason. You can get reasonably close to the limit without feeling like you're on the limit. It's quite a forgiving car.
Well, he's chosen that car and he uses that car, and they use that car in his team for GT World Challenge Europe. And in that car that races in sprints, was in gold last year, in fact won gold last year in his debut season, is now racing in the pro class, is Chris Lullum. Now, Chris Lullum's a British driver who Max encountered in sim racing, and it really is taking him under the wing. As we keep this on board with Duncadella now, runs alongside the previous race leader and sweeps his way ahead, I believe. No, he's coming back at him again. There you go, there's Engel. It wasn't done. I was just waiting, but it was that side draft in there, and it kind of changed back and forth. Yeah, he encountered Chris Lullum in sim racing, took him under his wing really as a mentorship, and now he races Chris Lullum in Max Verstappen's Verstappen racing team in GT World Challenge Europe, and he races in the pro class now, Chris Lullum, and he's taking part in this race, in the Pro Sport Racing Mercedes AMG, so a car he knows really well. That's the number 26, and that car's now down in P12. Had a bit of a moment earlier on with Michael Grenier, the Canadian 33-year-old who's in the car, the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup Silver Class winner for 2018, and they've got Adam Christodoulou, who's in there, the British 36-year-old, Formula Renault UK champion of 08. Merrick Bockmann, the German-Austrian 29-year-old, is the driver lineup for that one, but they're down in P12. So Chris Lullum in familiar territory with the car, but having to go against his mentor, boss. And it'd be nice to see Chris Lullum out on track at the same time as Max Verstappen, even if they're not really in the same race, you know?
Yeah, it would be. Can you imagine having Max Verstappen as your mentor?
I mean,
how cool would that be?
Yeah, I think he'd lose patience with me very quickly.
That's what I'm just thinking. I don't think I'd live up to his expectations.
I think I wouldn't. There's no doubt in my mind just how much I'd disappoint him. He would say that I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed quite a lot, and that would be the most devastating.
You'd just go quiet.
He would indeed, yeah. Anyway, we keep our eyes on our race lead.
How incredible is this? These two guys, you know, these two cars have been racing for coming up for what? 11 hours?
Yeah.
And there's under a second.
Nothing between them. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
They've had different drivers, they've had different weather conditions, they've gone from day into night, they've had near misses, and yet nose to tail.
Driver changes, different drivers in the cars, nothing, you can't throw anything over it. It's so tight. Yeah, it is so impressive.
Wow, you see the sparks flying from the floor of the car.
Yeah,
you know, it's again showing you the bumps, the compressions. Such a difficult section of the track. You can see how the car hops in between the right and the left, and you have to, you know, get the timing right on when you brake, when you start to turn. If you get it wrong, honestly, the car will just hop and spit you out and off the road. Up over the Flugplatz, little dab of the brake, back to power. Now just full gas. Two drivers on the limit.
And yet they're on the limit, and yet they are seemingly so comfortable. It's just,
I guess there's on the limit, and there's on the limit around the Nordschleife.
Yeah.
There should always be a degree of margin, I think.
Well, do you drive? Years ago, I spoke to John McGuinness, right? And I bored you with this story over breakfast, I think. But if you
bored me with many stories, to be honest.
No, I know. Here's just another one that I'll recap. John McGuinness was a person I was lucky enough to meet and interview a few years ago. Ironman TT extraordinaire. What an incredible chap. And I asked him about his race, and I probably didn't ask him any challenging questions that he's not been asked before. But one was, you know, how do you approach the Ironman TT? He said he races at 95%. But he also said that he has a ritual before he goes on the ferry across to the Isle of Man.
I've heard this.
Which is where he
cuts the grass.
He cuts the grass, he washes the car, and he gets all his insurance documents. He gets all his documents out because of just how dangerous it is. But he drives as this is nightmare if you're leading the way as Engel weaves his way through. But he drives or rides at 95%. Are these drivers doing the same thing? Are they driving at 95%? The very best drivers, are they driving within themselves?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a few percent in the back pocket.
Yeah.
You can't drive this track like Silverstone Grand Prix. You know, you make a mistake through Cops Corner at Silverstone and you run wide and there's no consequences. Whereas you put a foot wrong, hit a curb in the wrong way, and it's done. But it's a hard one. They're on the limit as such, but there is a degree of margin.
So the 84 Lambo, the Apt car, the Red Bull Team Apt car, is just up now to P8 and is the fastest of all with an 8:11.149.
No, that was the fastest lap from earlier. Here.
Yeah, they have the fastest lap at the moment though. So this still
overall.
The 84,
yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And
yeah, they're slightly off here, but they've moved up to P8.
Okay. The Lamborghini has been super quick.
Yeah. What could have been?
Exactly.
Niederhauser in the car at the moment. We are expecting a driver change in this number 3, the Verstappen Racing, and we are expecting it to be the big man himself, the man whose name is on the car above the door, Max Verstappen. As we go through this quite long code 60, it actually goes, it's like a double code 60 really. You get a very short reprieve before you jump from one to the next. So straight on the power, straight off the power, it's that kind of thing. And then there's a whole queue of cars up ahead of Mara Engel. You can see them, all those lights, like Christmas tree lights, just flickering ahead of him. He's got to somehow pick his way through this with his garage partner, Juncadella, looming large in his mirrors, and that car ahead weaving aggressively, and that's going to somewhat frustrate Engel, I'm sure, because the car's weaving and you kind of want to know what that car's going to do, don't you? And it's just dancing away, doing its own thing. I know there's still a fair bit to go in this.
Yeah.
But you kind of just don't do that because I've got to get past you and you've got to let me through.
Exactly, and these guys are wanting to drive at the speed limit. So when a car is weaving, they're using up more meters.
Yeah.
And technically, you know,
covering less straight line.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, look, Mario's just trying to show that he's there. They're coming up to the green flag. There we go, and off they go.
Yeah, straight past, but is he aware there's a second car coming through? Yes, he is. That's well done, actually, staying out of the way. And then straight back on it again for the heavy brawl. That's very close, wasn't it? Well within.
It's a really tricky corner, actually. But now we head up to the carousel, and oh man, Juncadella needs to pass this car before he drops into the carousel. Come on. Oh, yellow flags, look at this. So
yeah, that's going to harm him, yeah. Are there any off cambers around here? Are they all...
I'm trying to think. I would say most of the circuit works with you, so a lot of the corners do have positive camber, which is nice. You know, you can really lean into the turn and feel like the grip at the apex.
Well, that certainly held up Juncadella a fair bit just there, didn't it? He's dropped back, not a worrying amount, but he's dropped back certainly more than he'd want. In fact, he can't even see his teammate, his garage partner, who's somewhere up ahead. Just a quick glimpse of him, and that's what the traffic can do. You're right on the tail of your nemesis of the race, anyway. Although, you know, friends and garage partners, and then that happens, and all of a sudden is a speck in the distance.
Yeah, it's you know, it's gone from 1 second to 4 or 5.
Yeah.
It's not been a great kind of spell for Danny. He's been a little bit unlucky here.
Probably be relieved whenever he does get out of the car that even though the luck hasn't really gone with him with the traffic in these moments, actually the damage isn't that great.
Yeah, I think though it's the little things that affect drivers. You know, we demand a lot of ourselves, and I think for him to have come out the pits ahead of Maro and to return one place behind is okay. He's close, but he would have wanted to have led back into the pits. It's funny. But it looks like he's reeling him back in, to be fair. Maybe he can make it happen on the Dottinger Ho.
Well,
and he'll come in and he'll have that one-upmanship.
Yeah. There's no reason why he couldn't get a decent run. There's no.
Well, look, he's in perfect distance.
Yeah, absolutely. A slingshot.
Get on the gas, full beans. Come on, get back to full power.
That Engel car is just punching a hole.
Great for him. Oh,
punching a hole through the air that Juncadella can drive straight into. Is just swing around the outside of the car at that moment. Here we go, getting a look. Are they going into the pits? He stays to the right. Full tilt, all the way.
Is he going to make it happen? Ideally, you want to be on the left-hand side as you come into the braking zone for Tiergarten. And I think he's coming back.
There he is. You called it perfectly. There he is. Oh, no. Deceptive with the headlights, wasn't it?
Oh my god.
Oof.
There's places where you want to meet cars, and there's places you don't.
I'm sure that falls into the latter category just there.
Now, is he going to stay to the right?
He's gone to the right now, and into the pits he goes. And I don't know, is Engel following suit? We don't have a rear view shot, do we? No. We've got a picture-in-picture with Jimmy Broadbent in the Black Falcon Team Fanatec car. Jimmy Broadbent doesn't really need much of an introduction. A lot of people know his career and his history. The 80 and the 3 are both in the pits, and Engel was in first. So, okay. Engel was definitely in first. Okay, so maybe that we were watching.
Yeah, let's have a look and see who leaves the pits now.
Yeah.
You can see that Danny's time is actually racking up.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. It's quite strange.
So Juncadella is a longer time.
He's got a longer time.
He arrived later.
Yeah.
Which is why it still counts down.
Which is a little bit confusing.
Yeah, so I think there must have been some other car at the wheel. We're kind of getting 1:30 in the morning confused with just there as the driver changeover is happening in the number 3. It's going to seem like an age. To these drivers, these sorts of pit stops will feel like an absolute age. To Max Verstappen, who gets in the car and is having a little chat now, he's got to pull those straps as tightly as he can and quick a chin wag about anything they can learn. But there you go, that peg goes in, holds the safety mesh in place.
Yeah, you know what? This is Max's first ever stint at night.
Yeah.
So it's a big moment for him.
Very big.
You know, he's going to have to learn on his feet, and Danny looked like he was just giving him a bit of reassurance.
Yeah, and maybe following isn't a bad idea for him. Maybe following the 80 out isn't a bad idea for Max Verstappen, because he can have that reassurance of the car ahead being an equal car.
Yeah.
And then do what Max decides he can do at that moment. And, you know, I'm not suggesting he's going to stretch into the lead or anything like that, but he might give it a go.
Yeah, I think so. I think having that kind of carrot dangling ahead of you and also just a car giving you like a little bit of a reference for braking points and line. And
a direct reference, same car, same team, same Winward who put these cars together. So same data share, all that kind of thing going on. If it were a Lamborghini or something like that ahead, it would be not completely useless, but it certainly wouldn't be as helpful as.
So it looks like there's a about 6-second gap between the two cars.
Yeah. Well, Max Verstappen's in the car and he's heading off, and it's still Mara Engel in the car, I think. Did they change? They didn't change. No, Mara Engel stayed in that one. So Engel leads the way from Max Verstappen. And that looks like a freeze frame. Yeah, there's a freeze frame. Max isn't staying still for that long, I promise you.
He's already out on track.
He's already out on track, yeah.
But yeah, huge moment for Max. Massively challenging experience for him here. And let's see how the 4-time world champion progresses into his first ever night stint.
Yeah, we certainly shall. That's currently we don't have any eyes on him. We're looking at that number 26 AMG Mercedes. A bit down the order. It's the car we were talking about earlier on, the Lulham car. So, although it's not Lulham in the car, that is the Lulham car. As we now go on board with Max Verstappen, and he is 6 seconds back. Yeah, 6 seconds back. So it's pretty much parity as it was when they left the pit lane. He's kept it as it was at this stage, but there's no one around him. It's a lonely place to be, Max.
So Max's time to the first sector point is 3 times quicker than Engel.
Can't make any mistakes, can he?
No, absolutely not. He's, you know, like I said, he's having to learn super fast, and he's met with some traffic there. But there's one thing driving on the Grand Prix loop in the dark, but Nordschleife is a whole different ball game. But you know, he operates at such a high level. You can see that he's kind of in that window already where he needs to be. And I think he learns so quickly.
Yeah, he had that wobble early on, didn't he, when he went off ever so slightly and touched the grass and just kept it planted. You know, okay, what are you playing at? You shouldn't be able to do that. That defies the laws of physics, my friend. You can't actually get away with it, but it's Max Verstappen, and he did.
Yeah, you know what? He's a generational talent.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be surprised at how quickly he's you know, the gap has actually dropped already.
It, by a second and a half, nearly 2 seconds, in fact.
So there's probably potentially some traffic there, but it's fair play. You know, these are the best sports car drivers in the world. With, you know, over decades of experience around this track.
The flashing lights, the blue flashing light you're seeing here, by the way, is the driver ID that's flashing away. This is the blue flash for the crowd, the identification. That's the easy bit there. But the multiple flashes on the headlights. Just give us an idea of what's going on there. Is that the driver flash, 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 or is it they do it once and it flashes a number of times?
Yeah, it's a little button on the steering wheel, and I think it flashes about 5 times. So you press it once, 5 flashes. The person in front gets the message.
Gets the message rather
my
quickly.
Way. But also it's really distracting. So if you're in a slower car, and you're minding your own business, and you know,
there's the Rover Racing.
Yeah, so the Rover Racing
BMW
lane.
Yeah, and they don't they've done a driver change. Van der Linde still showing. There's that's Sheldon Van der Linde, by the way, and not Kelvin. Yeah, there's no driver change just there from, if I can trust these timing screens, which I tend to. Max Verstappen is now showing us 1 second behind his teammate, or his garage partner, should we say. And it's not that car there. I believe it's the one sandwiched between, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2 cars ahead.
Yeah, 2 cars ahead, the one sandwiched between the 2. So this is Max Verstappen getting a run. Short run.
Going into a 120 zone, I think, and then back down to 60.
Yeah, there are 2 very close together, so you kind of a little blip of the throttle and you're back into a 120. You stay in the 120 really, you don't ever leave it, do you?
Oh.
Yeah, into the 60 now.
Max is having a little weave as well.
Yeah.
So the temperature will be around about 3 or 4 degrees now, and these longer zones will definitely be taking a lot of energy out of the tyres. Here we go.
Yeah. You could just see
full power again.
Full power, and the gap is so minimal now. A second is only there, 1.5 seconds or so, but straight onto it, Max Verstappen. Mara Engel up ahead. This is a mouth-watering battle, this one. And fog, Rory, fog, or is that dust being kicked out? It might be dust, actually. It might be the
granules.
Yeah. They put down because there was the oil down earlier on, wasn't there? So that's.
Let's hope it's just dust.
Ooh.
That was close.
It was
but
close,
to be
wasn't
fair,
it?
he indicated.
Yeah. Kept it tucked in. That was nicely done. Now Max is used to a similar corner to that, the camber in the Dutch Grand Prix.
Yes.
Where you aim at the wall and the camber takes you round. Now, you've described the carousel to me, and it doesn't seem to operate in the same way.
It doesn't. There's only one lane.
Yeah.
It feels very much like a runway, in the sense that it's concrete, almost concrete blocks or squares.
Yeah.
And as you go between each square, there's a join, and you basically just bounce all the way around. So it's actually quite physical.
But steering input wise, I mean, if you talk about Zandvoort, that particular cambered corner, whoa, heavy on the brakes. That was close. Right on the back, Max Verstappen, so aggressive, isn't he? Fair but aggressive. But my understanding with the one the Zandvoort is you aim at the wall. You don't.
Yeah, you ride it super high.
And it takes you round. It just sweeps you round there. But the carousel's
so
not
the fastest line.
Yeah,
at Zandvoort is to run a really high line.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
And you stay out there.
Yeah.
You know. There we go. This is where Max had the moment earlier. God, every time.
Yeah.
My heart jumps slightly.
A little bit airborne, and then you could hear.
You know what? He just needs to keep him in his sights. Coming into the Dottinger Ho. Mario's driven so well.
You wonder whether that's aggressive. Oi, there you go. You wonder with Max if how he tempers his enthusiasm, because he's so used to being so aggressive and pushing on and forcing the mistakes from others and getting ahead. But in this sort of race, he doesn't have to do that right now. We're 13 hours and 20 minutes to go in this race, so he has to kind of go, right, I want to get past him, but I don't have to do that right now. And it's a different style to the normal sort of 90-minute or sprint race in Formula One that he deals with.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? I think he does have that experience from his sim racing.
Yeah,
course, with the 24-hour races he's done, completed. But at the same time, there's times where you need to just get the job done, and there's opportunity coming up now.
But there's also no disrespect to in any way to sim racing, because I think it's fantastic. But sim racing, you won't get the same adrenaline as he's experiencing right now, the same physical exertion or anything like that, the full seat of your pants experience, the noise, everything like this that he's experiencing. So tempering that enthusiasm when you've got all that extra noise going on must, for a mortal human.
Yeah. It's tricky because you can just get caught up in these little small races that are actually a little bit meaningless sometimes, you know, because it's like you say, there's 13 hours left or 12 and a half hours left, so but sometimes when you get in striking distance, you just, like I say, you want to get the job done, and nothing wrong with putting a bit of pressure on the car in front, and you know, they might run a little bit wide at an apex like the Aston did, I think it was the Mustang did earlier, as he led onto the Nordschleife, leaving the door open for Max.
Well, Maranello is extremely experienced, as we've been talking about, and if you're not familiar with his work, then well, it's gone to any well-known search engines, put Maranello in, but he's done so many things. He's got a reputation as one of the best GT drivers in the world, winning multiple races, multiple championships with the Mercedes AMG. We mentioned before he currently leads the DTM championship, and Max Verstappen, who spends most of his time in the Formula One environment, is not letting him get away.
He isn't, but Mario is just doing an exceptional job in front, and you know, it's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure on his shoulders at the moment.
On Maro's?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, this is a new experience for him. There's one thing racing against your normal competitors, but this year is different. It's a different race for Maro.
I thought Max might have snooked himself just there, but he managed to get himself positioned across the left-hand side, but I thought he might have just got himself tucked in behind that slower car and wasn't going to have to get round. But
you know what I'm really pleased to see is just the two cars racing.
Yeah,
it's this is not a procession. There's no team orders here.
Absolutely, it's not a procession. Yeah. 4/10.
Max is flashing the sister car from Windward Racing, or Verstappen, and oh man, he's backing it into the hairpin there, heading down the Foxhole. There's a slower car ahead. He wants to keep that car in sight.
Just keeping an eye. This is the interesting thing. We've spoken about these slower cars, the slower classes of cars that can no way match the pace of an SP9, of a GT3 car out on track, and Max is just keeping an eye on what's way up the road for an opportunity that may present itself that we can't even see right now, that he'll be constantly looking up and looking up and looking up and seeing any tail lights in the distance that might be an opportunity.
Exactly, yeah. The tricky thing with the Nordschleife is it's so narrow.
Yeah.
So when, for example, the car in front gets held up, there isn't really space for three abreast. You can't just find a way past without using the grass. So I think really it's going to happen on the slipstream on the Döttinger Ho, the long straight that is at the end of the lap, or potentially on the Grand Prix loop. But as we've seen, Mario is not easy to pass.
It certainly isn't. Just keeping an eye on where they are on the track at this moment.
Yeah,
so they've just entered that slow zone.
Yeah. Heading towards Bergwerk.
Yeah, and then they'll have a quick blip of throttle and they'll get straight back down to 60 again. So they go from a code 60 to a code 120. So they go from 60k up to 120k, and they go back down to 60 straight away again. And
so yeah, it looks like they're repairing the arm cove.
Yeah.
On the left-hand side.
There is a yellow. Goes up to 120. and then it'll go back down to a 60 here. There you go, double yellow, back down to a 60. So the approach to a 60 here. Here's the 60.
But on that last lap, Max was a full 6 seconds quicker.
On the last
leader
lap,
on the last lap. I think there was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, 6 seconds back. You're right.
6 seconds.
That's right.
I tell you, had a really good lap. You know, the '99 BMW,
the Rover BMW. Yeah.
The Rover BMW.
Belinda, yeah.
He also had a pit stop, and
now, yeah. So he pulled it in 4 minutes and 15 seconds off the race lead, and that I know will seem like an absolute age. Half a lap of the 25.378 kilometre loop.
So Max may want to hold back a little bit and try and get a run here. Jeez.
He's aggressive, isn't he? He's so aggressive. In the best possible way. I mean, there's no touching of paint, there's no nudging each other, but he's just all over the back of Mara Engel.
And you know what? It's tricky being this close in a car that has a little bit of aero like these SP9.
Markets change quickly. Stay in control with the right tools. Trade. Make smarter decisions.
Has tuned into this because that they want to see, you know, just how much Max Verstappen would struggle in a series that's not Formula One in quotes the best car. I think you can eat your hat, because Max Verstappen has proven, as if he had to prove anything, but he is as good as, if not better than, the best in GT3. And this is just sublime, isn't it? It's beautiful, beautiful positioning, the car control, the aggression. It's just everything that we'd hoped we'd see, expected to see. Oh! And he's just got complete control, and these cars are moving so much underneath them.
They are, and we've got sparks flying. We've got
oh! And here's the chance.
And these poor guys and girls who are in the lapped cars, they don't realise they've got the battle for the lead here.
No. And
they are in the fright of their life.
Yeah, absolutely. The pace, the speed differential that's between these slower moving cars and these SP9s, the GT3s, and I mean, it's just incredible, isn't it? As the real battle really, it's going to keep on going for a fair bit for the race lead. I imagine it's going to go on for a few hours to come, but it's been a special thing to witness for the last 10 minutes or so.
It's kind of just heated up, hasn't it? It's really spiced up.
It really has. Talking to drivers, they talk about the GT3s, that a lot of them actually say for people who start racing in GT4, a GT3 is actually in many ways easier to drive because of the aero that you have. It's an anomaly, isn't it? It's like, I suppose, having a big motorbike, you've got more contact patch with the road and that kind of thing.
Yeah, you have better road holding.
Yeah.
And I think the best way to kind of describe it is it's easy to get to a certain point. So, for example, say that, you know, the limit, the pro driver, like these two guys are maximising. They get every single ounce of performance out of these cars.
Yeah.
To go on a Grand Prix circuit, it's maybe a 2 minute, 1.5 to 2 minute lap. It's probably relatively easy for a semi-professional to get within maybe a second and a half.
14 turn corner or something. Yeah.
But the final part is where the magic is, and that's, you know, that's the hard bit.
Incremental gains, in all these sorts of sports, these 1%. If you keep finding 1%, and somehow Max Verstappen finds his 1%, and talking to a few journalists about certain drivers who've stepped away from Formula One and stepped back into Formula One. Oof, I thought Max had got that one slightly wrong, but stepped away from Formula One, done other race series and come back into Formula One. Like, for example, Fernando Alonso, it's desire. He has desire. He's 44 years old and he still has that desire, that drive and determination. And that's the thing, that drivers can win a world championship. Nico Rosberg, for example, when he won the world championship, Formula One world championship, he had to retire at the end of that because he said taking on and beating Lewis Hamilton took so much out of him, he couldn't keep on doing it. He couldn't go again. He'd done it, he didn't need to do it again. Max Verstappen, almost the opposite story. He only ever wanted to do it once. He's done it 4 times, so those extra 3 times were just bonuses for him. And now he's looking at other race series to challenge himself with, and he's got that desire. He's only 28 years old, don't forget. He's only a young guy still, but he's got that desire, and he's a sort of driver that could keep on going for a long, long time to come.
Yeah, 100%. And you do get those types of like athletes, whether it's, you know, talking about motorsport, the bike racers, you know, the Marc Marquez's, the Valentino Rossi's, the Lewis Hamiltons, the Schumachers.
Max is flashing his lights just there, and and actually talk about Valet, for example, Valentino Rossi, who races in GT World Challenge Europe. So he left the bike scene at the end of that one, and what did he do? Turned his attention to 4-wheel. He wasn't content with going, you know, I'm the best on 2 wheels. He wanted to do something on 4 wheels, and he's now racing in endurance, and has done for quite some time.
Absolutely, and it's these guys who win multiple championships and who can sustain these careers. They just have this incredible capacity to kind of cope with the demands of the sport. And here's Max. Yeah, F1 isn't
he's not in love with it, well, is he?
Well, it's not so much that. It's more he's got it. He's got the capacity to do more than just F1.
Yeah.
He's got, you know, for example, he was quite famous when he competed in a virtual 24-hour race midway through an F1 weekend, the F1 weekend.
Yeah, that's right.
And he still went on and won the race.
He was a bit grumpy, wasn't he, because he was tired. And everyone was like, well, you know what, you shouldn't. And then he went and won it,
He went and won it. So, like, it's just, they have this, like, fire in their belly.
Yeah.
This fire burning for the sport. Well, and they, you know, as long as it's got an engine, they're happy. Whereas some drivers, you know, they bail out. You know, they love what they do, but it just hasn't. The fire isn't as strong.
Yeah, or the fire isn't as strong, and they can't retain the ability to stay at the top. And if they're not at the top, they're not interested, sort of thing, isn't it? And I know on good authority that Max Verstappen, on Grand Prix where there's a GT3 race where his team is competing, he has that on in his lounge, in his hub lounge. You know, they have their own lounge to chill out in. He has it on. So when he's tuning out of the Formula One world, he wants his downtime. He doesn't stick on some Wales song and go and sit in a flotation chamber or something like that. He puts GT3 on and watches what his team's up to.
Either that, or he's on a simulator.
No, he's on a sim, and you think, wow, okay. And that really is different gravy, isn't it? That's the sort of person that is so switched into it and loves it.
And it's, you know,
and seems to love watching other people succeed in it as well.
Yeah.
Which I think is a misconception for people the keyboard warriors who just don't like Max Verstappen.
Yeah, that's it. Well, you obviously he's got his sim racing team. He's backing, you know, Lulum has taken him to
under his wing,
and I imagine there'll be other drivers who get the same treatment. I think he really likes the idea of just bringing talents from the sim racing world and bringing them into the real, giving them that opportunity that they would never get.
And Chris is so funny, Chris Lulham, because Chris, his first race in GT World Challenge Europe was last year. It was Brands Hatch, it was a sprint weekend, and he was so quiet, and I interviewed him on the grid, and he was so quiet, so unassuming, and he's the antithesis of Max. Although Max is fairly quiet, he's a kind of a, you know, private, he's a fairly quiet guy, but Chris is really comes across as meek and mild mannered and really polite and things like that, and then he gets in a car and he's a bit of a beast. in his own right. You know, he's come on so much, Chris Lulham. But it's weird how you get a driver who can be so chilled. So you look at him and you go, well, you wouldn't say boo to a goose, and you stick him in a racing car, and all of a sudden he becomes an animal.
Yeah,
it's their happy place.
They often say once the helmet's on and the visor's down, they become a different person, or a different beast. So
that's right.
Well, Brent,
do you know who else becomes a different beast?
That guy called Andy.
Andy McEwen. I mean, he's lovely and polite and all those sorts of things when he's on the mic, but you should hear him off. Absolute beast he is, and he's here to take you through the next 3 hours or something, I think it is. So I shall leave you, Rory. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'll be back again in a few hours' time, but I'll leave you in the more than capable hands of Rory and that other guy.
All right, Brent, thank you very much. But here we are on board with Max, currently in second place overall, and we're chasing down the lead Mercedes AMG GT3 in the SP9 class of Maro Engel at the highest point on the circuit, Horas. It's been a interesting race, but it's currently looking like a two-horse race between the two Mercs. They've been jostling for the lead. We've had some close shaves. But 12 and a half hours in, and there's not much separating the two cars. But yeah, Max is first in the dark here. Andy, what do you think?
Well, I'll tell you what I think. I've been watching backstage, so to speak, and the second Max Verstappen got into this car, the body language of the number 3 changed instantly. You know, when it was Yuka Day in the car and he was sort of dicing with Maro Engel, you always had the feeling that, okay, if there was a chance to go through down the Dottinger Her, maybe he'd go for it. But in the rest of the lap, really, he was just keeping a few car lengths between himself and the leading car, not taking any risks. I'm not saying Verstappen's taking risks. This is just what Max Verstappen does. He fills the mirrors of the car ahead. He's ducking and diving into every braking zone. The tiniest little fumble that Maro Engel has in traffic, Max is on him immediately. I don't think Maro Engel's had a single moment to breathe since the start of the stint, and that's what Verstappen does.
Yeah, it's just his nature, isn't it? And we've seen it so much in F1. It's great to see here, you know, 2 o'clock in the morning on a nice, crisp Nordschleife evening, and it's certainly spiced up this race. And I think it's kind of thrown out any idea that there's team orders in the Windward Racing awning.
And I think we might be about to see that exemplified, because Verstappen's got the run here down the Dottinger Her. There's no traffic, there's no recovery vehicles. He's got the side draft, and I think Max Verstappen is about to retake the lead of the race to the outside into Tiergarten. 2 wheels almost on the grass as he cleared Engel. I think he has. And Max Verstappen wanted the lead from the moment he got in the car. He wanted the lead, and now he has done it. Max Verstappen, bang on 2 o'clock in the morning, 13 hours to go, reclaims the lead of the Nürburgring 24 hours, and he was sizing that up, Rory, for a good few laps.
He was, and he tried earlier. There was some slower vehicles in the way, and he couldn't quite get that slipstream that he wanted. But wow, what a move. And it looked like he still had Maro on his left-hand side as he entered Tiergarten. Whew. That's a fast section. Never mind going two abreast. Fair play.
Yeah, we've seen him and Christopher Haase go side by side through there in the NLS races earlier this year, and now against Maro Engel, who knows a thing or two about winning here at the Nürburgring. And Verstappen, now that he's in front, I'm fascinated to see what sort of pace he's got. On the world feed picture there, we're getting the replay. He was some way back, gets the slipstream, but it's that side draft. We've mentioned the side draft quite a lot over the last 11 hours or so, Rory. Explain to us what we're seeing here. Verstappen pulls to the right-hand side of the road, tucks up against that left rear corner of Maro Engel's car, and that ultimately is what completes the manoeuvre. But the side draft, sort of an Americanized term, drafting. We see this in oval sports all the time. We think of that as a traditional nose-to-tail slipstream. What happens to the aerodynamics of the car when you get alongside each other?
So as you mentioned, we understand a typical slipstream where the car sits directly behind, and the airflow is kind of blocked from, and it creates a faster speed. But the side draft is where the trailing car positions their front bumper alongside the rear wheel of the car in front. It disturbs the airflow of that car, slowing them down, and it's quite a skill. You often see it in like NASCAR, so those guys are absolute experts, but you see a hell of a lot of it on the Döttinger Road because these cars are doing upwards of 300 kilometers per hour, so that effect is huge.
The way it was always explained to me is that a side draft doesn't necessarily speed you up, but it slows the other car down, because the air, as it comes around the nose of your car, it sort of gets pushed into like the wheel wells and all the aerodynamic bits and pieces, technical term, of the car you're overtaking, and that creates extra drag on their car. Of course, it's not straightforward though, because as you then draw further alongside them, they can utilise the same thing against you. We've seen that a few times earlier in the race, but Verstappen had such an overspeed and was so committed, there was nothing that Maro Engel could do to hold him back.
Yeah, absolutely, and like you say, as you're passing the car in front, there's going to become a moment where they can then steal your airflow and disturb your air. So what you have to do is pull away. So you'll get far enough halfway alongside the car in front. You're making use of that side draft, and then what's important is that you pull away, you push away to the other side of the track and make sure that the other car can't return the favour. So here we are into Adenauer Forest. It's quite busy with traffic.
Yeah, he was definitely held up a little bit there, Max, but before that moment was pulling 1.4 seconds clear, so he has been building that margin slightly over Maro Engel. And just to put this into context as to who Maro Engel is, who Max Verstappen just got past. Maro Engel, former winner of this race back in 2016. He's a two-time Daytona 24-hour winner in the GT class. He's a Bathurst 12-hour winner only a couple of months ago at the start of the year. He's been racing here for years and has actually made a bit of a name for himself, Maro Engel, in Germany. He's the current DTM championship leader. This is one of the top professional GT drivers in the world. Max Verstappen has been racing GT cars for a couple of years, and this is his first start in this great race, and he just took the lead away from him. He'll now be hoping that he can build a little bit of a margin, but that could be easier said than done. This will be fascinating now. Has Engel got an answer? In raw pace, has Maro Engel got an answer to stick with Max Verstappen? There's a code 60 area here, heading up, I think, towards Bergwerk. Yes, it is, and there is drama then on this area of the circuit. Not sure what the issue is. Yes, there's been a car actually, I think, off on the right-hand side of the road for a while, and there's barrier repair going on the left-hand side of the road. So, as has been the case on many occasions in this race, the removal of the car is the quick bit of the operation. It's then the fixing, or in this case rebuilding, of the Armco barrier, which takes rather a lot longer, and it's another one of those sort of brain recalibrations that you have to do when, like me, you're used to following more traditional circuit racing. And Rory, you'll be familiar with this as well from competing in the UK, for example. If a barrier gets damaged, not just in the UK but at almost all racetracks, the whole event comes to a standstill for a couple of hours whilst they go out there, assess the damage, get the parts, fix the barrier, test it, etc. If someone knocks a barrier down at Alton Park, for example, that's 2 or 3 hours of your day gone. Here, they don't even pause the race. They just send the truck out, stick some cones out, and fix it on the go. It's a different mentality.
Yeah, that's correct. I think round the Nordschleife, the races always tend to be longer, a minimum of 4 hours. So, and they've got this system here where we have the slow zones. So, the marshals are protected somewhat, and it
Is your TikTok stream too quiet? Start using Tickfinity, the #1 streaming tool for TikTok Live to skyrocket your engagement and earn more. Level up your stream today. Try Tickfinity for free and earn more.
There are 3 Code 60 zones in action at the moment, all in relatively close proximity. We've got one at Adenauer Forst, small Code 60 area, the big one that we've just been through at Bergwerk, and there's another one just after it at Kesselchen, which is the run towards Klostertal, the quick left-hander before the carousel. So they're clear sailing from here till the end of the lap as far as Code 60s and yellow flags are concerned. Plenty of traffic on the horizon, of course, that's always the case. Normally we get halfway through a 24-hour race, Rory, and we start thinking, well, you know, we've had a few people drop out, there are fewer cars on track, less traffic, less potential for traffic-related dramas, but when you start with 160 cars, you have to lose quite a lot for the track to even start feeling remotely empty. It always feels pretty congested here, and that means right until the final hour, as we saw a year ago, right until that final hour or so, you've always got to be careful of the slower cars, the slower traffic, who are having their own battles, of course, themselves. Verstappen then pushing on, not getting away from Engel, though, is he?
No, he's been kept very honest here. I think both drivers are just doing such a good job. I just try and put myself in the shoes of Mario Engel at the moment, and this must be an absolute dream moment for him. You know, riding up behind arguably, you know, the best or one of the best F1 drivers of all time, and you know, he's done a good job. He's right on his tail, and we could see an overtake here.
Yes, well, what he wants to do, I guess, is what Verstappen did to him a lap ago. He's as close to Max as Max was to him last time down the Dottinger Her. Is he going to choose to make the move? It's the second half of the straight as the speed builds, where that slipstream takes effect. Look, we're closing all the time on car number 3. Maybe not quite as close at this point as Max was a lap ago, but I think he'll have an opportunity, if he wants it, to pull to the outside. He does want it. The battle lines are being drawn here. Both drivers want to lead, and there's traffic ahead. This is dangerous. There's contact. Engel's on the grass. Does he save it? What a save that was, and that could have been absolute disaster for both of them. And well, Verstappen and Engel, they survive that skirmish, but that's always the danger when you let them race. It can so easily end in disaster.
What just happened? But again, that just sums up what's going on here. We have a race on our hands. You know, these two drivers and both sides of the garage are. Let's hear, watch.
Clunk. There's definitely a hit as they had traffic side by side ahead, and that was side to side contact between the Mercedes. Now they both carried on. There doesn't appear to be damage, but you can't be doing that too often. That can do things like brake tollings, it can puncture tyres. I wonder if the radio channels have just lit up from the pit wall telling them to behave themselves.
Wow, that was an exciting moment at 2 in the morning. 10 past 2.
Woke me up.
Certainly did. Oh wow, what a close shave. It looked like the two slower cars were having a race of their own and minding their own business. I think, yeah, there'll be a change of underwear when they get back in the pit lane, I think.
Yes, indeed. So, Max Verstappen, by the way, just casually fastest on track. Whilst that was going on, he was the fastest driver on track last time by not the fastest lap of the race because of the slow zones, but yeah, he was quicker than anybody else on that lap. In fairness to Mario Engel, had he got through, that might not have been the case, but yeah, Verstappen is clearly got the pace, and actually through all of that developed a 2 and a bit second lead over Engel. So wonder whether that might now be enough to break the back of that battle for the time being, and just allow the Mercedes drivers to cool off momentarily. It says something though, that's not even the sketchiest moment of Max Verstappen's race so far. We are not even halfway through, and I'm sure he's going to keep us entertained between now and the checkered flag. Now that that's settled down, dare I use the words, let's just check in on some of the things going on further down the order. In the picture-in-picture, we've got a battle for 8th position going on. Dennis Olsen, back in the 67 Ford Mustang, is behind Bastian Boos in the 54 Porsche, and this is, as I said, for 8th position. They're 6.5 minutes or so off the lead, but goes to show it's not only the lead battle that's pretty intense, Rory. There was almost contact between these two.
Yeah, well, you know, 8th place overall is also an incredible result. And yeah, we've got the dynamic GT Pirelli-backed Porsche ahead of us on the smaller screen at the bottom right. Two different manufacturers and two very experienced drivers.
And two cars that have had their dramas in this race. The 67, remember, led briefly, and for the first few hours looked like a genuine contender, got a tyre call wrong when the rain started to come in. And the 54 Porsche, I think, has had bits of contact earlier on in the race, but they've managed to survive the worst of the attrition, and they've picked their way solidly inside the top 10, and yeah, they're enjoying a pretty tasty battle. I was also quite interested in watching the Pro-Am battle earlier on in the race. It would be remiss of me not to mention that the Pro-Am leaders are now inside the top 10 overall. It's the number 11 SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau squad, which is a team I got to know very well over the winter when I was commentating on them over in Spain and Portugal, and they won the Gillett Racing GT Winter Series. That car with Philip Ellis now, 2 times IMSA GTD class champion and a former podium finisher in this race. He is leading that category now from Dan Arrow in the 48 car, which is nearly a minute behind at the moment. Not sure where they're at in pit cycles, but they are the top 2 cars in the Pro-Am class. The Dacia is in the pits now. I hope this isn't a major drama. It's had a fairly trouble-free race. They had a spin in the wet but didn't hit anything, no damage done, and ever since then the Dacia has been running pretty faultlessly. They are working on something at the front of that car, but what exactly it was I'm not so sure. Hopefully, as I said, nothing too sinister, and we get the fan favourite car back on track for too much longer. The other car that I wanted to just document momentarily is the number 84 car, which is the Red Bull Team Apt Lamborghini, the pole-sitting car, 6th position now with Patrick Niederhauser at the wheel. He's a couple of minutes, I think, behind Neil Verhagen, who's in the 81 BMW. But they are really going well, the Lamborghini squad, after their puncture on the opening lap of the race. That car could still be a factor, certainly for a top 5, maybe for a podium before the race is run. Speaking of podium places, just had a change for 3rd as well, as the 34 Vulcan horse car came in. Matthias Drudy is in to have a pit stop for that car as well. So still some good battles to be resolved up and down the order. And that's just in SP9. I mean, we have to gloss over some of the battles going on in the other classes, because it would just be information overload otherwise. But not just within SP9, there are some fantastic scraps going on. And as we move now towards the halfway point in the race, it's going to be interesting to see how some of those develop moving forward. Looks like the pit lane, Rory, is about to become a fairly busy place. We're about, what, halfway through the stint, I think, for the Mercedes, but some of those other SP9 cars now starting to come in.
Yeah, it's those cars that pitted a bit earlier on that first stint, which means their strategy is offset from the leaders. But Mario Engel closed the gap during that slow zone. So yeah, the two Mercedes are nose to tail once again. So what we have in the bottom right hand section of our screen, the Porsche is having new brake pads fitted. So this is what we do, the teams do during a 24-hour race. they'll replace the brakes around about halfway, just to freshen up the feel on the brake pedal. The brake pedal will feel nice and firm again, and it'll also just bring back that performance and also help get the car to the end of the race. But those brake pads are going to be extremely hot, and that's why they're, you know, taking their time. They're using their grip, you know, metal grips, and they've got their safety gloves on. I wouldn't want to be I'm quite happy sitting here. I've seen some mechanics get some really nasty burns on their forearms from brake pads.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it? The temperature window that they operate in. It's scorchingly hot. Is a brake change something that we'll see, do you think, in the SP9 cars? Is this something that even in a modern day GT3 car you have to change in a race this length?
I think, yeah, typically it's something. I think, you know, the technology in brake pads has moved forward so much, and they can last 24 hours, but you know, the pit stops are so long. Why wouldn't you do that? You know, if you're going to have a mandatory pit stop, then teams would, for safety and for performance, tend to choose to fit a new set of pads.
Okay, so that the timing of that could prove significant, I suppose, as we move towards the halfway point. And I wonder when the leading teams will decide to do that, and whether it will then have an impact on the pit stop length at all. W&S Motorsport, another team that I spent a lot of time around in the Winter Series, and they're running at least a couple of cars, I think, in this race. They're just working on one of their GT4 Caymans, as the 84 car is in, is it? Yes, it is. And there's work being done on the 84 car that isn't just your standard refueling. Are they topping up the oil, possibly? They had a jug of something. The rear engine cover is off. Said it'd be moving nicely up the order. They're having a little work done in the pit lane, but as Rory, you quite rightly say, we get to that midway point of the race and it's a good opportunity to just do some, not running repairs, but just some maintenance on the cars, I suppose, because as much as these cars have become virtually bulletproof, we like to think of them these days, there's still wear and tear, and there are still fluids that need to be topped up from time to time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there might be some engine oil that's poured in, you know, some brake fluid into the reservoirs, just to keep everything tip top. Currently got GR Yaris on our onboard camera.
Yes, a slightly different perspective. I mean, quick enough still, but quite as quick as the SP9 cars we've been used to. We've got another code 60, Rory, that's just popped up at Hatzenbach. And looking at the tracker, the number 7 car, I think, might be responsible. If it is the number 7, that is the... number 7 is the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. I'm going to wait until Max Verstappen gets to that part of the circuit and we get a proper view. But there is a yellow flag and a slow zone at the Hatzenbach, so one of 3 code 60 areas currently in action. So we'll get a look at that in a moment, because Verstappen's heading up into the chicane at the end of the Grand Prix lap. The faster version of the 2 chicanes, the much better version if you ask me. The flow through that left-right flick is very, very quick indeed. Then through the left, the Sabine Schmitz curve that takes you on to the Nordschleife. And somewhere through this next section, the pace will slow, and Max would quite like to get past this Supra, but no, doesn't get the chance to. So where is the car? It's, I think, on the right of the circuit, coming out of this right-hander. It's the corner that's caught a few people out over the course of the weekend. You can see the flashing lights of the recovery vehicle. Can we see a Lamborghini somewhere? Yes, it is the Conrad Lamborghini that's been off. So that's a car that was at the time running in 15th position, Rory, that's been caught out. And actually Hatzenbach has claimed quite a few cars this weekend, hasn't it?
Yes. really tricky entry to that section. As you head downhill into the right-hander, it's off camber. It's very easy to, you know, pick up a little bit of understeer on the way in there. And once you have that lack of grip on the front axle, you're just heading towards the grass and the barrier. Had a moment there myself. Luckily I didn't hit the barrier. Very close.
I'm not sure you'd have brought it up if you had hit the barrier, Rory.
I actually had a video of it.
Oh, really?
I was trying to find it this weekend, but I couldn't find it. But yeah, I spun about 4 times.
Wow.
And I missed the barrier by inches each time. And I only lost a few seconds because I actually just rotated 4 times, ended up straightening up, and but yeah, I only lost a few seconds in that sector, so left to see another day.
I'm tempted to call that lucky, but I'm sure you'd claim that was all
complete luck. I had no involvement in steering it straight. So
fair enough. Well, it's caught out the best. I mean, Mauro Engel, of course, crashed there in qualifying, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yesterday or the day before yesterday now, I suppose, technically. It caught out Thierry Vermeulen earlier on in the Realised Kondo Racing. Ferrari have had quite a few cars off at Hatzenbach for whatever reason this weekend. So the Conrad car, the latest to come off the road. Pavel Lefterov was in the car, who is a former race winner in GT4 Europe and a class winner here at the Nürburgring in SP8 a number of years ago. It's the car he shares with Christian Engelhardt, Maximilian Paul and Patricia Stalizzani, who have all been in the car at one point or another, but it was Pavel in for another stint who's got it wrong, and so the 7 car plummeting now down the order, but was outside of the top 10 at the time anyway. So more work for the marshals to do. They don't get a moment's rest, do they, in a race like this? And we talk a lot about the drivers and the hard work they're doing, but the marshals springing into action again. And I'm sure it won't be the last time that they're required, perhaps not even at that particular section of the racetrack.
Yeah, hats off to the marshals that are, you know, lining the track. There's a fair few of them, you know, with over 170 corners. And there's been worse conditions at previous races, but they don't walk away from their marshal posts. They stay there, and they you know, these guys are passionate. They're here because they love what they do, and they want to make a difference.
Yes, the lap, I've just had to look this up, I didn't know this, has 207 marshals posts dotted around it. They have to be all within line of sight of each other normally.
You, just you, building your app on base 44. Describe it. And it's real. One thought leads to more thoughts. Layer by layer, taking shape. When you need your tools, bring them in. They just click. Okay, kick it up a notch. Create something smarter, something powerful. Style counts, so give it your touch. Big or small. Next idea hits at 2 a.m. Of course it does. Keep building. Ask yourself, wait, I built this? Damn right. Base 44. Build it your way.
The leaders and didn't make it life easy for Max Verstappen as well. So no, they mean business.
They do, and who knows, they could spring a real surprise if we get a few more twists and turns. We're not even halfway through the race, although we are within half an hour or so now of that magical 12-hour point. Lots more still to come here from the Nürburgring. Don't go anywhere. So we tick ever closer to the halfway point of the 54th Nürburgring 24 hours, and Max Verstappen is back in the lead of the race. However, Maro Engel has caught him again. Now, this, Rory, is going to be an interesting period of the race, because if I were in charge of managing these two cars, I'd be tempted to jump on the radio after that skirmish they had a couple of laps ago and say, OK, listen up, we know you both want to lead, there's over 12 hours to go, let's maybe not do that again. Engel's caught Max once more. How likely do you think he is to settle into the wheel tracks of the four-time Formula 1 world champion?
Well, you'd think that would be the sensible option, but I don't think either driver's backing down. I think, you know, they're racing, the racers at heart. The team is obviously giving them that freedom, so if Maro can somehow get ahead of Max and enter the pits first, it's going to look very good for him.
Well, I think we're heading towards the key part of the circuit, aren't we, where all of the action's been, and this is not going to help Max Verstappen, catching the VW Golf on the apex as he turned into the long right-hander there that takes you onto the Dottinger Hurt. So somewhere behind us is the number 80 Mercedes AMG. Max is weaving look from side to side, maybe trying to break the toe and prevent Maro Engel from having a go. There was half a second between them at the previous timing split. And if you keep an eye to the left, you can see that second set of headlights starting to grow brighter and brighter. No sign yet of the nose of the Mercedes heading alongside us. So I think Max has seen off that particular challenge. And who knows, did Maro Engel back out of it, or was he just not close enough? We'll perhaps never know. But for now, car number 3 remains in position number 1. With Engel second, they're 5 minutes nearly clear of the 99 car, which is third for Rover Racing of Sheldon van der Linde. The team, not the car, but the team for whom the race fell into their lap in the closing stages last year. Matthias Drudi for Volkenhorst Motorsport is 4th, and Connor De Filippi it was who jumped into the 81 BMW in 5th position. Dennis Olsen up to 6th in the HRT Ford Mustang. Patrick Niederhauser in the 84 Team Act Lamborghini is in 7th. 8th position Ricardo Feller, that's the number 24 Lion Speed Porsche. 9th now for the Pro-Am leaders, SR Motorsport by Schnitzelal, with Philip Ellis, and Michael Grenier is in the 10th place car, number 26, which is the Pro Sport Mercedes. That's the car that he shares with, amongst others, Chris Lullum, who I heard Bryn talking about in detail earlier on. So that's your top 10, but still some decent battles in amongst them. That 9th place battle, actually, Phil Ellis and Michael Grenier, they were nose to tail at the beginning of the lap. There's not a huge gap between Connor De Filippi 5th and Patrick Niederhauser 6th. And of course, we know how close the leading 2 cars are, so we might be halfway through the race, but no signs really of things settling down. And at what point, Rory, does that start to take its toll a little bit on the drivers? This level of intensity this deep into the race, and they've not really had a moment to properly relax, have they?
No, they haven't, and that's exactly it. We've still got a long chunk of this race to go, and to be having this amount of pressure, it's not easy. It's not easy one bit. But it looks like Max has got a little bit of breathing space now. He seems to be getting caught back up during the slow zones. But let's see if he can kind of maintain this gap through the Hatzenbach section. You can see there's obviously been some fluid put down. There's a lot of dust coming up.
Yeah, a lot of dust actually. They've put sand down, haven't they, I think, to soak something up. But that amount of sand is almost as slippery as the fluid, isn't it? So that's an extra little challenge for him.
Yeah, you can just hear how he was delayed getting back to throttle, heading out of the Hatzenbach. And he's trying to weave a little bit to get rid of that dust off his tyres as he's coming up to the super fast Flugplatz. And there's so many different lights in front, it's tricky as a driver to decipher what they all mean, especially this time in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. I noticed this from the onboard, actually. It was catching me out a few times where he would come over a crest and there's a flashing yellow light in the distance, that could either be a course car, it could be a yellow flag, it could be a disco in the camping site. You know, how do you, in a flash, decipher whether or not you're allowed to overtake the slower car in front of you, for example? It's easy to see how things go wrong, as they nearly did there, and it's very easy to see, Rory, how people do fall foul of yellow flag infringements.
Yeah, exactly. It's there's so much going on, and you are making these judgments in split-second calls, and you know, your attention might be taken, like you say, by something that's going on off the track with all the fans and the crazy lights that are lining the circuit, or you might be battling door to door with your class competitor. Sometimes you do miss a flag or a light signal, or misinterpret them. So, you know, I don't think drivers intend to, you know, disobey these signals. It's usually they didn't see them or just a misjudgment.
Yeah, and you can really see how that can happen. It's caught me out a few times just watching, and that's all I'm doing is watching. I'm not driving the car, so yeah, easy to see how mistakes can happen. And of course, for lap after lap after lap, you get used to maybe a slow zone being in a certain spot, and then that goes and there's a new one pops up somewhere. The yellow flags can move around the track as recovery vehicles, for example, make their way around. So you've really got to have your mind on so many things. It's mentally exhausting more than anything else, perhaps, competing in a race like this. Got a brake change going on here for the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau car, the Pro-Am leader, and the now iconic green and black livery on the number 11 Mercedes AMG team going to work. I suppose they will have had a driver change here as well. I'm not sure who has got into the car, but we'll find out when they rejoin the circuit. Huge team of mechanics. One of the drivers in the car, actually, Jemo Hertling, who is himself a real up-and-coming pro-level GT driver, also works for the team as a mechanic. He's been well known to be holding the spanners, working on the spanners on the car that he then gets into, drives and wins races in. And he is not having to do that this weekend, I suspect. I think they've got their full team here, but yeah, he is pretty mechanically minded. That's something that maybe is dying out a little bit now compared to the olden days. Racing drivers having that meticulous understanding of how the car works. How important did you find that as a driver? Were you at all mechanically minded, or did you leave that to the experts?
Yeah, I think I wasn't necessarily mechanically minded when I started out car racing, but then I had to do a lot of the preparation on the cars in my, you know, early years. Say the first maybe 3 or 4 years, I did all the preparation on the car with some friends and family, and I really got to know, especially when I was racing Formula Ford, I got to know the ins and outs of that car. You know, I rebuilt that car between 2008 and 9, and yeah, every nut and bolt. It really helped actually. I felt like I had a really strong connection to the car, and it almost made me a quicker driver. It felt like when we made little setup changes, I could, you know, yeah, had a better sense of what was going on. But as you climb up the ladder, you tend to then start to work with professional teams.
Sorry, yeah. Rory, you spotted that as well, didn't you? That was close.
So we've got a couple of course vehicles there. You're not allowed to overtake the race car, another race car, while those course vehicles are in front of you. So Max had to take a moment of pause as he headed up to Hatzenbach, but now he's cleared the slower traffic, and he's heading up to Wipperman corner before heading down towards Brunchen, or YouTube corner as we're better known nowadays.
Yes, I'm fairly certain the Manthey Porsche will make an appearance on the YouTube compilation videos in the next week or so, and the HRT Ford Mustang. I'm sure they've not been the only victims of that corner in the race so far. That tricky moment that we just saw there for Max as he was negotiating I think it was one of the Cup 2 Porsches and they came over a blind crest. He committed to the move and only then saw the course vehicles, because how could he know they were there when they were the other side of a crest? But you have to commit to that move so early, like that one. If something then happens, like the car turns in, or there's a yellow flag, or there's a course vehicle, once you've committed, how much can you do to bail out of that safely?
Yeah, it's difficult. Again, it's split-second decisions, and all you can do is hammer on the brakes, and hope that you can, keep out of harm's way. Like looking back at that incident heading into the final complex before the Grand Prix loop, it could have been a plane crash.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, all 4 drivers were really fortunate there, and it could have been a lot worse.
Well, we've seen it go wrong before. Was it Lawrence and Dries Van Toor, I think, had a tangle there a number of years ago, and it's difficult because it comes at the end of the long straight where so much overtaking is done, but then you often don't have the move made before the braking zone at Tiergarten, and this kink here under the bridge, you really want to be ahead of the car you're passing by that point, but it doesn't always work out that way, and then you can't really run side by side down here, let alone when you throw some traffic into the mix. So no surprise that we get the odd drama down there, but another crisis averted. I'll tell you what, if the number 3 car does end up winning tomorrow afternoon, winning the race, they'll be, I think, counting how many lives they burned through to get there, because that's more than one near miss that they've survived.
Yeah, certainly keeping us entertained. But no, I'm loving the battle that we've got in front of us. Be interested to see what the new gap is. I think Mario Engel's doing a superb job, really proving his worth. Oh, I think he might have just hit a bird.
Oh, really?
The Porsche in front of us, yeah. So some sort of wildlife that's unfortunate.
Oh dear. But that can damage the car, can't it, if it hits you in the wrong place? Or if you hit it, I suppose, but if you collect it in the splitter or the front body work, hopefully that's not the case. The Porsche is putting the indicator on just to get out of the way of Verstappen.
Yeah, and that there, it's an example of catching the traffic at the wrong time, whereas Mario behind will have benefited there, had a clean run through, and being the car in front sometimes is harder. You're the one who's catching the traffic, making the hole for the car behind to follow.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to this stint, because I think we realised from the driver shift patterns that we were seeing emerge over the last few hours that Verstappen and Engel would probably be sharing the track for this hour of the race, and a lot of the established professional drivers have voiced opinions on Max coming in and how surprised they were perhaps to see him go so well immediately. And I'm not going to say that Mario Engel's got anything against Max, of course he hasn't. They can only respect what he's achieving, but the more experienced drivers will have more of a point to prove, I think, against Max, and if they can get one over on him, that's going to make them feel really good. So I just had a feeling this was going to be a spicy battle between Max and Mario, and it certainly has turned into that. But for now, I think they've just sort of settled down a bit as we move towards the end of this particular stint. Probably still a couple of laps for them before they dive for the pit lane. Just breathe on the throttle there as he established where the cars ahead were going. But that can cost you a second or two easily, can't it?
Yeah, well, the gap's come down by a second, exactly. Yeah. Really tricky, really difficult, and again, you can just see how the car in front is trying to do one thing, and the car behind is interpreting it in a different way. Here we go down the foxhole into Adenauer Forest. Oh, kind of backs up here.
It's brought Engel, as you can see, right back onto his tail. But the traffic gives, it takes away as well. I'm sure Max will be hoping that he can string a few good corners together. They will have a, well, I was going to say they will have a code 60 zone coming soon. It's actually just been downgraded to a code 120. The run through Exmule and up towards Bergberg, which is coming up shortly, had been a slow zone or a code 60 zone for a long time, but I think that barrier repair work at Bergberg is nearly completed now. So we hopefully won't be too long before that section of track is fully green again, although actually the fact it's all yellow flags now presents more of an opportunity maybe for the traffic to come into play. If one car clears a back marker going into the yellow flag zone and the other doesn't, that will inevitably cost the chasing car time. Oh, a great battle on your screen there. That's for 8th position on the bottom right corner of the screen. Dennis Olsen getting past Michael Grenier, and that was a brilliant move going into Sabina Schmidt's curve, and a good run through the chicane allowed the Ford Mustang driver to find a way through. So Dennis Olsen picks up a position and is just about keeping the Out Racing Team Ford Mustang in contention for a solid result. A difficult place to make a pass, actually. It's quite easy to defend into that corner normally, but there was a gap and he took it.
Find your inner anthem, write another stanza. If you're on the dance floor, go ahead, put your hands and sing it with the band. The sun don't shine. La 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 la, la 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 la.
On the lead lap, Rory, at this stage. Such is the gap. I mean, it's 5 1/4 minutes between second and third place. It gets bigger and bigger every time I look.
I just don't think the BMW in front is gonna make life easy.
No. This has trouble written all over it, doesn't it?
And he's pushing hard. You know,
Yeah.
he's on a mission.
Absolutely. And we've seen, haven't we, as well, that the M3 Touring performs pretty well in a straight line.
Wow.
So,
yeah, the way it pulled away there.
Yeah, great torque and a slightly more aerodynamic shape maybe than some of the standard GT3 cars. So even when we get onto the Dottinger Her, it's not going to be the work of a moment to get past it, is it?
Absolutely not. It's going to try and stay on that lead lap.
Yeah, it's crucial. You never know. If we do get a red flag for weather or any other reason overnight, you want to be on the lead lap, don't you? That keeps you in contention. So, yeah.
Tell you what, for a big car, it's nimble. It looks quite agile.
Yeah, well, BMW know what they're doing. It's essentially the M4 GT3 underneath with this M3 Touring body over the top, but it is clearly of GT3 performance. It's still running really strongly in 5th place overall.
And look, it's incredible, isn't it? Look at the time.
Yeah.
It's 2:45 in the morning, and the circuit is still lined with fans.
Yes.
These guys are fanatics.
It's a living, breathing thing, this place, isn't it? And it never goes to sleep. It's the racetrack that never sleeps. And yeah, it's the atmosphere must be absolutely incredible, especially at this time. The parties are in full swing now, and I'm sure one or two of them are turning their attention to the racetrack at this hour to see how this car, this driver gets on.
I think the parties were in full swing on Wednesday.
Yes, so I'd heard.
This is after party.
Yeah. It's honestly, it's a whole week. It's a festival of motorsport, isn't it? And they have lots of other races on over the week with classic cars and whatnot, which are just as popular with some of the fan base. So an interesting moment coming here, I think, Rory. Can he get past this BMW down the long straight? If he can't, it could be a long next few laps. Ooh, little wobble.
So is the BMW going to create a big hole in the air for the Merc to catch up? Let's see.
Well, we're not closing yet. and we're running out of straight. We're about halfway up the straight.
I think that the BMW has picked up a slipstream from a slower car.
Yes, you're right.
So yeah, it's not going to be enough.
No, one of the Caymans there came to Commenter Filippi's rescue. And only now does Verstappen get close. Not really close enough, surely, to lunge into Tiergarten. So, at least for now, the BMW stays on the lead lap.
He's going to have a go.
Verstappen's in. So, okay, that takes him out of that potentially tricky situation, in fairness. We have to assume that Maro Engel has pitted as well. So, in fairness, the 81 car then, although it was in danger of coming off the lead lap there, remember it pitted a couple of laps ago. So, now it will buy back a couple of minutes. So, pretty healthily still on the lead lap. In they come. We anticipate a driver change in car 80, but not in car 3, one assumes. Up onto the dollies they go. They come in at a 45-degree angle pointing in towards the garage. They put them up on the dollies, spin them round to 45 degrees facing outwards from the garage. And then the work begins. So, yep, driver change on the 80 car. I'm trying to think who will be next in the order. So we haven't had Schiller or Martin, it will be, won't it? I forget which order they went in. Can you...
I think it might be Martin.
Martin.
Yeah.
Okay. Expect Max to stay in the car. I haven't seen him get out. Double stints, pretty much the order of the day, aren't they now?
Yeah. You know, keep the drivers in the hot seat while they're in the flow, and give the other drivers a bit of rest. What time is sunrise?
5:15 or 5:45, I heard, I think, earlier.
So we have another double stint after this before we'll get to sunrise.
Yes.
But look, they're actually fitting new brake discs as well.
They're doing that on both cars, I wonder.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure.
It's quite interesting that they're on different strategies, you know.
There was a drama on the right front there. Not sure what that was all about. But I guess they'll do the brake change when they do a driver change, right? So that the car doesn't suddenly start behaving differently between your two stints. So I anticipate next pit stop they'll do this for the 3 car.
Yeah, you'd assume so. They might have just had to make use of some of the mechanics for this car, for the brake change, and then they'll do the same on the other car.
Yeah, that also makes sense. Of course, they're only off sequence with driver stints because of Danny Ukadea just doing the first stint in car 3. But actually, a nice side effect of that is exactly as you say, the team, more team members can now go to work on the 80 car, leaving 3 to have its standard pit stop. The fuel is pretty much done. Out comes the nozzle. The headlights and windscreen have been cleaned. The driver, I think, has been given a drink. And Max Verstappen will stay in the car. And it's going to be released momentarily back into the lead of the race, one would assume. The brake change done on the 80 car just in the nick of time, though. Look, they only just got that right front wheel on before the minimum time elapsed, so it's only just doable within the minimum time.
Wow, what a pressure on those mechanics, you know. I always found that, you know, just even sitting in the pit lane, the heat soak from the brakes. Oh, was that a bit of a slide from Max, maybe? The car just felt horrible on the outlap. You know, the brake pedal felt soft. It just took a little bit of time to try and like recover the brakes and get that kind of nice firm feeling from the pedal. Get that air flowing through the brakes, the discs and the pads. But there's nothing worse when your teammate hands you the car, you jump in and they say, yep, it's feeling good, and you leave the pit lane and it feels like, yeah, the opposite of good.
Yes. Yeah, well, okay, maybe an opportunity here for Max then to try and get away from Maxime Martin. You're right, it was Maxime Martin who got into the 80 car whilst he's bedding in those new brakes. workhorse cars on the track at the top of the Hatzenbach. Seeing that on the picture-in-picture. And that is for Dennis Olsen, who is 8th position at the moment. He's chasing down Ricardo Feller, who's 40 seconds or so ahead. Feller, though, is only 8 seconds behind Patrick Niederhauser, and was faster than him by 15 seconds on the previous lap. Code 60 related, I'm sure. Battle for 6th could start to bubble up nicely over the next lap or so. Something tells me we haven't seen the last of this Ford Mustang. The car had serious pace, didn't it, in those early hours? It was only the tyre call that really took them out of contention properly, but the cars look quick actually all weekend long, hasn't it? The Ford Mustang surprised quite a few people.
Yeah, it was quick in qualifying, and in the race, like, outright leading. And it was just that judgment call on putting the wet tyres on, and it just wasn't quite wet enough, and they lost 20-25 seconds per lap for probably 4 or 5 laps, and unfortunately dropped out of contention. But it was really nice to see the Aston, the Ford fighting at the front, and unfortunately as well the Porsche, the Grello Porsche, dropped out because of that oil spill at Brunchen.
Yeah, I made a list of all of the sort of front runners who have dropped out of contention or had issues. It's a fairly long list, isn't it, with KCMG out after the contact with the Scherer Sport Audi. Remember the blue Audi that everyone thought was going to be a factor in this race. They both retired after contact. Exton Flansgarten, the HRT and Mante cars were documented. The number 1 Rover racing car, we can see the sister car in, but number 1 had contact with the BMW Z4. Did that car ever rejoin the race, the 1 car? It's certainly not reappeared inside the top 30 overall, which is what we can see on the timing screen. The 130 Lamborghini, that had a puncture and went off a couple of times. Falcon Motorsport have stopped and retired. So many of the heavy hitters haven't even made it to the halfway point. In fact, many of them didn't make it to the 25% mark of the race. And you just have to suspect that, okay, the attrition rate might start to ease off as we do have fewer cars on circuit and maybe fewer incidents in the second half of the race. But we're certainly not done with storylines in this race. And given how evenly matched drawy these two Mercedes AMGs are, what is going to separate them? Will it be a bit of bad luck? Will it be a bit of contact, a mechanical drama? Because on pure pace, I don't see a way of separating them.
Yeah, they just seem so evenly matched, no matter what driver you put in the hot seat. But I think neither driver or car can make a break. These slow zones seem to equalise any sort of gap. You know, if you're the leading car and you arrive in the slow zone first, and you're up behind maybe a lower class car that hasn't got a speed limiter on it, and they're having to hold their speed using their right foot, they're probably going to be 5 kilometers an hour below the speed limit, and allows you know, the trailing car to catch up and reduce that gap.
So Rover just waiting on the time to elapse, and they can send the 99 car back into the race. And didn't spot actually whether they did a driver change there. Oh my word, Max Verstappen catching a slower car through Klostertal, having to go offline through Klostertal, which is one of the most intimidating corners on the track. It's not one of the most famous corners on the track actually, but that left-hand kink at the top of one of the fastest parts of the circuit is incredibly unforgiving. And thought for a moment as I glanced at the screen that Max was heading for the grass, but just about managed to keep it on the straight and narrow. And
I think he may have used a little bit of the grass.
Yeah, it was close, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
And there's no grip out there. We've had rain. It might still be a bit damp. It's probably going to be damp anyway, just because of the temperatures, the low temperatures, well, low single-digit temperatures at this stage. 3, 4, 5 degrees maybe ambient temperature, so if you start going onto the grass there'll be a bit of dew there, there'll be a little bit slippery. At those speeds that can absolutely spell disaster. So Max Verstappen then with the lead, riding on board with him in the main picture, and Maxime Martin in the picture-in-picture. That gap is growing, so is this... it seems that Maxime's had some bad luck in traffic, but is this also him just bedding those brakes in, do you think? Is this to be expected?
Yeah, exactly. He's jumped in the car, middle of the night, new set of brakes on the car. It might feel slightly different to when he drove it earlier, and he's just adapting to the dark. Some people can pick things up quicker than others, but you know, he's doing a pretty good job. You know, his second sector was quicker than Max, but he has lost a little bit of time over the lap, I think, overall. But yeah, I expect him to be right on the money. Super experienced driver.
He's knows what it takes to win a 24-hour race. He's won the Spa 24-hour before. Bathurst winner this year, Bathurst 12-hour winner. And he has had podiums at Daytona. Started his racing career in Renault Clio racing, actually. He was a Renault man in his early days, Clios, Formula Renault, etc. Before establishing himself as a real front-running GT star. One of the go-to professional drivers now in international GT racing. So he knows that this is not the time to push. He's just got to bed the brakes in, bed himself in, knowing that this time should come back to him when they, as we expect them to do, when they do the brake change on the 3 car at the next set of pit stops. 30 is in there, having its driver change done. That's the Hankook competition car. And who's getting out of the 30? It was Yongkyun Kim getting out, who's a former class winner here, actually, in the SPX class, for the oddities, as I call them, the cars that don't quite fit into any other category. He's found himself at the wheel of a Porsche GT3 car this year, and the Hankook car is having what looks like a fairly routine service.
But yeah, quite interestingly, 4 cars, Pro-Am cars, are in the top 15. Just talking about that. You know, some of the leading cars dropping out, and you know, you can have the best lineup, you can have the best team, the best car. Sometimes people make mistakes, or you just don't get the luck, and sometimes just keep staying out the pits, keeping the mistakes to a minimum, can get you up there. And we're looking at, in P10, got the number 48 Porsche, which is leading the Pro-Am category, and actually down in P14 is the line speed Porsche, which Jake Hill isn't currently at the wheel at the moment, but the 2023 British Touring Car champion, Jake Hill. This is made in Nürburgring 24 hours. He hasn't actually had many laps around the Nordschleife, or as much as he wanted to before this race, but he did say he was a little bit, you know, apprehensive about taking on the challenge of the Green Hill, especially with what can happen with the weather. And yeah, it's a race and a circuit that you gotta respect, but he's done a great job.
Corre, Pochi, ya va a comenzar.
Inicia la junta.
Crisis de imagen. Requiero fondo para tu tenis.
Delegada, es su tercera solicitud de la semana. Y como dice su madre, uno se arropa.
¿Está donde la sábana, bebé?
Qué niño tan inteligente. ¿Contabilidad?
Se reporta ingreso de inversionista anónimo.
¿Procedimiento?
Directo al fondo, hay que tener su clavito guardado.
cayó el sistema, el motor de la nevera, guindó los tenis.
Tranqui, que Pochi lo tiene resuelto. Por eso es que uno debe guardar su pan para mayo.
Anota eso, Lupita. Señores, los números cuadraron y este año... ¡hay vacaciones! ¡Ay, qué de finanzas!
La que sabe, sabe.
Cop Bueno, apoyando tus sueños.
One heading through the hairpin on the Grand Prix loop, only halfway round the GP loop. It got tapped into a spin by a Porsche, and they've been on the fight back ever since, whilst the top 5 are completed by the number 81 BMW. That is the SPX class BMW M3 Touring. 6th position for the 84 car. Patrick Niederhauser at the wheel of the 84 car that started from pole position, had a puncture on the opening lap after a little bit of side-to-side contact with the number 3 Mercedes, and they again really ought to be a lot further up the order than that. 7th place then for the number 24 Lion Speed GP Porsche, in the hands currently of Ricardo Feller, and they're only about 18 seconds clear of Dennis Olsen's charging number 67 Hout Racing Team Ford Mustang, which had really strong pace early in the race and is now starting to show a glimmer of that pace again as we go through the night. 9th position for the 54 machine, that's the Dynamique Motorsport Porsche in 9th spot, and the top 10 completed by our leading Pro-Am runner Dan Arrow in the number 48 Lurch Motorsport by Black Falcon team. Black Falcon, a team who know a thing or two about how to win at the Nürburgring. It's been a first 12 hours packed with action and excitement. Rory Butcher's on his way to have a nap maybe, or study the form back and see if he comes back with some predictions as to what's going to happen in the final 12 hours of the race. And Neil Jarni momentarily will occupy the hot seat next to me, and we'll get his thoughts on how the race is going, the first half of the race, some of the major storylines that have broken over the last 12 hours. It is 3 o'clock in the morning at the Nürburgring though, and we've got a proper fight on our hands between the 2 Mercedes AMGs out in front. Well, Neil, great to have you back. Hope you're well rested, first of all.
Well is relative in this case, but let's put it this way, I had definitely a bit of a nap.
Good.
And I see up front not a lot of changes since I left. Top 3 stayed, but then there are some changes.
Yes, and we've had a few lead changes whilst you were gone. Yeah. The Mercedes have been trading positions quite a few times, and we had another heart-stopping moment for Verstappen as he was battling with Maro Engel. You predicted those two would have a tasty battle. They did. They made contact at Tiergarten whilst battling for the lead, and both ended up on the grass. They could easily have both been out of the race, but thankfully gathered it together and were able to continue on. But it seems that we've got to the point in the race now where they're no longer playing nicely, those two teams. They both want to establish themselves as the clear race leaders.
Yeah. We had some internet banter, no, between
yes.
Engel, well, not actually between Engel and some other drivers. Obviously, we're discussing lap times of Verstappen online, and I think we'll see that playing out maybe now during the race, which is good. Then we have the answer, no?
Yep.
No need to discuss it.
Well, yes, they've certainly boiled over momentarily earlier on, but they've separated now slightly. And Neil, what we've seen is because the driver stints are still out of sync with those cars. So Maxime Martin has just jumped into the 80 car for his first stint. Max is in his second part of a double stint. They've just done a brake change on the 80 car. So Maxime Martin just bedding those brakes in. We expect the same from the number 3 car probably at the next pit stop, and Rory was telling us a little bit about that. It's very difficult when you go out there on fresh brakes to immediately find the limit, isn't it?
Yeah, well, 2 things, no? It's after a break, getting out there in the dark. I think Martin last time drove also in the light when it was still not night, so that's the step 1. And the second thing, new brakes. They don't immediately bite, so these are steel brakes, so you have to run them in. I would guess Mercedes betted them already before the race, so they should be actually pre-betted and ready to go. Nevertheless, until they're warm, from being completely cold, unused for some days, just to have a bit of a feel.
Okay, so that's something they do, what, in the free practice sessions earlier in the weekend?
It's you can pre-bet the brakes in free practice or but on dynos.
Oh, okay.
Nowadays you like the carbon brakes. Obviously GT3 don't have the carbon brakes, but definitely the carbon brakes you always pre-bet on the dyno, and I'm sure on the steel brakes they do the same nowadays. You pre-bet, it just saves you so much time. It's a very controlled process, and you make sure that the brake pads and the discs go together. It's always together, so the brake pads adjust to the discs. You don't normally just do a different kind of disc and a different kind of brake pads, because otherwise that's when the driver definitely needs another 7-8 kilometers to just get them adjusted to each other again.
Okay, interesting. So planning for this event begins long before they ever arrive at the Nürburgring potentially, and that's something that hopefully they've done well. It seems now that Maxime has found his rhythm a bit, settling the gap out at 4 seconds between himself and Max Verstappen, who continues to lead the race. We've briefly there had a code 60 at the first corner, but that now appears to have been cleared. We're actually, I'm going to say this very quietly, I don't think we've got any yellow flags on the track at the moment. Now I know as I say this that I'm going to get in trouble for that, but it's the first time in a long time, several hours I think, that we've not had any work going on. The marshals can have a quick rest before inevitably something else happens, we're heading into that interesting part of the race now, aren't we, Neil, where we've lost quite a lot of cars, so it's a bit less congested on the circuit, but it's dark and drivers are starting to get tired, the intensity starts to build up, so there's always drama around the corner.
Always drama, and maybe the guardrail shop also is closed now, so they're just stopped fixing the guardrails. Who knows? Definitely replaced quite a bit. It actually would be an interesting statistic after a race to know how many meters of guardrail have been replaced during a race.
Yeah, good question actually. They had a fairly lengthy...
There's your yellow.
Yes, I was hoping you hadn't spotted that. There's a yellow flag at the Sabine Schmitz curve. Only a yellow flag. It's only one marshal post, so I'm hopeful that won't be out for too long. But yeah, they had a fairly lengthy period where they were fixing the barriers at Arenberg whilst you were away, and that was a good hour and a half, maybe longer, that they were fixing things there after someone got it wrong into the right-hander. But they're well versed in this. They know how to get that done efficiently and safely, and they've been able to keep the race going without any real delay. So cycling through the halfway point of the race, halfway point pit stops for all of our front runners now pretty much done. And we were discussing before you got here a couple of the noteworthy cars that are inside the top 10, and one that immediately springs to mind, Neil, is that 84 car, which is into the top 6 now and looks really rapid no matter who is in that car. Patrick Niederhauser at the moment going really well in the 84 Lamborghini. Their 6th position, but with 12 hours to go, a podium is not out of the question, is it?
Definitely not. It's just half time now, obviously reached. And we've seen what happened in the first half. Can happen in the second half to anyone. So yeah, still a long game to be played by everyone. I think the interesting part is clearly also the the 81,
yeah,
the M3 Touring, no. It keeps itself there. It's clearly a podium contender, and who would have thought that from the SPX category?
Yeah, happens every now and again that one of these SPX cars comes in and springs a surprise. The Glickenhaus a number of years ago, remember, qualifying on pole position was another example of that. But yeah, Connor De Filippi doing well in fourth, although he had the 99 BMW of Dries van Thor right behind him at the start of the lap. The two were separated by only 4/10 at the previous sector point, so might not be in fourth for much longer. But yeah, I take your point, that car's going really well, as you would expect from BMW. It's engineered well, it's lasting the course, it's going quickly, and actually proved a while ago to be very difficult to overtake. Verstappen caught that car to put a lap on it, and Connor De Filippi was having none of it because he knows the importance of staying on the lead lap.
Yeah, definitely, because who knows if at night this famous fog and safety car or whatever can happen. But yeah, did we get any weather updates on that side?
I haven't seen anything, and there's no sign yet of the fog, the infamous fog rolling in. So I know Bring was trying to sell the idea that these are the perfect conditions now for the fog to appear, but no, we've been okay so far. Getting a replay here in the inset of maybe a drama for the Black Falcon Team Fanatec Porsche. Steve Alvarez Brown, oh no, he's been in the wall, and that is the Jimmy Broadbent car that Steve Brown is in.
That was a proper hit.
Yeah. What caused that, do you think? He was offline, I think, negotiating another car?
Yeah, he was like offline, and maybe it was launched by a curb, touched the curb, and just, yeah, couldn't stop the car anymore in time because he got out of a rhythm. It's like, you know, in these sections, it's like down the Fuchsröhre. If you're once out of the rhythm, you're just gonna hit the wall because it's impossible to turn the car then. And it looked a little bit like that.
Here it is again, Neil. What do you see?
We have it in the small picture on the bottom. Car there overtakes him.
He was online, actually, wasn't he?
He was too late on the brakes, that's why. I think what happened is he braked. And, you know, you have that right-hander and need to get into the left-hander, so you need to get the weight transfer going. And I think he was overtaking slower car on the outside. His weight was leaning on the left side. Started braking, and just couldn't stop the car anymore and got the rear light, and then just kept going straight at that stage.
Well, that is probably a race-ending accident then, because
yeah, with the cooler up front in what's the Porsche? No?
Yes,
yeah.
Cup car, yeah.
Yeah, you have in the Cup car, you got the cooler in the nose. Normally it's not helpful.
Well, that's a shame. I know there are lots of people who will be watching along, hopefully on our broadcast, but lots of the YouTube broadcasts of this race who are supporting that car, because that's the YouTuber car, which has, as I said, Steve Alvarez Brown and Jimmy Broadbent as part of the driver lineup. Jimmy, the most well-known sim racing YouTuber. Jimmy's been in the car on several occasions, and there is Steve, look, in the car. Head in his hands, and yeah, he's okay, that's the main thing, but that must be an awful feeling as a driver. I'm sure you've not been in that situation much yourself, but from speaking to others, Neil, what goes through a driver's mind in that awful moment of realisation?
You know, the thing is, because you're sharing car with others, it makes it actually worse if you do make a mistake, because you decide also for other drivers their race outcome, and not just for yourself. I mean, you anyway decided for the race team and all the mechanics and everyone who's putting in the hours, but there's also 2-3 more other drivers with you, and that's always less good of a feeling.
Yeah, the good thing with that particular team, though, is that all of the drivers are very good friends. They hang out away from the track, do a lot of sim racing together, so I suppose...
Well, they were before the race.
Yes.
I guess normally they know. That's part of racing. You go to the Nordschleife, you go to any 24-hour race, and especially the Nordschleife. It's just, there's a chance that you crash. I mean, no one is protected from it, and we've seen we had Kevin Estre in the Grello, one of the most famous victims, out early already. And maybe it was also oil, you know, it was not even a driving mistake really. He just got on the outside onto some slippery surface and it was oil, but it's always hard to judge from the outside here.
Definitely is, but yeah, shame that that car's out, and it means that well, that's now one of 2 or 3 yellow flag zones that we've got around the track. That's the last time I mentioned that at any point over the remainder of the race. Lead gap coming down over the last lap or so. It actually went back out again in the most recent sector, but Maxime Martin starting now to find his rhythm. And he was within a couple of seconds of Verstappen at the start of the lap, riding on board, of course, with Max as he heads out onto another lap of the Nordschleife, and he is entering a yellow flag zone. This is a dream scenario, though, entering a yellow flag zone. No cars ahead of him, so he could slow down gradually to the speed that he needs to hit. It is just a yellow flag zone. It's not a code 60, this, so he can start accelerating again now towards the hats and back, and yeah, it just turned into a code 60 as he left that part of the road, so that, I reckon, will have held up Maxime Martin a little bit more. So
yeah, and if you look at the lap times right now, there is 2 cars below 8 minute 20, and it's Martin and Philippe Ellis, both in a Mercedes. Max is at an 8 minute 23 in the last lap, like most other cars. So yeah, including the yellow flag, pace is quick right now.
Yeah, a lot of talk building up to the race about who had the fastest car. There was some balance of performance adjustments made after qualifying, but it does seem, at least at this stage, doesn't it, that the Mercedes across the board seem to have a good package. I know that other cars have had problems, and that's why 3 and 80 have got this lead, but it seems like all of the Mercedes are doing well now, even within the Pro-Am class, as you mentioned.
Yep, the Mercedes are quick, and also, you know what? It's the first time you look on the first page, the first timing page, and you see on P24 the first P22 the first non-SP9 car. Kozlowski in a Porsche.
Mi nombre es Juan Ignacio Gil de la Cruz. Todos me conocen aquí como Papín. Soy el capataz general en este momento de la empresa. Los beneficios que tenemos con la máquina 6 son, bueno, el cubo, en primer lugar, es bastante grande. En segundo lugar, tienen un motor bastante potente. Hemos visto que tiene mucha fuerza, tiene buena altura. Por lo tanto, entendemos que hacemos un buen trabajo con la máquina 6. Bueno, con esa máquina 6, nosotros hacemos una labor encomiable aquí. Alimentamos la planta, echamos el material a la tolva para procesarlo, y ya luego también llenamos los camiones con la máquina 6, ya procesado también los materiales.
The cooler up front damaged will have cooler liquids all over the place.
Yeah, that's the first thing that came to my mind. Actually,
after the Grello disaster played.
Yes. And that was a Cup 2 car that had leaked fluid everywhere. It's something Porsches are notorious for, of course. If you damage the front of it, tends to lead to that kind of thing happening. But yes, to willingly tow the car partway around the track is not ideal. The good thing is they can take it off the track at Exmule, can't they? The next corner, because that's one of the entrance points to the circuit. So if you're doing a tourist lap here, you can enter the circuit at Exmule, which is the next corner, so they don't have to tow it far, but down that next straight at least there is a chance that there'll be a little bit of a slippery surface perhaps. Race leader didn't know which way to go there with the Porsche Cayman, which looked like it was going right, then flicked the indicator on to go left, and that's another one of those lightning fast decisions that you have to make.
Yeah, it's so many decisions are split seconds and they're intuitive. It's not that you can plan them. You have to be ahead of the car. Otherwise, you will never do them correctly.
I mentioned, Neil, that code 60 at Hatzenbach. It came out just after Max Verstappen had cleared that corner, and Maxime Martin had to sit in it for a few seconds. It cost him 6 seconds or so. He's 8 seconds back now from Verstappen, and that was just pure timing.
That's pure timing, pure luck. Yeah, it was true, 6 seconds, huh? Just in that little bit with the yellow. Now imagine they would have had a bigger gap between themselves. This would have been a lot bigger even.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Max had a very short slowdown there,
Yeah, it was Max slowed for the yellows, but it wasn't yet a code 60, so he slowed, but not as much as.
He's in Brünchen now.
Yeah, so.
No, it is. Exactly. Wippermann, Eschbach, he is there. Brünchen now, getting to the jump there. Not so much traffic there. It's quite cleared up. So if we look on our track map, he's got some fresh air in front of him. Most probably will catch traffic onto the Döttinger Höhe, onto the straight. So that will be interesting to see that lap time, including all those yellows. Where we'll end up. But Maxime Martin definitely got a little bit unlucky, but as we said, 10, 15 seconds, 20 seconds is no gap here. We've seen it jump around so quickly in the earlier stages.
Yeah, we've seen cars gain minutes, haven't we, over earlier stints. There's the Steve Brown Porsche Cup car. It's, as I suspected would be the case, it's been taken off the track at Exmühl, and it will then, through one of the internal roads that runs through the town, actually one of the towns in the centre of the Nürburgring, will make its way back to the paddock, but it'll be a long time before we see that car on track again, if at all, before the end of the race. Another lap about to be completed then by Max Verstappen. This the 78th lap of the race. And again, he just has to flirt with the barrier there coming out of Tiergarten to negotiate the slower BMW. Let's see the lap times then. So the leader does an 8:25.8 for Verstappen. And what's the time going to be for Maxime Martin? We'll find out in a moment or two. It's a lot slower, 34.7, Neil.
Yep, 8:34, 9 seconds on this lap. So it'll be interesting to see now, but I think there was, as you said correctly, a yellow which played into that. But this is also the luck, during a 24-hour race, you need to be lucky as well. You don't just win it because of pure pace when it's that close. It's also lucky moments, and it all comes together then.
It does. Well, now it's time for Maxime Martin to show us what he's made of. There was a similar situation a couple of stints ago, actually, where Danny Ukadea was chasing the lead at that time, I think, and lost some time in yellow flags, and within a couple of laps had regained the 10 seconds or so that he lost.
Yep.
So Maxime now needs to try and put in a similar stint, doesn't he? Just to stay within touch, keep the pressure on.
Exactly, yep. It is... Rudy is still on the same lap. Then the last one on the same lap is the 84 Lamborghini, actually. It looks like when you calculate it backwards, obviously until they cross the line.
84 is at Flugplatz. Yes, so you're right, they're still on the lead lap. Definitely.
Because Max is now just into... And no yellow. So, they're still there, yep.
And
code 60.
Code 60, yeah.
Still code 60 at Hatzenbach. So let's see if that one stays on. We can once follow it a little bit. Maybe we can leave it on to see if anyone gets it twice, or, from the top 3-4 car. Let's see if we can find that out.
Yeah, interesting. 24, by the way, is still on the lead lap, looking at the tracker. So 7 cars on the lead lap. Ricardo Feller
Yeah.
Still just about clinging on.
Is he also there then? Oh yeah, you have him on the GPS tracker.
Just gone past floodplains, yeah. So it's only taken me 12 hours, but I finally worked out how to use the track map now. It's a brilliant live tracking system.
Yeah, you can zoom in and...
Yeah. It tells you where the yellows are, where the code 60s are, and of course you can GPS tracking of every car that's running in the race, so really useful tool.
Which anyone can actually have a look at. So also our YouTube or broadcast followers can have a look and download it on, what's the website? Nords
-GPS
Vercel
.app.
Yeah.
So or simply search for Nürburgring 24-hour live time tracker.
I'm sure they will have a link on the official website somewhere.
Yeah. A vital tool in endurance racing, isn't it, to have the timing screen open, to have the tracker if you have it, especially a race like this. It's such a vast circuit, such a vast event, so much going on. It's hard even for us with all of this information to keep on top of everything.
Yes, you need a combination of everything. Well, Max is going good. Looking at those sector times now, he's increased the gap a bit. Just put another 2 seconds in sector 3.
Yeah, this is about the biggest gap, actually, that either of these cars has had for a long time, since the rain came, really. The biggest lead that anyone's had, 12.5 seconds or so. It's fitting, perhaps, that it's Max Verstappen, who's halfway through now his second stint, is the one setting the pace.
He's getting into another yellow now. That's his, where they're still fixing the barrier there from the Porsche, it looks like, or... no, or they're pulling the car. I couldn't see anyone working anymore, but... So let's see if that stays yellow there until Maxime comes by.
Still at the moment. I think Martin's
passed it already, gone through there already.
So, okay, that's they're perhaps still checking the barrier, I guess. That took a big hit, didn't it? And, Steve Brown went off a few laps ago. But, brilliant pace set by Max Verstappen.
Yeah, and he just took another 2 seconds out in sector 5.
And it's the body language of the car that strikes me. You can almost, if we didn't have the graphic at the top of the screen, and if we hadn't been saying his name for the last 90 minutes, I think we'd still know it was Max Verstappen in the car, because the car just looks much more on edge. It's pointier, he's darting across the road, he's more aggressive in traffic, and that's the Max Verstappen approach. It's not necessarily what we normally see in a race like this, but it's certainly effective, isn't it? We can see that with the lap times.
Oh, that was close with the very slow car. I think that's the SP9 car in front of him, the dynamic GT3 Porsche, which is placed where? Dynamic GT is number...
They are Dynamic 55.
55.
They are 15th. Lurk Hartog in the car at the moment.
Yeah, he's not making space. That's the other thing. You don't need to make space here.
Yeah.
Somewhere now he gave him the space.
But yeah, you're not shown a blue flag, are you?
I'm not sure. I do think there are shown blue flags, but there is no rule, because it's like you can't keep track of everything. So everyone just needs to look how they get by. Obviously, real blocking is not accepted, that's clear. But generally you will try to avoid to get lapped, and for that you might use a little bit of blocking, and you can without being penalized, like let's say in Formula 1 or so, where a blue flag you need to make immediately space. So this is a bit different in endurance racing with this, how you act on that.
Yeah, so it's not the easiest thing to just jump out of the way around here, is it? Because So narrow.
Oh, that was he had his moment earlier on, no?
Every time he goes over there, you could just see the front of the car lurching around. And he said in his interview, didn't he, after that stint, that he thought he turned in a fraction too early. But to nail that line, to the foot, every lap after lap, even in the darkness, it's amazing they don't get that slightly wrong more often. It's foot flat to the floor, isn't it? If you misjudge that slightly, there's nothing you can do.
Exactly. But, he's done enough laps now around here. He will know what he did wrong at that particular lap that he went wide. And to be ready for, not to repeat that mistake. So, and we're back on the Döttinger Höhe already. It'll be interesting how much he can take out this lap. What was it, 11 seconds?
After the start of the lap, yes, it was. Yeah.
11 seconds. So after split times, we're looking at 15 seconds.
This feels like quite a significant stint, doesn't it, all of a sudden? Verstappen pulling a lead bigger than anyone's had at any point, really, since the first handful of hours. Let's see the lap time then, Neil, as he comes across the line.
Yeah, 8:42 with all the yellows and code 60s that have been introduced in this last lap. And it's still there in Hatzenbach. Huh?
Yes, it is. 80 is crossing the line now, I think, Neil. 16 seconds back, 16.3 to be precise. So that was another 5 seconds nearly gained. And they both had, as far as I could see that time, the same amount of yellow flag and code 60. So that was, okay, traffic, I'm sure will have had something to do with it, but that was a genuine gain from Verstappen. And yeah, I do feel like this is an important stint. If he can build a gap of 20, 25 seconds maybe, that feels quite significant at this stage.
Well, he edged out another 5 seconds, from Martin now. 8:47 versus 8:42. Yeah, that's impressive. And looking at sector 1 now, it's just another 1 second. So it's a pattern, it's not just traffic, Yeah,
it's consistent across the sectors.
Yes, it's not just traffic.
Yeah, so he's got another SP9 car ahead, a BMW of some sort. Not sure which one that is, but
we can look on the GPS.
Yes, we can.
Which one that is?
Where are we? We're heading into
Dunlop chicane. Dunlop, sorry.
77. Oh, it's the Schubert BMW. So another pro entry.
With Eng.
It's Philip Eng, yes. So this is the 14th placed car now, which is battling the 55 Dynamique Porsche that just went a lap down. So that's quite a close battle for position. So I know it's only 14th, but Philip won't want to give the place away.
That will cost time now.
Yeah.
Because they were the lapped car, not the BMW, but the car in front, obviously slowed down massive amount early on. Oh well, there's a guardrail shop again open. They're replacing some guardrails there on the left.
Well, that bit of guardrail alone has been replaced once before this weekend, because that's where Maro Engel went off in qualifying.
Yep, true.
The Hatzenbach. So that was relatively new, that guardrail, when the race started. Anyway, they're through the code 60. And still, Philip Eng is, as we've said, not moving out of the way.
Definitely not making space. Is he fighting anyone right there in front and back?
Behind, yes. So Lurk Hartog in the Dynamique car, who's just gone a lap down. Although actually, no, there's a gap now, isn't there?
There's a huge gap. I think it pitted.
Might have pitted. Yeah, you might be right. Because they were closer at the start of the lap. Flashing the lights.
Now he's... And you know, when you are in the car in front and you have a car like that behind flashing you the whole time, the lights are so bright, it really does get tricky.
Shows his nose into Arenberg.
Shows his nose how it goes down to Fuchsröhre. Let's see how he'll solve that. There's
no way through down here.
No.
So if you're Philip Eng then in this situation and you've got the race leader flashing the lights constantly behind you, at what point do you think maybe it is worth getting out of the way?
In theory it is. The team should tell him, okay, move over and just... But, you never know what the discussion they're having. He's already a lap down anyway, no?
Yeah.
So it would be a second lap. No.
Is this where the move comes? Yes, there we go. So now moves out of the way at Metzgerfeld. So, okay, took him half a lap, but did get out of the way. I wonder whether he'll get out of the way a bit more quickly for Maxime Martin, who, look, has taken some time out of Verstappen, as you said he would.
Yeah, it was this yellow.
Yeah.
Because they had this slow car in front. But, yeah, this is the accordion effect of yeah, there's the next slow zone again. That's where the cup...
Mao tiene el mejor internet, el más rápido y confiable. Aprovecha los nuevos planes de internet 100% en fibra óptica con 75 megas de bajada y 40 megas de subida. Y la mejor televisión con Claro TV Plus para que veas todo el contenido desde cualquier dispositivo que incluye HBO Max. Todo esto por solo 1,795 pesos mensuales. Solicítalo en puntos de venta Claro o llamando al 809-220-1111 opción 2.
The race in that class is in the pits, so Johan Kristoffersen might be about to move into the lead of that class. They had some issues with that car earlier on, didn't they? But the Subaru has been off the road, I think, a couple of times. It's all equalised out, and Kristoffersen's actually in quite a close battle in SP4T for turbocharged cars with engine capacity between 2 and 2.6 litres. It's not a massive class, a class of just 5, but Kristoffersen's car is doing really well in that class, and another Red Bull athlete who is proving what they're capable of this weekend at the Nürburgring, and he would be absolutely delighted if he could pick up a class win this weekend.
Yeah, he's obviously well known for his other successes, and I'm sure he would love it if it would be raining hard right now.
Yes.
Low grip level. I think that would be something he would love.
Yeah, 8-time World Rallycross champion. Also won a couple of times in Extreme E, actually, and of course came from a Rallycross background. His father, Tommy Kristoffersen, raced in Rallycross back in the heyday of the sport, really, against the likes of Kenneth Hansen. But Johan also a pretty established touring car racer. He's won races in Scandinavian touring cars and has competed in other touring car, mainly TCR competition. So he knows front-wheel drive hatchbacks pretty well. And he's at the wheel of one this weekend. This is, I think, another of the cars in his class, actually, the number 302 Hyundai Elantra, which is in the garage. That's not a great sign. And that car has Michael Asconar as part of the driver lineup, but that car's having some work done on it and was already a few laps down on the class leader, so Hyundai not having a faultless performance, it must be said, this weekend.
Yeah, so Max got some free air now on his onboard, and you can just see he's definitely on the limit there, pushing absolute the limit. You could hear it several times under braking, when the gear clacks and the wheels are close to locking. The sound of it, yeah, definitely pushing.
Just to redirect our attention quickly back to the world feed, that is the class-leading Subaru in SP4T, so that's also in the garage. So
okay.
That's quite significant. So I think Kristoffersen is going to inherit the lead of that class, because there's obviously a problem for the Subaru as well. So Johan...
Or are they changing brakes there?
Possibly. Let's see if the camera gets in there a bit more. It looks like maybe they are.
The disc is off.
Taking time, but of course it's not going to be as speedy a process as it is for an SP9 car.
Yeah, the SP9 cars are well engineered for a quick change of discs and so on. Why, was close to approaching speed there, huh?
By this point, we should be sort of numb to that, shouldn't we? That shouldn't really shock us, these kind of
things. It is still. At night, it's just the speed approach. It's just amazing. How you, So it was another 8:42, so like close to the lap before. Let's see what he did now. Martin 8:44, 18 seconds.
So 2 seconds gained that time by Verstappen. But not as much of a gain as the previous lap, but it was still a gain, 18.2 seconds. And I do think if he can get that gap up over 20, that's quite a significant lead that he'll have pulled.
And now, if looking at the GPS, there's a bit less traffic now than for the next few laps. Not few laps, I mean the next few kilometers, sorry. It looks like there have been some big chunks of cars before. Although it looks crowded in Hatzenbach already.
Yes, where we still have the code 60. I mean, the longer that code 60 is there, and it's going to be there for a while, the more chance there is that you get caught behind a slow car. So
yeah, that's what costs time if you're unlucky there with traffic.
So he'll be holding his breath. There is a car ahead. I think maybe a Cup 2 car. Can't quite see from here, but he's going to catch it at Hatzenbach, whatever it is.
Yeah, but I think it's a Porsche in front.
Yeah, I think it's a Cup 2 Porsche, isn't it?
That light bar.
Yeah.
Stripe across the rear.
So they slow. There's the code 60 being waved, and okay.
There you can see how much distance you can make up. Yeah. Just if you have no traffic into this code 60, it's just to be sharp on.
Yeah, because you have to be down to 60 when you get to that first board, but of course a GT3 car can reduce its speed much more quickly than some of the more production-based cars, so they can brake later, carry the speed in.
Yes.
That's where the time gain comes from. So everything just falling into place for Team Max Verstappen at the moment. And he will hand over at this pit stop to...
I think it's not an it's not a Cup car, it's actually a GT.
Oh, is it?
It's an SP9. Oh, the car is not making space.
That's a dangerous place to be getting that close into Flugplatz. And he almost committed to the move on the inside there, but I think that would have been a move too far. And he'll wait for a better opportunity. But this is what I mean about Max. This is not a pass for position, but it's so aggressive. He fills the mirrors, gets to the inside, he's flashing the lights. Every car he passes, he does with intent.
Yeah, it's definitely intense pressure on the car. That was close. You wouldn't want to put a hand between those two cars anymore.
But can he get away with this for the remainder of the race? You feel at some point that there's going to be a miscommunication, and maybe that's me underestimating his ability to negotiate the traffic, but you don't see every other driver doing it like that, do you?
You know, I think, yeah, it could be that, Maxime Martin at the back just has this few inches of extra safety he puts in, and that's what costs him currently a bit of lap time. But, I mean, as close as the race is up front right now, you definitely cannot play the safe hand, no.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still 12 hours to go, so a lot of things can happen. But the pace is very high up front. If you compare, they're doing 840s. The rest is on 850, 90, if anything. So, yeah. It is... The pace from the top two cars is high right now. They're in a different world.
There was a time there, wasn't there, when it was raining and Jules Gounon was in the car and he was losing time, hand over fist, and we were saying then that we thought he was being cautious and you know, we shouldn't panic because he's losing time. And we were right, because that car now leads the race and is extending the margin. So there is something to be said, isn't there, for playing the percentages and just keeping 10% on the table for now. And I wonder if that is what the Maxime Martin philosophy is. It's there's still a long way to go, and 20 seconds, 25 seconds, you can get that back quite easily through various things that could happen in the future.
Yeah, pick your battles, pick your moments in a 24-hour race. You will have a swing towards you, you will have a swing against you, so away from you. That's how it is, and yeah, just keep the rhythm going. But yeah, Maxime knows he's got, what, another 4 laps left maybe in this stint for himself. And then there'll be a driver change, so.
Yes, we've just had a driver change in the other Red Bull liveried car that's towards the front, the 84 car, with Mirko Bortolotti now, former DTM and FIA Formula 2 champion in that car, which is in 6th position at the moment. It's over a minute behind 5th place, which is the Conor De Filippi driven SPX BMW M3 Touring. And he's almost a minute ahead of Frederick Furbish, who's up to 7th now in that 67 Ford Mustang, which again, every time I look at it, seems to have gained a position in the running order.
Yeah, they were very quick, at the beginning of the race. I mean, Olsen in that car took the lead and, pushed hard for it. And he was, they were super quick. They just unfortunately had a few strategy mistakes, which cost them dearly. But let's see, the car is quick, there's no doubt about that.
Yes, the problem is the car ahead of them is pretty quick as well, because Bortolotti is the fastest, or one of the fastest cars on track in the sectors, we believe. So
has also the fastest race lap so far.
And has the fastest lap, yeah.
An 8:11.1.
Yes, he has been rapid all weekend. Well,
that's
qualified on pole, remember, so we know it's got speed in it.
It's close to qualifying times.
Yeah.
What was qualifying? 8:10, no?
It was a 10, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, that car has got serious speed in it and is a minute and 23 seconds or so behind 5th place. So if they could get back into the top 5, and I think they could still challenge for a podium after what happened to them on the opening lap, I think that would be one of the biggest turnarounds really in the race, because they were down and out after that first lap. They lost several minutes. The win might be a stretch, but the way they've just slowly but surely worked up the order is very, very impressive. And Mirko Bortolotti is now going to hope that he can eat into this gap to Conor De Filippi. I think they're both on similar pit cycles as well, those two cars, so should be equal on fuel load and tyre wear as well.
It was Patrick Niederhauser in before there, which is another Swiss compatriot of mine, not living far. I think I told you already the story we've had, because he's lives about 20-30 minutes from where I am, and they own a gravel pit. And we go drifting in there sometimes. He has just a junkyard next door, and we use the old cars there to take them, the ones which are still driving or drivable, and then we go and do some stock car racing in there. And it's always a lot of fun meeting several drivers up there, and parents. My dad comes, and here his dad, and different dads and moms and sisters, so it's always a fun time in the gravel pit.
About the only time you have fun in the gravel, really, isn't it, when it's off-road racing?
Yeah, and we got a special tractor to just pick up the cars as well, to put them back to the junkyard. Yeah, had a lot of good memories from there.
Great stuff. Great little fact, actually, on the world feed there, the graphic saying 12,000 marshals have been deployed. Sorry,
1,200.
That's a lot of marshals. 1,200 marshals deployed around the Nordschleife, which is still a lot. So still a lot of marshals, all working hard to keep the event running. And 1,200
volunteering,
all volunteering to be here and
making it happen.
They get front row seats and they live for this kind of thing, but that doesn't make the job they do any easier.
That definitely doesn't make it easier. It's an incredible hard job, and you need to live for that passion. And that's what they do, and they make so much possible actually in motorsports. You know, it's not just here at the Nordschleife. It's any racetrack without those marshals. Racing would look completely different.
Yeah, definitely so. So they continue to work at a couple of points of the circuit to repair barriers. One of them coming up now, this ever-present code 60.
Yeah, down the Hudson-Bach here, it's good, no traffic. Yeah, and Max took another 1.8 seconds out of Martin last lap.
Yeah, so Max has had the pace advantage all stint, really, hasn't he, over Maxime?
Yeah, I mean, 1.8 seconds, you know, isn't the world on 25Ks. Yeah, on a normal track that would be, what is it? It's a long track, is like 5K, so it's divided by 5. Yeah, we're talking 3/10.
Yeah, which we wouldn't get that excited about, would we?
Then we would be like, oh, it's 3/10 per lap.
Yeah.
So on a standard course, yeah.
But as you say, it's that trend. It's always going up.
It's a trend.
It's never going down.
Yes, it's clearly a trend. So it's not nothing else.
We'll see if that trend continues into the
Flugplatz.
Yep, over the top of the hill. Which way is the traffic going? It stays left. That's good.
Yeah, he didn't hesitate there. He stayed full throttle. You could hear that. Into Schwedenkreuz. Bump. Arenberg there. The car is also... car looks solid, yeah. Around Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg. Down the hill here, Fuchsröhre. Yeah, it's good to just listen to the sound. There was a little bit of misunderstanding. And the back marker thought he's going on the inside and went to the outside, and Max wanted to go on the outside. But these are the small things. They don't cost a lot. It's just bottomed out there. Just heard that. Had to lift off on the exit. Next yellow coming soon.
Yes, the V8 engine has to now just be put to idle for a moment, but nice, as you say, just to sit and listen and watch the master at work.
Yeah, it's actually interesting just listening to the engine, the gearbox, the wheels, you know, rear wheel locking. We just heard it, how he locked the wheels a bit into this code 60 there. And also we hear how the car bottoms out on several places around the track.
Yeah, we can see that sometimes with the sparks flying from underneath the car. It's amazing the punishment the cars take. You know, we take that for granted actually these days, the mechanical reliability of these cars, but when you see the demands that the cars are put under, it's remarkable. We don't get more part breakages, you know, but that's what the manufacturers work on so hard, and these GT3 regulations really do work well for providing cars that can go the distance at this speed. You know, maybe not 100% the whole way, but certainly there's no conservative driving, is there, just to protect the car anymore?
Exactly. So now we have that was a close call on the in the small and international feed on the small window, we see Maxime Martin on board, which will be good to see once also. There's another SP9 Porsche in the way. Makes space quickly though.
Clear track through the carousel, full speed into there.
Maxime is also going for it as well in the...
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of suggesting that Maxime Martin is driving a little more conservatively, but not that conservatively. He's still going very, very quickly, but perhaps leaving a little bit more on the table than Max at times.
Yeah, well, lost another 4 seconds, until now, half lap.
Yeah, Max hasn't had clear track, has he, for all of it, so...
No. There's the famous Fuchsschwanz.
Yes, now what car is that?
Foxtail. The Foxtail.
Ah, it's on the Z4, right, okay.
Okay. Normally it's on the Manta, huh?
Yes, we haven't had that out, unfortunately, for...
But that car looks battered.
Yes. I think...
Or reshaped by someone.
Well, I think it was reshaped by Raffaele Marcello, if I'm honest. I think that's the car that he hit, which damaged the front of the #1 Rover Racing BMW and took them out of contention. I keep meaning to check, actually, whether the
Z4 won in 1 year, no? That lost some time ago in a Rover.
Yes.
Also a Rover. It was a Rover car.
It was a Rover car, yes, it would have been. Yeah, and they ran the Z4 for a number of years. Successfully. Yeah, Marcello's car I don't think is running anymore, so it didn't look like there was a lot of damage done to the Rover car, but it was enough to take them out of the race, it would seem. And I'm pretty sure it was the Z4 that they collected.
Went on the grass there, Max, nearly a bit. He's definitely full on also in traffic. It's
It's an absolute joy to watch, and
it is impressive to watch at night how they're going around the traffic and just how you have to nail it as well.
I hope everyone's enjoying this onboard footage. It's a privilege to be able to watch, to have access to the onboard with Verstappen and keeping you in touch with what's going on the world feed, but understandably very much focusing on the Red Bull Formula 1 driver Max Verstappen, who is just changing really all expectations of drivers on the Nordschleife. He's pitting now, so his stint is coming to an end, but yeah, this is it's resetting the barometer for everyone
27
else.
27 seconds.
Yeah, that's a much bigger lead. I can't remember the last time any car had that sort of a lead. It was very early in the race when with the changeable weather, I think. So since the track dried out, that's the most dominant stint we've seen, and it's that man again who has proven what he's capable of doing. Max Verstappen will get out of the car. I suspect we'll hand over to Jules Gounon. That's what happened earlier in the race, and Max can be very, very satisfied with what he's just done.
Definitely. It was a fantastic stint. Taking his seat shell out.
Is that Gounon?
Gounon, yeah, he's coming in.
And are they doing the brake change as well? They are, aren't they? We can see in the world feed they're doing the brake change now on the 3 car. So this could now flip things ever so slightly back in the favour of the 80 car. Although the bonnet's coming up on the 80 car as they switch it around. Is this going to be an oil check, or what could they be doing here?
Yeah, good question.
It's not normal, is it? We've not seen this before.
Oh, well, it's also not on the number 3 car. The bonnet is staying closed, so...
Hard to see from this angle what they're doing. What's that he's just taken out? Is that a new filter?
Yeah, it looks like.
Okay. So a precautionary change, although not something we've seen before.
Maybe they had a lot of dirt, you know, in the filter, and the car was a bit down on power, and they saw it on the data.
Okay.
And they thought, maybe we need to change the filter back on power.
Okay, well, let's hope that's just precautionary. saying they changed the brakes on the 3 car, but if they did it very quickly. On the left-hand side, at least, they might still be working on the right. We expected them to do the brake change, but that doesn't mean that they will. So, Jules Gounon plugged in, and Maxime Martin will stay in the 80. Bonnet back down, and
Darker and John.
Yeah. And that's just to check everything's tight after the abuse the car took for the last hour.
Exactly.
And of course they've changed the tyres anyway, so just making sure they're as tight as they possibly can be. Team just checking over the car. Every second of this minimum pit stop time is worth using, isn't it? And even if it is just to check that nothing's coming loose, you know.
I think you do check everything, change a filter. I mean, you know, they see a lot of things on data. They have telemetry, so they can see if the car is down on top speed, if the car is maybe struggling with overheating, or so they will act accordingly as a team.
Out goes the 3 car. Jules Gounon back into the race. And what was it, the 27-second lead? We'll see whether or not that changes over this outlap. But yeah, I wouldn't mind getting that confirmed if possible, whether they did do a brake change on the 3 car. I thought I saw them doing it.
Yeah, there was something going on.
Yeah,
I saw it on the front left, definitely.
Okay.
And if they would change it, they will.
Look, 80 car.
He struggled taking off.
Yeah. That's a couple of minor concerns. I'm not saying they're major, but there are a couple of slightly odd things going on in that pit stop, weren't there?
Well, let's see the gap after Sector 1. We'll know immediately.
The reason I'm questioning the brake change is that when they did it on the 80 car, whilst you were away, Neil, they only just got the brake change done before the minimum pit stop time. So it seemed like it was a long process. They might have done things in a different order, maybe, but it was done a lot sooner on the 3 if they did it. So
maybe they were warmed up by now.
Yeah. Anyway.
3:49, 3 minutes 49 seconds was until Sector 1, including the pit stop.
And 54 for Martin.
Yeah, it's 5 seconds longer. So that's what he lost with that. He stalled the car, I think, on the takeoff. I think he did stall the car on the takeoff.
Yeah.
And that's the 5 seconds added.
Yeah. So 5 seconds. 5 seconds
Gets
gained.
to 32 seconds.
Yeah.
The gap between the 2 lead cars.
But
1 and 2.
But now Gounon in the number 3 car. Now the only other time we've seen Jules Gounon was admittedly in the more tricky conditions, the weather changing from dry to wet. He seemed to struggle. Now I guess we'll find out whether he was struggling or whether that was a choice to just rein it in a bit. If he can now find the sort of pace that Max Verstappen was setting, I think that gives us the answer, doesn't it?
Definitely. So how is it looking with the Code 60s? All of them still there. I can see 2 there, but that Hatzenbach is gone now.
Hatzenbach is clear. We've got this one still at Verstappen and a yellow coming out of Bergwerken towards Kesselch. I'm not sure what that's for. A recovery vehicle is
on the way.
Although number 17 isn't moving on the tracker. And that's the 17 is the Dunlop Porsche, I think. Yes, the Dunlop Motorsport Porsche, which on the live tracker at least is stationary at Bergwerk. But well, we'll find out shortly actually if we keep an eye on Jules Gounon's on board, because he'll get there in another couple of minutes or so. He's just heading down through the foxhole now on his outlap. And in the sectors, well, in sector 1, 2, 3, he was 3 seconds slower than Maxime Martin. So on this outlap, it's advantage Martin so far. Gounon then accelerates towards Metzgersfeld. Tricky couple of corners this. The first one is quite quick, and then you have to knock it down a couple of gears into the tighter second left-hander. And then up through Callanhard, down through Callanhard really, this tight, tricky right-hander. And he's going to catch a slower car here through the left-right chicane into a yellow flag zone. This is costing Gounon time, so it's not been a good outlap this. It's not necessarily Gounon's fault, but it's he's had a few little dramas on this outlap.
Yeah.
And he's losing a bit of time.
4 seconds down.
Yeah. And that, and maybe more now, because he's lost more in this yellow flag zone, I would say. So yeah, it is barrier repair work. They were waiting for the
for the truck.
Yeah. So once he comes out of the siphon, he'll go through Exmule, and then we'll see what's going on at Bergberg. But the 17 car is definitely showing us stopped on the tracker. So this is Exmule. He'll head out of the right-hander, and then let's keep an eye out at the next corner. Is there a yellow and black Porsche that's had a moment at Bergberg? Here are the yellow flags. Going to just peer in.
You can still see. There's a green. I think there's already having the green board out there.
Maybe it's a glitch on the because the yellows have gone. Yeah, to be fair. So maybe a spin, and they've carried on. We'll keep an eye out for that.
Martin got 18 seconds. He found 14 seconds alone in sector 5. 14 seconds. So that could be maybe unlucky in terms of a yellow, that he just had it. The car number 3 still went through a yellow, and then he got opened up afterwards, because that's a big chunk of time just like that. We'll see how that will play out until the end of the lap.
So Jules Gounon pushing on, but yeah, this the tail starts to twist and turn again, doesn't it? With Maxime Martin now seeming to have the advantage. It's only one lap, I know, but Martin does seem to have the edge on this lap, and he's just starting to gain time on the leader. And Jules Gounon, he'll really want a good stint here, won't he, after what happened earlier on this evening?
No doubt, yeah, he for sure wants to show now. And he has to, because it's definitely, you know, they had a lead of 25, 26 seconds. You want to consolidate that and maybe even extend it, just to be less under pressure when traffic comes. Because whenever you are within 2 seconds of each other, it is dangerous to be, you're vulnerable under traffic.
Yeah, and the team were perhaps just starting to relax a little bit, thinking, okay, we've got a pace advantage, we've got a gap, the pressure's off a little bit, at least for now. But how quickly that can start to change, with Maxime Martin really now looking like the quicker of the two. We'll see. It could be that if they were changing the brakes on the 3 car, it could be that they are just taking a moment to get going. More yellows here. This is new.
Yeah, there's more yellows.
And the code 60 to come. This is it Schwalbenschwanz. Why is the question. Slows for the code 60. A Cup 2 Porsche ahead of us. Flashing lights heading into the mini carousel.
There we see on the right-hand side.
It is was that one of the Elantras, maybe? The TCR cars that had stopped.
Looked like a TCR or something, yeah.
Looked like it had stopped rather than crashed, so that's good news. Not much damage, hopefully, and to the car or to the scenery, which might need to be repaired.
There's a misunderstanding. That will have cost about 1 second again.
Yeah, this has not been a pleasant outlap, has it, for Jules?
No, it has been definitely a little bit frustrating for him, I'm sure, this outlap. But you know, it's difficult. You get in the dark first lap, and it's just no rhythm with all these yellow, code 60 and so on. Oh, what's coming there?
There's the 67 car. That's Frederick Vervisch unlapping himself from the race leader.
Oh, God.
Just to make Jules Gounon even happier with how this
on
is
this
going.
whole situation. Yeah, he'll not be happy about that.
No. Oh, Vervisch is off. He's off towards the barriers. Did he manage to keep it out of the wall? Well, that will cheer Jules Gounon up
there you
slightly.
go. Yeah, the short-lived moment of glory there.
Did he keep that car out of the fence? That was a big moment as he tried to get past the lap.
Huge moment.
Wow. And how quickly Gounon could have easily been caught up in that if he'd have hit the barrier, bounced back, you know. It's a game of fractions, isn't it, this? But either way, a huge time loss. That was, what, 27 seconds?
14 seconds. Look, he had a 12-12. And Martin was on an 11:58. So that's 14 seconds on this outlap. So there we see, that's, I keep saying, you know, 10, 15 seconds, it's nothing. There's no gap around this track. It just changes so quick.
I'll tell you why Vervisch was in a hurry, because he was only 3 seconds behind the 8th place car, the 54, which was the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, and that car was only half a second behind the number 24, which is the Laurens Vanthoor Lionspeed GP Porsche. That's all a battle for 7th position.
Yeah, and we see he's back out because number 84, first sector, 41.1, so he's back on pace, basically. We are on board with Conor De Filippi on the international feed.
Yep. He's still 5th. Is he being caught by Bortolotti? Well, yes, on the last lap to the tune of 17 seconds. Whether that's been the trend over the last few laps, I'm not sure. The gap still stands at, what is that, a minute and 8 seconds. But, yeah, so that is definitely coming down then, Bortolotti to De Filippi, who still, of course, leads SPX. The only other cars in his class are the HWAs and the KTM Crossbow, which has been in the pit lane for a long time. So, and in fact, it looks like a couple of the HWAs have had issues as well. They're multiple laps down, so dominant class lead. But you get the feeling, really, that the 81 squad, they're more interested in their overall finishing position than when they are in SPX.
No doubt. In the end, you know, class lead, that's one thing, but overall is what counts as a driver. That's what you want to achieve, especially if you're in a position as they are right now. They're playing right up there. And a podium is, I mean, still on the table for them.
Definitely so. They are really impressing, and the fact that the car's running as faultlessly, touch wood, as it seems to be so far, is pretty impressive too. Meanwhile, Jules Gounon has, I think, one of the BMW Z4s ahead. Sorry, it's Porsche, beg your pardon. This will be the Lion Speed car then, will it not?
Yeah.
Which has a close moment with a Cayman, and that has a knock-on effect on Gounon, who is steadying the ship a little bit on this lap though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Better sector times. And the Porsche gets out of the way, which is nice of it, with the foxhole. So just that first lap, maybe, as you said, bedding himself into the night shift.
Yeah, it's the usual thing.
Yeah. But again, some drivers maybe don't struggle with that as much as others, and Jules Gounon maybe just choosing, actually, to ease himself into this.
Yeah, to use the gap for his in his benefit. Yeah.
True. So we're back to 17 seconds, and I think panic stations can be left now, as the 130 car has a pit stop,
which was at some stage a contender for the win, no, and threw it away basically when the flag got dropped.
Yeah, they led initially, but picked up that penalty for the jump start.
And never came back from that, just went backwards from that time onwards.
Brake change going on here as well, I think, so it's the standard procedure now at just past the halfway point. In fact, we're 13 and a bit hours into the race now, as the night stint flies by. Jules Gounon heads for Metzgersfeld for the 84th time in the race.
Yeah, now he got a bit of clean air, can get into a rhythm. Was a bit unlucky on his outlap, definitely, to find that rhythm. But now it's definitely clean air, get the rhythm. That's what he will tell himself, most probably now. And yeah, get rid of that frustration from that first lap.
Yeah, definitely. So, just checking some of the gaps further back, it's less than a minute between the 99, which is, I keep getting my Vantors mixed up, that's Dries Vantore in the Rover car, and Conor De Filippi's M3 Touring, although that went up by 30 seconds last time. I think maybe one of those cars had pitted, possibly the 99 actually last time. Pro-Am led now by 48, which is the Lurch Motorsport car that was leading a while ago, but that's close enough that it's changing when they pit, isn't it, between them and the SR Motorsport Mercedes. So that, if it stays the same, could all come down to the timing of that final pit stop. It's probably a little too early to start getting the calculators out just yet, but that could well be decided by who makes their final pit stop when. At least that shouldn't be a factor now in the lead battle if things stay equal, because they're on the same strategy now. And so Gounon and Martin, or their cars at least, it's just a straight battle on track, hopefully, with them pitting on the same lap. And okay, they're alternating when they change drivers, but apart from that, it is a straight head-to-head between the two cars, and it's just got that feeling, hasn't it, that it's going to run to the checkered flag.
Definitely, and I'm just checking out what the Ford, where the Ford is. Verbish, can we see that actually on the GPS tracker?
67.
Because obviously he unlapped himself, and then...
what sector is he in, Neil? Can you see on the timings?
He must be... Well, if Jules is... Where's Jules?
Jules is... Oh, he's Flansgarten area.
Yeah, it looks like there, yeah.
So...
Into Schwalbenschwanz, yeah.
67 is 2 cars behind him. So yeah, he did.
He's there still.
Got away with that, yeah. Ooh, Gounon to the outside. That was just as I think the yellow flag zone went in. On the tracker, it still shows as a yellow flag zone, but I definitely saw a green flag. And yeah, green's now confirmed on the tracker, but Jules had to fight his way around the outside of that group of cars. But yeah, the 67 car of Verbish then in 9th position is the first car 1 lap down. But actually, if he escaped damage from that little drama at Tiergarten, he might still have the speed to catch back up to Gounon, given how rapid the Ford Mustang has been.
Yeah, for sure he's awake now if he was asleep after that moment.
Yeah, that was a very near miss. Not the only driver, of course, to have had those near misses, but
yes.
67 car, you don't want to be going off the track, do you? You can have close moments with the back markers, that's sort of normal, but as soon as you start driving off the road at speed, it really takes a lot of skill to recover the situation.
Yes, it does get tricky then. So we're now on board there, yeah, finishing the lap. Lap times will be interesting to see now again.
Yep, let's see. Gounon an 8:27.4. And Martin, these are the first flying laps, remember, of this stint.
Yeah.
Waiting. Where are you, Maxime? He'll be here shortly. There we go.
8:29. Yeah, so...
A couple of seconds.
15 seconds the gap, yeah. Has come just down 17 seconds in that first lap. That could be the brakes, as we discussed. But definitely...
Yeah, so Gounon then with work to do and hoping that he can retain this lead, but even now with 10.5 minutes to go, the race continues to twist and turn. And the gap is now smaller, significantly smaller than it was at the time that these two cars came in for their most recent pit stop. So, yes, welcome everyone back to our studio. We're still going, Neil, we're still awake. We're being fueled by Red Bull this evening, or this morning, I can tell you. And it is the Red Bull liveried Mercedes which leads the way, Neil. Max Verstappen, what an entertaining stint he had. Now, you were here for some of this, but let me tell you, the first half of his stint was particularly exciting. The battle that he had with Maro Hengel, this was not even the only time that they traded paint in the stint. You were saying, weren't you, thought this could be an interesting battle between the two of them.
Yep.
And Max was absolutely determined to find a way past.
Yeah, you can see it's close battling. Yeah, I was asleep when that happened. You wouldn't want to put a hand between the two cars, huh?
Oh, wait for it. This isn't even the most exciting bit of this battle, but Verstappen, that we were talking at the time about the body language of the car, and he was just, it was attack, 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 not content to sit behind him. And then this was the key moment that I was telling you about, Neil, as he got in the slipstream, got the side draft, and found a way through. In fact, no, this was the first of the lead changes that they had down through Tiergarten. A couple of laps later, they were side by side. They came across traffic and bang, there was contact. And Engel ended up taking to the grass down the right-hand side of the road. And that is a terrifying place to be making contact, Neil. I'm sure you'll agree.
Oh, yeah, because we've had there a famous moment between the two Vantor brothers some years ago. And it ended the race, no, for Lawrence Vantor in the Grello, as it was in the wall.
Thankfully, this time it didn't end in tears, and Max Verstappen got out of the car as the race leader, and a pretty dominant race leader, really. And how satisfied must he have been feeling at the end of that stint? Because it's got to boost the ego a little bit when you put a performance in like that, right?
Yeah, well, I think not necessarily ego, I would call it confidence. I think he gets confidence from it. I think he knows he's good, he doesn't need the ego, but yeah, I think just confidence, you know, for... he can go for it, and around this track, confidence is everything. And it can give you that 1-2 second of extra pace.
Well, it is 4:30. We have 10.5 hours to go. We still don't know who's going to win the 54th ADAC Ravenel 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. But right now, it looks like a straight-up battle between the number 3 and number 80 Mercedes AMGs as we race towards dawn. That's the next landmark, isn't it, for the teams? If you start to see the sun rise, you've survived maybe the most treacherous period of the race. I know we had the rain earlier on, but nighttime running at the Nürburgring, if you could get through that in one piece, you've achieved something.
And I think the guys are, for the moment, quite happy it's not raining at night anymore. And we've seen in the graphic earlier on, I think 5:50 sunrise,
yes,
mentioned. So, yeah, we got about 1.5 hours now left in the full dark before dawn will break. And then, 7 o'clock, I say, it's the next chapter, last chapter of the, not last, but let's say second last chapter of this book starting.
When we'll still have 8 hours of the race to go. I mean, what drama we could pack into 8 hours. We saw just how much happened in the first 3 or 4 hours of the race. So who knows? There could be more rain coming later on in the day. There could be anything happens, quite frankly, when the gap is this close at the front. It only takes a tiny fumble for things to change. Is it a 2-horse race, Neil? Is there realistically a chance, barring anything crazy happening, for the other teams to get back into the fight?
Looking at the gaps, look, the Aston Martin is 3 minutes 55, so nearly 4 minutes behind. You need something extraordinary happening, that they are really back in the fight. Weather obviously being one big thing for that. But right now, if you also look at the lap times pace-wise, yeah, it's for sure the two Mercedes looked the best in average over the stints. Although if you go now and look at the laps, I mean, there's some very good laps. 8 minutes 17 from Bortolotti in the 84, just on the last one. 8:16 from the SPX.
Yes.
It actually had the quickest lap time from the whole field the last lap.
I love the moment of realisation on your face every time you spot that car in fifth position. It's not expected, is it?
No, it's not expected.
But with the driver lineup in the car and the engineering powerhouse behind building the car, maybe we shouldn't be so surprised. But yeah, I don't think we really expected it to be up there fighting for a podium, and that could still very much happen. They're within 30 seconds again now of fourth place.
I think they're catching their big sister.
They are. Now that could be a little awkward, couldn't it, for BMW? That wasn't in the script.
Sister car is being is definitely being caught up there. Yeah. That will be an interesting battle, actually. If they get together on track, I would like to see that.
Yeah, to see where maybe the strengths and weaknesses lie, because the different shape of the car, even though internally they're very similar, the different outer shape, that can make quite a difference to straight line speed, to drag, all that kind of thing, can't it?
Yeah, well, let's keep an eye on it to see if they're closing in on that gap.
Indeed so. Lead gap creeping down, but
13 seconds.
Ebbing and flowing now, isn't it? It's not coming down by chunks, it's not going out by chunks, but this is a decent stint now for Jules Gounon as he starts to settle in.
But you can see, in the end you can see a difference now between the stint before and now.
Yes.
There is a difference.
There is.
Without trying to look for differences.
Yeah. That's just the Verstappen effect, isn't it? He just does something in that car.
I'm always careful with these things, you know, because I'm not coming from the, let's say, media side or journalistic side. But when you look at it now like that, it does look a little bit like that. But yeah, let's wait until the end of that stint, how this develops.
Absolutely.
But there is no doubt that Max has embraced the challenge of the 24 hours of Nürburgring clearly, and has embraced the handling of traffic. You know, how do you try and make the most out of going around traffic, not being held up, the code 60 codes, how do you just maximize it and be efficient? And I think he's embraced that challenge, and he's shown that to everyone.
I suppose if there was ever going to be an element of multi-class endurance racing that would suit Max, it's that though, isn't it? The getting through the traffic, even if it's not an overtake for position. He's so well known for his racecraft. Controversial at times, but effective always. You know, he can get the job done, he can overtake people, he leaves nothing on the table, he'll take any opportunity to get by. And you have to apply that to traffic management, don't you, in a race like this, where you can lose chunks of time if you're a bit too cautious. So that maybe is the least surprising thing for me about Max's performance. What I'm really impressed with is the consistency over the course of a stint, and learning the track, learning the car. That's all they're the kind of things that take other drivers years, it seems, to get on top of.
Definitely. And you know what, I was just thinking, if this race ends up well for him, I think the next race you might be commentating is the 24 hours of Le Mans.
I would be here for that. I'd be all for that. But I do wonder, I mean, it's a bit of speculation this, of course, but he clearly enjoys his endurance racing. He's enjoyed doing sim racing endurance events in the past, and he's got a talent for it, obviously. He's young enough that he could go and have a go at some of these other big endurance races and still keep going in his Formula One career as well. I just wonder where else we might see Max Verstappen. But
I think the next big one would be Le Mans.
Yeah.
Because clearly Le Mans is right up there in the top three, next to Indy 500, Monaco Grand Prix, and Le Mans are the big ones. The Nürburgring 24 hours is just getting bigger and bigger now every year, and I guess soon will be one of the big ones, or is already very close to being one. And there was already some discussions going on, no, that he might, or Ford obviously powering him in Formula 1 now, is entering Le Mans 24 Hours in a prototype, so for the overall win. And they already mentioned that they're open for discussion. Well, who knows?
Could be very good timing, couldn't it? We'll keep a close eye on the news over the next year or so, perhaps. And yeah, who knows? He's definitely got the talent to do well at all of the big races. But the Nürburgring 24-hour, that's the real driver's 24-hour race, I think, isn't it? Because so much of your success or failure in this race is on the driver's shoulders. It's true of any race, obviously, but because of the driving challenge that this place presents, I think even if it doesn't have necessarily the prestige maybe of Le Mans or even Spa, I think for the driver's perspective, to win this race means so much because you know you've had to earn it.
Definitely. But you know, any endurance race, any 24 hours endurance race, there is that certain unknown that needs to go in your favor as well. You know, when I was at Le Mans and before the start, so I qualified on pole, I had Jackie X, you know, famous, obviously legend from Formula 1 times and Le Mans, coming to me, and he said, you know, you cannot win this race. This race decides if it lets you win. And I was like, yeah, maybe yes, maybe no. Who knows? It's most probably just one of those quotes, but it's exactly what I experienced. 1 year I should have won it. There was no way I can lose. And we lost the race, last hours. It's like we had an engine failure, which we've never had. Never. Not in testing, never. And it happened, and it lost us the race despite the comfortable lead. While the other year basically won it on the last lap against the Toyota, where you didn't expect it.
Yeah.
So you got chosen, and that's the same thing here in 24 hours of Nürburgring. There is this factor of the unknown, and you just don't know until it's finished what can happen. And I think all of the 24-hour races, the big ones, so Le Mans, Spa, Daytona, here at Nürburgring, they all have proven exactly that point, that yeah, they most probably decide if they let you win. You cannot win them, they choose their winners themselves.
It's a story that will resonate with Rover Racing, I'm sure, given what happened last year here in this race. You know, that okay, they played their part in that, putting the pressure on Manthey Racing, forcing the mistake out of them, but even so, I don't think they would have expected to win that race necessarily, but it all changed in the last hour or so, and yeah, they who knows, it could happen again. We've had it all here, haven't we? We've had late race weather changes, penalties coming in, you know, mechanical issues obviously can always happen, but with so many variables, more perhaps in this race than any other, yeah, we certainly don't want to be tuning out of the coverage in the final couple of hours, that is for sure. That though is some way away. We've got just under 10.5 hours to go, and we now have a lead margin of 14 seconds. It's stabilised now between Jules Gounon and Maxime Martin, with the Dries van Tor driven Rover Racing BMW holding a ever less comfortable third place, actually. Conor Felipe is now within 30 seconds of that car and ahead of Matthias Drudi.
Yeah, and took another 2 seconds out in the last lap from the big sister, basically. Let's call the M4 GT3 Evo that. Yeah, I think the Aston Martin is in the pits. Yeah, they just had a driver change from Drudi to Nicky Team. Yeah. So that car will be back up once they get out back into the pit sequence. It's having 12 pit stops now for the Aston, while the top 4 have each 11 pit stops. So number 84 Bortolotti in the Abt Lamborghini, also on 12 pit stops, although one was on lap 1 with the puncture.
And look at the lap time, Neil, an 8:15 flat last time by. That was 6 seconds quicker than the leader. If they can find a way back into striking range of the leaders, they've got the speed in that car. It's just about reversing the time loss from the penalty, or sorry, the puncture. I keep saying penalty, puncture for that car on the opening lap of the race. But Bortolotti only 6 seconds behind Nicky Team, who yes has just pitted, but that is closer than that car's been to the Volkenhorst Aston Martin at any point during their pit cycles for the last few hours. So Bortolotti is charging forward. He was a long way back from the next best car, but he's getting closer and closer with every lap.
Incredible pace there they're showing. But realistically, I think they're playing for the podium right now. I think top 2, not that we are saying it's decided far away from that, but realistically, the gap is big.
But it's a minute.
The top 3,
a minute between 4th and 6th, isn't it? So
3,
you're right.
no? Even 3rd. From 3rd to 6th, it's like 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, you're right, So that's we've got the 2 battles going on, haven't we?
We got P1, P2 and a battle, and then P3 to P6 is its own battle.
And okay, all of the teams in that 3rd place battle would have come into the weekend wanting to win. But if they can't win, the next best thing is to get onto the podium, and perhaps there's only one step of the podium available to them, and that could be a real battle between that half a dozen cars or so to get onto the podium at the end of the race. So that could be just as exciting as whatever happens between the 2 Mercedes AMGs out in front, assuming they end up being the 2 cars competing for the race win. So that's worth watching. I hadn't realised actually quite how close that was. I think it's 1 minute and 10 seconds at the last time I checked between 3rd and 6th position.
Yep, it's still all to play for that podium, and as we said, this SPX car is in the middle of it.
Yep, it is indeed. The sky starting to brighten. We're still an hour away from official sunrise, but it's definitely starting to get a little bit lighter, and that just will be that little glimmer of hope to the drivers in the cars right now that they're almost there, they're almost out of the darkness, and the home stretch will be in sight, but metaphorically anyway, even though there are still hours to go. But we are almost done with our fully nighttime driving, but it's only really when the sun rises properly that the visibility level will properly start to improve. But all things running reasonably smoothly around the 25 and a bit kilometre circuit right now. With that lead, pretty static now at 14 seconds between the 2 Mercedes AMGs. Jules Gounon, Maxime Martin. What's going on in Pro-Am? That is Gemma Hertling back ahead, because we've had a pit stop for the 48 car, so they keep trading that lead. Hertling's been in that car for a while. He's done at least a double stint in that SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Mercedes, and he's found a good pace, to be fair, an 8:26 last time by, which is as quick as or not far off the pace of some of the out-and-out pro cars. So Gemma Hertling once again proving how quick he's become over recent years.
But pace has increased quite a bit suddenly. I think the Code 60s are, how many are left now? None of them.
I'm going to say it quietly, but there are no yellow flags, Neil. Not right now, anyway. Clean track.
For the moment.
For the moment, emphasis on for the moment. What do we reckon? 30 seconds before we see a flash of yellow on the.
There he lost time.
Oh dear.
Jules, he got stuck there with this car.
That's not the first time I've seen that car actually.
It's like driving in the middle a bit. That's always difficult then to judge, when the car is in the middle. You have to opt for a side, or you just opt to slow down and have a look what's he doing. And Jules just chose that option, which he can obviously still with the lead, and he's consolidating it around 15 seconds, plus minus. So it was just a big loss in that first out lap, but then the rest looks okay now.
Which we sort of expected, didn't we? We saw that coming.
It's generally a new driver coming in at night, first laps at night. We've seen it today, basically most of them have lost about 10 plus seconds. Not sure what Max did when he got into the car. Maybe you saw that, because I wasn't here. But it was, I guess, the fight against Engel, no?
Yeah, he was straight on it, to be fair. I don't remember him losing any time. It was closer, like you said at the time. They were together when he came out, but yeah, they were pretty much on the same pace immediately. Although, because it was the next pit stop where they changed the brakes on the 80 car. So yeah, that was, it's only really when they started making these brake changes that it seemed that the outlaps became a little bit trickier, as you'd expect.
Yeah. There are also 4 drivers, no, in the 80 Mercedes, or is there 3?
80 is 4, yes. Engel, Stoltz, Fabian Schiller and Maxime Martin.
Yeah.
So, same as the 3. Both run by the same team. Both, of course, are Mercedes-AMG GT3s. So separating them was always going to be tricky, wasn't it? And it's proved to be that case.
So which ones are now 3-team cars still in the top 10? Is there some left, actually?
99 isn't. Nor is 81. 34... Oh, that's 4.
84 is 3, I think. 84 is 3.
Correct. Bortolotti, Engsler and Nieder.
It's the only one. Then the 24, I think... the Porsche as well, yeah.
Yeah, the line speed is 3 drivers, yeah. So, okay. Bit of a mix. Of course, Manthey, we think, was going to be a 3-driver entry. But they fell out of contention way, way earlier than anyone expected. With that crash for Kevin Estre, whilst hunting down the race leader at the time. How different this race could be if that car hadn't ended up in the wall. How different it could have been if the Scherer Sport Audi didn't end up running into the, all these if buts and maybes. But yeah, that was a pretty rough opening few hours, wasn't it?
Yeah, a lot of big names out immediately. It's just had to get up on the curb there, Jules, to avoid, as it got a bit tight there on the inside at the apex. He's in direction Schwalben, Schwanz now. So soon getting to Döttinger Höhe then afterwards.
I always wince as the car rattles through the mini carousel again, as it's colloquial.
You hear the bottoming out.
Yeah, it's quicker, of course, than the main carousel, the Caracciola carousel, partway through the lap, and it seems quite rough through there. And not only does the car take some abuse, but the drivers as well, as you're rattling around on the concrete. And double stinting around here is fairly physically demanding, I would say.
That's a brake change also now in the Porsche.
It is, yeah.
The international feed, yeah.
So one of the Caymans with some work being done. But yeah, physically demanding circuit this for the drivers. And all of the teams will have some sort of method for the drivers to recover at the end of their stints, I guess. And physios, often they'll have physios. The big teams will all have physios available for the drivers to utilise, and the Mercedes-AMG squads are absolutely no different. In fact, their physio, I believe, caught up with Haley a little bit earlier on in the weekend, and we can hear what they had to say now.
I'm joined here by Mark Bieber, the physiotherapist of the Mercedes-AMG team. Firstly, thank you for being here with us. Now, could you maybe start off by telling us about the physical demands on a driver competing at an event like Nordschleife at the Nürburgring?
The 24 hours of Nürburgring is very special because the track is very long. The drivers have to fight with the G-forces around the track, with the speed, the velocity differences. The traffic is a huge problem or a point at the Nordschleife. And for the drivers, it's very important that they are prepared physically but also mentally for this race.
What preparation has gone to getting all of the team ready for this 24 hours of Nürburgring?
Usually the preparations are starting already before the race. So on the racetrack we are working to maintain the physical and mental situation. And the drivers are working hardly and training for the race weeks before this.
Max Verstappen is recognised as being one of the most versatile and top drivers in motorsport. Physically, what stands out most about his endurance and ability to recover within a demanding team environment like this one?
I think Max is, through his work in motorsport, is very active and he's always training and is usually very active doing this, and I think he's always very well prepared for a race like that.
So physically, he's already in shape and perfect for this kind of event. With drivers sharing the car across such a demanding circuit, where does the team typically see the biggest physical strain during a stint here on the Nordschleife?
Typically, the most important thing is to put the focus on the preparation. And that's the most important thing, that it's starting with for the race. Yeah.
And what about tiredness? How is that managed over the course of a race like this?
When the drivers come back from the stint, the first thing is to check how they feel, like mentally and physically. So that's why we put a huge focus on that. It's very important that they are well hydrated, that they are feeling mentally prepared for the next stint, and preparation for the next one is usually a good sleep before the stint, and most important is the hydration for the next.
And also getting as much rest as possible. Thank you.
Well, another interesting insight there into perhaps an unsung hero of these events, and certainly a part of the team that we don't often get to speak to. But again, Haley, excellent work bringing us stories not only from the pit lane but beyond here at the Nürburgring 24 hours. We've got a code 60, everyone, which took a bit longer than I thought it would actually, after I dared to mention the clean running that we had. We've got a code 60. It's at Schwalbenschwanz, the 503 car, which is stopped. That is one of the Toyota Supras that runs in the VT2 class, has stopped or gone off at Schwalbenschwanz, so code 60 there. But that won't affect the leaders for some time. They're half a lap or so away from that, heading down towards Metzgersfeld for Jules Gounon, as we are 10 minutes away from completing the 14th hour of the race. We're on the 88th lap of the race, and yeah, I can't believe actually, after the way that the gap fluctuated or increased so dramatically in the previous stint, how steady it is in this one. Never, always between 14 and 15 seconds, it seems.
Yeah, it's stabilized there, and I think it's give or take.
Gap that is coming down though still is Vanthoor to Filippi, 25 seconds now, that margin. Of course, they will be pitting soon, I think. They're both off sequence with the leaders. I think that 81 will be in first, if memory serves, so that will drop them back behind the Volkenhorst Aston Martin. Bortolotti's been in as well, hasn't he? Yeah, for a 13th stop now.
Yeah, they are. He had a very good pace there before.
Ooh, this will be a time loss though for Gounon. 4 cars all of a sudden, all at once, heading through Klostertal.
And being blocked big time there.
Field seconds pouring away.
Oh,
Look
hit
at
him.
this.
Hit him.
Was that contact?
Yep, that was contact.
Ooh, now not significant, I hope. The Golf falls out of the banking. That was a messy couple of corners.
Yeah, that cost a lot. That's at least 6-7 seconds gone there.
And hopefully no damage. It didn't look like a big hit, but...
No, but he...
Scary moments for the race leader. And
that was... Yeah. And again, 2 cars next to each other. He's a bit unlucky here on this stint with traffic.
Yeah, well, look at that. Just in the last 4 or 5 corners, the time lost and the potential for disaster.
Well, let's see now the next split time.
Yeah.
We're at 18 seconds at the moment. But maybe Martin gets unlucky. But yeah, it's the worst when you get 2 back markers next to each other, racing obviously also hard each other. They're on the limit of their car. But you can't go by it, and you just have to lift off, and it's just, yeah, the time loss is just huge.
Of course, as you alluded to, Maxime Martin will also have to get past that traffic, but they may have dispersed by the time he gets there. We'll see, as you said, the sector times when they start coming in, but Jules Gounon now has clear track as he drops down through Flansgarten, excuse me, and actually has really clear track. The next cars are quite some way ahead, although he'll be approaching a yellow flag zone soon. In fact, no, there is a Cayman actually right in front of him heading into that yellow flag zone, and we might find out momentarily what exactly has happened to, we think, the 503 car.
Yeah.
Which is just around this corner. I think it is now a code 60.
Yeah, it's losing time there too, behind the AM car, the GT4.
We might not have a great view of the 503. It's a similar position actually to where I think
it's just stopped on the right side, it looks.
Whoa. What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call.
I'll be in my office.
Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator.
Book sharing app.
A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
trash duty schedule.
Since no one seems to care.
Just built a performance
I just created a goal
manager.
tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage contact?
Is the SOC compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de Español.
An inter-office dating app. For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
Earlier than Gounon would have liked.
Yeah.
And he really drops back actually from the Elantra as he comes into the main yellow flag zone. There's a car stopped to the left. I didn't quite see what it was, but there's a car stopped to the left, which was the reason for the yellow flag. The TCR car bails for the pit lane. And yeah, that was a messy lap for Gounon. Not his fault, but yeah, an 8:44. Look at that.
Yeah, pace changed quite a bit. Now let's see what Martin did behind him. 8:43, messy for him as well.
Yeah, but 13 seconds the gap, so it came down slightly. 81 is in, so I thought they were due in soon, as was Vervish, so they're on the same pit cycle. That's worth remembering, 81 and 67, because they're not far away from each other, are they, in the grand scheme of things? So they're all in this battle for a podium place.
Yep. And looks quite calm, the pit stops, so everything going up to plan.
Yeah, to be fair, 67 not quite as close to the 81 as I thought it might be, because 81's leaving as 67 comes in. But anyway, out goes the 81. Jens Klingman now gets into the car after a good double stint for Conor De Filippi. And we'll wait and see where Vervish comes out in a moment or two.
Will be interesting, Klingman now, because he was very quick as well in the early stages in this car. Let's see if he can close that gap to Van Tour, the 99. I would like to see that battle.
Yes, same.
I want to see that one.
BMW might not be quite as keen, but yeah, I'd be interested to see the difference between the two. There's the Elantra that was a little bit in the way of Jules Gounon at the end of that lap there, having the brakes checked but not changed at this point, it would seem. And Jules Gounon heads back out onto the Nordschleife for the 89th time in the race, and probably about 2 or 3 laps away, I think, from a pit stop. He's been pitting about 3 laps later than the 81 car, I think.
And we were already calculating earlier, before, after 8 hours, the amount of laps they had in average. Obviously here after 12 hours, they were also down quite a bit on the record. So the race quite a bit slower due to circumstance, code 60s and crashes and the rain, compared to the 2023 edition when they had the lap record.
Yes, that distance record for the Fricadelli Ferrari. Not going to be beaten this weekend, I don't think.
Nah, this is definitely already done.
So a little bit of housekeeping on the Elantra and the Golf. They're both in the same class. They're both in the official TCR class, those cars. First and second in class, actually, both pitting at the same time. If you're interested in following the TCR category, you'll see other TCR cars that aren't in the official TCR class. The only cars allowed in the official category are the currently homologated TCR cars, the older Gen 1 cars, not eligible. Although it's my understanding that the Golf is a Gen 1 car. Maybe that's a slightly updated version, not sure, but plenty of TCR machinery out there. We've seen some of it getting very close to the front of the number 3 Mercedes. Just see the sun now starting to peek over the horizon, maybe.
Clouds don't look too thick, so could speak for a sunny end.
That would be nice, and it means we've got through the night without the fog as well, which is...
I think that's definitely out of the equation. Yeah, we can see already the sun coming slowly. In 1 hour we have official sunrise.
Yeah, it always amazes me actually how early we start to get the light, how, you know, long before the actual sunrise, but it's nice in a 24-hour race to know that sunrise is coming.
It's because we don't get up normally at this time.
This is a good point.
Speaks for our lifestyle.
Yes, you're definitely right. So 2.25 minutes from the hour, and Gounon hovering again at 13 seconds to Maxime Martin. There we can see a little, not actually, but on the international feed, a statistic we're being shown about pit stops, and it's basically just that they're on the same number of pit stops and they're pitting on the same lap. We know that. We know that these two teams, unless anything happens that shouldn't happen, these two teams will continue to pit at the same time, and that means it's a genuine battle. We shouldn't have to worry then about the final pit stop being different. It's just who can get to the checkered flag first now.
Definitely, yeah. The gap now between Gounon and Martin, just under 13 seconds. So, yeah, let's see. When they cross the line now, everyone is on 8:40. Actually, it was the leaders on 8:40. The cars behind are on 8:18, so that means...
Because it's green.
Yeah, it got green again,
yeah.
So there you see. It's 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Nearly gained.
Big difference.
Just because the top 2, they got the yellow.
Yeah.
The rest of them didn't get it. 30 seconds nearly.
Yeah, they're towing that car back.
That's
to the
a big
pits.
swing.
Big swing, big swing. Shows how, and if that were to happen between the leaders, that could be pivotal. They're towing that car back, so there is a moving yellow flag zone down the Dottinger Her as they recover the car. Tiergarten is green again, so I think I can hand over now to Bryn Lucas with a fully green racetrack again, hopefully. A 13-second gap between Jules Gounon and Maxime Martin, the race leaders. A fascinating battle for third place developing. 10 hours left to settle it all, Neil. Strap yourselves in, everyone. It's going to be a fascinating conclusion. It seems too early to use that word, but we're heading in that direction now towards
Last 10 hours to go, exactly. We're there. So have a good night's sleep. Yeah, so 10 hours to go. Just reaching that hour, and we see currently a green track, except for the recovery vehicle moving down on Dettinger Höhe right now. But the rest of it is green, and I do think the lap times will definitely come down again. Below 8:20. And as we ride here on with Jules coming onto the Dettinger Höhe, we might actually see that recovery vehicle somewhere on the straight here. Yeah, up front there we see it flashing on the right hand side. Pulling that Toyota Supra, I think it was, that had the issue around Schwalbenschwanz, which was parked there. Welcome back. Hope you had a good recovery.
Oh yeah,
Bryn.
I had. I used the hot tub. I had a nice bit of time in the hot tub just to chill out a little bit, and a massage, that kind of thing, you know.
Did you have the massage function on then in this case?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
perfect.
So when I left, it was Max Verstappen that was in the car, and he was looking pretty strong. I saw Jules get in there as well, and he's had to deal with a fair bit of traffic, hasn't he? But he's done with it pretty well.
Yeah. It looks like, just as we've discussed already, you know, that very first out lap at night, whoever has his first lap in the night, in the stint, loses these 10 plus minus 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And everyone has had that moment, you can say. So it's within that window. Also, Jules had it, but now the gap has steadied around that distance.
Sebastian Martin, who's in second place in the 80.
Exactly.
Sister
and
car.
We've had the SPX car.
Yeah.
Pushing hard on the 99 Rover car. The gap below 30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
And on the other hand, we see the P4, the Aston Martin, currently in P4, but I think once the pit sequence is sorted out, it will be P3. And P4 will be between the two BMWs.
The 84, the Bortolotti car, they're in the P6 now. The 84 car had the puncture right at the very, very start of the race. You know, what we're in.
Exactly.
What hour? We've still got 10 hours to go. So 14 hours ago, they had that puncture immediately, and they would have lost how many minutes? Do you think 2.5, maybe 3 minutes, something like that?
Well, it would be the full Grand Prix circuit, which is at least 1 minute 30, I would say.
Yeah.
Plus the pit stop change, plus the pit, so it's, I would say, over 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's
over 2 minutes.
Loss, isn't it? I mean, it's massively hampered their running, and even if you add or subtract 2 minutes from the deficit, they're a fair bit back. They've made their way back up to P6, so they've done a great job to this stage there in the 84.
Definitely.
Which is the Red Bull Team Apps car.
Between P3 and P6, I think everything is still possible. It's quite close. Seems like the two Mercedes, they play their own game up front. I mean, you still never know what happens, but right now it's a bit grouped. I would say P1, 2 is one race, and P3 to P6, so the podium
final
game
podium
is another game.
Yeah, and Jules Gounon's currently enjoying a lovely bit of
free track,
air. Freedom out there.
Yeah, a lot of free air he had now.
Yeah.
I've been following that also a bit. It'll be interesting to see where that lap time shakes out, because we finally got a green track again everywhere.
That's right. And looking at the sky, well, the sun's beginning to poke its nose above the horizon, isn't it? And the rain that we we were discussing a long time ago now, a few hours ago, that did come and disrupt a little bit, has stayed away, and it's looking like it's going to be a nice, you know, I don't want to jinx it, but yeah, nice, pleasant morning.
Chilly morning.
Chilly
though.
morning, yeah, very chilly morning. Haley will be up and down that pit lane again, getting some more pieces of gold for us.
Yeah, there you see, nice backdrop on the start-finish line with the sky, no clouds.
It's a bit like the opening sequence of Days of Thunder. you need Cole Trickle and Rowdy Burns, don't you? Yeah,
or
either or.
Either but Days of Thunder, that's the good one.
It's the same film, right? Same story.
Same actor.
Yeah, same actor, same story, just one's on the ground and one's in the air.
Yeah, exactly, but the storyline goes the same.
It's very much the same.
You're right. Two classics.
There's a comedian called Rich Hall, I think he's Canadian, who does a very funny skit about all Tom Cruise films having a same plot line.
Yeah, I mean,
it's very funny.
I've never thought about it like that, but you're right. I mean, Days of Thunder and Days of or Top Gun is same direction, exactly. Just one is in the air, one is on the ground.
Talks about first he's a race car driver, pretty good race car driver, then there's a crisis of confidence, falls in love with a beautiful woman, and then he's a very, very good race car driver again. Then he's a pilot.
Then he gets injured, then there's a bad moment, there's a sad moment, then they come back from it stronger.
Then he's a fighter pilot, and then he's a cocktail maker, pretty good cocktail maker, and it goes on and on. Anyway, we digress, but...
So let's see how we can apply this storyline onto this race.
Jules Gounon's pretty good race car driver.
So let's see how and we see if we have got different skills than just commentating on a race or racing themselves. Well,
it's been looking good though for Jules Gounon. He settled it all down. He had a nervy time in his previous stint earlier on when he got in the car.
Yeah.
He was dealing with a lot of traffic, couldn't quite get into the groove, and it was a bit stuttery, wasn't it? He was dealing with a lot of things going on there, and probably a bit of pressure as well.
Yes, and I mean, we rewind a bit when he got the first time into the car. Very tricky conditions at the time.
Yeah.
And he struggled there a bit, but he played it safe, played it smart, because he kept the car in the race.
Yeah.
While all the people around him, which were at this time around him, are not there anymore.
Seem to recall
every car is gone.
Yeah,
which was around him then.
Yeah, that's right.
So, you know,
he dropped back around 16 seconds, didn't he? At certain points. Yeah, so
well, even more, to 25 seconds to Olsen. But you look, the Porsche is gone, the Ford is gone, the Lamborghini is gone. So, yeah, he chose the right tactics there.
Certainly did. Went for the long game, and the Olsen car of which you talk about is Scott Vervischen at the moment. That's down in P9, so they've really dropped away, haven't they?
It's the 67, which we see also on board just right now on the small screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a moment. Not sure if you saw that from the back. He actually unlapped Vervisch unlapped himself from Gounon. Down the Döttinger Höhe on the straight line, and then went straight and nearly hit the barrier.
Oh my word. Okay. Okay.
So
got a bit excited, did he?
He got a bit excited there, overtaking the leader back. But unfortunately it was a short-lived moment for him. But I think it was a lucky moment for Gounon, because he was very close with each other, and that car would have been in front, blocking him just on his outlap afterwards. So, yeah.
When you came back into commentary, you have to remind me how much of the stint Max was in the car, I know.
Yeah, I left just like a few laps left.
A few laps. I was not surprised at all by how Max has dialed in immediately, how Max is so on it. But he seems to be... Nothing surprises him, his pace. He's so swift, but so smooth. The really, and I hate the word technical, because in my opinion every motorsport, every track is technical, but around here you can certainly use that word accurately. But through the really technical areas, nothing catches him out. He seems to be completely on top of the car so quickly, and you don't see that as much with other drivers. He's just in it straight away. And there was a lovely battle. It was him and Mara Engel ahead, and they will have this a moment, and you're thinking, okay, here's Angel, such an impressive GT driver, just an incredible GT driver.
Markets change quickly. Stay in control with the right tools. Trade. Make smarter decisions.
Losing 10-12 seconds in their first night stint compared to the other driver, which was already dialed in. So there is clearly something going on there, where Max is just adapting very quickly. Just seeing Jules in pits after an 8-lap stint.
Both the two Winward prepared cars actually are in the pits, as you can see side by side, the number 3 and the number 80 P1, P2, respectively in the race. And Jules stays in the car by the look of things, and it also looks like Maxime Martin is he staying in the car? I think he is as well. So double stinting both of these.
I think Martin is coming out normally because he's done a double now.
Oh, is he?
He's had one stint with Max.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There you go. Yeah.
And one stint now with Jules. Max obviously had an incredible stint, extending the lead to 28 seconds.
That's amazing.
Which has come down now again, but stabilized around 15 seconds plus minus.
When teams put driver lineups together, your experience of being one of those drivers in a car, what's the conversation? How's the conversation work? These are your drivers, this is your team, or is there somebody who has a say over, I'd like to be with driver X, driver Y, and you get a bit of a say in there? Is there politics that comes into it a little bit? Or can there be politics that comes into it?
For sure, but I think the first thing the team looks at, if it's a full factory lineup, they look at the height of the drivers. Is it difficult? They're doing some... Now they're changing brakes, I think, on Max's car. He's just doing pushing the pistons. They push the pistons back out so they can get the pads out, I think.
Right.
Are they changing just that side? Because we weren't sure before on the pit stop if they changed pads on the number 3 car or not. Definitely now they looked like on one side.
Certainly did, didn't they? But just can't see the other side of that car and can't see anyone down there doing any work. Oh, no, not so sure.
Yeah, it's showing close enough.
And do the factories, going back to the straight after there, so it would have been, well, maybe freeing one up, maybe there's something sticking a bit, I don't know. When they're putting these teams, these driver lineups together, do the teams look at drivers with similar driving styles as well to try and match up a car for optimum setup?
Yeah, there's different. Is it Martin staying in the car? No, Schiller is in now.
Schiller's in there, yeah.
Schiller. Yeah, look, so there's 3 things they consider. First of all, how is the car in the cockpit laid out with the seating position because of height? Now in a GT3 car it's less of an issue. In a prototype you cannot move the seat.
Yeah.
And you just have to work with the insert, but you can make the insert only so big to make that work. So it depends a bit on the car, first of all, if you look at height to put a driver pairing together. Then the second thing is obviously chemistry. Which ones could go together. Driving styles, who has more or less the same driving styles or not. And then also you could consider, who goes in when. How do you want to put it together? One guy very good in the rain, one guy very good at night, one guy very good at, and one girl obviously, whatever. That's all thoughts you will have. And if you look at the lineup in Max's car now, with Jules, Junkadeya and Auer, they're all drivers which have lots of experience in the Mercedes. Mercedes knows them well. They've been Mercedes factory drivers in GT3 for ages, so they knew what they will team up there with Max. And the same thing in the other car, in the 80 car with Engel, Schiller, Martin, all drivers with a big GT3 pedigree. And actually Martin raced him already in GT1 World Championship in 2010.
I guess you also want drivers that are so dependable. I mean, these are factory drivers for a reason. They're dependable. They're already dependable by the fact that they are a factory driver. You wouldn't have somebody who's a loose cannon, really, who can sometimes perform and other times, you know, drop the ball, especially in a race like this where you have to have consistency. But you need to have that calm mentality, someone that can deal with the pressure. And in this environment, with Max Verstappen coming into it, the number 3 car, Gunnar currently occupying the seat, there's that extra pressure because all of a sudden, rather than just a GT or endurance racing fan watching this, there's potentially the whole world tuning in because of the Max Verstappen effect. So you've got these 3 drivers that maybe aren't used to such scrutiny, such media eyes on them, that maybe have got to somehow shut that noise out in a slightly different way. So Jules Gounon, being one of these drivers that's so experienced, has the ability to be able to kind of close it up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, media, all of them are used to media, obviously not the extent Max is used to. That's clear. I think maybe the first few laps, you know, you're a bit shaky, but afterwards, in the end, they're in territory they know.
Just settles back into it.
Yeah, they're in the territory they know. It's not like they're out of their comfort zone, actually. If they're out of their comfort zone, it's purely psychological, but they have to be strong and good enough to not fall out of it.
So actually, once you get in that seat, once you pull out of the pit box, then all the other noise switches off and you can just carry on with your day job. And then,
exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense. Looking at Jules Gounon then leading the way, he's 15 seconds or so up the road, so the gap has come down a little bit, but 15 seconds is that gap with Schiller behind in the 80 Mercedes AMG.
Yeah, it will be interesting now how this will play out in the next 1 hour.
Well, the 26 car that's currently in your shot at the moment, that is the one that I was talking about earlier on with Chris Lullum. That's the car that is the Pro Sport Racing Mercedes AMG. Chris Lullum, Max's protege, is in that car, but not currently in that car. But he is in that team, and they are down in... Oh, he's in the car right now. In fact, Chris Lullum's just got in the car. He is down in P11 after that pit stop. So the guy who won in gold in GT World Challenge Europe Sprint last year and is now racing in Pro this year is now occupying the seat of the 26. Is out on track. There it is there in shot. So he gets another shot at this one, Chris Lullum, and he's certainly moving his way through the racing order now in the full GT World Challenge tilt this season. So it's good to see his progress under the watchful eye of Max Verstappen.
Yes, obviously you have great experience from the GT World Challenge. You know the drivers. Is it actually the first time the 24 hours Nürburgring is part of the IGTC or something?
Now I'll tell you what, that question there is best asked to the encyclopedic brain of Andy McEwen. But I know it's round 2, isn't it, this year? It's not always been on the calendar, so it's round 2 this time out.
I've seen it's part of the championship this year.
And it's round 2 for the, was it Bathurst round 1? Round 2 was,
Bathurst is definitely round 1.
Let's have a look
it's
here.
The first big race, or big long race. Spa is one of them.
Bringing the calendar up right now. Yeah, I know it's round 2 because we have colleagues that are part of this one with the SRO link, and there was a stat that was brought up a while ago. I'll try and discover it in a bit. In fact, I'm sure Andy McEwen is listening in because the guy never stops watching, never stops listening.
Yeah, he said he can't sleep, so let's see. Maybe he's listening to us, and we'll have an answer later on for...
Here we go. He's already replied. No, it was on the calendar last year too.
Okay, there we go. Perfect.
Told you he's listening.
Thank you, Andy.
So he's always picking me up on my faults and my flaws and things I've said.
Well,
he's not. He's very supportive. I shouldn't ridicule him too much. He's very supportive. There you go. Last year.
We asked the right question.
We asked the right. You asked the right question, and Andy delivered the answer.
So gap up front, 15 seconds now.
It's kind of. It's been held, hasn't it? He's keeping
around
at the moment.
here.
Yeah.
Klingmann in the SPX category with the M3 Touring behind the M4. That gap is still 30 seconds.
And essentially, it's the same car underneath, really. The Dan Harper car and the Klingmann car.
It's just the bodywork.
Bodywork on it, yeah. The
one
touring
looks a little bit more
statey. The touring version, yeah.
Let's say it looks slower, actually.
It does,
but apparently isn't.
Bit of a rocket ship, and it was a real pest earlier on. That car was getting involved all over the place, and thinking, well, Owen, you're in a different class supposedly with the SPX, but actually going toe to toe with these GT3 big boys, because essentially that's what it is under the skin. So although it can't win on the SP9, it's been there or thereabouts, and it's been a bit of a nuisance, and it's really, really close, isn't it? Yeah. 25, 30 seconds. And
Schiller has a good outlap, 12 seconds.
Yeah, he's brought it down, hasn't he? The gap down.
So we got 30 minutes until official sunrise, 5:50.
For these drivers, you've been in this situation as well. How welcome is the sunrise? Is it
normally it's when the happy hour starts. Obviously, we connect happy hour to the late nights, but in racing, happy hour is in the morning when the sun comes up. The air is nice, cold and crispy. So the engines are quick.
They're loving it. Yeah.
You're on a new set of tires. The track is fully gripped in. From the night, and between like 6:37-ish. Until 9:30, 10, that's when the quickest lap times are being made. And for the drivers, we call it the happy hour time, because that's when you will go for it. It just depends a bit where the sunrise is and how, because it can be tricky on visibility when it's just because the sun obviously is still low. But yeah, let's see if they go for it in happy hour.
So the engine's taking big gulps of nice cold air, big thick beautiful cold air, and it's getting slightly better bang for your buck.
Yeah, I think Max will be in around when Jules was just out in pits now, so he got another hour more or less in. So it will be 6:15, and then we got 4 hours. It's 10:15. So Max will be in around between 10 and 11 o'clock. There's
that mist there descending over the
got
back
the
of
fog there, but not on the track, luckily, because if you had that in the track,
it's blind, isn't it?
Yes.
So Max, we think, is going to go back in an hour or so. Do we think it would be
Max? 10 to 11 o'clock.
10 to 11. Oh, gotcha. Right. And then final stint, maybe?
Well, it depends, because if he's in 10, 11 o'clock, races until
3, so it's
3,
2 to 3.
He wouldn't be in the final stint unless they change the driver order. But that's a political question.
Yeah,
Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I wonder if they have had a discussion or not. I think we definitely don't have the answer. Way too early for this one, as we keep our eye on picture-in-picture, and back into the pits. There's the car that fell foul to a 32-second penalty from the get-go. Really, a great launch turned into a penalty launch, because on the start of the race they went early, and then when we spoke to the 84, it was Bortoletti, wasn't he, who said that how disappointed, how kind of angry he was really, in fact, that by that car jumping, that then caused a bit of a concertina effect, and that's what caused their puncture indirectly. But it was a big catalyst to it.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
Okay.
the interview, yeah. He was saying about this car jumping, that because they were on the inside, the 84 was on the inside,
Yeah.
the 130 was on the outside, and that jumping meant that put them out of position on track, and then that's when all the wriggles happened, and then there was close contact and a puncture, and put paid to their race.
Yeah, well, it decided because they're definitely having the speed to be up there. No doubt that 84 is super quick.
Also a 3-car lineup in the 84, and so I was talking to Rory earlier on. I mean, you get more seat time with a 3-driver lineup. What do you prefer? Would you prefer to have more regular rests or longer rests because you've got 3 teammates, or would you prefer to have more seat time?
I think it depends on the track. The shorter the track, the better is the more drivers.
Okay.
I always like. So let's say if you have Daytona, Spa, it's I think better to have 4 drivers because it's just, yeah, less long laps. You see the lap so much more. The longer the track, the better it is to have a 3-driver lineup because you just get less laps overall.
Yeah, yeah.
And it does have an effect.
So if it's a shorter lap, you mean you're more chance of deja vu because you're seeing the same things over and over, and you get a bit lost in that.
Yeah, and you will do a lot more laps, no?
Yeah.
So
get a bit of circuit blindness going on there. If you know, in terms of, I've been here before.
Also gets, I don't want to call it boring because it doesn't get boring, but it gets a bit like
repetitive. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
While on a long lap, like at Le Mans, or obviously on this track here, Nürburgring, it's the opposite. There you can see a nice shot of all the fans on the campsite in the international feed. I'm sure they're all frozen in now. It's cold night.
Yeah, they'll be going around later on with some tyre blankets just to warm everybody up. There's some fires going around the place. There's barbecue still happening. The Ferris wheel stopped, I've noticed. That's been put to bed for a short period of time. That'll fire up again at some stage soon. But the sun is certainly starting to appear now on the horizon. You can see it there. Was it 5? Oh, I can't remember the time. It was the sunrise was supposed
5:50.
5:50 was it? Right, okay. So we're only 20 or so minutes away from seeing Mr. Sun once again. Or is it Mrs. Sun? I'm never so sure.
Well, they're asleep. They must be tired to be able to sleep in that position.
Tired and cold, I'm sure, but actually, you know.
Is your TikTok stream too quiet? Start using Tikfinity, the #1 streaming tool for TikTok Live. Let your viewers control the show. Unlock text-to-speech, custom sounds, and viral overlays to skyrocket your engagement and earn more from every stream. It's easy to set up and totally customizable. Level up your stream today. Try Tikfinity, available for desktop, iOS, and Android.
5:30 now in the morning.
As a driver, how aware are you of the surroundings changing? You know, the grandstands emptying and filling, and I know they don't really have the grandstands around here, but like Le Mans, for example, through the night. Le Mans a weird beast, isn't it? Because it does sort of, it's like a breathing, the actual event when you go to it, it's like it's a breathing event. It expands and contracts like lungs going in and out as the race starts. There's all that excitement, then it gets into that kind of, I call it a lull almost, where people are just drinking and having fun, and then it goes back to the race again. And from a spectator point of view, can you sense that from maybe not in the car, but from in the surroundings of the garage?
The thing is, once you're on track, not so much. You're so focused on driving, and you know the pressure is still high. When you're fighting up front, the pressure is high.
Yeah,
you can do whatever. But when you're off track, when you're finished with your stint and you have to walk through the paddock and you have all the fans around, then definitely you can feel it. And also, you know, you're after coming out of the car when you're sweaty, and it actually gets really cold at night with the wet clothes, the wet underwear. So you want to jump as quickly as possible into a warm shower. And that's how you don't look around too much either when you're also out of the car. First thing is, okay, at least for me, it was always warm shower, physio, go to sleep at night at least. During the day then, actually the most relaxed time to actually suck in the atmosphere is when you know you had your last stint. You're out of the car, race is not yet finished, maybe 2-3 hours to go.
It's all out of your hands, there's nothing more you can do.
Exactly, so that's when you will go and have a nice English breakfast.
Yeah, lovely.
When you also will look around a bit and just suck up the atmosphere.
Take it all in.
That's actually, I always enjoyed that. In the younger years, I enjoyed finishing a race. The older I got, I also enjoyed actually being on the outside at the end of the race, to actually enjoy the situation and the atmosphere.
And that's something that only comes with age and experience, isn't it? It's actually to remember these moments, these pinch-me moments that actually you kind of take for granted when you're younger and bulletproof.
Yeah, when you're younger, it's all about
happening, isn't
pushing, and I liked finishing the races. I finished many races. So when I won Le Mans also, or when we won Le Mans with Marc Lieb and Romain Dumas, I finished the race. It was like 4 hours at the end, nearly in the car. And I always liked that. But yeah, in recent years, I've also said, you know what, it's nice to actually watch it from the outside, enjoy the ice cream, if it's a hot day in Italy or somewhere.
Well, you know,
and just enjoy the moment.
Yeah, absolutely right. Did you ever struggle? You and Rory have a very different take on Rory Butcher, by the way, the other co-coms we have here. You have a different take on what you do, how you go to sleep. I mean, you're both very relaxed. You're that racing driver, flatline going on there. Did you find it ever hard to relax in between stints?
Never.
Really?
I can sleep anywhere, anytime. But in my young, early go-kart days, that was one of the things. My dad always sent me to sleep.
Right, okay.
After lunch, he always sent me to sleep for half an hour. So I'm used to that since I'm 10 years old.
Yeah.
And obviously in endurance racing, when you're out of the car, I'm not necessarily sleeping, but I'm relaxing. I'm not following every lap, every sector. I know I'm in 6 hours. Okay, so
wake me up in 5.
I come back in 4.5.
Right, yeah.
Then I have 1.5, 1 hour to get back into it, because you also never know, in case there's a puncture or something, you need to be ready a little bit early, you know. Not that whoever is in the car has to do an extra full stint then. It maybe gets over drive time, or maximum driving time, or whatever. So there is also that what you need to calculate in to just avoid that extra stint.
Yeah. Do you go back through visualization and things like that before you get back into the car, or once you're actually in the race and you've gone through that once, you don't really need to worry too much?
Yeah. In the end, worrying is one thing. I think, there's certain things you can't go around.
Yeah.
Certain things you just need to accept how they are. But in terms of relaxing, I'm
pretty good at it. It's you're a gold medalist in the relaxation technique. Well, as we carry on watching Jules Gounon here leading the way, the gap has increased ever so slightly back up to around 20 seconds. It's been hovering around the 16, 17s, 18s. So Gounon has either found a bit of pace, or Schiller has encountered a bit of traffic. We're keeping on board with the Jules Gounon number 3 Verstappen Racing Mercedes AMG. And it's been pretty consistent. His lap time's been pretty consistent. The last lap was at 8:19, 1:32. If you look at Schiller, his last was an 8:24, so there's a 5-second towards Gunon in that one there. Further back, Klingman with an 8:18.
Bortolotti.
Yeah, Bortolotti.
Always quick. Bortolotti's actually been the quickest car, or the 84 in general.
Has, yeah.
It's always been 2-3 seconds quicker than the rest, but yeah, obviously their gap is too big right now to play for a podium.
Well, you know, one of the cars, Neil, that gets a lot of attention. These cars get a lot of attention, but one of the cars that gets a lot of attention isn't anywhere near these cars. It's sometimes near these cars on track, but that's when it's being lapped, and it's a real fan favourite. This is the Dacia Logan, and here's a little look at what it's been up to in this race so far. Well, in all honesty, what that Dacia's been up to through the night is spent a lot of time in and out the pits so that everyone gets a good look at it.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, they have their own battles.
Yeah.
For them, you know, they have a different battle in that race. Obviously, if you look at the up front, it's about the result. For them, the battle is to finish that race.
Yeah.
In the Dacia.
Yeah.
So, and that's the special thing about a 24-hour race, especially in Nürburgring. For some teams, it's surviving the race. For others, finishing just the race. For others, having a personal challenge. Up front, it's all about the result.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, everyone has their different challenges, and that's why you've got so many different cars also coming to this race.
I love the interview that Haley got with them earlier on. And it was these just three guys just enjoying themselves, sticking the car out there, wanting to finish the race, but just enjoying the fact they can bring this iconic car that everyone seems to have a lot of time for, this Dacia. I think if you said to somebody, what do you think of that Dacia race car, most people go, huh? But when it comes down to that one, it's got a lot of love, and the guys racing there seem to be enjoying themselves, and that's what their particular motivation is. And it's good to see that car still out on track, still going strong, and doing whatever it needs to do to tick another one off the bucket list for it. So it's great to see. And Jules Gounon is continuing to keep the pace out ahead. He's still, well, actually the gap has shrunken down to around 14 seconds now, so Schiller really closed the gap on that last, well, not maybe on the last lap, but through the traffic just here. As looking further back, it's Bortolotti that's really the fastest out on the moment and closing up, but he's going to have to go a lot quicker than that over a lot of laps to close it up even further than the 84 car.
Yeah, and Klingman in the SPX car closed the gap from 30 seconds to 16 to the big brother, big sister car, whatever you want to call it. I said that's the fight I still want to see in the next 20 minutes before I get my break again.
See what we can arrange. Dan Harper is currently sitting in the 99 Rover Racing BMW M4 GT3, and he's BMW factory driver. When he came into British GT, in fact, a few years ago, Dan Harper, he literally just become in the January, I think it was, a BMW factory driver, and he was a rocket ship straight away. He seemed to be able to turn victories with Darren Lung that season. And they actually, the Silverstone 500, which is the blue ribbon event in the British GT calendar, Dan Harper, until this season, as a car off on the right-hand side,
stopped, yeah.
he'd actually never not won the Silverstone 500 because they'd entered it twice with Darren Long and won it twice. So he's a young driver, Dan Harper, Northern Irishman. He's very quiet, unassuming, but gets on about the job and sticking behind the wheel of a BMW, and he seems to be particularly potent. So he's in P4 at the moment, and I'm trying to work out what car that is. Need to go a little bit closer in to see what it is from this
Stopped
position.
on the good side though,
Yeah.
safe spot. Yeah, the sky looks nice currently. Sunrise officially happening in 10 minutes, but
trying to get my own answer to my own question. Is it the 1.6? I think it's a 1.69. I'm just it might be.
oh yeah, you can see maybe in GPS. Yeah, we can see now Jules having a bit of free air down on, is that the Schwedenkreuz? Yeah, it's coming Schwedenkreuz, Arnberg, and then down to Fuchshöhle. Yeah, the sun is really, it's coming now at this. Maybe sunrise was earlier, who knows.
It can be deceptive with the camera shots as well, can't it? Because you open the aperture up on the cameras and it makes it look like it's all daylight, but actually from
That's
a
where
slightly
code
lower
60 is there.
Yeah.
Forced, what is it called? Forced something. Adenauer forced, exactly.
Yeah. Wrapped up form, just how many layers?
Yeah.
They look cozy, don't they? Don't they? Holding hands under there. Having a lovely moment, these two chaps.
Could be.
just support for each other. There you go. So through that code 60 and then pops out the other side. There's Dan Harper now, and here's the battle you wanted to. Oh, and I thought
No, it's not yet.
Not quite yet.
It's
No.
down to 14 seconds.
Yeah, it's nearly there, isn't it?
On the live timing. It's definitely eating out quite a bit of.
Yeah, it wouldn't take long. I mean, you're going to be with us now for another, what, 16, 17 minutes, something like that, before we change the insert and Rory takes over in the seat. How long are you having a break for?
3 hours.
Oh, very
Back
nice.
at 9.
Very nice. Very nice. Got any plans?
Scrambled eggs.
Oh, lovely.
Definitely. It's this 24-hour Nürburgring food race. The food race.
Eat around
the food,
clock.
the breakfast for a 24-hour race. But let's put it this way now. Now I have to correct my wording.
I think a food race is
a food race.
It's
like a new invention of a word here. After a long night.
Who can put on the most weight during a 24-hour? I reckon I'd win. I'm pretty good at eating. I've got that one down. I'm not very good at much else, but eating I've got, I'm pretty good at that. That's where you're supposed to disagree and say, oh no, you've got other skills, Bryn, but you missed the boat there. It's too late, Neil, move on.
I'm still thinking. Not good in political answers there, no. Being polite.
Well, you know, there's Dan. We'll move on. There's Dan Harper there. We're watching, and they insert their picture-in-picture. We stay on board with Jules Gounon, who's coming up to a bit of traffic again, and that's going to allow Schiller just to close up the gap a little bit more.
It's just swinging
more.
between 12 and 19 seconds.
And Jules Gounon just catching
GT3
away. Yeah, it's a GT3, but it's.
Hey, what's that car doing?
It's holding him up, is what it's doing, isn't it? That's not what he wants at all. And
it's a Aston, no? GT4, or was that a GT?
Maybe GT4, but yeah, there's something.
Because there's only one at GT3 Aston, not really. I thought
there's 3, but but they're all the 34 was the one we know about. There's 34, the 35, and the 37. Pro Sports, two of them Pro Sport, then the other Vulcan Horst. Although I haven't seen much of those.
So yeah, the SPX BMW has taken 6 seconds out of the SP9 BMW here, which we see in the small frame.
You might get that battle that you were asking for.
Maybe in the next 14 minutes if he takes another 7-8 seconds.
For the driver that's as Mirko Bortoletti, who is
6:46 behind the leader. Yeah, it's Pete.
Still lapping well though, 8:20s. He's still, you know, still in a good window.
Aston is in pits, that's why now.
Yeah,
the Aston is in pits, that's why Harper is up to P3 and Klingman P4.
That's the 34 Aston that had Nicky Team in it.
Yeah.
So they're focusing a lot at the moment on the feed on the 84 car, as we know. That's the Rebel Team Apt car with Bortolotti in it. And his lap times are good, 8:20s all the way through, and Klingman with a pretty decent last lap of an 8:19, so the quickest of the recent runners. Chris Lullum down there with an 8:19 as well.
Nice, yeah, good lap time.
Yeah.
I think anyone who's running out below 8:20 right now is having good pace, very good pace.
Yeah. There's not many of those, are there? They're getting into that window. Still, we keep our eyes on the battle that develops in that little picture-in-picture with the Lamborghini Huracan. How many more years are we going to see a Huracan out here around the Nürburgring in the Nürburgring 24 hours? How long until it turns into the Temerario out on track? And the Huracan is still racing as we're on GT3s. It's still here in GT3, but they are now slowly bringing the Temerario in, and that's going to mean the Huracan gets old very quickly.
But still a quick car, as we can see.
It's a great car. It's a fantastic 2015 when they launched that as a race car as well.
Good sound.
Oh, beautiful sound. Yeah, it really is.
It's a non-turbo, no?
Yeah, the old one. Yeah, the Huracan,
new one. The Temerario will be turbo, like all of them.
V8 turbo. They've gone down for the V10s. Yeah. Yeah, they're naturally aspirated. And you got the Aston. The old Aston, you've got the Mercedes with that deep rumbling V8 that we've been hearing quite a bit with Jules Gounon at the moment, and then you had the
Ford also.
Yeah,
big
absolutely
V8.
Big V8. Yeah, 5.2 is it? Something like that.
Yeah,
5.4 maybe. 5.4.
Great sound when they're warming it up in the pits.
Yeah, it's a cool place to be when all the engines are going through their warming cycles. These two are going through their warming cycles as well right now, look.
Oh yeah, someone is cold.
Oh, hello. Nice moment shared. No, lovely moment shared there. In the sunrise.
Oh, good morning.
It's funny, isn't it? Some of these angles where the camera is so deceptive of how much light there really is out there, and then you get this bright sun now that's taking up the entire sky.
Well, it is 8:50 now, 5:50, which is the official sunrise.
Sunrise,
I think I've repeated myself several times now.
But you're right there. You predicted it, and it's followed suit. So you could say that you called that one.
But yeah, it looks like a lovely day.
It's
cold, but lovely for the moment.
I'm sure there's a few campers stretching and getting their little stoves on to warm the water to make a nice brew.
Yeah.
Or crack another bottle of something fizzy and amber. Great job that the helis do. 4 degrees, there you go. 4 degrees in the sunshine at the moment, but that'll slowly warm.
Yeah.
And Jules Gounon's still faces
very cold night, yeah.
So the temperatures would have dropped out there. But Jules Gounon now he keeps that 15-16 second lead over Schiller. Harper's still in P3. Klingman, let's have a look at that gap down to 12, 13 seconds now. The gap between P3 and P4. 34, the Aston with, is it Team still? Yep, Nicky Team still in the car, has dropped back 40 seconds, but they've been in and out of the pits in that time as well. So they're on their 13th stop cycle actually, and so Klingman and Harper and Schiller and Gunon still on 12 stops. So they've taken the earlier stop. Vantol, they've only done 11 stops in the 24.
They're trying to do it on less stops maybe. By the way, do you know how many sets of tires they're allowed to use during these 24 hours?
I'm going to get that exact answer for you right now.
You call Andy.
I'm going to call Andy.
Because I was just wondering, they're changing every pit stop so far.
But are they cleaning? I'm sure they're taking. They're scrubbing.
They must be forced to do double stints as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And just maybe with the driver change. There we have an insert on the TCR category, the BOP normal turbo, 294 to 368 kilowatts on power in TCR category. They had a little insert.
They have 48
sets.
No, 24. A maximum of 24 per race. So 48 tyres. Qualified stands for 48 tyres, maximum 24 per race. For the 24 hours, they have up to 116 slicks may be used per vehicle. So 116 divided by 4 is something.
Well,
more than that.
30 is 120. So it's 29, no? What do you say, 116?
116, yeah.
Yeah, so it's 29.
Yeah. So 29 sets. That's got to be for the entire thing, though, right?
But then, yeah, divided by the pit stops.
Yeah.
So I guess you want to get rid of some double stints, maybe at night.
Is your TikTok stream too quiet? Start using Tikfinity, the #1 streaming tool for TikTok Live. Let your viewers control the show. Unlock text-to-speech, custom sounds, and viral overlays to skyrocket your engagement and earn bigger. It's easy to set up and totally customizable. Level up your stream today. Try Tikfinity for free and earn bigger.
They use GPS on the tracker as well to make sure that there's no seeding speeds through these slow zones.
That was not a speeding too early.
And the 81 has closed the gap up even further on Dan Harper. It's now down to 11 seconds.
Yeah, we'll have him soon.
Yeah. So Gunon still navigates his way through the traffic. So 29, going back to these sets, 29 slicks per vehicle. So you have 48 tyres, a maximum of 24 per race. That's for the qualifiers, and then you go up to 116 slicks per vehicle. So there's plenty of going around for the stops they're going to be doing. But we're on stops number 12, so yeah, you keep on going, don't they?
I think if the race goes as it is, then Mokuno will finish on this car. If you think of the driver order.
He's doing a good job there, and so is the SPX. Is touring this 81 that we've seen so much of. Picture in picture, and what are they showing us here? Oh, running slightly wide just there. Well, navigating the traffic wasn't too bad at all. It was just going. I thought it was running right. I thought they were going to show us some of the gravel being kicked up, but no. And into the pits comes the 84. A car that was subject to the the troubles at the very beginning. The Red Bull Team Apt car, and it was Bortolotti that was in it. Is Bortolotti staying? No, it's not. It's a driver change happening right now.
Is it Engstler going in? I think it's Engstler because it was Niederhauser before Bortolotti, and now it's Engstler back in.
Just checking some of the bodywork and things. The air intakes at the front, cooling with radiators that sit in the front of the car. There's no concerns. There was just and
there was some action going on.
Certainly was.
Several cars in the Schweden. Oh, there's oil. There's oil. There's something slippery. Look, they're all going off.
Yeah, they are off. And
there's oil.
And there's
Arenberg.
Klingman going off as well.
Yeah. Lots of cars. So where is Jules? They will have to warn him on that one. They will have to warn all the cars now.
Try and update the screen. So
Arenberg, there we see double yellow. There must be some oil or something down on the track. It's Arenberg where that happened. Oh, there's the next one going off. So someone put some oil there. Oh, and they're not getting on the radio to their... So lucky that no one has hit that car, which isn't yet in the gravel there.
You can see, can't you? You can see where the oil is. You can see. Oh, there's another one.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't want to be sitting in that car right now. That's a
you don't want to get out either.
No, you don't want to get out because at least you've got some protection.
What happens.
But you'd be nervously looking over your right shoulder.
So the question is, are they warning now the cars correctly?
Well, they got these.
Oh yeah, now I think the first one's coming, which actually no.
But
it's when you turn in late. If you're turning in early, it's okay. When you're there late, it's slippery.
Yeah.
Yep, there you see.
Full track coming down here, and you've got to get heavily on the brakes. The warning flag's for you.
So, I think Jules is now in Hatzenbach. Let's see how he approaches that slippery zone. But I guess they will put in a code 60 soon, no? Or not yet? There's no code 60 yet.
No code 60 yet. No.
Is it on the yellow?
It's still code 120, yeah. It's still no real concern, but you'd think that's going to have to change relatively quickly. Where that car is there, that's the
car is still there. So now,
yeah, it's still there, it's still sitting there. That's for sure. It's actually the Vulcanhorst Motorsports BMW M2. Bennett Earl and
yeah, that's now 120.
It's now gone down to 60 here. Yeah, they've gone down. They've gone 120 down to the 60 in that area just to get the cars around. I wonder how long that's going to be like that for, though, because if there's oil down there, they're going to have to do a bit of work on the track, aren't they? So it might be a code 60 for quite some time as Jules Gounon goes around.
It's actually a surprise. Look at the amount of gravel that's out there now from all the cars. You know, that's actually tricky stuff for the tires, yeah, not to get a puncture.
How soft are these slicks? I know it's a relative term, but
yeah, look at the amount of gravel that's there. It can just cut the tire.
Yeah.
And
that was the first instance there, the 455
first car
number.
Now we see down there the Dacia. There was the Dacia going as well.
Yeah. Got through though. Oof.
Yeah, they all got out. It's
just that one featured himself. Yeah.
Featured himself.
Oh, that was very close. Running wide there. Zero traction and then tiptoeing through. Just lost the weight.
That's Klingman in the SPX.
He actually did well to keep going. Kept that foot buried.
Yeah, because that's a It's
deep, isn't it? Yeah.
It's gravel bed.
Yeah, so dance their way through. Just that one car getting caught up in this area. It might take a while to get that sorted, though, particularly if there's a lot of oil down. I don't know what the situation's like. And actually just saw on board was Jules Gounon. And there was a car parked up on the right-hand side as well. So there's a couple of cars stuck out on track as another car's now being towed back to
some
the
action
pits.
there.
And that is... That's the 169. It is the 169 car, which is the Aston Martin. That's the Dürr Motorsports GT4. And Neil vacates the seat, goes off for his breakfast, his eggs. He's ordered. I'm not sure he's ordered them from. Have you got your own chef, Neil? He's got his own chef. He says it's okay. He's brought his own. He hasn't. That's not true, by the way. just to set the record straight. Yeah, casting aspersions against Neil. But Neil wanted to see you. Welcome back to the hot seat. You put your insert in and you're ready to go. Rory Butcher is back with me once again. Neil was desperate to see this 81 fighting it out with the 99, the Klingman car, number 81. That April Fool's joke gone wrong, I suppose. Going up against the Dan Harper 99 Rover Motorsport BMW, essentially the same car underneath, isn't it? But with a different body kit on the number 81, and didn't quite get to see. Didn't quite get to see the battle because Klingman's come into the pits, and he came into the pits, actually ran wide. There was the gravel down. There was that off around Nürburgring, and that caused the 81 to go through the gravel, and he's come back in very quickly. In fact, on the first opportunity, he's come back in. So driver change is happening. Obviously no concerns with the car then, but they're going to change those tyres, and probably a wise move. He went through a lot of gravel, and you don't want to cut a tyre, do you, or anything like that? So they're not risking anything. I'm not sure if it was a scheduled stop or not, so a quick look there on stop number 13. So they're slightly ahead. I was looking a little bit earlier on, Rory, at the number of stops that different drivers have. Chris Lolland's in the car currently in the 26, but some slightly out of sequence from each other. Some on 12, some on 13. There's a couple on 14s as well down there. Stops. Race so
I think
far.
12 seems to be the baseline, so that they're the cars that obviously pitted latest.
And Schiller has now managed to eke the gap down from 16, 17 seconds down to 9 seconds behind Jules Gounon in the number 3, the Mercedes-AMG Team Verstappen Racing car. And Gounon flashing his lights again, trying to get that slightly slower car to move out of his way. He's encountered a bit of traffic, and it's been the story of Jules Gounon's time in this Nürburgring 24 hours so far. He seems to get in the car. He's been in the groove, but he has had to deal with a fair bit of slow-moving traffic that's not quite getting out of the way when he wants them to.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing, isn't it? And around here, as we've seen, it's catching the traffic at the right time, and it's potentially, Jules arriving on the traffic, and then pre-warning those cars about second place Schiller, potentially, but no, I think Schiller's done an incredible job. We saw how quick he was during his earlier stints. But yeah, we can see the incident with the BMW Touring, M3 Touring, on the bottom right-hand corner, heading off at Nürburgring.
Yeah, we thought there might be some oil down there, and that's what caused the slight issues. And it wasn't the first car that went through. Then there was a few others coming through afterwards, and the 81 went through and managed to take that evasive manoeuvre and keep the power on through the gravel, which is very deep around that area, as we were saying earlier on. And a couple of torque wrenches getting the nuts tightened. And who's in the car? Is still Klingman, is it?
It looked like a driver change.
It was a driver change,
yeah.
was it?
Yeah, definitely a driver change. So we'll find out. It says De Wilde, so
okay. The Wilder one.
Well, yeah, it's great to come back and still see the the 99 BMW still pushing hard, and the Aston Martin as well is yeah, right up there, P4, P3 and P4. And yeah, it's interesting to see the Lamborghini kind of back in the mix as well, all the way climbing all the way back up to P6.
P6, yeah. And looking at the lap times, and Bortolotti was in the car up until very recently, and they were doing consistent 820s, which was, you know, the fastest cars out on track were doing these 820s, 819s, and that's where they were. And it's now excellence in the car for this session. I wonder if there's a double stint, not so sure, but they've done 14 stops. They had to have that additional one because they went straight in on the opening lap while they're on the GP loop still, just turned back into the pits and got that. They were quite lucky, in fact, that the puncture happened when they were able to get straight back in, although they still had to navigate a bit of the GP loop. And that doesn't sound healthy at all.
Yeah, I think we have a...
Yeah, we have a terminal engine, I think. That's a...
Either that, or... Do we have has a tyre come off the rim? Potentially, it sounds...
pulling over to the side now. It's...
oh, yeah.
Rear right, there it is.
Rear right. So you can just hear the tyre carcass hitting off the inside of the wheel arch. It always sounds super loud inside the car, sounds a lot worse. But, you know, a tyre that's breaking up could do a hell of a lot of damage to the bodywork and some of the plastics components that are just underneath the wheel arch. But Jules, meanwhile, we've got Harper in the 99 Rover BMW. I think he's just come out of Bergwerk and heading up the hill, opening the BMW up full speed, and he showed incredible pace earlier on, especially in the wet conditions.
Just going back to that 67 that we've just been seeing with that tyre, they've got a long way. They're just going through Brunchen now, so they've got a long old route back. And they're on the latter half of the loop itself, but they've got a long route back, some 8-9 kilometers, something like that, before they even get into the pits. So that's, if that tyre lasts much longer, I'd be surprised, and they might mean that it's gonna have to park up on the side, because nursing that back's gonna be very, very tricky.
Yeah, and the wheel rim will be running on the tarmac, so it's going to pick up a lot of temperature, and it's not going to be particularly good for the right rear, you know, suspension components.
That's right. We'll keep an eye on that one as they nurse that car back, but it's going to take some time, and that's really going to be the end of their day. I mean, they'll get the car back out hopefully and carry on going, but any hopes of an up-the-order finish look like they may have been gone with the tyre for Vervish, who's in the car right now, and fallen down to P10. So all those behind are moving up those positions. Chris Lullen is into P9 now because of that. Picture-in-picture, you see that nice top-down view of the 99. That's the Rover Motorsports BMW. Now we go back on board with the picture-in-picture of the 67, and it's just pootling around, isn't it? It's still going.
Looks like we have a slow zone heading down towards Versailles.
There's also,
slow-moving vehicle, and yeah, I'm not sure what's happened.
That would be where isn't that where the off was? No, that's the car. Is that the car that's been collected from the... I can't remember.
Yeah,
it was from Arenberg, wasn't it?
That's right.
Collected from that, yeah.
So we're moving real slowly.
Jules Gunnar still picking his way through traffic. He's a constant picking his way through traffic, and Schiller's only 10 seconds off the back of him now. And there is the car we've been on board with a few times, and it's just creeping around the outside there, staying well out the way of the line of traffic. And yet that rear right is still on. It's not fallen off just yet, but it's
hanging in there.
Yeah, it certainly is.
But overall, a reasonably clear circuit. There's only a couple of areas that are got yellow flags. So hopefully we'll see some reasonably quick lap times.
Yeah, and the 67 is now finding its way onto the Doppelgehör. So there's a lot of looking under the bonnet of the 109. See what's going on there.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
Again, the tea gets put on the little stoves, and Portaloos get occupied again.
It's that time of the time of the morning. But yeah, I think a lot of these fans have kind of braved it out through the night, through the darkness, the cold. Temperatures getting as low as 2 or 3 degrees Celsius. And look, even on the bankings down at Brunchen, there's still people, fans standing watching.
Certainly
the
are
racing. So
yeah. And it's interesting, the strategy-wise, we just saw the graphic come up for the 3 and the 80. There's 2 AMG Mercedes cars, the Winward Racing prepared cars. They're on the same strategy, the same stops. They pit side by side every single time, and it's going to come down to a foot race. If it carries on like this with no technicals, no mechanicals, anything like that, it'll come down to a foot race between the two and the drivers, how they get on. And that's an intriguing battle, isn't it, with the driver lineups that both of these two cars have. It's identical machinery prepared by the same team, getting those cars out on track. That we know there's data sharing been going on as well across the garage. So it's all going to come down to the nut behind the wheel, or the nuts behind the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to come down to the drivers, as you say, in that final hour. And it'll just be interesting to see who goes head toe to toe. And we've seen that, how hard they've raced, even at 1 in the morning when there's 13 hours left on the clock. So I think we can only expect it to be as hard or harder.
Yeah. We just saw the SR Motorsport Schnitzel just leaving the pits. It's the number 11 car. It's just down there now into P11 with British driver Phil Ellis behind the wheel. And that's a great shot, isn't it? Now, is that mist or is that fog? Should we go back to our chat from a few hours ago? Is it mist? Is it fog? Does anybody know the answer?
It looks like a light mist.
A light mist.
A light mist. I think we've hopefully got over. Fingers crossed.
I think mist descends, doesn't it? Fog. One of them. Anyway, this is a chat for another morning, I think. And into the pits comes a 67, and let's see what they do. They get it up on the hydraulics or pneumatics. It depends which way you do it, but they plug them in, then they pressurizes it, lifts it up, and then they put them on the skates, roll them back into position. And it's going to be a driver swap.
So it's been a tough race for the HRT Ford Mustang. I think they showed a lot of promise at the start, the first few hours of the race.
Really did, yeah.
And it kind of went south when they made the decision to run the wet tyres or the cut slicks, losing 20-25 seconds per lap because the rain didn't come as hard as they expected. And I think otherwise they had the pace to run at the front.
Yeah, and they lost some 4 or 5 minutes there as well, trying to get that car back in. So it's going to force them down the order. They are currently, well, they're currently falling down to P13, so we saw them steadily falling down, didn't we? And up ahead, I can tell you that Harper and team, well, that battle for P3 is 21 seconds between them. The 81, the SPX car that we've been looking at a fair bit, they've come in, they've left, they're on their way again.
Yeah,
a bit of out in the car. Belgian driver, he's behind the wheel trying to close up the gap once again, but they've got that pit stop done, so they should in theory be able to close the gap a little bit more on Dan Harper when he goes in. A replay of the slow-moving 67 dealing with that puncture on that rear right as we saw them changing it, and the driver lineup change as well. Jogunon still leads the way, 21 seconds is the gap. It doesn't look like there's any real concern about any damage done, so nursing it back very nicely.
As we pass two tow trucks, it's quite a common sight on the Nordschleife. But Jules having to back out of passing these slower cars, just obviously the yellow zone. He's now into a 120 zone.
Passing tow trucks is so foreign to these drivers, these regular GT3 pro drivers that are doing circuit racing all the time. You'd never dream of passing a tow truck out on track, would you? It just doesn't happen, because safety on a circuit, it just doesn't happen. And yet, you know, sometimes you get the trucks in the telehandler in to lift a car out of the way or something, but you don't often get a flatbed just pootling around Silverstone, just taking through Maggots and Beckett's while you're sweeping around the optimal racing line. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's a very common sight, obviously, here, but I think, you know, the drivers understand how to manage the risk. Obviously, they see the big yellow lights in the distance, and the rule is that you cannot overtake another car while passing a circuit vehicle. So
yeah,
and you know, the slower moving vehicles like the tow trucks and the course vehicles, all them as they're heading along the preceding marshal posts, all put out a white flag which states a slow-moving vehicle. So yeah, it's a good system they've got here at the Nordschleife, and it seems to work pretty well for this style of track.
Yeah, it keeps it all moving. You can see the updates, the quotes we've got here. The weather is great, really fun to drive through the night into the sunrise. However, there's a lot of oil on track. You have to be extremely careful, and we've seen a few cars, haven't we, fall foul to that oil. We've only seen it in one or two areas though, although earlier on, and I'm talking quite a few hours ago, there was that car that had been towed that dumped a whole load of oil on a really long stretch of track, and we had that code 60 which went on for kilometre after kilometre as they were dealing with it, and it's not reoffended that area since that. Is that a fire on the side, a bonfire on the side maybe, or
someone's having a really big barbecue?
They're having a really big, there's a big party there. Taking marshmallows out.
Tell you what, if you look into the distance on the you know, the helicopter shot on the bottom right of our screen, you can see that fog, but it's not over the circuit.
Yeah.
Very, very fortunate, because through the night here we're known to get a lot of fog, and it can often disturb the running. Obviously, famously, we had the shortest ever race a couple of years back, where the race was red flagged for, I think it was 14 hours. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely right. Yeah.
Because of fog. So we've had a pretty clear run so far. So should count ourselves lucky, I think.
I have an answer to the question posed. It was not a big, deep question of what is fog. It wasn't that. But the difference between mist and fog, just for
anyone
you,
that cares.
For anyone who cares, and I'm sure that's you, is fog is when visibility drops below 1 kilometre.
Oh.
Whereas mist is further than a kilometre.
So it's less severe?
Less severe, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Both are essentially low-lying clouds made of suspended water droplets. There you go, class. Dismissed. I hope you're not eating in class, Rory.
Drinking coffee.
Oh, that's all right.
As one does.
I've got my can of Red Bull on the go. So we have a code 60, and it's not a particularly long code 60, but it's still in that area where we had the oil down, Allenberg, and that's going to take some time, I think, to completely clear away, because it was a lot of cars dancing their way off the track, and everyone knows it's there now, so you'll tiptoe around, probably nervously tiptoe. If you're Jules Gounon, you've been around that area a few times. We saw that the car slightly offline, we're getting caught out by it. So you'll find your line, you'll pick your line, and hope that's going to be doing you right for the rest of this one. Back on team radio, if there's a driver change at some stage soon, they'll be on the team radio telling each other which line to take. There's a huge amount of damage on the 59 just there, rear left. That's the insert you were talking about, isn't it? In fact, you can just see it's ripped away. There's spray coming.
Yeah, there's some sort of fluid.
Yeah, that'll be
coming out.
Maybe
hopefully it's.
Is it the 59? Did we say?
Hopefully it's just coolant. Oh gosh, here we go.
Yeah, that's the Artura. And well, what caused that? Let's have a look again. It's well over there now.
There was contact between the. I think there was a Porsche, wasn't there?
Yeah. That's the Dua Motorsport McLaren Artura Trophy Evo.
Be interesting to see. So Jules is entering the pits for a scheduled stop.
Yeah. And presumably Schiller will also be entering the pits soon after, because they've always been pitting in the same cycle, so they'll stay together until the end of the race in terms of pit cycle. So is it a driver change? I can't. It must be. Yeah, there we go. There is a driver change, and there is the driver in question. And there is the coming together picture in picture of what happened. It was the 440 Porsche getting involved, coming together, and that was the QTQ Race Performance Cayman CM12 that runs in the V5 class. So driver changeover is happening in the number 3, and alongside, yeah, there it is, in the pit box is now the 80. Get it on the skates, turn it round.
So I imagine it will be our
double stint.
Yeah, who's jumping in for a double stint.
And who's going to be getting in this one then?
So we had Martin, and it looks like
Stoltz?
Engsler. No, sorry, not Engsler.
Engel? Stoltz. Well, there is just there.
Yeah, I think we'll see. We might see Schiller or Stoltz hop in.
Yeah. Just look at just getting himself ready.
But both cars have been offset on their strategy. I'm not sure if another driver has jumped into the number 80 Mercedes, so it might be Schiller who remains in the car.
Yeah.
Which I think is the case.
Yeah, slightly different strategy on driver stints, but pit stop stints at this stage have been absolutely bang on.
So you can see how the steering wheel can adjust up and down and forward and back for each driver. just a very quick release system. And in these GT3 cars, you don't adjust the seat, you adjust the pedals.
Yeah, that's right.
So the pedals is on like another kind of quick release system where they can come towards you or you push them away. And obviously you've got drivers that are taller and shorter, and that's
do they set, if you've got a driver, say I don't know, a 5'6" driver, I mean, Lucas Hour's not a particularly tall driver, and then you've got Jules Gounon, who's around 5'10", something like that, 5'9", 5'10", yeah, about 5'10", Jules Gounon. If you've got drivers like this, do you have set positions on those pedals, so the driver's just reaching down and moving it forward one turn almost, and that brings it to their set position, or is it free like a quick release on a bike saddle?
Yeah, it tends to just be more free, and I think you can create a little mark with an initial.
Yeah. You're
so
moving into that position.
Just
so it's set.
So it's not just done by feel, and also to help, help manage the difference in height between some drivers, the tallest and the smallest. They also create seat inserts, so you'll see the drivers pull their seat inserts out of the seat when they get out of the car. The smaller drivers will have almost like a booster seat.
That's right, they do, yeah, like your child.
Yeah, and the taller and kind of more broader drivers will fill more of the actual seat, so they'll just have a very, very small seat. And it does two things. It helps the smaller drivers see over the top of the steering wheel and get closer. But for the bigger guys, it's more just to kind of prop them up and make sure in the high G-force corners that they have the support and they're not relying on their core strength to stay straight and upright. You don't want to really be bracing yourself on the steering wheel. You want your lumbar to be supported, your hips to feel like they're fixed within the seat.
Yeah.
And then obviously you can see the 6-point harness there that's is very adjustable as well to match all the different sizes of driver.
Well, Lucas is now in the car. We think he'll be there for 2 hours or so, and I'm sure there's more hour puns along the way. Strap yourself in with your 5 or 6 point harness, I'd say, Rory. But he's in the car right now, and he's got to get straight up to speed, because you are right, Schiller is still in the car in the number 80, so he's got his eye in, definitely, Schiller. And Lucas Hour is going to maybe feel that other Mercedes. Maybe if he can't see it, he'll certainly feel that it's there, because Schiller is exiting the pits and is already going to be making moves to close that gap up a little bit. It currently sits at 28.4 seconds, so it has opened up a little bit. Wait for the timing screens to fully update, but it's expanded that gap rather than coming down. So Lucas Hour flashing the lights frantically at cars behind, the slower moving cars behind, and gets past one, weaves his way past the second, threading the needle through left then right, sweeping his way round as the Golf GTI gets out the way. And on he goes on his travels around this 25.378 kilometre challenge that is the Nürburgring 24 hours, the Grand Prix circuit and the Nordschleife all combined. 54th running of this incredible event. There have been a few years where it didn't run. One was when they were getting rid of the Sud Loop, the old South Loop, and they put the Grand Prix circuit in. That was a bit of a substantial change, really, but it occupied roughly the same space.
That was quite unlucky as he came through Admiral Horst. Bit of a log jam there, but he's cleared the two cars.
No real damage done. Schiller has closed the gap up by 5 seconds, down to 25 seconds at this stage. So yeah, lost a bit of time. Didn't lose 5 seconds through that, so some of that is done by Schiller's pace and by Lucas Hour just having to get himself up to speed, and maybe 2 or 3 seconds could be that, and 2 seconds maybe attributed by the traffic, something like that.
Yeah, I think he had a bit of trouble going through the
God, the closing speed's frightening, isn't it? When you see it from this angle here, you've got an angry GT3 going full tilt. I mean, the car is chasing down. The car ahead of him is no slouch. It's either Porsche out on track 2, and he's just not quite getting out of the way, is he? Oof! I don't think he saw him. He seemed to turn in and have to slightly readjust his line, didn't he? So I think he gave him enough space maybe, and then had to.
He saw him coming, and
he moved.
Good job he did.
yeah, moved his way just in time, really. But Lucas Al continues on the route. But when you see the closing speeds of some of these cars, and we saw it earlier on, in fact, there's a bit of either smoke or mist or fog or something descends. We saw it earlier on. I think it was Lucas Al was in the car again at that point. Max Verstappen definitely had a couple of moments where just sneaking through on these quick left-rights to a car that had no idea he was there because of how quickly they leapt upon them. And a lot of these blind corners, you come around, all of a sudden there's a car ahead and they just weave their way through. And you're really, really having to rely and trust the driver that you're passing is not going to do something silly, which they wouldn't do on purpose, or doesn't know you're there and literally turns in on you.
Yeah, you're putting a lot of trust in these cars in front, and you have no idea who they are. Often their level, their experience, the performance of that particular car. But often the best, the cleanest and safest moves are the ones where you fully send it, and you kind of make a big commitment to that move. It's when you try and pull out and do a half-hearted move, and that's when people collide.
It's like in football. If you're going for a tackle and it's a soft tackle, you're the one who'll come off injured. If you're going full-blooded, most times you just bounce off each other and carry on going. I mean, I'd like to roll around a bit, get the magic sponge on me, that sort of thing.
But that's it. It's there's many a time where where drivers and even myself have just put 80% into a move and try to rein it in, and that's when, like we say, when cars collide. But yeah, Max in particular last night, or through the night, we saw some really fully committed moves in the darkness, and some of those cars probably didn't know much about it. But he made those moves with a lot of conviction, and they paid off.
In some cases, I think some of those slower moving cars, some of the slower classes, maybe blinked and missed that Max had gone past them because he wasn't there. You blinked and he wasn't there again. He was a little speck in the distance. So, there's a few occasions that we saw the closing speeds and the way he was gapping straight after. It was incredible. It really was one of those things where Max is coming up on the back of a car that has no idea he's there, and he's passed and he's gone within a matter of moments.
Yeah, exactly, and we're kind of referencing back to Max, but
it's every car.
It's all the top pro guys in SP9 are fully committed. We've seen them how the BMW M3 Touring, like some of the move they've pulled off and how aggressive they've been throughout the 24-hour. For a car that's we probably didn't expect to be in the top 5. They're there for good reason, and I really get the feeling that they want to put on a challenge.
Yeah, they're not here to make up the numbers, that's for sure. And although we've lost a few cars, the Manthey Porsche, for example, that we wouldn't have expected to lose, particularly the way that we lost that car, that was I say driver error. I mean, it'd be unkind to say driver error, but it was a mistake by them that led to their removal from the race. And that's allowed the 81 to move up the order, but it's there on merit, that's for sure. Look at the lap times of the 81, and riding on board in the picture-in-picture with it, and still putting in 8:26 laps.
Yeah, and you look at the 84 Lamborghini of Luca Hensler.
Yeah.
He's just completed a lap time of 8 minutes 15 seconds.
Yeah, that's
fast.
Yeah, and looking at the last laps, compare that to any of the last few laps and of any car out there, and that is in some cases 30 seconds quicker.
Yeah,
20 seconds for sure. So what was Nicky Team's gone into the pits, is he? Just waiting for that lap timer to update, actually, is what's going on. But Lucas Auer is the leader. 24 seconds is the gap over the 80, the Schiller car. Oh! And Hugo de Wild is also doing his best in the BMW M3 Touring 24-hour. And the 81 that we've been talking about for a bit of time. It's good to see that car doing its thing, and Lucas Auer is still just looking at nice, free, empty track up ahead, and that will delight him and the team. Keep away from any nasties, any surprises.
Yeah, and actually, when you look at the circuit map tracker, you can see it's reasonably clear ahead for the number 3 Mercedes. There's a couple of cars ahead as we head up towards the Flugplatz.
Yeah.
But I think once he clears them, he's going to have a little bit of time on his own, where hopefully he can stretch the legs of the Mercedes AMG GT3.
Hugo de Wild that we're looking at, and I apologise to him for my pronunciation. I'm not sure if he's a de Wild or a de Wild, but anyway, it's a Belgian driver. He's very young, just 23 years old, from Brussels. Must love his moule and free, I imagine. That's a guess. He's done very well. He actually won the SP3T class of this race last year with the FK Performance Motorsports team. He's familiar to those GT World Challenge Europe fans. The Endurance Cup took a win in last year's season with Team WRT, on his way to 3rd place in the Endurance Cup. He's been around this place a fair bit. Although he's only 23, his CV looks pretty good. There's a 34, and they're just...
Look at those battle scars.
Yeah, just give a bit of a clear out just there too. That's the 34 down. Where's 34 now in the order?
They're still in P3.
Still P3.
Yeah. Nicky Team behind the wheel.
Is he going to be behind the wheel when they do the driver change? Oh, the complete pit stop though. And we'll have a look at the weather as well. Let's keep an eye on this weather, because the rain that we thought was really coming, and we've been talking nervously looking at the sky. Well, cloudy, 0 chance of rain, 14-kilometer wind speed and 87% humidity. So pretty good conditions. It's getting slightly warmer. The sun's come up now. It's starting to warm the soul of some of these drivers and fans watching on. Beautiful scenes though. That's amazing. Look at that.
Yeah, honestly, see the Eifel region and the surrounding areas of the Nürburgring. It's such a cool place to be, and I used to love just driving from the airport, arriving at the track, and yeah, just love the views, the fresh air. It just seemed to bring like a sense of calm going into a race, and the only other place I think that you get that same feeling is Spa-Francorchamps, which is only an hour away.
Yeah.
But both,
yeah, similar terrain though, isn't it?
Similar terrain, and
it's like somebody's thrown a bit of ribbon up in the air and it's landed, and they just put a track where that landed. You know, it's
both based around a road course.
Yeah.
It could be hard to design a track like this nowadays.
Did you race Spa when you did British GT?
Yeah, I did Spa 24 Hours as well, in the Blancpain Endurance Series, which has now been renamed GT World Challenge. Spa and Nürburgring are probably my two favourite circuits.
Yeah, the CrowdStrike Spa 24 coming up. That follows the British GT weekend, so if British GT spills into the Spa 24, and you get some of the drivers staying out there from British GT, the pro drivers that stay on for the CrowdStrike Spa 24.
Yeah, they use the British GT event as a bit of a warm-up.
Yeah, slight changes this year because you've got the French F4s and going on the same grid as the British GT this time round, so it's a bit of a mixed grid, a bit of a mixed bag.
Interesting.
HWA looking on. Make some love, haven't they?
But incredible work by all the mechanics and engineers and all the tyre people, who are putting in one hell of a shift. Minimal sleep. And they just want to see their car get to the finish and as high up as possible.
That's a cool looking car, isn't it? The picture-in-picture. What a cool looking thing it is. I mean, it's so edgy, so 90s. So it's just.
I think my dad. I remember he was close to buying one of the.
Really?
My sister talked him out of it. not a HWA, but the original. And here we are.
So squared edged, so unaerodynamic in their shape, and yet punching their way through this cold morning air in this Eifel region.
Now we've got Christian Krones behind the wheel of the Aston Martin, number 34, who are currently in third place, just over 5 minutes off the lead. But I tell you what, it won't be long before Dan Harper in the Rover Racing 99 BMW is on his tail, because that looks to me like about a 7-second gap between the two cars.
And there's not much further back between him and the 81 either. And Lucas Auer has now completed. Just look a bit. Is that damage on the rear right?
I think it's fuel overflow.
Yeah,
it's a fuel overflow. So
that'll just evaporate. Should just evaporate.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lucas Auer is now lap 100, so a bit of a benchmark there. How many hours have we got left? There's 8 hours to go, so we could hit at this pace somewhere around the 150 lap, 151, 152, perhaps something like that by the time we get to the 24. So it's not going to be anywhere near the record of 162 laps, which was set in 2023. But if everyone behaves and there's no more code 60s, and I mean that's extremely unlikely that there's going to be no more code 60s, but we'll have an effect as there's a big old splodge of something on Lucas Auer's windscreen. I don't think anybody wants to see what caused that.
Looks quite juicy.
It does look. I mean, somebody's fired up the barbecue. Something from a horror film, isn't it?
Poor bug.
Poor.
Just minding his own business.
How big was that bug?
Hey, they're big out there.
So 100 laps completed then. Fastest lap time is the AMG team, Verstappen Racing, of an 8:13. That's their fastest lap time. It's not the fastest lap time.
So yeah, we have 8 minutes 10 from the Lamborghini Huracan of Luca Engsler, currently P6. That's their fastest lap, but not their last lap. The last lap that he did was an 8 minutes 17,
which is actually pretty rapid. I mean, looking around, Schiller's done an 8:14 last time out. Lucas Auer an 8:17 as well. So Engsler closing up by 0.6 on Auer, but quite a long way back from him at this point. really at the moment it seems to be this a few different races developing. There's a first-second race developing, and then there's a race for the podium, that final spot on the podium at this stage. But anything can change, and often does. Around the Nordschleife.
Yeah, exactly, and it looks like you could probably even argue the number 84.
That's a festival scene just there. Some person just looking like they've lost the will to live with 3 empty bottles of something on the floor around them as they wait for the warmth to come back into their bones. And the sheep, well, look at that. Love the smell of fuel in the morning, they say. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Needs a can of Red Bull, that boy. Longest distance covered, as we see, 162 laps. That was 4,111.24 kilometres. That was the Fricadelli Racing Team. That was the Ferrari 296 GT3 that won. In 25, we see here the Rover Racing crossed the finish line. 141 laps. We should get 9 or 10 more than that this time out. It's on the world feed. They're just glancing through quite a lot of sleepy-looking folk, catching a few more vital moments of sleep. It's amazing how people could sleep upright, isn't it? I'm not very good at that.
I just can't do that. No, I'm not the best. I can't sleep on airplanes, and
I got achy joints nowadays with armour and the age. Oh, that's another.
Talking about achy joints, that's not going to help.
No, it's going to be a sore one in the morning. Well, it's already the morning, but tomorrow morning.
Yeah. It's just kind of in amongst all the litter and
the detritus. And that's a very special scene. These aren't mine, honest. It's getting ridiculous now. Sublime, I think at the world feed, they're challenging the camera crew, aren't they, to get the funniest shots of people sleeping. And that person there, that poor person leaning forward, they get a neck ache. Wow, that was a fun few minutes, wasn't it, just there?
I think that's how this commentary booth is going to look in a few hours' time.
Just empty cans of Red Bull strewn all over the place. Yeah, absolutely right. I remember starting the broadcast saying I haven't even popped a can open just yet because you know, I was riding high on adrenaline, and about 10 minutes in, open it went, and a little swig happened just to get me through.
Yeah, I've had a couple myself.
Now then, we keep an eye on Lucas Ayer, but while we keep our eyes on the AMG Mercedes of Team Verstappen Racing, let's hear the thoughts of somebody who oversees the entire operation, who caught up with our intrepid explorer Haley a little bit earlier on.
Working with so many different drivers, how do you manage the setup of a car?
It's always quite a compromise to do the setup on the car with 4 drivers and on an endurance race. But if you find a good balance and a good grip in the tires and a good grip in the car, all drivers normally are quite happy with just some small differences. They all go in the same direction. So if you find the right way for all of them, you normally find a good compromise.
Describe your relationship with the drivers.
Some I know better, like Jules is my driver in DTM as well, so we are actually quite close because you spend a lot of time together through the year. But it's very important. I am the first guy they speak to when they come out of the car, so it's more than just a working relationship. They need to trust you a lot, and I need to trust them as well.
Because you have more than just a technological role. You also have the role of a kind of a friend as well. When they're down, you have to pick them up. So how does that work?
Well, we're here together. It's a long race, and it's not only the skill on track. Sometimes there are difficult moments, maybe on the wrong tire, on the wrong time. So you need to help them go through that and make the best out of it. So,
24-hour race is very draining for everyone. How do you manage it?
A lot of coffee, water is very important as well. But I have to say, if you're going well and you're like in the zone and fighting for good positions, you stay really motivated and you can be very long, very awake with a lot of power.
Simple requirements. So you're saying that you don't get any sleep during the race?
No, nothing. No sleep at all. I mean, there's moments where you maybe close your eyes, especially with an 8-minute lap, but normally you are so much focused that you don't fall asleep. And we cannot, because there's no other race engineer. So
what are the challenges of a 24-hour race?
Well, yeah, this is one of the biggest ones for sure. The weather, especially this weekend, is really, really challenging. There's a lot of different tire choices. It can be wet here, it can be dry on other parts of the track. So tires is very, very important for the drivers also to keep the car on track. It's a very long race, a lot of stuff can happen. Also on the car side, there can be problems. So yeah, it's a lot of challenges. You need to have some luck also to be successful.
Thomas Gleiss there giving us the information from a race engineer perspective from AMG Mercedes, and Heidi really has got some fantastic interviews. She's really been going above and beyond. We haven't even got to the real gold just yet, because as we get into the latter stages and we are approaching the final 8 hours, the final third of this 24-hour extravaganza from the Nürburgring, Nordschleife, I'm sure we'll be getting some more as the drivers start getting out of the car. Lucas Auer currently occupying the leading car, and he's only been in that stint now for a few laps, but he'll probably double stints is what we've been suggesting. As Schiller, next time they go into the pits, he'll be getting out of that car. So although they're on the same lap stop strategy, they are on a different driver lineup. Obviously driver lineup, but driver stint strategy. Dan Harper is now just 2 seconds back from the 34 Aston Martin. That's a huge chunk of time that Dan Harper has just taken off the back of Christian Krohn. And then in P5 is the SPX 81 BMW that's now 16 seconds off the back of Dan Harper, who's just fallen slightly off the back of the 34, but only by a couple of seconds. So there's a real battle going on for third place developing, and meanwhile Lucas Auer 15 seconds ahead of his sister car, and the Winwood Racing prepared sister car. Anyway, we say it's not a Winwood Racing car because it's prepared by them, but it has got a different name. When we're talking the Mercedes AMG Team Ravenel in the 80 and the Mercedes AMG Team Verstappen Racing number 3 car, but they are prepared by Winwood Racing. Winwood Racing are hugely experienced team across GTs. They know how to put a car together, that's for sure.
Looked like Fabian Schiller got kind of caught out with some traffic. It was a bit busy in the Hatzenbach section.
Yeah.
So the gap will probably extend, and it has. It's gone from 15 to 18 seconds to the lead. But that's just going to be a bit of a yo-yo, I think. I think Schiller might have a little edge over the leader on overall pace, but it's pretty close, and the gap is going to fluctuate.
In Winwood Racing, just going back to the 80 and these two cars, the number 3 and the 80 that we're looking at, Winwood Racing, they're a German-American team. They specialise entirely on GT racing. They've claimed several major GT championships, including the World Challenge, GT World Challenge Europe, and IMSA as well as the Daytona 24 Hours. They've won that 3 times, including the 2026 race earlier this season. They've won the Sebring 12 Hours twice. They've won Spa 24 as well, and they lead the DTM. And that is, I'd like a bit of that, please. Did you bring your Theragun?
I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Didn't get the memo.
Didn't get the memo.
No, it's either a Theragun or it's it's a Theragun.
Some sort of
yes.
some sort of gun.
Yeah.
But yeah,
he's enjoying it and feeling pretty stupid because the camera's on him right now, but he's enjoying that moment. As in the back of the shots, the driver change.
So that will be for number 80, I imagine.
Yeah. They can't be due a stop just yet, can they?
No. They shouldn't be coming in anytime soon.
Unless it's the 84. No, it can't be. I'm just running down the Red Bull backed teams to see.
That was a Windward.
Yeah, it was.
It was a Windward Racing garage.
Okay, well, maybe just getting prepared.
Very eager.
Yeah. But will it be, if it's a driver change, it's likely to be this one with Fabian Schiller because he's on a double stint right now. So what do they do in their stops? We shall keep an eye on this as it develops. Lucas is just going through the carousel. It's likely they'll be double stinting all the way through to the end, but try and get across that one, keep you on top of the strategy, but double stinting seems to be the likely outcome. And if they double stint to the end, if they all double stint to the end, where does that put Mr. Verstappen?
It might leave one single hour at the end. I'm just thinking they only did an hour at the start.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's an hour to fill in at the end. So yeah, a 1 hour dash for the cash.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to bring home the bacon. There's a long way to go. 8 hours in this one. It's a long old slog. It's a lot of kilometres.
Yeah.
A lot of laps. We still think maybe, well, at this sort of pace, we still think another 50 or so laps of this race to go. So we'll be on 151 laps, somewhere there or thereabouts, if the pace remains. Might even go up slightly because we've had quite a few code 60s throughout the night earlier on too, in different stretches. And there were a couple of times where the code 60s were stretching around 2-3 kilometers, maybe even longer. So that has a significant knock-on effect to the number of laps completed around the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring 24 hours. You hear the car leaving the ground and slapping back in, don't you? The suspension as it takes a huge hit.
It's the floor just touching the ground, and especially when you've got like a higher fuel load, you're more likely to kind of have those little moments where you bottom out.
Yeah,
it's quite common. You obviously don't want to, especially on a 24-hour race where the wooden floor will wear out.
Yeah.
So you don't want it to happen too often. But we've seen sparks flying in the night off the two Mercedes. So yeah, they're
flat out all the way along. You can hear full revs.
Such a quick section, followed by a super slow kind of right left onto the Grand Prix loop.
That was on the onboard, the picture-in-picture onboard. I was just watching Fabian Schiller went straight down through the gears and then got back on the power again. It was like they.
You know what? What you're doing is you're probably using the sound of Lucas hour. and you're looking at the Fabian Schiller onboard. So
thank you for that.
It's a little bit disorientating.
Here I am at 7 o'clock in the morning, and my brain has finally left the building.
It's a bit like
it's not much of a brain.
It's a bit like watching Netflix Drive to Survive.
Don't believe everything you see.
It's more just sometimes the sound doesn't match the onboard, and it's quite hard as a racing driver to listen to that. But anyway, that's another story.
Momentarily, my brain just completely gave up on me at that moment there. Sometimes, Rory, you just got to go for the gold kitchen.
I have no idea what that means. Wait, what are you? Oh yeah, you've really gone crazy now, haven't you?
14 seconds is now the gap between P1 and P2. That gap is starting to tumble, and Lucas, well, he's going to have to keep his head in the game, really, because Schiller is coming.
You know, a lot of weight on these drivers' shoulders, especially in the Verstappen car. There's been a lot of focus on the number 3 Mercedes on the build up to this event.
And I was saying that actually to Neil as well, that the lineup, the selection of drivers to accompany Max in this one, it's not Max's decision, it's not all that kind of thing, but they've got to pit drivers who will work well in a car that suits Max's driving style, that works together as a team. They're not all focusing the car around Max, obviously, but drivers that are going to complement each other, that
Absolutely.
are very, very stable, that are going to, get the best out of each other. And that's tricky. That puts a lot of pressure on drivers that are very, very accomplished GT drivers, but maybe aren't used to this level of scrutiny.
Exactly. You know, a GT driver, sports car driver, will not, like you say, be used to having all this amount of eyes and focus on them. Whereas Max, it's just second nature. But you know, Max has, I imagine, had a big input on who he drives, beside taking advice from AMG, Mercedes AMG. But he wants people that he can trust, people that could do the job on the track, but also he gets on with. He seems like someone who, enjoys a laugh as well, and a joke, and you want people that he can.
One thing that's been evident about Max Verstappen in more recent seasons, the last 2, particularly in Formula 1 and with his team, as there's currently on the world feed, we can't see it on the moment, but currently in the world feed there's a big crash montage going on at the moment, it seems. But one thing that struck me from Max in the last couple of years is how giving he is of his time to younger drivers. You see post Grand Prix, he'll get out and he'll be having a conversation with a driver. Maybe he's put his arm around the shoulders of Kimi Antonelli a couple of times as well, and that's really interesting to see. He seems to have got to the stage where, he's 28 now, as we say, but 2 years ago when he was 26, 27, he was at that stage where he was so experienced, and the reputation was so strong for Max Verstappen, but he seems to be more than happy to give his time to those drivers around that command his attention, and that's an interesting thing, isn't it? He's not keeping it all close to his chest. He's happy to discuss and talk things through and help other drivers as well. And maybe that's a sign of a pure champion, someone that actually wants the other drivers around to be at the very best of their ability. So when you beat them, you're beating the best of the best.
Yeah, I think so. I think you probably have seen a change in his character, or at least what we know of Max in the last few years, and it's probably he's reached the ultimate goal, which is to become F1 World Champion, and he seems to be very content and feet firmly on the ground, and happy to share that success and that knowledge with the younger generation.
And he also said, didn't he, at the very beginning when he got into Formula 1, that first of all his goal was to get into Formula 1, and then his main goal was to be a Formula 1 world champion. And then when he'd done that, he'd got his first world title, he was like, well, I've done it. I've done what I came to do. I've got myself a world championship, so everything else is a bonus when it comes to more and more titles. He doesn't need to keep winning Formula 1 world championships to satisfy his own ego. He's done it, So now he's looking elsewhere, and this seems to be maybe sports car, maybe going into LMP, the hypercar, maybe something like that would be another challenge for Max Verstappen along the way. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he's the sort of person that tries his hand at all those. Maybe he'll even look across the pond and go and have a go at the Indy 500 and see if he can get the Triple Crown or something. You never know. He's the sort of driver that would probably eye up all those challenges.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's just got that love for the sport. Whatever he does has to be challenging, and I think that's why he's not just done any old 24-hour race. He's chosen the hardest, the toughest one on the planet. But look, this you never know. This could be a common affair. We might see Max back because it's that type of event that just keeps bringing you back.
Yeah.
And see all these drivers that they just want more. They want to have another go at trying to get the win.
There's not many drivers in Formula One that are able to exit Formula One for a reason, for a particular event or something, and then return to their seat. We saw Fernando Alonso do it a few years ago, and Jenson Button deputised for him that one race. And if the stars align like this, that allows Max Verstappen to not miss any Grand Prix, that makes it easier for him. But if he does stay in Formula One beyond this season, and you wonder whether there'll be a conversation and Max will dictate it and say, yeah, I'll do the 23 races this year, and there'll be one that I'm not going to do. But I don't know. That's all these big question marks hanging over the future of Max Verstappen in Formula One. But the future's certainly not one without Max Verstappen in it in motorsport. He's here to stay, and whether it's racing in sports cars, whether it's racing in hypercar, whether it's racing in IndyCar, whatever he turns his hand to, he's certainly going to be there or thereabouts. And he's proven that by his time out here in the Nordschleife, and proving just how adept he is at changing formula and changing car type. And currently Lucas Ara is in control of that number 3 car, keeping the gap to 16 seconds ahead of Schiller and the number 80, the sister car.
Yeah, and I think the gap seems to have stabilised.
Yeah, very much
around
so.
About that kind of 15, 16 second mark. But yeah, I think what Max is showing is that he's happy to put him, he's got more to lose in a race like this than gain. And I think we just saw, was that an SP9 car?
Yeah, it was Ellis. It was number 11. It was the SP9 Ellis number 11 pulling over to the side. Now we've got the 50. Nicholas Otto, Max Cruz Racing in the Golf GTI Club Sport.
Look here, we've got the BMW 99 Rover Racing hunting down the Aston Martin. Literally, I think there's only been a few seconds between those two cars for the last kind of short while.
Yeah. The 50 we saw just a few moments ago pulling over is the car that Johan Kristoffersen is part of. And I'm just having a quick look to see whereabouts it is out on track, because they're going to be able to get that car back. The 84 is in the pits right now for another stop. Driver change for the 84. Engstler was in it.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
It was Engstler, and he's having a look now as he leaves the pits, as they go over the beam. Yeah, it's still the same driver lineup there. They've not changed. So Max Cruz Racing Golf GTI Club Sports looks to me, it's parked up at Metzgerfeld. That's after Adna Fust. In that section, parked up on the left-hand side, so it's kind of well out the way. But I don't think they're going to be able to get that car back. It's such an early part of the loop, isn't it? So for Johan Kristoffersen, I don't think it's going to be 3 in a row for him in class, because that car looks like it might be out of this event with just under 8 hours still to play, as we keep our eye in the picture-in-picture on the 84, the Lamborghini. I've always loved the Huracan going around the circuit. It's just a cool looking Batmobile. It looks low, it looks aggressive. It's just a fantastic sound as well.
Yeah, and I think it's known to be a really nice car to drive, especially if you like a kind of strong front end, something that's quite direct. It provides really good visibility out of the cockpit as well. Just the dashboard is quite low compared to some of the other cars with the longer bonnets, such as like the Aston and the big, even the Mercedes to an extent.
So it's the battle for 3, as you can see. The 34 chased down by Dan Harper in the 99 Rover car. It's not a huge gap at all. 1.5 seconds. That is the gap just there. That's what we're looking at. That is the battle for 3rd in the picture-in-picture. And as it goes slow, we're going through a slow zone with Lucas R at the moment, and he's about to get going again, making sure he waits and waits and waits before stepping on the loud pedal as hard and as quickly as he possibly can. This battle is going to carry on. There's the Rover BMW. Still 1.5 seconds. That's all it is.
And it's hard to think that, you know, that car spun on lap 1.
Yeah.
And has recovered so well. You know, I don't think it cost, you know, over 5 minutes the spin. I think it was probably I don't know, 30 seconds they lost, but to still be fighting for podium spots is great. We were probably expecting to speak about the #1 Rover Racing BMW.
Yeah, that's right.
But unfortunately they fell out of contention with a car issue.
Well, Dan Harper in this Rover Racing BMW is a BMW factory driver. He became a factory driver, I think it was the start of 2023, when he went and won the British GT Championship with Darren Lung alongside. So it was his very early stages of his career, became a BMW factory driver. He's only 25 years old, Dan Harper. He was the Carrera Cup GB champion in 2019. He was also a Ginetta and Porsche scholarship winner very early on in his career. He's been a winner for BMW in GT World Challenge, in IMSA, in World Endurance as well, in different classes through those ones. And he's really pushing that 34 Aston Martin as much as he can. That's the Volkenhorst Motorsports Aston Martin with Christian Krunius in the car, the Norwegian, 35-year-old Norwegian, who knows this place like the back of his hand. 13 starts, in fact, around the Nürburgring 24 hours. And he's had 11 of those in GT3 cars. Focuses a lot on the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series. Has raced a bit in GT World Challenge too, but he's a real expert at this place. And so the careers are very different ends of the scale. You've got the Norwegian 35-year-old against the 25-year-old Brit from Northern Ireland. And like I say, very different stages of their careers.
Yeah, and I think Neil actually made a really good point where there's many drivers who are in the top class, and you know, you may never have heard of them.
Yeah.
They're maybe lower profile. They're probably more local to this track, and have an incredible knowledge of the Nordschleife. And that is versus some of these drivers that are more better known internationally.
Yeah,
and that kind of balances out the lack of experience of some of these local drivers on the international scene. But
it's a bit like if you go to, say, Portugal or France in World Rallycross or something like that, and you get the influx of the Portuguese drivers in Montalegre up in the mountains, the Villarreal Mountains of Portugal, or, you know, it's French in the same sort of way, and you get this huge influx of those entries of the local drivers, and they really go toe-to-toe with the legends of the sport, the Johan Christoffersens and the Ole Christian Vebis, people like that. Bakarud, all those ones there that are coming up against these Portuguese drivers who they only ever see once a year when they go to the Villarreal Mountains, as it used to be in Portugal. They've changed the location recent times for the European Rallycross Championship. But it's interesting to see you have that kind of that equalisation. I don't know who you are, but you're pretty good around this place because you know it so well, you know?
Yeah, I can tell you've done a few laps around here. But like, you know, when I did my first ever race out here in 2016, sorry, not my first ever race, but my first ever race in NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecke series. Christian Krones was already in the GT3. It was a BMW at the time with Walkenhorst Motorsport, who were the factory BMW squad out here in Nürburgring, and you know, he was regarded as one of the top drivers out here, and that was over a decade ago. So
what were you racing back in the day around here?
So I did all my races in the little BMW M235
Oh
Cup.
yes, yeah.
So with Walkenhorst Motorsport.
Right. How did that come about?
It came about because I was partnered. I've worked with a bronze driver, so like an amateur driver called William Paul. So we raced together from 2000, you know, the mid 2000s teens, and we came out and we must have done about 8 to 10 races out here together. We just saw it as a huge challenge, and we both got our A permit, which allowed us to race in the higher classes. William went on to do some stuff in GT4 with Walkenhorst. But I tell you what, it's some circuit. Doesn't matter what car you're racing.
Yeah, absolutely, on the limit for whatever car. Yes, we just saw on the back of the flatbed, that was the 11 LS car to the Pro-Am SP9 that unfortunately was pulled off to the side of the track earlier on, and they've managed to stick it on the back of the flatbed, and it's now being escorted, if I can only say it, back to the pits. And there's the green flag. That'll be a moving green flag now. That'll suddenly stop. There's that slow zone, or the moving slow zone which accompanies that truck. Will get it back to safety. And they have a code 60 as well down there on the Dottingerhöhe down to the Tiergarten. Actually, Rory, it's a short area.
Okay. Yeah, so potentially a car that's maybe broken down, or we might have a slow-moving vehicle, and he's protected.
Be the 37 actually.
Oh yeah.
Looks like it's a 37. Hold the line caller. It is the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin SP9. That's the Christian Konath, Marcus Lonroth, Tobias Voll, and the Guido Dumoulin Aston Martin. It's not going anywhere, is it, on the tracker? And that there is a big hit. That is the cause. That's a big hit. How did that happen then? Oh, bit of a tank slapper from nowhere.
Yeah, that looks like a component has potentially failed.
Yeah.
That was not the driver's fault.
I mean, that's very strange.
It's a fast part of the track.
Yeah, very fast.
Near the end of the Dottingerhöhe.
Kind of got it well. I mean, from a driving point of view, got away with that because lucky it was a glancing blow off the barrier and pushed back into the track at that point. But the 37 very much out of the race. Who was in the car at the time? Do we know? It was Dumoulin who was in the car at that point.
Yeah, really unfortunate.
Yeah, it really was.
And just have another watch of this here.
Yeah.
So he's on the left-hand side, just about to rise up the hill, and you'll just see the car takes a bit of a wobble. There we go.
It's there. It's a big snap, isn't it? It was a snap and a correction, maybe.
It looked like potentially, I hate to say, it could be a tyre issue. It looked like the right rear tyre had.
Yeah. And then the reaction to it, maybe.
Yeah.
Well.
Okay.
That's,
well,
that's a
he's
shame
okay.
for them. Yeah, that's a shame for them out of the race. And the SP9.
So the lead has extended ever so slightly up to 19.9 seconds. So Lucas Auer doing a really good job out at the front. Currently at Adenauer first, and heading down towards Metzgesfeld. We've got a slow zone here. 120 kph is the maximum speed. Not entirely sure what's caused that, whether there was debris on the track, because it was a very short period. Back up to speed now as he passes the VW Golf. And again, we're into a slow zone.
If it is Guido Dumouriez, by the way, that's just out of there, I'm just having a quick look. He's a 66-year-old businessman. Very passionate about cars and motorcycles, and has a fair bit of racing history, but would fall under the category of gentleman driver, and that's a big hit for a gentleman driver, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, he's going to be doing this purely, you know, for the love of the sport.
Yeah.
And that's what the beauty of sports car racing. You know, it allows in all different types of drivers, from your fully fledged factory pros, as well as your amateur drivers who, you know, the sport wouldn't be what it was without them.
Yeah.
But so it's sad to see, you know, them have an impact like that.
Well, we're currently looking at the picture-in-picture. This is the number 10 car. This is the Max Cruz Racing Golf GTI Club Sport 24 and the SP3T class. We'll drop that back down and off it goes. It's a bit of a clean-up needed here, isn't it? It's going to take some time.
Yeah,
but it's a very fast part of the circuit. It's a good area to line up and overtake, isn't it? This area here too. So there's going to be a.
Yeah, exactly. This is where a lot of the overtakes happen because of the amount of slipstreaming, because of the high-speed straight.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's going to take a little while to clear up. You can see all the dirt and grass that's on the track, and it looks like a little bit of fluid is actually understandably leaked out of the car.
And that might stretch back a fair old way as well.
Yeah, potentially. But the marshals have already got their broom and their brush, starting to make some progress. But you can see how the Code 60 system, how it works. As you look back down the Dottinger hole, you can see the purple or pink board, which
top left,
brings the cars down to that kind of safer speed, and allows, you know, the action to continue, but just at a safe speed. They'll get a green flag shortly after the incident at the next marshal post, and then they can continue at full race pace.
Yeah, and you certainly got to be careful you don't get on the gas on the pedal even fractionally early, and then that eagerness to get going again. As the Rover Racing, Dan Harper goes up alongside that 34 Aston Martin. And this is the battle we were expecting to see a while ago, and it's now coming to us, and it's going to be a decent one. Dan Harper still trying to find his way through. And Christian Cronjes is going to have to deal with a BMW that's got bigger and bigger and bigger as the laps have gone on, and now it's as big as it can possibly be with a angry Northern Irishman behind the wheel.
And both cars will have strengths and weaknesses, and sometimes it can be hard to pass a certain car. You know, the Aston and the BMW are, as I say, going to be stronger in different places. So it looks like the Aston is holding its own in a straight line.
Yeah.
BMW is known to have a good oomph in a straight.
At the very top of the pile, it's still Lucas Auer that leads the way, but he's only 11 seconds up the road. That's come down. It was 20, it's then got to 16. It's just it's ever so slightly creeping away, isn't it? Lucas Auer last lap, well, it's a pretty decent last lap compared to the car behind, but these code 60s is now starting to take effect, and that's where Lucas Auer is right now.
Yeah, the Aston, actually, just looking at the speed traps from the Grand Prix loop, the Aston had a couple of extra clicks in a straight line versus the BMW, so hence why it's been really tricky for Dan to make any kind of inroads on the Döttinger hole.
Yeah, keep your eye on Lucas Auer here at the moment, because this shows you a good driver's eye view as they go past the incident through this code 60. You can see the green light flashing up ahead there. That's the moment they can really stamp on the loud pedal, and they can't do anything until that point. So he's got to keep it tucked in. You see what he's doing now, moving himself to the right-hand side, getting himself ready for the relaunch. And there you go.
There must have been a flag signal on the left-hand side.
There must have been, yeah.
So all the cars have a GPS tracker that links back to race control, and they can see if anyone has, you know, even gone 1 kilometre above the speed limit in those slow zones, and ensure that they stay at that speed all the way until the green flag.
And there's zero tolerance as well.
Zero tolerance.
Yeah. And you can see the markers, actually. You can see on the track that there are, you've got the marshal post there, but you can see there are these little lines coming off the sides just to give a physical line on the road as well, where the marshal point is. As the Rover Racing team look on still, they're kind of admiring the work of Dan Harper. There's been a change of position at the top. It's now Schiller leading Lucas Auer. So, well, that's got maybe that's on the timing screen. Let's just keep our eye on the picture. It might be that we're slightly ahead on the timing screen to what we have here on the picture. Let's just keep an eye on this, because that was 11 seconds, wasn't it?
Yeah, there we go. It's reversed.
It's reversed back. There you go. I
Yes.
mean, there was a big drop if it was 11 seconds. So it was a timing screen glitch just there. So thank goodness.
As if we need to be
More
any confusion at this time in the morning.
Yeah. Still 11.5 seconds. There you go. It was certainly a glitch in the matrix once more. Timing screen's got tired. That's what it is. It hasn't had a sleep, has it? Bless it.
Yeah, it needs an hour's kip.
So Lucas Auer still leads the way, 11.5 seconds up the road from his garage buddy, the 80 car, and then Cronjes and Harper very much fighting it out. This car we've seen a fair bit, haven't we, over the course of this race, the 67, and not all of it's unfortunately for them gone to plan. We're talking about the
Wow. That was close.
Yeah, it was very much.
But you can see, like, every, you know, they even drive on the limit up to the pit speed line. Every second counts. So the Ford Mustang wasn't going to wait behind the Hyundai TCR. He made a pass on the way into the pit lane.
They have their minimum pit stop time. That's pit in to pit out. So you have this time, this counter that goes down, and the teams know how long the pit lane is. They know what the speed limit in the pit lane is itself. So if you're driving at optimum speed in the pit lane, going from point A to point B, pit entry to pit exit, they know how long that takes. So then they can work out from that how long the stationary time must be, so they don't leave the pit exit even 1/10 of a second under the minimum pit stop time, because if you do that, then you get a penalty, and that penalty really does it can almost end your race there, because it will add a really long drive through or something, and you're hampering your race. You can even have a stop go where you have to stop go and make up that time, so you get drive in the pits, you have to stop, you get to stop for 0.1 of a second, and then off you go again, so you then lose that pit in pit out time once again. And sometimes in these GT cars, they have a little button, they'll tap the button and it'll be like a cruise control limiter again as they go through into that pit box. And there have been times in GTs where they hit the button and there's a little little spike, yeah. And then they think that they've done everything perfect. They've got the stopwatch on, they've done it all perfectly, and as they leave the pit, they leave the pit lane, they're a fraction of a second under time. And it's always better to be a second over than 1,000th of a second under. So it's a fine balance, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. And I think how it works here is you're given a time penalty that you can serve during your next pit stop.
That's right.
So they just hold you for that extended period of time. But as you say, you'd rather lose a second or two than pick up a big penalty. So.
And they're well versed in it with GTs, with the GT World Challenge and things like that, with the SRO regulations of what they'd be doing with those pit stops. And actually, as you say, adding it on to the next stop doesn't gain you anything. It's not, the impact isn't quite so great, but you don't really want to be mucking around with the timing system at any stage. You want to know where you're at all points. Dan Harper is now right at the back. Lucas Ara is up ahead. Dan Harper still fighting it out with that 34 Aston Martin, and they are coming up to back markers as well, and those slower moving cars from the different classes, and you can't get close, can he, at the moment, Dan Harper, as they enter that slow zone once again. And still that car hasn't moved.
Yeah, it looks like they've cleared a good part of that track, got rid of a lot of the dirt, dust.
They're working their way up towards the car, aren't they? And just behind it as well, you can actually see it too.
Probably going to need lifted on. Yeah, we'll need lifted onto the back of a flatbed truck.
That must feel like an absolute age, that long drag when you're doing 120 kilometers per hour down to 60.
Yeah, it does. It does. And as we've mentioned previously, it's, as a driver, it kind of really disrupts your flow. You want to. It's bad enough the slower traffic trying to stay in a rhythm while you're managing all different types of traffic and speeds.
Well, out pops the 34 and out pops Dan Harper right behind. Lost a little bit of ground through that slow zone on the restart, really, more than anything, but he's going to close the gap up.
Be interesting.
Still inside a second.
Yeah. Let's see how quickly he can close back up on the Aston.
He's not been able to get too tight to it, that's the trouble. It gets to a certain point and that's it. It's
looks like the dynamic GT Porsche, which I believe at the number 54 of Bastian Bussett at the wheel.
Yeah.
On Pirelli tyres, it was a further lap down on the Aston and the BMW, but looks like it's got a decent pace. It's pretty close to the rear end of the Rover Racing 99 BMW.
Yeah, he's well versed in that car. Porsche Super Cup champion 2023 and GT4 European Pro-Am champion 2020. Currently leads the Sprint Cup in GT World Challenge after winning that race last time out at Brands Hatch in Sprint weekend. He came third, in fact, in the Nürburgring 24 hour with Hartog and Stern. Two of his teammates this time out.
Yeah, so dynamic GT is, relatively small team from Italy, but wow, do they do a good job. Often have support from Porsche, and they run the Pirelli tyre program. They have been part of that development for, I think, over 5 years now.
Yeah.
Competing in GT World Challenge as well. So here we are. You can see how slow that code 60 is. 60 kilometers per hour on a
37 miles per hour in British money.
Oh, the Aston is currently in the Hatzenbach section, and sent up the inside of the Cup 2 Porsche.
Yeah. And Dan Harper's flashing his lights away just to desperately get some clean air to drive into.
These guys are, they're earning their wage right now. Minimal sleep.
Minimal sleep. minimum wage, actually, as well for many. Oh, you mean the drivers, do you?
Exactly.
I thought you meant the marshals, sorry.
I'm talking about the drivers, and yeah, I'm sure these guys are doing.
I thought you meant the guys doing the hard graft.
They can't complain.
Yeah, certainly are. 171 Porsche, as you see on the screen. This is Eric Ostrom. Said it went well, but it wasn't easy since a lot of cars were leaking oil. That's why you have to be careful. You can tell you've been awake for a long time. You're not as alert anymore, he said.
Tell me about it.
As he popped his head down on the pillow. Sucked his thumb and drifted off into the land of Zeds. So Fabian Schiller and Lucas Oyer into the pits. There is Lucas Oyer going up onto the rollers. They'll spin the car around. Then there'll be a driver change. He'll stay in this one, but Schiller will get out the car.
So it looks like they're fitting a new air filter as well.
Yeah. Fabian Schiller will look to vacate the car right now. You can see his co-driver just about to get in, just out of shot as the work's done on the Mercedes. So what's it like in this position for a driver? You're getting out of the car at this stage. You've been sitting in this position for what, 2 hours 20, something like that. Is there, you know,
I used to have a really sore back.
I was going to say, is it, you know, you need to be helped out because you literally can't heave your body out of that position?
Yeah, you know, as hard as you try to make a seat insert that, you know, keeps you comfortable, I used to always come out with lower back pain, and we'd have to go and stretch for a bit.
Right.
Because, you know, you're sitting down, but you're straining as well because of the high G-forces and the amount of brake pressure these guys are putting in.
Yeah.
You know, there's 170 corners. Most of those corners, you know, majority require some sort of brake. But, you know, they're probably putting in, I don't know, anywhere between 70 and 100 bar of brake pressure over 100 times a lap.
Yeah.
You know, for 2 hours.
Yeah.
So, it's one-sided. A lot of the drivers will brake with their left foot.
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas the right foot is on the gas pedal, which obviously is much lighter, doesn't require much force. So you're twisting you're kind of twisting your body as you brake with your left foot and put that amount of pressure in.
Outside of your left leg, isn't it? Really, I think that takes the brunt of the hip joint, as you say, your top of your thigh.
And it's quite funny. I actually had to start using my left foot when I started racing GT3. I found it difficult to use my right foot for both pedals. One, because there's so much G-force that my left leg would just felt like it wasn't doing anything. It would float around in the high-speed corners.
Yeah, yeah.
And then my right leg was getting really tired because I was having to use the gas pedal and put that amount of force into the brake. So, yeah. Now when I jump in any race car, it feels really strange not to use my left foot, and the left leg is actually stronger now than my right.
So the amount of pressure you have to exert on the brake pedal of these cars, it's I was using a sim rig not that long ago, and I was putting my foot on the brake, and I thought I was braking, but the car was going straight, and I was like, why is it not responding? Why isn't it responding? The guy's like, because you're not braking. Like, well, I am. He said, no, look, you can see the bar. You're barely touching the brake pedals. We have another stricken car on the track. Which one was that?
Was it a GT4 Aston, potentially?
Yeah, and I was putting absolutely zero pressure through the pedal. When I actually got to grips with it, I was pushing my foot right down. The amount of force you had to exert through it was...
Yeah. I have a couple of simulators that I rent out for corporate events.
Yeah.
I've had to actually soften the brake pedal because if I make it as realistic as it is in a race car, then the guests struggle to actually even slow the car down on the sim. So I've had to make it much more like a road car, which is a road car, you put very small amount of brake pressure and it has a big response and slows the car down. Whereas in a race car, the pedal is much firmer and requires a lot more force.
We can see now from the shot that where that code 60 is, they've removed the car. It's now on the back of the low loader, so it's about to be removed out of the way as there is the Rover Racing Dan Harper car chasing down the 34, just inches really ahead of it, meters the very, very most. And they're getting into that code 60, so they're just going to position the car once again before they can stamp on that right pedal and off they go. This is maybe what happened earlier on. That was the okay, this is what we thought, the car pulling over to the left hand side. That's the 169.
You know what, it's in a reasonably safe position on the left hand side. Looks like the 961 Porsche picked up front left puncture as well, heading into the pit lane on the Grand Prix loop.
169 is the Dürr Motorsports Vantage GT4. Peter Sander, Eva Hahn, Roland Vashko and Philippe Chalet at the wheel of the SP10. And I'm not sure if they're going to be at the wheel of the SP10 for much more, because it might be terminal for that one as it limps its way back to the pits. Dan Harper frantically trying to get through these slow-moving cars. He just can't get close, can he? He can get to a certain distance, and then it's dirty air. Can't deal with it. And they both dive into the pits. Did they just go into the pits? Both?
So the Aston has stayed out. The BMW has returned to the pits. But yeah, it's not helped that we've obviously got that slow zone on the long straight, the Dottinger Ho. It's where you see most of the overtakes happen, with the slipstream and the side draft effect. But yeah, Dan Harper, I believe, will be jumping out now.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, just immediately door open, and you see the drivers jumping out while they're on the rollers. And
you know what? Quite a young lineup as well.
Yeah.
Between Dries Van Toor, Dan Harper, Sheldon van der Linde. It's
well, they're all under 30, well under 30s, aren't they? I mean, Dries Van Toor is the granddad at 28, so
exactly, yeah.
Yeah. But that's they're young, but their level of experience is
high for sure.
High, yeah. At the very highest level, even Max Hess, class winner in this race in 2020, and won the Daytona 24 hours earlier this year in the GTD class. Prior to that, he was in TCR Germany, taking the victory, the title in 2019. So, you know, he's worked his way through, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Through TCRs.
Yeah. But I just saw the number 37 Aston who collided with the barrier on the Dottinger Ho. It's now on the back of the truck, and it looked like it was heading into the pit lane. So hopefully the code 60 zone will be lifted shortly, and we can see some proper racing. There we go. It's been lifted, and the cars are all up to full racing speed.
We only have one code 60 out on track at the moment. It's a very, very short stretch of track,
and that'll be the GT4 Aston.
Yeah.
Who's pulled to the side.
Yeah, and that's the only reason for that, so it'll be cleared pretty quickly. That's when Brunchen
a new set of brake discs and pads going on there.
I love seeing the assembly. When you see an assembly like this, you see how it's all in one very simple kit form almost, and it's all ready to go. And
it's incredible engineering, isn't it?
Yeah. And also the size of the plates, the vented discs, they're absolutely vast, aren't they? The size of these brake discs.
You know, they've got to last best part of 24 hours.
Yeah.
And the amount of abuse they get is incredible.
You certainly wouldn't want to, they're vented for a reason. It keeps the cooling. You wouldn't want to get any warp discs or anything like that, would you? That would be a horrible feeling. Do they warp?
Yeah, they can. If you bed them in the wrong way.
Yeah.
You know? It's not a pleasant feeling.
No.
As you say, it can actually shake right up through the steering wheel. feel like your front teeth are going to come out.
People may have experienced it on their own road cars. If you get your brake disc done, they always say take it easy for a while. You've got to bed the discs in, and they're not sophisticated vented discs or anything normally on a standard road car. You're talking. I actually had a problem myself with a supplier for brake discs for a while. I think it was 2 or 3 goes to get them because they just wouldn't bed in right.
Wow.
I was back. I went a couple of times, so I'm not sure who's going to play me in the movie, but.
Yeah, it's quite a story, that.
Quite a story. It's another one that leads nowhere. I've got a few more, don't worry.
Okay,
I'll pepper them in.
Good.
I'll
Please,
pepper them in for you.
Maybe save them for Neil.
How rude. Lucas Hart leads the way. He's 13 seconds or so up the road from the 34 Aston Martin. Conyon's now been given a bit of a reprieve as that 99 Rover BMW ducked into the pits, and Hesse is in the car now. It's Max Hesse. We were talking about a few moments ago, the TCR Germany champion in 2019. He took over from Dan Harper. So he's got a bit of work to do to close up the gap, but they're a stop ahead. The 84, the Lamborghini, that had the issue very early on, is up in P4 currently. Slightly different sequence that they're in because of that early pit stop with Engstler in the car right now, but they've really worked their way back up, haven't they? And it's unlikely that they're going to get a podium, but they're doing all they can to recover.
Yeah, they are, and they've probably been the hot favourites. You know, the Lambo all week has shown like the best outright pace.
Yeah.
So it's a shame that they had that issue on lap 1. I really believe we'd had a real battle with the 2 Mercedes. But it's incredible, you know, back up to P4. They were outside the top 10 at one point, and
they've gone about it pretty quietly, haven't they? They've just been there. They've just been going about their business and getting their heads down and doing the job.
Yeah, and you never know, podium could still be on the cards if there was some issues for the Aston and the Rover Racing BMW. Yeah. But I'm sure they'll be disappointed that they haven't had the opportunity to fight for the win.
Mm-hmm. Although the pace of the Mercedes, the 2 Mercedes, the 2 Windward prepared Mercedes has been mighty, hasn't it, all race. And actually earlier on when Neil was in the seat, we were talking about how it's nice that you've got these 2 cars in P1 and P2 that are in a battle, but they're not going to take each other out. They're going to race respectfully, as they always do. But you know, they're going to be giving each other that little bit of space. However, if there's an incident up ahead and both those cars encounter that incident at that exact moment, then you risk of losing both those those race-winning contenders, and so that could be another.
That is a risk as well with you know, allowing them to race so early in the race.
Yeah,
you know, potentially you could lose both cars. But you know, as much as they've had their moments, I'm just thinking back to that terrifying moment. I don't know if you saw it, Bryn, the end of the Dottinger Ho with Max and Maro Engel. They were door to door coming into the Tiergarten section, and they had 2 cars that were minding their own business, racing each other in front, and they had to, Maro Engel had to take to the grass, and Max split the 2 cars, and they both came out unscathed. But wow, fastest part of the track. I think Max you know, stayed ahead from that point and entered the pits in the lead, and the number 3 has remained there since.
Yeah.
Fair play to mighty stint. Kept Max quite honest.
It was a pretty decent battle watching those 2, you know, and so if you want a litmus test, a yardstick to see how good Max Verstappen is in the GT3 car, you stick him on a track with someone like Maro Engel and say, right, go on.
Yeah, and stick him on a track like this, you know, where Maro is, you know, been here for over a decade.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, that there is the limit, and you can't really go there's not much more time to find around here.
Yeah,
these guys are driving so close to the limit, and the fact that Max has got himself to that point so quickly is incredible.
Into the pits, believe, comes the 34 Aston Martin. Is it? Yes, it goes. There he goes. So there'll be, I think it might be a driver change at this stage, and that's going to sort the order out a little bit as a few cars around them dance about through their pit stops. We know that the Enster car is going to be slightly out of sequence, but they'll jump up the order to P3 to occupy that P3 position. And how much they'd love a red flag at this stage, and taking him through to the end with no parc fermé and getting a free pit stop, a free hit. But that's what happened in the fog a few years ago when they had that very, very long delay. Those cars that had their extra pit stop, well, shame for them. You see the pit stop taking place. It seems so slow, doesn't it, in these ones, because of the minimum pit stop times. It seems like they could go about their business. No one's really in a rush.
Yeah, I think they try not to rush.
Yeah,
you know.
And they do the same in British GT and things, because you've got gentleman drivers, because you've got the AM class, where you don't want to be rushing someone who's not doing this day in, day out, and it takes one momentary lapse and all of a sudden the seatbelt's not done up properly, or something's been missed.
Exactly. No, it takes that pressure off in the pit lane where so much can go wrong, and I think it's all what they try and do is make the racing happen on the track.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, things like refueling. You don't want any errors in refueling, do you? Things like that. There is that wonderful looking Dacia going past us there, Lucas. Doing the deed, getting past him.
I'll tell you what, Auer has done a great job of holding off. Yeah, super job.
Yeah, he really has.
He's kept that gap at a consistent, 10 plus seconds, currently at 14.5 seconds. Fair play. But yeah, it'll be really interesting now to see where the Aston comes out of the pit lane. So we've got the 99 Rover Racing BMW currently at Schwalbenschwanz, about to head into the Kleine Carousel, and it's going to lead onto the long straight of the Döttinger Hohe.
Which now is a flat out long straight, isn't it, as opposed to what it's been for the last few laps with the code 60 in place.
And they fit the rear wheels to the Aston. We can see this from the world feed. Who is going to be in front? Because there was only 1.5 seconds between the two cars before the BMW pitted first. So a big moment in the race for the fight for third place.
Well, the 84's gone through now, so he's moved up to 3, but that's not an actual third place because of the pit stop. So he moves up to P3, so he drops down 1. What about the 81? Let's keep an eye on that one too.
Yeah. Oh man, I think the BMW's got it.
Yeah, it has gone through. Yeah.
It's going to be so close, but yeah, I think he's going to take it.
So we can see the 34 that's there.
Wow.
And yeah, it's gone through. Yeah.
They call that the undercut in F1.
They do indeed.
You certainly know that from your time in the F1 paddock.
Yeah. Time watching it. It's a Monaco speciality, isn't it? Although it's the only way to pass in Monaco.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank goodness in Formula 1 they've removed that stupid mandatory 2 pit stop rule from Monaco. They wanted to try and mix up strategy, didn't they, by saying to everyone, you'll do 2 pit stops last year. And what did everybody do? They did 2 pit stops on exactly the same lap as each other, so it did absolutely nothing to mix up the order. It's just, there's an optimum, there's an optimum. Let's have a look at this Rover and the picture-in-picture.
Oh.
And Rover Racing is... Yeah, still... it is ahead.
Is that a replay?
I think it is, yeah.
It's a replay.
Yeah, it is a replay, just there, yeah. Yeah, the Rover Racing 99 is ahead, and it's Hesse in the 99 Rover Racing BMW. And it's still Cronje in the
Cronjes, yeah.
Aston Martin double stinting. 107 laps complete. Different strategies on a number of stops so far for both of those. In the picture you can see there's the 34 Aston of which we speak. Trying to find what the gap is, and it's not much off the back, is it? But you can see the tail of the Rover Racing BMW, and that's incentive enough, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, I think.
Yeah. Just having a flat out Lucas Oil going at the moment, and that's a long old. You spend a long time there flat out, don't you, through that section?
You do.
It just seems to go on and on and on.
Yeah, kind of moment to get a bit of a breather. The GP loop is similar, where it's much less intense and stressful. You know, Grand Prix tracks tend to be that. They're a lot wider and more open. The runoff areas are quite long, quite wide.
Yeah.
The risk is much lower. So
just saw a penalty being dished out to the 63 for non-respect of speed limit in pit lane. Time penalty 30 seconds. So there you go. That's gives you some idea. If you don't respect the speed limit in an area that is heavily regulated, a pit lane is a pretty dangerous place to be if you haven't got your wits about you. And I'll tell you, I've been in pit lanes, you've been in pit lanes a lot as well, and I've been in pit lanes at Silverstone and places like that where the cars come in, and once I got myself trapped between a car that was coming in and the wall of a pit box, and it was daunting because they come on in at 50k, as you know, and they stop immediately, and they stopped about 2 feet from my legs, and that was a pretty scary moment.
Scary moment.
You think, right, make sure you're never in that situation ever again. So pit lanes are heavily regulated places, and
quite
rightly so.
They tend to have a speed limit of around about 60 kph.
Yeah,
it's quite a lot, quite fast.
Yeah, 37 miles per hour, nothing. But they go from that to nothing, and from nothing to that as well immediately.
So we're just coming to the end of the Grand Prix loop, heading on to the Hatzenbach section.
So just looking at lap times at the moment and getting quicker. Well, I suppose there's no code 60s in place at the moment, so that's one of the reasons why they're getting a bit quicker. But temperatures, air temperature, track temperature, is that coming back to them a little bit now?
Yeah, it's kind of the engine, the normally aspirated engines of the Mercedes and the Porsche. Are really going to love the cooler conditions.
Yeah.
And some of the different tyres that we have, you've got Michelin, Hankook, Dunlop, Pirelli, all these different brands, they have different characteristics. Some like it to be cooler, some perform better when it's warmer.
Yeah.
And they have different tyre compounds as well. So it's, I'm sure, I think ultimately Michelin has probably got the edge in most conditions, especially in the heavy rain.
It has historically, hasn't it? The sheer number of victories it's got to its name as a tyre manufacturer.
And I spoke to Jake Hill, who had done a test at Paul Ricard in the Porsche 911 GT3R, and he got his first taste of a confidential Michelin tyre, and he said it's just incredible.
Really?
He said it just doesn't stop giving. The amount of grip, and there's very minimal drop off as well, so he's loving it.
It's funny when you hear drivers talk about the tyre being in the window and out the window, and they, you know, the drivers talk about a tyre when it's no longer in the operating window, how it's impossible to drive, it can't get anything out of it, and yet it's still lapping so close to what the optimum is. And when you talk about the qualification process, normally it's 1 or 2 laps in the window and that's it, and yet
and you watch these guys who are, you know, I think on a long stint of 1 hour, you've got the slight tyre degradation, a drop off in the grip ever so slightly, but what kind of counteracts that negative is the fact that the fuel load is getting lower. So the car, you know, decelerates quicker, accelerates faster on the exit of corners, and just becomes a bit more nimble in the way it handles. So there's no better feeling when you kind of go through this crossover halfway through your stint, where that fuel load has dropped away enough, and you start to see your lap times improve.
talking about lap times improving. Someone who's arrived into the pit box a minute early is Andy McEwen, and he won't get in the car, he won't get in the seat until his time is ready. But he's ready to
Just
go.
making
He's
you sweat, isn't he, Brent?
Yeah, he's got a 3-hour stint ahead of him, Andy McEwen, before he then takes his final breather before he brings the cars home at 3 p.m. this afternoon when they cross that finish line for the final time, and we see what all the fuss is about has been about for the preceding 24 hours. But it's been all go. It's been all go, Andy. Lucas Ayer leads the way. He's some 9 seconds or so up the road from his sister car, the other Winward Racing prepared Mercedes AMG GT3. And then you've got the 84 Lamborghini that's moved its way up to P3, although slightly out of sequence with the pit stop. So still all to play for, and it's an open game, this one. It's lots of fights, lots of battles throughout the different classes, as we'd expect. The 26, the Chris Lulham car, it's not got Chris in the car right now, but that's moved its way back up to P10.
Yeah, so I think Adam Christodoulou currently behind the wheel of that car, ex-winner of this race back in 2016. And I think it's where he made his name as a driver.
I was at a function with him, a Surrey Awards function, and he popped his head up round there. But
he's a good guy.
We have a question in from the audience. Did you pick up the question from the audience just there?
I didn't.
So the question is stint length. Okay. How many lengths or how long does it take? What are the ins and outs of that one? I'll tell you who will have the answer immediately, and I'm going to leave this one hanging as I hand the microphone over to Andy McEwen, who's going to leap into the seat and give you the answer immediately without any pause for breath. So I'm going to disappear off, and once again, I'm sorry, Andy, I hand you the hand grenade of doom, and you can take it over. You've got 3 hours in the seat with Andy McEwen. He'll lead you through the next 3, and it's been an absolute pleasure. I'll be back again in a little bit. Rory, thank you very much. I'll see you in a bit.
All right, get some rest. So yeah, really good question there from the audience regarding stint length. Most of these drivers are doing double stints, so we say that's a 2-hour stint, but actually it's a little bit just over that. It's about 16 laps. You know, you'll get 8 laps on a full tank of fuel. They'll bring you in, they'll top up the fuel, they'll put on a new set of slick tyres, check over the car, wash the windscreen, send you back out for another hour. Sorry, another 8 laps. And yeah, it works out somewhere between 65 minutes and 70 minutes per 8 laps. So Andy.
Hello, there we go.
How are we doing?
A brief delay there. I'd got myself rather tangled in the... it's like untangling the secrets of the universe sometimes when I try and come back and find the correct headset on this desk. But I'm here, I'm in. I was secretly just buying time to find an answer for Bryn's question that he threw at me, and I did have it noted down somewhere. I had to dig out the note. Driver stint lengths they were asking about.
Yeah, exactly.
So obviously a single stint, as you were just explaining, was anywhere in the region of 60 to 70 minutes or so. It's 8 laps, but there are regulations as to how long drivers can be in the car over a certain amount of time. So no driver can exceed, can go more than, I'll start that sentence again. In the Nürburgring 24 hours, no driver can exceed a maximum non-stop driving stint of 150 minutes. So that is 2.5 hours, basically. So 2.5 hours consistently in the car is the maximum, or a total of 340 minutes, which is about 5.5 hours over the whole race. So you can't do more than that over the whole race, and it's that 2.5 hours continuous, which essentially means you can't triple stint. You can double stint, but you can't triple stint in this particular race. It's not really in the team's best interests to do that anyway, though, because it's such a demanding circuit, as we've been waxing lyrical about for well, the last however long we've been racing. We're coming up on, just gone past 17 hours of racing, and I think we've made the point now, haven't we, that this is a challenging racetrack and a challenging race, so it's not actually in the team's best interests, really, to have the drivers in there for too long, but there are regulations in place to make sure that drivers don't do too much, and it's sort of like a fair share rule, really, to make sure that every driver entered into the team actually ends up doing a certain amount. By imposing maximum driver times, it sort of then also imposes minimum driver times so that everyone does their fair share. So hopefully that made some sort of sense. It is 8 o'clock in the morning and I've not slept yet, but fingers crossed you follow my drift. So the race picture has changed slightly, in fairness, in the few hours that I've been away. Most notably, the lead gap is smaller than it's been for quite some time now, for several hours. 7 seconds all that separates Lucas Auer and Luca Stoltz. There is Luca Stoltz in the number 80 car, which is now just starting to pick its way back into contention. They dropped, again, the gap was touching on 20 seconds, I think, at one point, which was about as big as it had been. But Luca Stoltz now starting to really throw that number 80 Mercedes AMG around and get some decent lap times as well. His last lap was an 8-minute 17, which is was within 3 seconds actually of that car's best lap of the race. So very strong pace being set by Luca Stoltz. And then this battle for the bottom step of the podium, that's starting to change the picture as well. Third position at the moment is Luca Engsley. Yes, I know he owes us a pit stop, but that's the highest up the order, Rory, that I've seen that car since that opening lap of the race. No matter where it's been on a pit cycle, it's never made its way into third. So that tells me it is making progress.
Yeah, it wasn't long ago that we saw the 84 Lambo outside the top 10, and yeah, it's almost a bit of a surprise to now see it in a podium position. As you say, it's not necessarily reflective of the overall result. It owes us a pit stop, but those guys are tramping on some pace, and we feel like a bit hard done by that they had that puncture on lap 1, because I think they would have really added to this amazing, incredible race.
Most definitely would have done. That was an interesting moment there for Stoltz. He was just unlapped by Lauren Heinrich, that wasn't it, in the 24 car. So that's the 7th placed Porsche getting ahead of the 2nd placed Mercedes going up towards Schwedenkreuz, which was an interesting moment. The Porsche had a wheel on the grass actually as they went over the crest into Schwedenkreuz, and Luca Stoltz sort of had to let him go. But that tells me that even though Stoltz is, or has been, gaining on the leader, he is not the fastest car on the track. There are others further back who seem to have woken up this morning and are setting a slightly faster pace than him. And Lauren Heinrich is sort of in no man's land, really. He's 3 minutes behind Max Hesse, who is the 6th place car in the Rover Racing car. And he's got a couple of minutes in hand over the 54 machine behind him, but he's pushing on and showing exactly what that Porsche can do.
On that note, yeah, I'm just looking down the order. P11, Christopher Mies has just set his fastest lap of the race for that car, the Ford Mustang GT3 Evo, to 8 minutes 12.9 seconds. So that's the quickest lap we've seen in quite a while.
So why are we seeing all of a sudden then, Rory, do you think, these really, really quick times? Because often we say that some of the fastest laps tend to come in the night time. Well, it's now clearly fully daylight, but the temperatures are still low, and it's good conditions for fast laps, clearly.
Yeah, it's optimal conditions, slightly cooler, but not so cold that the tyres aren't working in a window. And we've actually had a clear run of some laps where there's been no slow zones, no code 60s. Hence why we're seeing a lot of these cars in the kind of 8 minutes and 15 seconds. But yeah, Christopher Mies' lap of 8:12 is pretty impressive.
Yeah, 7 degrees ambient temperature we're hearing at the moment. The Nürburgring car on the grass, that was Heinrich, I think. That was Lauren Heinrich on the grass, heading through the flat-out section towards Klostertal. He was negotiating a slower car, but that was again right in front of the 2nd place car. So Lauren Heinrich taking risks that I'm not convinced he needs to be taking, really, given the position that he's in. But he's pushing the Lion Speed GP car as fast as he can. Lauren Heinrich, GTD class winner in IMSA competition a couple of years ago. Now races the Porsche hypercar over there and won 3 of the first 4 races this year in IMSA, did Laurin Heinrich, including Laguna Seca a couple of weeks ago, where he made a last lap pass for the win while he's driving as if he's chasing the victory in the final lap again here. He's not really, but he is pushing to try and unlap himself. Of course, not far ahead of him is that number 3 Mercedes, which is the race leader. So this Porsche that we're seeing on the world feed is one of the most spectacular cars on track. Look at this, Rory.
Oh yeah, you can see he's coming up. Oh wow, I think the Audi was positioned kind of out towards the middle right of the track, and the Porsche probably didn't expect to have to go so far over. But I don't think he lifted. I think he kept it pinned. He kept that foot to the floor.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, he's pushing very, very hard. It's exciting to watch, but he's one of the few cars actually in the top 10 who isn't in an immediate battle. So interesting that he's taking these sort of risks at this stage, but like I said, sees a chance maybe to get back onto the lead lap, and that's, I guess, what he's pushing for at this stage. Also battling to be the best of the Porsches, in fairness, because the next car behind him in the running order is the 54 car. It is a couple of minutes back, but that's another one of the Porsches. The 54 machine is the dynamic motorsport car. So a bit of pride, if nothing else.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, he obviously believes that he can go quicker than the second placed 80 of Stoltz in the Mercedes AMG. Otherwise he would have probably let him by, but yeah, he believes, and you can see he has started to stretch out a little bit of a gap again now they're in clear air. So, you know, can he catch the leader and unlap himself? That's the next question.
Well, and this isn't necessarily a bad thing for Stoltz, I would argue, because if Laurin Heinrich is as quick as he appears to be, having a really quick car in front to tow you along, that could benefit Stoltz in his pursuit of hour.
Exactly, and also open up a little bit of a gap through the traffic and kind of reduce some of that risk and stress.
Yeah, so this is an interesting situation then. The 7th place car towing along the 2nd place car, and it could be that this benefits that number 80 Mercedes. They, at this stage of the race now, I know there are 7 hours to go, but we're very much in the final stretch now, aren't we, as far as the race in the grand scheme of things is concerned. So really what the number 80 crew desperately want is to get back within touching distance of the number 3. They lost touch a few hours ago, really, when Verstappen was in the car last, and they've never quite been able to regain that lost time. So if they can get back within a couple of seconds of the race leader, they'll absolutely feel then that they're back at the races, and it's a reset then. It becomes a sprint to the finish. So that could be one of the storylines to follow over the remainder of this stint, I think. The other car we definitely need to follow is this 99 BMW, which has been in and around the podium battle for much of the last 6 hours or so. It's pitted recently, I guess, which is why it's down the order a bit. Meanwhile, some running repairs going on. I think this is trackside, isn't it?
Yeah, that could be the GT4 Aston 169. It pulled up just on the exit of Brunchen on the left-hand side of the track, and it's been towed back to somewhere. In fact, it's been just taken off to the side of the track.
Yes.
At Blansgarden.
It is, yeah. And that's one of the unique things about this race, that if the car can't be recovered back to the pit lane, you can send your pit crew out to the track and try and fix it at the side of the road. It's not something you see every day, that is it? But a couple of very interested spectators watching on as they try and get that car back into the race.
Absolutely. It's kind of reminds you, I don't know, it makes you think of like a rally stage.
Yeah. What are we seeing here?
Yeah. Jeez, oh.
The Rover car. I don't think there was contact, but
it was a Porsche sandwich.
Very much the meat in the Porsche sandwich. I don't think there was contact, but it couldn't have got a lot closer without there being contact. And who's in that? It's Max Hess, isn't it, in the 99 car now? So yeah, I'm guessing that car's pitted recently. Has it 99?
Yes, exactly. So we had Dan Harper behind the wheel for a double stint. He was right on the tail of Christian Krohns in the number 34 Aston, and they made a pit stop 1 or 2 laps earlier than Christian Krones, and did the famous undercut. Christian exited the pit lane for his second stint, only to trail the Rover Racing BMW by a few seconds, and Hess is looking like he's extended that by quite a bit. No, Christian's got back ahead.
Yeah.
Wow.
So there's a drama somewhere then for Hess, isn't there? Because, yeah, his last lap was an 8:22, 3 seconds slower than Cronjes, but it had obviously changed the lap before that. So, yeah, the Volkenhorst Aston Martin is back ahead of the Rover BMW. This is a car, I would argue, the Aston Martin Rory, that didn't fare so well during the night. It was really, really quick, remember, in the early hours. As we've well documented, they made that slightly wrong call on the tyre choice when the rain came, but during the night they weren't really much of a factor. Now it's daytime again, though. They seem quicker than the Rover car, clearly, and they're perhaps emerging as the favourites now for third place.
Yeah, it's kind of taken a lot of different twists, this story. But Christian, as we've talked about, is hugely experienced around here. He's raced within the Walker and Horst team for over a decade, and he's went from the BMW across to the Aston. So no better driver to have behind the wheel. But you know what? The 99 Rover Racing BMW also has a super strong lineup, and it'll just be interesting to see who gets behind the wheel of the BMW next.
Yeah, I want to say that we haven't had Sheldon van der Linden for a while. Could be him. It'll either be him or Dries van Thor, so we'll see.
No. I think either driver will do.
But neither of them are slow, are they?
No.
They both know what they're doing. To your point, all 4 drivers are rapid in that car. But that's what you need these days to be competitive in this race. You know, it's the top cars are very much all pro lineups, and it's all about having the fastest drivers who can metronomically pump in these quick laps for 24 hours between them, and you can't afford a weak link, can you?
No, you can't. But as we've seen over the last 24 hours, you can have the perfect driver lineup, the perfect team, the perfect car, but the Nordschleife loves to just throw a spanner in the works. Obviously the Lamborghini pole position of Luca Engstler unfortunately picked up a puncture on the left rear in the first couple of corners of the race. So they went from favourites to outside the top 10, and they've climbed back up the order, but there's no way it's unlikely they're going to fight for the win unless anything happens at the front. But that's what this race does. It's cruel.
Yeah, I mean, they're still in contention for a podium, though. In fact, they're pitting as we say this from third position. They're still in contention for a podium. If that puncture had occurred 10 seconds later than it did, they would not be in contention for a podium right now. They would have had to have done a full lap of the Nordschleife with that punctured tyre. As it was, he was able to slide across the road into the pit lane and only lose a couple of minutes as opposed to probably 10 or more. So massive slice of good fortune. Okay, maybe it's in the end cost them a shot at the victory, but a podium could still fall the way of the 84 car, which is in now. They're having a driver change, so out gets Engstler, who's put in a solid stint there, son of Franz Engstler, who was touring car star back in the day, and indeed Luca took after him with multiple national TCR level championships, but later success in GT racing, a Spa 24-hour winner last year, race winner in DTM, and he's in alongside the BMW, which is a brand for whom his father raced for a long time. Franz Engstler in the World Touring Car Championship was a BMW driver for many years. That's that 81 car, which lost some ground on the oil, didn't it? Or the fluid that was dropped a few hours ago up at Arenberg. Went through the gravel trap. We're lucky actually to get out of that without any damage, I think.
Yeah, and up until that point they had been battling for that third place, so they've kind of dropped back somewhat, but very unlucky just to hit the oil or the fluid that was on the track at that time, but also lucky not to have had a worse incident, because they just scooted through the gravel, and lost, you know, a matter of, I don't know, 10, 20, 30 seconds. But it's been an impressive car. I don't think we expected it to be this competitive.
No, I think you're right, but it's still in that conversation. That whole group from third back to sixth certainly are all in contention for that podium place, and it could come down to strategy. It could come down to who makes the fewest mistakes over this last 6 3/4 hours or so. It's going to settle that, I think. So as the work is done in the pit lane, we await these cars rejoining. Now you can tell by the fact that their pit stop times are quite similar that these two cars came in at about the same time and therefore will be leaving quite close together. They are in a battle for position, these two. It's slight advantage Lamborghini over BMW, but will that remain the case when this cycle of pit stops is complete? That's not ideal for the 514 BMW. A loose exhaust, and they've elected to go out onto the Nordschleife. All of the drivers have the option. If they have an issue on the Grand Prix loop, they can take a shortcut into the pit lane, but BMW decides to go on. But we don't need that exhaust falling off and getting stuck in the road, do we?
No, that would be that would not help the race. I think they're going to go until they get the mechanical flag. And to be honest, it's holding. I guess it's trailing out the very rear of the car. It's only going to hold on for so long.
Yeah.
Or maybe hoping it just falls off and they can keep driving.
That's true. Certainly the way that the driver is hammering the curbs through Hatzenbach tells me that he's very aware of this situation and is trying to maybe
take it off.
Yeah, do something about it. So anyway, running in one of the production classes, obviously, but potentially still in a battle for position when all is said and done. So that car heads up towards Schwedenkreuz, and what happened with the Lamborghini and the BMW, about 8 seconds between them when they emerged from the pit lane. Patrick Niederhauser now into the Lamborghini and Neil Verhagen into the BMW, so not only are they both pitting on the same lap as each other, those two, but they're also changing drivers at the same time, so that's a really genuinely close battle then, because they're on exactly the same strategy and they're within 10 seconds or so of each other. Lauren Heinrich has brought the rally crossing Porsche in. So another wave of pit stops coming, but as has been the case through much of the middle part of the race, those two Mercedes out in front pitting later than everyone else. They've been going all the way to the end of their stints, and that I think is a sign of how smoothly the race has gone for them, because they've not ended up having to pit out of sequence anywhere to get on the right tyres or anything like that. They've just been able to stick to their plan. The changing weather last night, even the timing of that seemed to work with their pit cycles. And that's part of the reason they've got this enormous lead now over the rest of the field. So 11 seconds between the two of them, 12 seconds separating Cronjes and Hest for third, and less than 10 seconds separating Niederhauser and Verhagen for fifth position. We've got plenty of entertainment coming in the next 6 hours, haven't we?
Certainly do. It's great to have those two battles going on for first place and for third, and also a bit further back the Lamborghini and the M3 Touring could potentially fight it out for P4 as well. So incredibly close after 18 hours, over 18, or just under 18 hours of racing. As we look at the number 24 Porsche 911, it's rejoining the track now. Feller behind the wheel.
So the Porsche accelerates out of turn 2, having rejoined the track. And seeing a replay on the screen here of the little drama that we saw for Laurin Heinrich earlier on, where he squeezed around the outside of the Audi and almost put himself in the barrier, and did a really good job in the end to avoid serious damage on the Porsche, which sits currently in 7th position. So Lucas Auer we're riding on board with, but it's another one of those Red Bull liveried cars, Rory, that really has been catching our attention over the last few hours. The comeback story, we referenced it there, of the number 84 car. What a fantastic performance it's been from that Red Bull team-apt Lamborghini. Puncture on lap 1. They looked down and out, and then just as we went into darkness last night, they seemed to appear back in the top 15, and then they were back into the top 10. It was an awesome nighttime set of stints, wasn't it, for this car, to get themselves just about back in contention for a podium.
Yeah, it's been a real comeback story, and I think we saw Marco Bortolotti have an interview with Haley where he wasn't best pleased with what happened on lap 1. You know, the race was potentially it was stolen from them on that first lap, but you know, that's motorsport. It's a cruel race, and maybe it's easier to take it happening on lap 1 than on the last corner of the race. So but anyway, great job by the guys in the Lambo, and you can see them just, you know, through the night pounding in the laps, clawing back the time.
We shouldn't be surprised, I suppose. I mean, this car did qualify on pole position after all, and we all commented after qualifying yesterday that the Lamborghinis looked super strong. The raw pace was there. They've not had the look in the race, but at least that car of the set of Lamborghinis has been able to make something of the race. The pace we always knew was there, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I think when you see what all the other drivers in the paddock, you know, all their quotes, they all said that, yeah, the Lambo seemed to have the ultimate pace across the whole week. So you could see that in the first two places in qualifying. You know, it was a front row lockout for the Lambo. They were hit with a very small balance of performance. I think they may have had a slight increase in weight and a small change to the restrictor size, but ultimately they still have super strong pace, so great to see.
Yeah, so on board with the 88 car here. This is a class leader in the SP4T class. Remember, that was involved in quite a close battle with the Johan Kristoffersen car, the VW Golf, but we saw the number 50 car, not with Johan in the car at the time, but the 50 car did pull over at the side of the road and has lost a lot of ground. I'm not sure if they've got going again since then, so it's a healthy lead now for the Subaru in SP4T. But Johan Kristoffersen still on for a podium in the class at least. They've well and truly got the better of those Hyundai Elantras, and you never know, 6.5 hours is a long time, so they could yet have an opportunity to get back into that fight. Significant moment here, Rory, for me. The lead gap for the first time in a long time is under 10 seconds now. Lukas Stolz, as I say that, it goes back over 10 seconds, but briefly, for a sector, he was within 10 seconds of Lucas Auer, so it's not a huge chunk of time that he's taking out of Auer. So Rintaro Kubo, I think the team had told our Subaru class leader that he was on TV then, and had the presence of mind to wave at the camera. In fact, there was a great moment, I forget who it was now, I'll have to dig out the clip on social media, but one driver was battling with Max Verstappen in the early stages of the race. Max went past him on the Dottinger Her, and the driver started singing the Max Verstappen song. You all know the one, I'm not going to embarrass myself now with a live performance, but as they went down the Dottinger Her, the fastest part of the circuit, he's singing to himself at the fact he's just been overtaken by Max Verstappen. Anyway, back on topic. Verstappen's car steadily over this stint has been losing time. Not a lot of time, Rory, but it is a sign, isn't it, that they've not got this wrapped up just yet.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think Lucas Auer is doing a mega job holding that gap to an extent, but yeah, it has come down from originally it was 20 seconds a few hours ago, but so evenly matched, the two cars and the two lineups. that no matter what drivers you put in the car, they seem to, just kind of ebb and flow the gap as they enter in and out of traffic. But yeah, quite impressed with Hour actually. He's kind of found his flow in the daylight.
Yes, he has, and I think a lot of drivers could buckle under this sort of pressure, because even a 20-second lead at this stage is not a huge advantage to have, and he's never had a lead of that sort of margin. 12 seconds now, though, is close enough that if he were to have a stumble in the traffic, it could cost them. It could really cost them, or if they get the wrong end of a yellow flag, or if, he has a tiny little moment somewhere, it's close enough that he can't afford to put a foot wrong. And to drive under that sort of pressure, Rory, in a 20-minute sprint race is hard enough, but he's going to be in the car here for 2 hours, and then whoever takes over from him will have the same sort of pressure for another 2 hours or so. To deal with that so relentlessly is... it boggles my mind. I don't actually know how these professional drivers deal with it, but that's what they do.
Yeah, I think they just have to kind of block out all that pressure, focus on what's in front of them, and that's the most challenging race circuit on the planet. And they got to go corner by corner and just drive fast. But yeah, the pressure is super high, and I think especially on the number 3 car, a lot of eyes on it this weekend, and it's someone like Max Verstappen, 4-time world champion, is used to this type of pressure. Not saying the other drivers aren't able to handle it. It's a different type of pressure from what they're used to. The whole world is watching right now.
They are, very much so. A lot of eyes on this race for obvious reasons, and it's only a good thing for the race. I think we should touch upon this really, because a lot has been made of the fact that so many people are tuning in perhaps for the first time to this race because Max is taking part, and there's been so much media hype about that, understandably. And I think sometimes that's spun in a negative way, that I think the die-hard fans of sports car and GT endurance racing sometimes don't like the fact that this new wave of fans come in, and they don't really understand the race, and they don't really understand the sport, and they just want to see how Max Verstappen gets on. But that can't be a bad thing for the sport or for a race like this, in my opinion, Rory. New eyes, fresh eyes on this event can only help the event grow. Max is here for a reason, because he backs this event. He loves taking part in these sort of races, and I think it has to be celebrated that he's bringing perhaps now a new wave of endurance racing fans with him.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you've got to see the positive side of it. It's bringing some fresh blood to this event, and I think a lot of people are going, wow, I can't believe I never knew about this race before. It's incredible. So these guys race for 24 hours on a 25-kilometer circuit. It's insane. 160 cars, 23 different classes, driving through the night, different weather conditions. It makes other race events look quite pale in comparison.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's a fair point, actually. Whichever race event we next find ourselves at is going to seem like an absolute walk in the park compared to what we've witnessed this weekend. It's remarkable, isn't it? You really have to recalibrate your brain in so many ways when you cover this particular event. It is quite unlike anything else. I had a question from the audience, Rory, which I fear already we won't be able to give a definitive answer for, but we can certainly speculate a little bit. People wondering why that lead gap came down so suddenly from about 20 seconds to around 10. It happened quite quickly, and again, that's something that normally you wouldn't see. Normally a gap of that sort of size would come down by a few tenths of a second per lap, but the scale of this place means that things can happen very, very quickly. We've touched upon a lot of these subjects overnight, but I appreciate we've got a lot of people perhaps joining us now over their breakfast, maybe, having had a full night's sleep. Do you remember what they were, Rory? It feels like an age ago since I had one of those. But for those people just joining us, what are some of the reasons that a gap can suddenly either extend or shrink by sometimes 10 seconds or more?
Yeah, there's numerous reasons. I think the two lead cutters are running a slightly different strategy, where they're offset in their strategies, in the sense car 80 did a single stint. car 80 did a double stint, but they're in second place at the start of the race. Car number 3, the leader, the Max Verstappen racing car, only did a single stint. Thereafter, both cars have done a double stint, so they're slightly offset. It means that one driver will get out of the other car while the other one remains in, and I think Lucas will have jumped into the number 3 car and gone toe-to-toe with the number 80, who had already done an hour or 8 laps and was up to speed. So quite easily you can lose, I don't know, let's call it 5 or 6 seconds on your outlap, because you're going up against a driver who is, you know, in the groove, in the zone, and understands the grip levels of the circuit, whereas Lucas was kind of coming in cold. The other reasons could be some of the slow zones that we have around the track when we have incidents. Sometimes you can, you know, get caught up behind a lower class car who hasn't got a speed, you know, a automated speed limiter that holds them at the maximum speed of, say, 60 kilometers per hour. They have to take a bit more room for margin because they're controlling the speed with their right foot, and you can lose a few seconds in those scenarios. And then obviously just traffic in general, you can sometimes be a little bit unlucky, you know, catch a group of cars in a very tight section of the track. It can feel like the M25 on the outside of London on a Monday morning, and yeah, again, seconds can be lost. So, but look, at the moment we have relatively clean air, and you look at the lap times of both 80 and number 3, who are the 2 front running cars, both just did a 8 minute 16. So yeah, I think Lucas Hour is matching the number 80 pretty well.
Yes, I did have a minor panic when you started answering that question, Rory, because the 80 car suddenly showed us the race leader.
Exactly, it confused me for a moment.
Yes, it's a slight timing glitch which appears to have rectified itself now. The gap is 10 seconds almost exactly between the two, though, so it did come down in that little exchange. But yeah, very well explained. There are lots of reasons, quite complex reasons, as to why that kind of thing can happen, and it's been happening all race long. It means you've really got to have your eyes trained on the timing screen, because a gap that you think is you know, pretty comfortable for somebody can change in a bit of a heartbeat. Nice moment there to see Max. He's back at the track, he's back in the garage watching on and taking the time to take a photo, I think, with one of the pit lane marshals there. I would say he looks relaxed. He's relaxed enough to chat to the marshals and have selfies taken, but I wonder what's going through his mind, because in the entire build-up to this race, all of the qualification process, getting the licence, doing those Nürburgring Langstrecke Series races, it's all built up to this point to compete in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. But Max only ever wants to win, and I'm sure in his mind he always knew that he wanted to win the race, but he's now 6 and a bit hours away from actually doing that, and that must feel a little bit surreal even for someone who's as used to winning as Max, because it's been such a long process and now it's almost within touching distance.
Yeah, I think you know what, he'll be keeping his feet firmly on the ground, as much as they've led the race for, you know, the majority. He'll know from watching previous years how yeah, your luck can change, so he's probably just trying to take one stint at a time. But you know, I get the impression also he's just not really fazed by much. You know, I think I said earlier in one of my earlier, you know, near the start of the race when he did his first stint, I bet he's a bit nervous, and I imagine there was some butterflies, but this the way he's attacked every single lap, every corner, every overtake on the slower traffic. He's not fazed one bit by this event, and but why would he be? You know, he's a generational talent, 4-time world champion. He lives and breathes this sport, and he's kind of just showing the world like the level that he operates at. So
yeah, I wonder whether his specific approach to racing, that aggression that he's got. Oh dear me, that was another clumsy moment from the BMW ahead of Lucas Hour. I wonder sometimes whether that aggressive driving style that he has maybe helps with the nerves, because I'm going to go on a slight tangent here, forgive me, but there's not a lot going on at the moment. Interrupt if you get bored. I'm not a racing driver, shock. but I do play a little bit of snooker. Snooker's my other game, a very high-pressure sport, very different sport. And I'm not an amazing player by any stretch of the imagination, but I always found that I play worse if I go to the table and I overthink everything. And I'm thinking, oh, well, I mustn't make a mistake because, you know, I'll let the other guy in and that's it. I'm not going to get another chance. I always play my best if I just, you know, whack the balls around, don't think about it, just go for the aggressive shots. And they don't always work, but they'll work a bit more often, I find, than if I'm playing a bit cagey and, you know, really thinking everything through. And I wonder if that translates into this. You know, we've had other drivers actually in the number 3 car, Jules Gounon springs to mind last night when it started raining, who seemed to go completely the other way and really play the percentages. And okay, they kept the car in one piece, but they weren't as quick, and you must then start to feel the anxiety a bit, because that's all you're thinking about is what could go wrong. Max never really seems to think about what could go wrong, does he? He just thinks of what he has to do to be successful.
Yeah, 100%, and it's quite funny. I watched a clip on Instagram with Johnny Wilkinson. Johnny Wilkinson, is it a rugby player?
Yeah,
That's his, right?
I think.
Yeah?
Yeah,
we'll go with that name. Anyway, famous English rugby player, high pressure role that he has, because he takes the kicks into the big white poles that stand up, whatever they're called.
A bit like football, right?
A little bit football, not quite. However, he said, you know, he had to become okay with making a mistake.
Right.
Otherwise, he was yeah. And I think that's the same with Max. I think he is completely comfortable with you know, effing up. So it's on him, and he just thinks in the moment, like you do when you're playing at your best at your snooker.
Well, slightly different level, but yes, I take your point. It's but the professionals, it's the only other sport I understand, so forgive me if that's my only reference point, but the professional snooker players, they all are sort of the same. You know, if you start really playing too conservatively, you hardly ever win. You're not going to beat a Ronnie O'Sullivan by you know, playing safe all the time. You've got to try and take your shots and score the points, and I think it's a similar sort of thing here. It certainly seems to be the Max Verstappen approach, and I cannot wait for him to get into the car for what will be his 3rd and final stint in the race, because well, he could be thrown straight into another battle for the lead, couldn't he? Because Lucas Stoltz continues to cut into this advantage that Lucas Sauer had. It's 9.3 seconds now, and perhaps is why there's just maybe a hint of nerves now starting to show on the face of the 4-time world champion, because he knows that this is not going to be an easy Sunday afternoon drive to the victory.
Yeah, it's certainly not. It is going to be a fight, and look, he does this day in, day out. That's why he's here. So feel a lot better when you get to the end. You know, if you can get to the end and have it. It'd been you don't want it to be easy. This event is supposed to be the most challenging GT sports car race on the planet, and that's why he's here. That's why he's doing this.
Yep, and this year's edition certainly has lived up to that billing, hasn't it? It's thrown everything at us. A really crazy opening 6 hours of the race. The nighttime stint, to be fair, was reasonably uneventful. We lost a couple of cars from the running, but as far as the battle for the win was concerned, it was pretty static between the two Mercedes overnight, but you just get the feeling it's building to a crescendo now, isn't it, as we approach the 3/4 race distance. And there is Max, balaclava going on. So Max Verstappen will be getting into the car next, and it will be reasonably soon, potentially this lap, I would imagine. I don't think he'd be helmeting up now if he was going to have to wait another 10 minutes to get in. So I think we're on the verge now of our next round of pit stops and the final appearance in the car of Max Verstappen. It doesn't look as though he's going to take it to the end of the race then, unless, of course, they decide to throw him in again for the final stint. But he is certainly going to get in shortly. He is going to have to be on it immediately. I think it's a good time to get him in, though, because every other time he's been in the car, of all of the drivers actually in the number 3 car, he's been able to switch it on immediately, and that's what he's going to have to do now with Stoltz applying the pressure.
Well, just looking down the order, and the Lamborghini with Niederhauser behind the wheel, currently in P5 overall, has just done a 8-minute, 10-second lap, so considerably quicker than anyone else.
Yes, that car does not hold the fastest lap of the race, actually, does it? It's the 130 car, did an 8:09 at some point, but that's about the 3rd fastest lap of the race. And yeah, only a couple of tenths off that car's best so far. What's his gap to Hess? It's a decent margin, isn't it, still, that the 4th place Rover Racing BMW's got. Hess is about 19-20 seconds behind Christian Krogner's and losing time based on the last lap. Speaking of losing time, Lucas Hours only 5 seconds ahead of Lucas Stoltz now. A terrible second half of the lap here for Auer. There was a bit of traffic. Maybe I missed something, but he's obviously had a big delay somewhere. And this is going to be very close. Remember, we expect these two Mercedes AMGs to pit simultaneously again. And yeah, this is going to be pretty nip and tuck when they do get back out on track.
Yeah, I didn't see where that time was lost. But now he's losing even more time, I think, up behind this Porsche. Came in, and here he goes, exiting Tiergarten into the pit lane, braking down to the 60 kph.
Well, this is a key stop. They can't afford any fumbles here. New Michelin tyres are put into position by the Winward Racing squad for both of their Mercedes. There is car number 3. Wait a few seconds, and where is the 80? There is the 80 car. So they come in at a 45-degree angle. Don't panic when they get pushed up onto the dollies. This is standard procedure here at the Nürburgring. They swivel the cars around so they're facing out at a 45-degree angle. It means the drivers don't have to do any awkward manoeuvring to get in or out of the pit boxes. Also, don't panic too much that the bonnet's been lifted on the 3 car. I've noticed in recent stops they've been doing this with both of the Winward cars periodically. They both had a filter change, I've noticed as well, over recent stops, an air filter change at the front of the car. In gets Verstappen, and a few adjustments to be made. I heard you and Bryn talking about the various adjustments to the wheel, to the pedals, the belts have to be done up, and Lucas Auer has an important role to play in all of this to make sure that Max is firmly in position, because actually doing the belts up is quite tricky to do if you're the driver in the seat, isn't it?
Yeah, it's something that you kind of get quite good at. You just want to have it done before you head out onto the track. It's not easy when you're driving in anger. But just, yeah, there we go. Max just make little fine adjustments to steering position. He'll probably do a little radio check now he's in the car to the team. There we go. Yeah, having a little chat with his engineer.
Yeah, he seems ready to go. Team just giving the car a clean and making sure that everything's set to go. The tyre change is done on the 3 car. It's still ongoing on the 80 car, so they're taking their time a little bit more on the Lucas Stoltz machine. Luca, I believe, stayed in that car. That's been the pattern really all race long, because of the number 3 squad going on a slightly different driver strategy earlier on in the race. And once the minimum pit stop time's elapsed, or is close to elapsing anyway, they will send the car back on their way. That minimum pit stop time is from pit in to pit out. It's not a stationary time. It's from the moment the car crosses the pit entry line to the moment that it crosses the pit exit line. So there's a bit of, I was going to say guesswork. It's very well calculated by the teams how long it takes the car to get from its pit box to pit exit, and they'll calculate that time and work out exactly when to send the car on its way. But it's why we get these fairly leisurely pit stops here at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. They've got plenty of time to prepare the car for what is going to be a crucial stint and perhaps a fantastic battle between the 2 cars. Verstappen needs to do what he did in his previous stints, doesn't he, and get immediately on the pace, because otherwise the 80 car is going to be applying the pressure. Away goes Verstappen, and about 4 or 5 seconds later, in theory, yep, there goes the number 80 car of Lucas Stoltz, we believe, still in the car. And let battle commence, Rory.
Yeah, there's a lot of new experiences for Max. You know, he's driven through the night, and now he's driving with minimal sleep in the morning. So heading down on the Grand Prix loop now, and it'll be interesting just to see that first sector between himself and Stoltz. How quickly can Max switch it on?
Yeah, getting those cool tyres, low pressure tyres into the window is something he's normally very good at. and he's going to have to be here. He's about half a second quicker through the first sector, but that includes the transition time down the pit lane. He was fractionally closer to pit exits. That might make a slight difference there, but we'll find out a bit further around the lap how the sector times are looking. He's pushing on. He's also heading into a yellow flag zone here, though. Something's happened at the next corner, and there's a yellow flag, or there was a yellow flag out here. Is that now dealt with? No, he's definitely slowing, so still yellows through the right-hander, and yeah, he's not allowed to overtake the BMW, and that's how you can lose a bit of time in a yellow flag. He just had to lift off the throttle there, whereas Lucas Stoltz, if he had no traffic in front of him, might not have had to. So immediately Verstappen comes across a potential issue, although he's still 4/10 quicker in that sector than Stoltz.
Yeah, just going to have a little look at the track map as Max enters the Grand Prix loop. So yeah, it's kind of, there's an even spread of traffic around the circuit. I don't think there's going to be much clear running. So yeah, 3 slower cars ahead.
Negotiates the BMW, but this is a tough place to catch traffic, isn't it? Hatzenbach, he might be okay and catch the next car on the run towards Flugplatz.
And that's it's a dream when you catch a slower car in these positions in a straight line, and you can lose so much time in the wrong sections. You know, Hatzenbach is a really tricky place to overtake cars, so you'll be quite relieved that he disposed of the little Porsche before the Flugplatz.
Yes, the next Porsche, though, is not so little, is it? That's an SP9 car. It's the 17th placed car, I believe, which I think is the Alex Brundle.
Yeah, that's Alex Brundle behind the wheel.
It is the Milner Motorsport car, which runs in Pro-Am within SP9, is currently 3rd in Pro-Am, because of course the SR Motorsport car pulled over, didn't it? That had been a perennial podium contender all race, so Alex Brundle now in a podium position. He's not going to want to lose a huge amount of time letting Verstappen through. He won't make this difficult for Max, I'm sure. Rain on the camera lens. Look, this is up at Adenauer Forst. Well, is that going to be the next twist in the story? That was definitely moisture on the camera lens. The Helicam, I think, maybe has a couple of spots of rain as well. Yes, it's raining. It's raining as they head towards Meskersfeld, and this is, well, this could be huge. Verstappen, as the race leader, is the pioneer. He's going to discover how much or how little grip there is on his outlap, Rory. Sleep deprived, under pressure, and he's now got to deal with maybe some precipitation once more.
It's just what you need. That's a wake-up call, isn't it? Well, yeah, I see the raindrops on the screen, and yeah, it fills me with fear. You know, leading the Nürburgring 24 hours, being the first person to head into those conditions, having just, you know, woken up from a pretty, you know, low amount of sleep. Oh gosh, yeah, but he's pushing to keep that temperature in the tyres. He's got to put the energy into the tyre, get the temperature, keep the pressures high, and he knows that even a little bit of dampness on the track, he can still lean on the car to an extent, but the Nordschleife can often bring about very quick changes in weather. So although we've just got rain spitting on the windscreen at the moment, that can change in the space of a couple of corners. So looks like potentially it's yeah, we'll just have to wait and see over the next kind of 5-10 minutes.
3rd and 4th place cars in, by the way, the Volkenhorst Aston Martin and the Rover Racing BMW. I think they were separated by less than 10 seconds as well at the time they came in, so that's one battle to keep an eye on. Cast your mind back, Rory, though, to yesterday evening when Max Verstappen had just completed his first part of a double stint. At the start of his second stint, that's when the rain came. Very similar situation to this, except he was chasing Arjen Guven in the Manthey Racing Porsche for the lead, and he was so much more confident in those conditions. That's when he was able to get the lead for the first time, actually, that the number 3 car led the race, and it was all because of the change of conditions, because we know that Max, he likes a pointy car, he generates a lot of tyre temperature quite quickly, and he's able to maintain that. and he seemingly just knows no fear, so that could really play into his hands if we get a similar shift in the weather conditions now, couldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And it takes, there's stories of Max when he was younger, and his father Jos at the go-kart track training, I don't know, 6, 7 years old, and freezing cold, pouring down with rain, and Jos would say, get back in the cart. and those experiences have kind of built that feeling for situations where you have less grip, and they pay off. And you see that, when he's in F1, you can extract more grip out of those wet conditions, go searching for the grip, out wide, offline.
Yes, indeed.
Making the difference.
He's one of the best, isn't he? One of the best in these changeable conditions. It's fine here on the run down into Flugplatz by the looks of it. It's, as it was last night, it's the Grand Prix circuit. It's the first section of the Nordschleife that is getting wet first, it seems. And we'll see how that develops over the next few minutes or so. Up into third place now goes Patrick Niederhauser as the pit stop cycle through. He's 32 seconds ahead of Neil Verhagen, who is 5 seconds ahead of Matthias Drudy, who's just jumped into the Volkenhorst Aston Martin. But Niederhauser, over the last couple of laps, really has taken 20 seconds or so out of Verhagen, so he's really establishing dominance over the BMW. His target now is to gain on the two cars that have just pitted, so the 34 Aston Martin, the 99 BMW. They're the two cars that Niederhauser is chasing. They pitted, so he's chasing them even though they're behind him, if you're still following me. But if he can keep on lapping quicker than them, he's bringing that Lamborghini well and truly into podium contention. So the picture-in-picture shows the world feed there following the Red Bull Team Apt car. And great to have the Red Bull colours back on a Team Apt car, actually, because when I was growing up and watching DTM competition in the late 90s, early 2000s, the Team Apt, a hugely successful team in DTM competition, they always used to run Red Bull supported cars, and that partnership, I think, lapsed for a while, but they're back working together again now, and it's a great looking car. And it's rapid, as we have documented already. So Verstappen then comes through to complete his first flying lap. We'll see in a moment what the gap is to Stoltz. It came down as low as 4 seconds at one point, Rory. At the end of a first full lap, though, it is 7.3. That's okay for Max, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think he's done a great job, and he had a lot of challenges, traffic early on in the lap. Slow zones, and then obviously that little bit of rain, which for any normal person is quite disconcerting. But yeah, he's soaked up.
Yeah, soaking it up. I see what we did there as the moisture starts to gather on the windscreens. Not interestingly on the Grand Prix loop where Max Verstappen is. It's actually more from Schwedenkreuz-Arenberg round towards sort of Metzgersfeld and the top part of the circuit. Yeah, that's where it's the wettest. In fact, picture-in-picture, we're seeing the 81 car of Neil Verhagen through, I wouldn't say it's a wet part of the track yet, but certainly this is where the rain's at its heaviest. And it's not necessarily just that the drivers we're focusing on at the front could have issues here, but there's much more chance now of other cars going off and maybe bringing about full course yellows and code 60s, yellow flag zones, maybe even tangling with the quicker cars as they come through. This, for example, is a dicey moment for Verhagen as he heads into Metzgersfeld. So much to watch for here, but Max Verstappen does lead for the number 3 squad. Lucas Auer, we've been watching and enjoying for the last couple of hours in that car, and he is taking shelter from the rain perhaps in the pit lane, but still finding some time to catch up with Haley.
That's right, I'm with Lucas Auer, driver of car number 3. You've just handed over to Max Verstappen. What did you say to him?
Actually not too much, because the track is in good conditions, so good luck and have fun.
I was speaking to your tyre manufacturer Michelin earlier on, and he said one thing your team has got on point is your tyre strategy and the transition from slicks to wets. How important is it as a driver to have that and have that confidence in the grip with the tyres?
No, actually, this was crucial because in my first stint we made a right call and we opened up a huge gap, which makes everything easier. As we have no safety cars here, once you have a gap, it's really getting a lot easier.
There is a battle going on with the sister car, number 80. Having that pressure coming up behind you, how does that affect the way you drive?
It's still a long way to go, but I believe at the end we will have a tough battle.
Are you sticking to the strategy? It seems that there's a pretty consistent one going on there.
Yeah, it's not up to now. Everything is quite good, quite consistent. So let's see.
And you just said earlier, the tiredness hasn't set in yet. You're feeling good as well.
Yes, feeling too good actually.
Don't say that. So what's the plan now? You're going to take a step back and have something to eat and have a rest?
Yeah, I take some breakfast and have a rest.
Bon appetit. Thank you very much, Luca.
Excellent stuff. He feels too good, he says. That's an interesting line, and I wouldn't have thought that's possible, but maybe he doesn't want to relax, doesn't want to feel too confident at this stage. He knows that the Nürburgring can bite. And yeah, Lucas Hauer, I wonder whether we'll see him back in the car, because they're going to have Max in for a couple of hours. They've then got to choose, haven't they? They've got 2 and a bit hours then to fill to get to the end of the, 4 and a bit hours to get to the end of the race. So they could double stint 2 more drivers, and I wonder what order they'll do all of that in. But
wow,
yeah,
wow.
Look at the rain though. This is now starting to get, I'm going to use another technical term here, Rory, sketchy, I would call this now. That's getting damp, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the rain is falling a little bit harder now. You can see on the windscreen, and Max is probably just bringing the braking points back slightly, feeling the grip, and trying to keep the energy in the tyres as best he can. But yeah, you do need to manage the risk as well. But he has built that gap up to 8.6 seconds to Stoltz. Look, we're still pushing, you know. It's you can see there is still good grip, and it looks like it's a little bit brighter as he rises up the hill.
Yeah, in fairness, Patrick Niederhauser on the previous lap did an 8:10, although that car's fastest lap is now showing as an 8:8. I don't think it was an 8:8 before, was it? So he's recently set that, and that I think would be a new fastest lap of the race. So Niederhauser in the Red Bull Team Apt Lamborghini up into 3rd place at the moment has just set, I think, the new fastest lap of the race not long before the rain started to set in. So it's not necessarily affecting lap times just yet. Psychological rain, maybe, is what we could call it. It's just enough to catch the driver's attention on the windscreen, but maybe not enough to diminish the grip levels too much. Certainly Max Verstappen isn't feeling it. He's really putting some distance now into Lucas Stoltz as it creeps up towards 10 seconds again between the two of them. And Stoltz then needs now to try and dig deep and find an extra something in order to be able to challenge for the race lead. Verstappen then heads uphill towards the highest part of the circuit. Rory Butcher is heading for a rest, but we'll be hearing from him again before the end of the race. Yes, he'll be back with Bryn with a couple of hours still to go in the race. Neil Jarni is going to position himself into the best seat in the house to enjoy everything that the final 6 hours of this Nürburgring 24-hour race has to offer. As once again the weather starts to close in with rain falling on certain parts of the Nordschleife. We've got Max Verstappen in the lead doing what he does best though, Neil, relishing seemingly in challenging conditions. Are you relishing in this early start to the day, Neil?
Yeah, it looks like there's the wake-up call from the Nürburgring, with some rain on some spots again, and obviously the race up front still going on as it used to be all night long. It's a proper close fight ever since.
Yeah, so really interesting part of the race then coming up. Final 6 hours, the finish line in sight, and yeah, who knows who's going to end up winning the race. It looks good though for the Red Bull back cars, doesn't it? We've got 2 cars in the top 3 at the moment. Verstappen leading, obviously, but Patrick Niederhauser is in 3rd position. He drives the Red Bull Team Apt Lamborghini, which started from pole position. The director of motorsport at Red Bull Apt is Martin Tomczyk, former DTM star himself, very, very successful racing driver, and he's been catching up with Haley in the pits.
I'm joined here by Martin Tomczyk, Motorsport Director for Red Bull Abt Team. Now, firstly, tell us about how you've managed to, after a very disappointing start, make up that time, especially through the night.
Well, first of all, you're never allowed to give up, right? It's a 24-hour race, and a lot of things can happen. We saw that especially at the beginning, unfortunately for both of our cars. That was not really good because it took us out from the leading group at the beginning. But over the hours and over the night, we saw some main competitors retiring, and we had actually really good pace as we have now, but especially during the night we had great pace, and we could make up really some time with the 84, and at the moment we are on 3rd position, so fighting for the podium. It's great. It's a great comeback actually. Still 6 or 7 hours to go. A little bit more unfortunate with the 130 because we had a little technical issue what took a little bit longer to repair. So we are around about P12 at the moment, but with the 84 we are definitely able to fight for the podium, yeah?
Martin, you've been sitting on the pit wall throughout the continuation of the race with the strategy right beside you. How flexible have you had to be with the strategy following the incident at the start, or have you been able to follow it as expected?
Well, at the beginning it was a little tricky. Say when we went into the night, because it started to drizzle. So there we had 2 stops that were not planned. So we had to go on cut slicks and trying wet tires. So that was a decision made by the situation we faced. But from there on, fortunately, it stayed dry throughout the whole night, and we could follow our plan. And we went back into the routine, and the drivers performed. So actually, exactly what we want to see.
You've had a very long and successful career as a driver yourself. What does it mean to be here at Nürburgring?
Oh, well, it's the greatest motorsport event for me to participate, not just as an active driver because I did 13 starts here, but as well as a team director and leading a team fighting for the victory. So far, it did not work out, but it's still 6 hours to go, and a lot of things can still happen. But that's the reason why we're here. It's the pure passion for motorsport. It's the pure passion for the 24-hour Nürburgring.
As I said, you are here on the pit wall, joined by the strategist. If I'm not mistaken, the CEO as well. Who are you accompanying?
Well, on the very left side, it's the CEO of Abt Sportsline, so he's as well very long in racing, and he has a lot of passion and leading obviously the DTM team at Abt Sportsline. Then we have Leon Wipperschek, he's our project leader for GT Sport at our company. And we have Markus Gröninger, is one of our engineer, and especially here our guy for the strategy.
Okay, so in terms of the rest of the race, a few hours to go, how are you feeling? Are you feeling confident? How are you looking ahead?
Well, yeah, at the moment everything runs smooth. I mean, the guys, they do an awesome job at the pit stops. Basically, we have to, every of the 60 people have to do their jobs 100%, and so far they do. And now we are really into the rhythm of these 24 hours, for sure. The guys, they're getting tired because they worked through the whole night, just a little nap by 10 or 15 minutes. So now we have to take care that we do not do mistakes, not on the pit wall and not in the box. The drivers, they have their rest time, so that should be fine. But at the end, you have to be concentrated throughout the end.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings, they say, and a certain Red Bull driver is absolutely flying right now. Max Verstappen, 12.6 seconds the lead. His last lap, as you can see on the screen, 8 minutes 18.5. Best part of 5 seconds quicker than Lucas Stoltz, Neil. He is relishing in these conditions just as he did yesterday evening.
Yeah, it seems like in these conditions where you just need confidence or need to feel that grip, which is here or it isn't here. And yeah, he's definitely mastering these the best, it seems like, because if you compare the lap times, the last lap times, there is no one below 8:20 except for Max.
Yeah, remarkable pace that he's running. And when you consider that whilst we were hearing from Martin Tomczak, what was that, a 4-minute interview or so, I think we saw 3 or 4 different cars go off the road. So everyone else is struggling, or not everyone, but a lot of other people are struggling, and Max seemingly able to keep the pace. This does mean that there are now a handful of yellow flag zones around the circuit, which could come into effect with regards to catching traffic. There's one here on the run up towards Klostertal, for example, but hopefully that won't trip up our race-leading contenders too much. The other story that we're following really, Neil, into this portion of the race, as we get a replay here of what happened to that, I think that's a Cup 2 Porsche that's gone around. The other story watching is this fight for third. We've got 6 cars realistically in contention for third position, some of them very close together. We've got Patrick Niederhauser in third at the moment, but he will be pitting shortly. We know he's out of sequence with everyone else and is pitting, I think, on the same lap as the 81 BMW, so they're on the same strategy, the SPX car. That will then leapfrog the Volkenhorst Aston Martin and the Rover Racing car up, but those 4 cars, when all of the pit stops are done, are not far apart, so that's a fierce battle as well.
Yeah, it's just been since yesterday midnight it started. Although this the number 34 Aston, they are biting into that P3 and not letting go. Will be interesting to see where this shakes out when we enter into the last hour because of the pit stop sequence. Because I do think that it's hard to predict right now where it shakes out.
Drama though for the 34, Neil. Message on the screen, look, they've got a yellow flag penalty for overtaking under yellow flags. That's a big no-no, and they've been handed a 32-second time penalty. So I hadn't spotted that on the timing screen. We were just talking about them, their 5th position. That was going to become 3rd position once those pit stops were done, but that puts that in jeopardy now.
Yeah, I think they still, at least when I left this morning at 6, they still had like a 1 minute 30 advantage, but that could have been now definitely that's definitely under a minute now.
Yeah.
So it's all open.
Yeah, because they're on the same strategy, I think the same lap pitting as the 99 car, which is, well, about 50 seconds behind them at the moment. So that's within time to they'll certainly gain a chunk when the penalty's served. So 32 seconds, which will be served at the next pit stop. So we won't see that play out for some time. But this is not a good time to be picking up a penalty. There's never a good time to pick up a penalty, but closer to the end of the race, you've got less time to bounce back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we got there in the carousel, it looks a little bit wet, or looks like more drizzle, huh?
Yeah, it's moving across.
You can see a shiny asphalt there as well before getting now onto Döttinger Höhe.
Yeah, it's coming from the west, isn't it? Moving across the circuit. So I think the full circuit will get rain. How heavy that rain becomes, we don't know. But I think it's going to get wetter over the next 10-15 minutes.
Maybe we'll get a radar picture at some stage, as they did yesterday, before the rain hit.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Teams all have access to these radars, some more accurate than others, and at the Nürburgring, as you well know, you can never fully trust the weather forecast, but it does look like there's rain in the area, and even down here at Tiergarten now, it's starting to get a bit wetter.
Yeah, the grip's still there, though.
Yeah.
When you hear on board, it doesn't sound like... But yeah, you know, in the end, that's the thing. No, we've discussed it up and down now with the weather. It is such a big track. It doesn't need to rain everywhere, so that's the call. Yeah. What do? You stay on slicks, you stay intermediate. That's how the Ford got itself out of contention yesterday by going way too early. The 67 Ford, way too early onto inters, and basically they lost 2 minutes in the end. They had to do an extra pit stop for rains after. I think they was like over 3 minutes, which in the end they gave away like that. So here it's just about sitting it out and trying to go as long as possible in that stint.
Yeah, and at the very least, trying to get to the end of your fuel window before you do then make any decision on tyres, because an unscheduled stop now will have a knock-on effect on when your final pit stop can happen, and that's something we're going to have to cover in some detail in the final hour or so of the race. We are 5 3/4 hours away from the conclusion of this event, and that means we're 18 1/4 hours in, and there are still only 13 seconds covering the top 2 cars. Fantastic level of competition. And it does sound as though these 2 teams are going to be allowed to race. They were racing very hard during the night, and I think although they're both run out of the Winward Racing team, if they do get themselves together, we're going to see a fight. I don't think either of them will hand the victory to the other, and from a neutral perspective, I'm kind of hoping they do get themselves together, because that could be a pretty epic showdown to conclude the race, wouldn't it? But yeah, for now, Verstappen just keeping Stolz at arm's length.
Yeah, now you saw on the screen of Stolz definitely bigger drops, but I don't think it's yet on the track surface that it makes it slippery. But you know, that's doesn't need a lot more rain, and then suddenly it becomes slippery. So
yes, and we've spoken, haven't we, Neil, about this new surface.
Very tricky right now. It's one of these conditions, you know, it takes your confidence, and it's all about confidence right now.
It is, and that's something Max has in abundance. We've spoken at length, or at different times during the race, about the fact that sections of the track have been resurfaced recently. Is a newer surface easier or harder when it starts to get a little bit slippery?
It is harder because a newer asphalt sometimes still has an evaporation of some oil that comes out, and then mixed with water together, this becomes like ice. And we saw yesterday, if there was oil on track, the cars they have no chance, to just go off. We had one in Arnberg this morning. I don't know how many cars went off there, at least 15 cars in the same corner within 30 seconds. It just shows you that as soon as the grip level goes down by 2, 3, 4% alone, and that's not a lot, but it just changes everything. And that's the thing under these conditions with the wet, with the drizzle. You have to have a good feel for the whole situation.
Definitely so, and so easily change, can't it, if you do get a sudden downpour. It's one thing we haven't really had, though. We've had rain on and off yesterday evening. Obviously it's drizzling again now. We've not had a heavy shower, though, which has suddenly soaked the track. It's been this really awkward kind of light rain drizzle that makes the track damp but maybe not fully wet, and it's just a nightmare for the teams to try and figure out what to do with tyres, and difficult for the drivers because they go into every corner not really knowing how much grip they're going to have at any given point, and to react to that is one of the hardest things to do, I would imagine, as a driver, going into a corner fully committed and not knowing whether the car's going to stick or not.
Without doubt, one of the most difficult moments. And from my laps that I did around, the few laps I did around the Nordschleife, I know that some corners in the rain, good grip. Some corners, no grip. Obviously, when you do a lot of laps, you know which corners are how, but it's just because of asphalt change, concrete, also the paintings on the ground from the fans on this paint. This is not FIA paint, which has grip and underwater and whatever circumstance. It's just normal paint where the fans put on track, and on there it's so slippery as soon as it just gets a little bit humid. So it's all these things you need to know, and they are very local and yeah, also part of the reason why I guess you have to do that permit to not be taken out. We're just seeing here the Red Bull Lamborghini of Patrick Niederhauser 84 getting under pressure from its sister car.
Yeah, interesting that Niederhauser suddenly lost some pace, hasn't he, by the looks of it. That was an 8:42, but yeah, the 130 car, which is multiple laps down, did an 8:43 actually, so they're lapping about the same. They've just been
caught him up, and yeah, it's like definitely on the tail. But anyway, yeah, they will talk with each other over team radio and sort that situation, I'm pretty sure, because one is in contention and the other one not at all.
Yeah, exactly that.
Lukas Stolz doing a good job now. There's around 11 seconds the gap stabilizing.
Yeah, just taking him a couple of laps longer maybe to get used to the conditions, and now he's starting to find some speed perhaps, and yeah, keeping 11 seconds or so, that's close enough to keep the pressure on, and that's all they can do really at this stage, keep the pressure on the number 3 car and hope that they make a mistake. They've not looked like making a mistake for a while, but if you don't keep the pressure on, it's definitely not going to happen. Niederhauser third, Verhagen fourth, but being caught by Matthias Drudy. Drudy's only 7 seconds behind this BMW, which, a reminder for those of you joining us for the first time, is not a GT3 car, running in the SP9 category, as we call it here at the Nürburgring. It's running in SPX, but it is essentially a BMW GT3 car with the M3 Touring body, but it's running at GT3 pace. It's in the battle still for a podium place, but it is being caught now by the Volkenhorst Aston Martin, which again is coming alive now as the conditions start to change. It went well in the wet last night with the 34 Aston, and it's reeling this car in quite quickly now.
Yeah, it's amazing how that car is still there. Each time when I come back after the break, I'm checking, okay, where's the SPX car? But the guys on that car are doing a good job. Quite wet the lens here on the international feed into the last section on the Grand Prix track.
Yeah, I noticed the Helican was very, very wet, hovering over the pit straight a moment ago. But I'm surprised at the high level of grip, as you said, that they still seem to have. They don't look to be sliding around and struggling at this stage anyway. Which is good. There's plenty of rubber laid down on the track, but of course that, when it gets wet, is not always a good thing. So yeah, intriguing that they don't seem to be struggling yet as much as I thought they would.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of cars driving still, and you know, if they keep going over, if it's just a little bit and they keep going over the same line, everyone drives more or less the same ideal line, maybe it just helps it to stay dry a bit or just have that grip level. But do not be surprised to suddenly see cars spinning, because the grip loss doesn't come gradually, it comes with like a switch. We got a weather update there, 7 degrees light rain, and the rain probability only 5%. Well,
not sure I agree with that.
Are they? Yeah, I guess they're not considering the drizzle as rain then.
Yeah, well, I beg to differ. It's wet and cold.
Just seeing the McLaren in front of Max Verstappen there, it's apparently the McLaren Timo Glock drives in, and I've heard he got pulled his permit during this race.
Yes, for yellow flag infringements or speeding in a code 60, wasn't it, I think?
And they pulled his permit, so he's not allowed to drive anymore.
Yeah, that happened to someone last year or the year before. They're very strict on these things. They will take that permit away for repeated infringements. And yes, he was caught speeding in the slow zones, and even Timo Glock, former Formula 1 racer and very successful GT driver these days, even he's not above the law. So yeah, you're right, they can continue in the race, but Timo's not allowed to take any further part.
It's the McLaren, it's not giving space. No, yeah.
There we go. And that was a timely move, because look at that gap, it's under 10 seconds.
Yeah,
so
he lost a lot of time now behind the McLaren, because I don't know what the McLaren was doing exactly, but who's driving it? Which car is it?
It is the 69 door motorsport car. Timo Scheider. with a DTM start.
He didn't make it easy.
No. And that surprises me. He's an experienced driver.
Yeah.
He's been in Verstappen's situation before, and
I'm surprised as well.
It's interesting. Oh, this doesn't look good, does it? He's got the Dacia and a couple of other cars heading into Hatzenbach, and they're going side by side. This is nerve-wracking.
Yeah. It's the GT3 Porsche. Yeah, the thing is that cost time, but I'm surprised that they revoked Timo Glock's license directly in the race. So it must be a big infringement for that to happen to a person like Timo Glock, who is, as you correctly said, not just anybody. It's actually someone who knows the rules and knows his stuff.
Yes, I'm trying to pull up the social media post that I saw, but I think it was repeat offences.
Yeah, it was a repeat heavy. They called it a heavy infringement.
Yes, so he was caught doing 112 kilometres an hour in a code 60, so that was nearly twice the speed limit there, and then caught again, I think, later on. And it was a he picked up too many penalty points as well. He'd accumulated too many penalty points, and so once you hit a certain number, as is the case actually in with a racing licence and indeed a road driving licence, if you pick up too many points, they can take it off you, and they're very strict about that. They don't mess around with it. Like I said, it's happened a few times in recent years to drivers, often in the SB9 class. And Timo caught out by that, and that's him done. So I guess now he has to reapply for that licence and might have to go right back to the start again.
Can he, or is he blocked for some time?
For a certain period of time, yeah, maybe. So but eventually he'll have to re-qualify, I guess. So
he's racing in DTM this year, I think, in the McLaren, but has his struggling moments as well. Yes, I've seen, but I'm not sure what is car and what is what. But clearly on this track, I was thinking yesterday night, it's not easy to see all this code 60, code 120, yellow, double yellows within traffic. This is just another thing, It takes so much from the drivers to realize and see that, and actually also act accordingly then. And most probably if he was at 121, he most probably slowed down, but just too late.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure it's not like he's trying to optimize his lap time like that. For that, I would say Timo is professional enough, but it can be just difficult at night to see.
Yeah, we had a discussion, I think, myself and Rory overnight about exactly that, because there are so many different lights at the side of the road. They have the LED light panels at certain points on the circuit, not everywhere. A lot of the code 60 is just marshals holding a code 60 board over the back.
Yeah, they're waving
it furiously, yeah.
Looks slippery here, huh?
Yeah, there was a yellow flag there, wasn't there, on the run up towards Klostertal. But yes, in the dark, surrounded by traffic, there are flares going off, there are lights from the campsites. I can see how things like that get missed for sure. So Timo, unfortunately, not taking any further part in the race. Max Verstappen, though, very much is, but he's being caught, isn't he, by Lucas Stoltz. 8.3 seconds now the gap, and this is a close moment for the 67. The Ford Mustang of Dennis Olsen nearly tangling on the world feed with the HWA. I got excited there. We're not there. We're seeing the aftermath of it as, again, they nearly touch. But, that was just ahead of Max, actually. That's the next couple of cars he's going to catch. And just off our stream, I saw on another screen that they very nearly made contact. So that's another challenge here for Max as he picks his way through the traffic. If they tangle in front of him, there's very little he can then do.
Yeah, definitely. But you can see, Max is pushing under these conditions, but he's just... I do think he has a bit of margin now in there if you compare his driving compared to last night. So I do think his podium contenders, they're all in, two of them at least, they're in the pit and next to each other.
Yep, lap 118. I'm going to start now making a note of laps that people are pitting on, because as we get closer to the end of the race, it's going to become relevant, isn't it, as to when their final stop will be.
34 got another time penalty. The other upped. Oh no, Rudy. That's still.
I think it's the same.
It's the same one. Yeah.
They've not pitted yet.
Yeah, that's still.
What's this for? Neil Verhagen. That was close.
Yeah.
Oh, and that was even closer up the curb to avoid the Cayman there. This was out onto the Dottinger Her as well, so very close stuff. And of course, they're battling for position. They can't afford to take things too easy in the traffic.
And then there's double yellows, so you have to be careful when overtaking. And it happens so quickly, you know. If you're focused on the car in front, you don't see the yellow. Happens anytime. And then judges of fact, I guess, are the marshals are judges of fact. So when they report you, I don't think they always have video proof for anything, but then you're done.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's difficult, isn't it? Because you can't start saying really, yes, well, they had a car in front of them, or you know, because then people will find reasons to say, yeah, well, I couldn't see because of this. You know, you kind of got to have a line that you stick to. But
safety should always prevail, even if it loses someone something. Especially on a race like this, because it's for everyone the same, and especially when it's double yellow flags, it means theoretically by the FIA sporting code that you need to be able to stop within sight distance. So yeah, I guess no one can stop on a double yellow flag on the Döttinger Höhe because they're all still flat. It's not like they're slowing down on that sector that much.
So back out of the pits goes the 84. That's Patrick Niederhauser staying in. He was in for the last stint, wasn't he? And out also goes the 81. I think Neil Verhagen staying in that car too. Yes, so no driver change for those two as they make their, for the Lamborghini 17th stop, for the BMW 16th pit stop. So that's part of the reason, I guess, that they're up there so far. They've not really made any unnecessary stops. All the leaders will be making their 16th stop next time. So it's been a pretty trouble-free race. The only time we've seen this car in trouble so far is that gravelly moment on the oil at Arenberg, but that was didn't damage the car, thank goodness. And still running pretty strong, so that cycles Drudy back to third, and he's 53 seconds now ahead of Max Hess. Now, when it was Dan Harper in the 99 Rover Racing BMW, it looked really like that car was going to take third place pretty quickly, but once Dan got out of the car, it's faded ever so slightly to nearly a minute behind again now, so Drudy can relax a little now.
Yeah, just trying to figure out who drove before Max Verstappen.
It was Lucas Auer.
Was it Lucas Auer?
Yeah. For a double stint, yeah. And
so in theory it should have been Schungedella in the car.
Yeah, they've done some strange things.
They changed the order.
Yeah, I think they have, haven't they?
They changed the order because after my calculation, Max shouldn't be yet in the car. So they've changed the order for certain reasons. We've thought that they will do it in the beginning, but then they didn't. But now, that's why I was just wondering, because you were here when they had driver change. So it was Auer.
It was definitely,
so it's because it would be normally Danny in the car.
Yeah. So that tells me they're backtracking now from the end of the race, aren't they? They're working out who they want in for the finish.
Yes.
So it could be Danny. It could be that they want Jules Gounon in for the finish, but they had
or
to...
Max.
Or Max, yeah.
I think when you look at the 5 hour...
Yes.
That they just do single stints now.
Yeah,
they did double stints into the night, so everyone has a longer rest.
Yeah.
And now they're doing single stinting, and... Well, let's see. I mean, they will have a plan. They'll know what they're doing.
Yeah.
We're just trying to guess who is doing the last stint. We can take bets.
Yeah, well, I think
Max doing the end.
Yeah, so that's... I think that would make perfect sense. He's been rapid in all conditions. It would be a nice story for him to bring the car home. And yeah, that's the reason maybe for bringing him in earlier this time.
And it's also his entry, no? It's the Verstappen racing team, so I would guess, well, let's see.
Update from the pit lane, by the way, is that the cars that we're seeing pitting, we believe, are all taking slick tyres. No one's yet taking the gamble to go for a wet or even a cut slick tyre, which is allowed. There isn't officially an intermediate tyre in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, but teams are allowed to cut their own grooves, small grooves, into a slick tyre to create sort of a semi-slick. And no one, we believe, is doing that right now, so these conditions are not deteriorating enough to warrant a change.
On the international feed, we're seeing Luca Stolz on board just behind the Lamborghini of Patrick Niederhauser, who's lying P5. So is that going a lap down already again?
Yes, because it's just pitted, so it came out behind Verstappen, but just ahead of Stolz. That's not ideal for Luca, is it?
There's someone getting his breakfast ready.
Yes, how was breakfast? I've not yet had chance to fill up.
It was good, but I didn't have a beer like here. He has a beer and a bread. That wouldn't be quite my taste. I prefer the tea. Well, we're going a bit sightseeing again. Sheeps.
They look more interested in the race than the last time we saw them, in fairness, when they were far more interested in eating. It's now the human spectators who are getting their morning fill and making sure they've got the energy to see them through to the end of the race. Good stuff there from Patrick Niederhauser.
Yeah, he lets him by.
Yeah, lets Luca Stolz go. That's heavier rain than we've seen for a while at Klostertal.
Yeah.
Yes, and it nearly caught him out.
Well, he got carried far out there, and he definitely lifted longer than he would want to. It did cost time a bit to get past the Lamborghini now.
Yeah, the gap's back over 10 seconds now, although it was at the start of the lap, actually. It's now not necessarily about going flat out, is it? It's just finding the limit and sticking to the limit, and that's really not easy to do, as we've said. But the second you step over it at a track like this, it's so unforgiving, that's game over, so you've got to stay the right side of that line.
Yeah, and I think for the 84, so for Niederhauser, that Lamborghini and the whole up team there, if they can get back onto a podium, after what happened in the beginning of the race to them with that puncture, that would be an incredible comeback. And they would have been then a contender up front. But in this race, actually, we had all the conditions, rain and so on, but we didn't have the torrential moments which gave chances to other teams to really come back with the alternative strategy.
Yeah, when the rain has come, it's come slowly and not that heavy. Even when the cars, some of the cars, all of them, I think, went to wet tyres last night, it was only for an hour, and then really the track started to dry again. So, we've not had that downpour that so often has affected the Nürburgring 24 Hours. On the world feed there, we're seeing Benjamin Luchter in the number 50 VW Golf. That's the car that's second place in SP4T. It's been getting a lot of TV time, partly because it's running in a podium placing class, but also because that's the car Johan Kristoffersen is part of the driver lineup for, a Red Bull athlete himself, former World Rallycross champion. His car unfortunately stopped at the side of the road partway through the early hours of the morning, and that's why they're 20 laps behind the Subaru that leads the class. But at one point it looked as though they were going to take the lead, but unfortunately lost a lot of time getting recovered and then executing repairs to the car and getting it back on its way. So they're still running second, though. They're still comfortably in second place in SP14, and with still 5 and a bit hours to go, you never know, things could change, although 20 laps is quite a big ask, isn't it? We're getting close to the point at which they wouldn't have time now to overcome a 20-lap deficit. So that car heads into Exmühl as the leader, Max Verstappen, is faced with cars 3 abreast in front of him on the main straight as he comes through to complete lap 120.
Still good timing, yeah. Most probably gets him on the braking.
Yeah.
turn one.
And 11.5 seconds the gap now. Who's this getting ready into?
Engel.
That's Mauro Engel. Yeah, of course, Mauro Engel on the side of his helmet. So that means pit stops this time for the leaders, it would seem. And Mauro Engel's going to get into the car that he crashed in qualifying yesterday. But I'll tell you what, he redeemed himself in the stint earlier on during the night. He was absolutely rapid. And Mauro Engel is going to be faced now with a real challenge of catching Max Verstappen. Lucas Stoltz has given it a good go, but just can't break into that 10-second bracket. So what can Mauro Engel do?
Yeah, will be interesting to see. Is Max on his second stint now?
First stint.
First stint.
I believe if Engel's getting in. Yeah, still first, yeah.
Still first. So it will be interesting to see if he stays in the car, because that gives us a little bit of, we can calculate backwards then who could end up where, or if they actually do now single stint.
Yes, because he'll be pitting with about 5 hours and 10 minutes to go. We've got that minimum or maximum driver time, haven't we? Of, what is it, 2.5 hours within any rolling 5-hour period, I think is the wording. So
yeah, normally it's like this direction. In Le Mans, it's 4 hours within 6 hours.
Yeah, no driver can exceed a non-stop driving stint of 150 minutes, 2.5 hours, in one go. So, okay, that just means you can't triple stint. So there was a line somewhere about 5 hours. I'll see if I can dig that out, because that's the key. But yeah, as you say, we'll start to get some answers to that.
That's why you need basically 3 drivers minimum, no? Or is, with 2 drivers it could still work, yeah.
So as the leading Mercedes are both once again on similar parts of the circuit. They're either side of Flugplatz at the moment.
3 wide again for Max on board here into Schwedenkreuz Arenberg. Yeah. Nicely went through, didn't lose a lot of time there. Yeah, the gap 11 seconds to Lucas Stoltz in P2. And we got the Aston back in P3 with 52nd and ahead of the BMW.
Yeah,
and then we got the Lamborghini 84 and the SPX car close to each other. But one pit stop more, let's say, off cycle a bit. So this, you wrote the laps in when they came for pit stops.
84 and 81 were on lap 118.
Yeah. We can then figure out what's the gap actually between the 2 cars. Between them and the other podium contenders.
Exactly so. We've got a code 60 at Hatzenbach. Times I've said that over the last 16 hours or so. That's been a popular place to have an accident this weekend, and in the wet conditions particularly, it's caught quite a few drivers out. But the race leaders have already long since gone through there. They're down at Exmule. Shortly, and then they'll start a long climb uphill as the speed really starts to build now through this middle portion of the lap. Rain does now seem to have eased, doesn't it? Yeah. So there's still the constant threat there. There's a blanket of grey clouds, so at any moment you feel the rain could return, but it's not done enough yet to derail any of the leaders, at least. They've managed to weather the storm pretty well.
That's the 5% chance the weather forecast gave us.
Yep.
So yeah, they don't look dark, at least the clouds. They look grey, but they don't look really dark, like they're holding a lot of water. But that's my limited skills on reading weather and through clouds. But that's yeah, sometimes can help. There we go on the world feed into Hatzenbach. Maybe we see why there is a code 60. That's green already. It's just a short yellow there.
Yeah, so that's...
You can see why.
It's a slow BMW, which possibly was the culprit. And you can see a big group of cars ahead that have been stacked together by that code 60. But all going okay. Mauro Engel then looking pretty relaxed before he gets into the car. That's good to see.
Martin next to him, his teammate. He's changed already. Maybe he's not planning to drive anymore. But let's see. But he's definitely in private clothes, no more race suit.
But it's good to see the two of them laughing, joking, relaxed, half a lap before Mauro gets into the car. That's the mindset maybe that you want your driver to be in. I know they need to be focused, but sometimes a relaxed driver is a fast driver.
Always. I think most of the time, the more relaxed you are in a race car, the more you drive it from feel, and the more you go around and you know, you don't attract problems. Oh, there is some misunderstanding from Max and I think it was a Toyota. And being relaxed is one of the big things in racing, and I do think that also gives mental capacity to any driver, that you can just think of other things because you're not stressed with the situation. But I think everyone else can also feel into that when you are at home, you know, and you're stressed about something. It does get more difficult to coordinate all the different things, and same in racing.
Yeah, you've got to have a clear mind.
Clear mind, and that's where fitness comes in. So if you're actually tired on the body, stress comes up as well. If you are tired mentally, the stress also comes up. So there's a lot of effects when, as a driver, where you can help the whole situation.
Yeah, well, being relaxed is key. Mauro Engel looks relaxed and might just put a bit more pressure on the leading car, but we know Verstappen's pretty relaxed. He's not feeling the pressure, it would seem. He's running strongly as the race leader. The Rover racing car there in the picture-in-picture.